Chapter 1174. Yuanshi Palace Square by Zizai, Guhai, Zhui, Zhu Erji, and Jiangchen were all stunned. Zhui's methods were too strange. Another curse? How could he curse the sun? Where did he come from? The leaders of the other forces had long since fallen silent. They silently watched the group of peak experts battle, and a sense of dejection rose in their hearts. In front of this group of monsters, it was as if they had never cultivated before. How can this be? Zhu Lulu was even more dumbfounded. You asked the sun to ignore me, and it really ignored me? You gave birth to the sun? Impossible. Only the Vermilion Bird Tribe can use the Sun Heart Flame. How can you cut off my connection with the Sun Heart Flame? Zhu Lulu looked at Zhui gloomily. However, at this moment, Zhu Lulu did not dare to underestimate Zhui anymore. Who said so? His Holiness from Great Yen. Behind, you can also use the Sun Heart Flame. I heard that not long ago, he even used the Sun Heart Flame to transform into the zombie ancestor. Zhui smiled at Zhui. Zhui frowned slightly, but did not refute. Zhu Lulu turned to look at Zhui, then back at Zhui. Unlike when he fought against Gu Hai, Zhui almost never attacked Zhu Lulu. However, his casual attacks made Zhu Lulu feel powerless. Gu Hai defeated him because Gu Hai used his strength. However, Zhui used the strength of the Vermilion Bird Tribe. Using your weakness to defeat you, and using your strength to defeat you were two completely different concepts. Sixth brother, that's enough. Stop fooling around and stand behind me. Zhu Erji called out from nearby. Zhu Lulu knew that if he continued to fight Zhui, he would only be humiliating himself. However, he was on the same level as the other emperors. How could Zhu Lulu be willing to do that? He looked around at the 6 thrones. Yu Jiangchen, Gu Hai, and Yu, he didn't seem to have a chance of winning. As for Bai Zizai and Zhu Erji, it was inconvenient for him to make a move. But was he just going to stand there like a fool? How could Zhu Lulu be willing? Yuanshi Taoism. Would it kill you to prepare another throne? Quang. However, at this moment, the door of the premier palace suddenly opened. You immediately bowed to the entrance of the hall. All of the longevity Taoist disciples also bowed to the entrance of the hall. It was obvious that Yuanshi Tianzuan was coming out. Everyone's expression turned solemn as they looked at the entrance of the primeval hall. Even Jiangchen and you put down their teacups and wine glasses. The faces of Gu Hai, Yu Bai Zizai, and Zhu Erji darkened. Only Zhu Lulu stood awkwardly in the middle of the 6 thrones. At this moment, the silence made him look like a clown. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of footsteps came from the primeval hall like the beating of a drum. Yuanshi Tianzuan, dressed in white, slowly stepped out of the primeval hall. Every time his feet landed, the ground shook slightly as if he had hit the ground heavily. However, the floor was not damaged at all. Penetrating the earth's core, Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength has increased again. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped out of the primeval hall slowly. His eyes were still cold. A small golden dragon was wrapped around his left arm. The dragons had rested on the back of Yuanshi Tianzuan's left hand, breathing in and out wisps of golden mist. Hichu. Gu Hai, who was not far away, recognized the small golden dragon. Greetings, Yuanshi Tianzuan. The leaders of the various forces bowed slightly. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were still cold as he looked around at the crowd. Then he looked at the 6 thrones. Although his eyes were cold and indifferent, there was still a hint of a different aura. Only the 6 people on the thrones were treated equally by Yuanshi Tianzuan. As for the people standing, Yuanshi Tianzuan had a condescending attitude. Being looked down upon by Yuanshi Tianzuan made Zhu Lulu unhappy. Why? I just came a little late and didn't get a seat. Yuanshi Tianzuan, right? Give me another seat. Zhu Lulu shouted. Gu Hai and Eugene had strange expressions. Was this Zhu Lulu a professional at finding fault? Was he pointing fingers at Yuanshi Tianzuan again? Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Zhu Lulu, then turned his head away, ignoring him. He looked at Zhu Lulu as if he was looking at thin air. That indifferent attitude made Zhu Liuliu's hair stand on end. Just now, he had suffered at the hands of Gu Hai and Eugene, so Zhu Lulu was suppressing his anger. In front of him, Yuanshi Tianzuan still looked at him with indifference. Did he really think he was the same as that group of trash? Yuanshi Tianzuan, I said something. Did you hear me? Zhu Lulu shouted coldly. He was provoking Yuanshi Tianzuan. Not far away, Zhu Urji's expression changed. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhu Lulu with cold eyes. Yuanshi Tianzuan was not as easy to talk to as you. His eyes were cold, which meant that he had the intention to kill. Boom! A loud noise was heard. Before the crowd realized what had happened, they saw that Zhu Lulu was sucked in front of Yuanshi Tianzuan and was strangled by Yuanshi Tianzuan. What? Everyone suddenly opened their eyes wide. What happened in that split second just now? In the blink of an eye, Zhu Lulu was subdued by Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. This sudden move made even Yu and Jiang Chen's expression sink. Obviously, Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength was out of their expectations. Stop, Yuanshi Tianzuan, what are you doing? Zhu Urji suddenly stood up from his throne in anger. Let go of me. Zhu Lulu said in horror. Not only were the eyes of the leaders dazzled, but even Zhu Lulu was also dazzled. In the next moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan grabbed his neck and sealed his strength. How was this possible? Let go of me. If you don't want to die, let go of me, otherwise my master. Zhu Lulu shouted and waved his hands. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked coldly at Zhu Lulu and said, in today's World Unification Conference, you are the one who made the most noise. Wanshou Taoism is not a place for you to play to the gallery. You have to pay the price for acting presumptuously here. Wait! Zhu Urji's expression changed. He seemed to hear the killing intent in Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice. However, everything happened too quickly. Zhu Lulu didn't even have time to beg for mercy. Crack! In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Zhu Liuliu's head was broken by Yuanshi Tianzuan. It wasn't the spine that was broken, but the skin, flesh, blood, and bones. In an instant, the head was separated from the body, broken in half. Zhu Liuliu's head, which was flying in the air, didn't expect Yuanshi Tianzuan to be so bold and so ruthless. Gasps could be heard all around. All the sect leaders and great emperors were shocked. Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength was too terrifying. Oh, there's a spiritual power in the head to protect the body? Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly looked coldly at Zhu Liuliu's head. The head was cut off, but it didn't die. It just looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in disbelief. Above the head, a seven-colored light shrouded Zhu Lulu, protecting him. That's the strength of 30. Jiang Chen, who was not far away, said in a deep voice, Humph, I don't care about the strength of 30. No one can save the person I want to kill. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were cold. He reached out and clenched his fist. Whoosh! Zhu Liuliu's head and body seemed to be sucked into Yuanshi Tianzuan's palm by a huge suction force. How dare you? Zhu Urji punched in anger. 3 great Tao phantoms appeared behind him. The huge fist, which carried all the power of Zhu Erji, rushed over. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan had a fierce look on his face. His speed was faster. He clenched his fist. Crack! It seemed that all the bones in Zhu Liulio's body were crushed. Even the seven-colored light was crushed when he crushed Zhu Liulio's body. Even Lord of the Primordial Beginning's strength of 30 was completely crushed by a single palm strike. He clenched his fist and collided with Zhu Erji's palm. Boom! With a loud bang, Zhu Erji was blown away. He flew 100 feet away before he stopped. His clothes exploded again. His body was covered with countless wounds, and blood splattered everywhere. Zhu Erji looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan, who was not far away, in horror. How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhu Erji was at a loss. He was not Yuanshi Tianzuan's opponent, even with his full strength. He was the supreme vermilion bird. Ha! The supreme vermilion bird from ancient times? How ridiculous! Yuanshi Tianzuan showed a look of disdain. Jiang Chun, who was not far away, had his eyes lit up. Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength was what Jiang Chun needed. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan defeat Zhu Erji with one punch, Jiang Chun was even happier. Because the strength that Yuanshi Tianzuan displayed was only a small part of his full strength. He did not use the Eye of Heaven, the primeval banner, and the chaotic sword Qi. Sixth brother, what did you do to sixth brother? After Zhu Erji was severely injured, the first person he thought of was Zhu Lulu. Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly released his right palm. Walla! From Yuanshi Tianzuan's palm, some powder was slowly sprinkled out. There was no flesh because the blood had evaporated instantly when it was crushed. Zhu Liulio's body seemed to have been cremated. Only some ashes were left. The ashes were scattered on the ground, bringing out a cloud of smoke. Zhu Erji was shocked. Even though Zhu Lulu was careless and was restrained by Yuanshi Tianzuan, he should not have died so thoroughly. Even 30% of the force had been crushed after scattering Zhu Liulio's ashes. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Zhu Erji's throne. Clap! He gently clapped his hands. Bang! The throne exploded with a loud bang. Since you are standing, you don't need to sit, Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan removed a throne and a qualification to be treated as an equal. Zhu Erji, who was opposite him, trembled. He was also burning with anger. Sixth brother was also dead. How could he explain this to Big Brother and the others? Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at him coldly again. His eyes were emotionless, as if he was looking at a dead thing. This indifferent attitude was only a little lighter than before he killed Zhu Lulu. However, it became colder and murderous at any time. Humph, Yuanshi Tianzuan, just you wait. I will teach you a lesson. My big brother will not let you go. My master will seek justice for today's humiliation. Zhu Erji shouted angrily. Zhu Erji turned around and flew away. He wanted to leave Wanshou Taoism. Obviously, he did not dare to fight with Yuanshi Tianzuan again. He only dared to say a few words. However, these words made Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes even colder. A murderous intent burst out in his eyes. Wanshou Taoism is a place where you can come and go as you please. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes flashed coldly. Buzz! He saw that in the distant sky, in the direction where Zhu Error escaped, a vast purple cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. The purple cloud separated from the middle, and a purple eye of heaven was suddenly born. The purple eye of heaven's aura was much stronger than Gu Hai's and Ho's eye of heaven's. Boom! A purple beam of God-slaying light descended from the sky, heading straight for Zhu Er. What? No, Zhu Error let out a deafening roar. Boom! With a loud sound, Zhu Erji exploded into pieces. Like Zhu Lulu, he turned into ashes and disappeared. Chapter 1175. Kaboom! In the netherworld, above the East Spirit Fire Sea's Sea of Providence, two loud noises were heard. The Dharma forms of Zhu Erji and Zhu Lulu suddenly collapsed. The entire East Spirit Fire Sea was suddenly immersed in a great shock. No, second brother, sixth brother. A sorrowful cry sounded in the East Spirit Fire Sea. The remaining 4 vermilion birds all stared angrily above the Sea of Providence. Who dares to kill second brother and sixth brother? I'm going to kill him. It must be the Wancho Taoism in the netherworld. I'm going to see who dares to touch my brothers. The group of vermilion birds suddenly became furious. Stop right there. A shout was heard. Big brother, what are you doing? All of you stay here. No one is allowed to go. Zhu Yi said coldly. But what about sixth brother and second brother's revenge? Second brother and sixth brother died not long ago, which means that they had no power to resist. Are you going to court death? It's fine if you want to court death, but what about master's orders? Zhu Yi said coldly. We remember, with master's ability, even if you die, he can still bring you back to life. Then he will torture you and make you beg for death. Zhu Yi said coldly. All of you stay here obediently and investigate the situation. So what if second brother, sixth brother, and seventh brother are dead? As long as master comes back, even if time and space are reversed, he can still save them. Zhu Yi said coldly. But no buts. This revenge must be avenged, but not now. Stay here and slowly investigate the situation. Zhu Yi said coldly. Yes. Everyone nodded unwillingly. In the netherworld, Wancho Taoism. Whoosh. A breeze blew past, and Zhu Erji's ashes, which had been destroyed by the light of God's slaying, drifted in the void. That was Zhu Erji. Although Ho's Eye of Heaven could severely injure him earlier, it was still lacking compared to Yuanshi Tianzuan's Eye of Heaven. It had directly annihilated him. It was also the Eye of Heaven, but Yuanshi Tianzuan's was countless times stronger. Of course, only Gu Hai knew the power of Yuanshi Tianzuan's heavenly eye. One had to know that back in the Immortal Dome, Yuanshi Tianzuan had fought against Immortal Six Dao's heavenly eye. Both of them were evenly matched. Yuanshi Tianzuan's Eye of Heaven was infinitely close to that of the Immortal of Six Paths, Buzz. The Eye of Heaven suddenly closed, and the purple clouds slowly dissipated. On the square of the Premier Palace, the leaders of the various forces did not even dare to breathe loudly. Before they came, they felt that they were ambitious and had great qualifications. After seeing the experts on the seats, they felt that they were not on the same level. However, after seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength, their last trace of pride was completely gone. In Wancho Taoism, it was better to keep a low profile. After the purple clouds dispersed, Yuanshi Tianzuan killed the 2 vermilion birds and turned to look at the 5 people on the seats. Jiang Chun, Ho, Gu Hai, and Bai Zizai. Although Jiang Chun and Ho were surprised by Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength, they did not show a trace of fear. Instead, they looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan thoughtfully. Ho and Gu Hai looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan rather seriously. Bai Zizai took a deep breath, and his face was gloomy. He was clearly frightened by Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength. Bai Zizai was the White Tiger Supremacy, which was the same level as the Vermilion Bird Supremacy. However, there was only one White Tiger Supremacy, while there were 7 vermilion birds. One was equivalent to 7 of them. Therefore, Bai Zizai was stronger than Zhu Erji and Zhu Lulu. However, he was not as casual as Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength had greatly exceeded Bai Zizai's expectations. Everyone, welcome to the premier palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the 5 people on the seats and said. The 5 people looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan, waiting for him to continue. After Yuanshi Tianzuan finished speaking, he closed his eyes, raised his head, and took a deep breath, as if he was feeling the mysteries of heaven and earth. The 5 people waited patiently, but no one disturbed him. Everyone understood that Yuanshi Tianzuan was brewing his emotions. Perhaps this emotion was too strong, and it would take some time before it could be released. The people around them naturally did not dare to disturb him. Half an incense stick's time later, Yuanshi Tianzuan opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, 2 rays of golden light shot out from them, illuminating the world. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the 5 of them. At this moment, the heavenly Lord of primordial beginnings seemed to have changed into a different person. He was still as cold as before, but there was a sharpness in him that pierced through everyone's hearts like a sharp blade. Everyone should be curious. What is this honorable one calling all of you here for? Ha! In fact, you can tell from the name. The World Unification Conference is naturally to call all of you here to unify the world. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. The expressions of the people around them suddenly changed. However, under the fierce aura of the primeval Lord of Heaven, none of the leaders of the forces dared to say anything. Unify the world? Ha! Why do you want to unify the world all of a sudden? Guhai looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan and asked indifferently. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly looked at Guhai and said, Kill the heavens! Kill the heavens! The expressions of all the people around finally changed. Are you talking about the deity of the 6 paths? And asked in a low voice. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at him and nodded. That's right, kill the deity of the 6 paths. The deity of the 6 paths is invisible and has merged with heaven and earth. How are you going to kill him? And asked curiously. This honorable one knows where he is hiding. 2 years later, he will return at his peak, but now he is not at his peak. I can kill him now, Yuanshi Tianzuan said solemnly. I remember that not long ago, Long Zhanghua tried to kill the heavens, but unfortunately, he failed in the end. Are you so sure that you can kill the deity of the 6 paths? Jiang Chen asked indifferently. Long Zhanghua was defeated, but it doesn't mean that I will be defeated. If I don't have the ability to kill him, why did this honorable one gather all of you? Yuanshi Tianzuan said confidently. What if you can't kill the deity of the 6 paths? Bai Zizai frowned and asked. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Bai Zizai coldly and said, I will definitely kill him. There were no ifs. Since Yuanshi Tianzuan had made this decision, he had to go forward without the slightest bit of hope. If he didn't kill the heavens, he would be killed by the heavens? Kill the heavens and become an immortal? Guhai asked again. That's right. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded and didn't hide anything. All the leaders of the various factions looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in shock. At the same time, they understood why he killed the heavens. If not to become an immortal, what was the point? In this world, how many experts cultivated their entire life with the ultimate goal of becoming an immortal? Didn't Long Zhanghua go against the heavens in the past to become an immortal? Even Rokudo Shinkuan went against the heavens in the past to become an immortal, didn't he? However, Guhai asked again, why do you want to become an immortal? Why do you want to become an immortal? Most of the people were stunned. Wasn't Guhai asking nonsense? Why do you want to become an immortal? From then on, I will be the only one in the world. The entire world will be mine. Only you, Jiang Chen, and you looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan with a hint of curiosity. it was because they had reached their current heights and were able to see things more deeply. Although Yuanshi Tianzun was powerful, it was clear from his past that his desire for power was not particularly strong. For the past 800,000 years, the Wanshou Taoism had been led by the Tongtian sect master. Why did such a cold and heartless person want to become an immortal at all costs? Yuanshi Tianzun instinctively looked at you, and then at Lin Wan, who was behind Gu Hai. There is no why. I want to become an immortal. Yuanshi Tianzun said coldly. Everyone nodded matter-of-factly. Who didn't want to become an immortal? Wasn't the ultimate goal of every cultivator to become an immortal? Only Gu Hai and the others understood. You, Lin Wan, these two were the leaders of the Wanshou Taoism, the Taishang, and the Tongtian. Perhaps Yuanshi Tianzun wanted to become an immortal for the sake of Taishang and Tongtian? Gu Hai still remembered that Yuanshi Tianzun shed a tear the moment Tongtian died. Becoming an immortal, using the 3,000 laws to revive the people of the past. Perhaps Yuanshi Tianzun had made up his mind the moment Taishang died. As a result, he had not moved for 800,000 years. It was rumored that Taishang's master had died early. Taishang had single-handedly raised Yuanshi and Tongtian and taught them everything. To the Tongtian sect master, Yuanshi could shed tears over his death. He had even killed hundreds of millions and faced Empress Ji. To Taishang, it must have been even more difficult. Yuanshi Tianzun seemed to be the most heartless person, but perhaps he was also the most affectionate person. Gu Hai did not ask any more questions. Yuanshi Tianzun looked at the five of them. To kill the deity of the six paths, I need the power of the entire world. I need everyone to lend me their power to help me kill the six paths. You mean all of us will transfer our power of providence and lend it to you? Jiangchen asked curiously. That's right. The golden dragon around my left arm is the form of the heavens. It can connect to your sea of providence. When you gather the power of your people, you can transfer it to me through your sea of providence. That's why I notified all the owners of providence, which is you. The purpose of the World Unification Conference is to have a voice in the world. Everyone must lend me their power. You must lend me your power. Yuanshi Tianzun looked at the five of them coldly. Yuanshi Tianzun did not care about the group of emperors and sect leaders at all. The five of them fell into deep thought. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Yuanshi Tianzun said coldly. The five exchanged glances, and a grave look flashed in their eyes. Only Gu Hai appeared the most relaxed. This was because Gu Hai also had a grudge against the deity of the six paths. It started when he killed several of the six paths doppelgangers 800,000 years ago. The Long Zhangua incident would also be exposed sooner or later. Now, Yuanshi Tianzun wanted to kill the deity of the six paths, and he wanted to borrow his power. Gu Hai did not feel the slightest burden. I can agree. As long as it's to kill the deity of the six paths, I can mobilize the power of the Dahan Heavenly Empire and borrow the power of all the people to help you. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yuanshi Tianzun's expression changed as he looked at Gu Hai. Unexpectedly, Gu Hai was the first to agree. As long as the six paths is alive, the Dahan will never be at peace. Gu Hai nodded. Yuanshi Tianzun looked at Gu Hai with a gentle gaze. Also, I owe Taishang a favor. There is one thing I must remind you. Although Taishang and Tongtian have fallen, their legacy is still here. Their spirit is not destroyed. I hope that when you kill the deity, you will not implicate the Wanshou Taoism. This is the place where the spirit of Taishang and Tongtian rests. Gu Hai said again. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned as he looked at you and Lin Wanner. In the end, he nodded at Gu Hai. Chapter 1176. Gu Hai was the first to agree. This was a good start for Yuanshi Tianzuan. Jiang Chun was the second to agree. If you have the ability to kill the heavens, I have no problem. Most of the people in the 2,000 cities under the control of the Temple of Seizing Gods listen to me. I can cooperate with you. Jiang Chen's agreement put you in a difficult position, because if he agreed with Yuanshi Tianzuan, he would be completely offending the Immortal of Six Paths. Gu Hai had a grudge against the Immortal of Six Paths. Jiang Chen did not care about offending the Immortal of Six Paths. But what about him? Yuanshi Tianzuan was not in a hurry. He waited patiently. You looked at Gu Hai, and then at the elite guard. Speaking of which, he seemed to owe Gu Hai a big favor. If Gu Hai was being hunted down by the Immortal of Six Paths, would he pretend not to see it? After a moment of silence, you hesitated. I can promise you that when you need the help of the people of Great Yen, I will lend you help. But before that, if the Immortal of Six Paths finds out, if he makes a move first, I will block everything for you. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly, Okay, great, Yin will cooperate with you. You nodded. The elites of the Yang realm nodded. Only two people from the netherworld were left, Bai Zizai and you. Bai Zizai raised his eyebrows. He was very unwilling. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan stared at him. Bai Zizai believed that if he did not agree, Yuanshi Tianzuan would be the first to deal with him. After a moment of silence, Bai Zizai nodded. Heavenly Demon, Holy Land can agree to it. Bai Zizai agreed verbally, but whether he would do it or not was another matter. Bai Zizai could live for millions of years. His ability to seek luck and avoid disaster was rare in the world. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Chung. The Join sect is just a medium sect. I can promise you, but how much help can a small medium sect provide? You said with a smile, Since everyone has agreed, then that's good. Next, I will help everyone solve the problem. Yuanshi Tianzuan said solemnly, Oh. Everyone was puzzled. Yuanshi Tianzuan then looked at the leaders of the various forces. All the emperors and sect masters avoided Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze. You bunch of perverts. You dare to accompany Yuanshi Tianzuan in killing the heavens, but don't drag us into it. Once the eyes of the immortals open, we will have to kneel. Do they still want us to write a pledge of allegiance? If he had known that he would be beheaded, he wouldn't have come. This was bad. Were they going to declare their stance? Rebel with Yuanshi Tianzuan? The leaders of the various forces felt uneasy. Most of them were repulsed, and only a few dared to raise their heads. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan didn't ask for their opinion. His left hand trembled slightly, and the little golden dragon wrapped around Yuanshi Tianzuan's left arm suddenly exhaled a large amount of cloud. Oh, there are 126 imperial dynasties and medium sects from the mortal realm. 42 of them aren't here. Yuanshi Tianzuan narrowed his eyes. 42 sect masters and emperors weren't here. The leaders of the various forces were envious. They were so lucky that they didn't have to participate in the rebellion. Unlike them, they were in a difficult situation. Why were they so unlucky? Just as everyone was envious of the 42 sect masters and emperors, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he waved his right sleeve toward the sky. The primeval banner immediately enlarged 10,000 times and floated in the sky. Buzz. Suddenly, thousands of chaotic sword chi appeared from the primeval banner that fluttered in the wind. As soon as the chaotic sword chi appeared, it flew in circles and gradually became smaller and smaller. Gradually, it merged into 42 gigantic chaotic sword chi. Everyone looked up at the sky. They didn't understand what Yuanshi Tianzuan was going to do. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan glared at them and said, "Go!" Boom! 42 chaotic sword chi instantly pierced through the void and shot in 42 directions. They pierced through the clouds and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the sea of providence of 42 sects and imperial dynasties in the mortal realm suddenly trembled. Above the sea of providence, the golden dragon's scales suddenly stood up as if it had sensed something incomparably terrifying. The 42 emperors and sect masters were all alarmed. Suddenly, their expressions changed drastically. The emperor of the imperial dynasty closest to Wanshou Taoism was the same. He thought that Yuanshi Tianzuan's unification of the world wouldn't be a good event, so he didn't come. On this day, during the imperial court, the golden dragon of providence suddenly roared. The emperor was alarmed, and his hair stood on end. He immediately stood up. Boom! A chaotic sword chi instantly exploded the imperial capital's formation and the imperial court's main hall, charging straight at the emperor. What? The emperor's expression changed, and he punched out. "Your Majesty! Protect His Majesty! There's an assassin!" The main hall was instantly in chaos. Hung! A deafening explosion rang out, and the dragon throne instantly shattered into countless pieces. A huge black hole was torn open in the void with this loud explosion. The main hall was even more chaotic. When the black hole returned to normal, the emperor from before had already been blown into pieces. Only the flat imperial crown was left intact on the ground. Ang! The imperial dynasty's golden dragon of providence instantly wailed. Following that, the sea of providence of the imperial dynasty collapsed. The emperor is dead. The providence collapses. His Majesty has passed away. His Majesty! The officials cried out tragically. The commoners of that dynasty also suddenly cried out in grief. Not only the commoners of that dynasty, but the same thing happened to the 42 factions at the same time. Cries of agony sounded everywhere. At the entrance of the Yuanshi Palace, the leaders of the 126 factions could still see the Emperor dynasty's providence collapsing. The leaders of the various factions felt their hearts tremble. They felt that it was unreal. A great emperor dynasty was suddenly destroyed, just like that. Wung, wung, wung. Everyone's body trembled slightly. The leaders of the various factions flipped their hands and took out many Qin figurines. "Reporting to your Majesty, our sworn enemy, the great Liang imperial dynasty, was destroyed by an unknown sword chi. How satisfying, your Majesty! Should this old subject immediately gather troops and head south?" Sect leader, our archenemy, the 3 Seas sect, was just destroyed by an unknown sword chi. The 3 Seas sect's main altar was instantly leveled to the ground. Sect leader, the neighboring Tianshui imperial dynasty, was leveled by a sword chi from the heavens. The providence collapsed, and the emperor passed away. The Tianshui imperial dynasty was destroyed. The Qin figurines spread the news all over the world. Soon, the 42 emperor dynasties and mid-tier factions that did not participate in the World Unification Assembly were all destroyed in an instant. The culprit who destroyed the 42 factions was standing in front of everyone, Yuanshi Tianzuan, who was slowly putting away the primeval banner. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they felt a chill in their hearts. They had long heard that Yuanshi Tianzuan was heartless and ruthless. Today, they finally knew how ruthless this Yuanshi Tianzuan was. 42 factions. Just because they did not participate in the assembly, they were all uprooted. Before Yuanshi Tianzuan asked if they were willing to kill the heavens with him, they already had no intention of rejecting. Rejecting again. That was the same as courting death. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the crowd again. The leaders of the various factions no longer avoided Yuanshi Tianzuan's gaze. Instead, they went up to him and prepared to say something nice. If Yuanshi Tianzuan asked about their intentions, they would definitely express their willingness to follow him at the first moment. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan did not treat them like how he treated Guhai, Jiangchen, and the others. Instead, he said with certainty, there are 3 great factions in the world of the living, Jiangchen, Guhai, and Bai. You can choose yourselves, surrender, and pledge your loyalty. Everyone's expression changed. This supreme overlord does not have the energy to manage all the people and factions in the world. That's why I chose to cooperate with Guhai, Bai, and Jiangchen to let them help this supreme overlord manage the people in the world. However, as long as the few of them manage, it will be enough. If too many people manage, it will be easy to cause chaos. At that time, if anyone betrays me, this supreme overlord will not have the energy to investigate them one by one. It's enough as long as I keep an eye on the 5 of them. Yuanshi Tianzuan said indifferently. No, Yuanshi Tianzuan, we are willing to listen to you. When the time comes, as soon as you give the order, we will immediately transfer the power of the dynasty to you. We will not hesitate. One of the great emperors shouted. Everyone nodded one after another. They were incomparably anxious. Is this forcing us to hand over all of our power? Hand it over to Guhai, Jiangchen, and Bai? Who would be willing? This supreme overlord is not asking for your opinion. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes turned cold. Everyone's expression changed. Yuanshi Tianzuan's cold eyes actually revealed a murderous aura. Murderous aura? Yuanshi Tianzuan's murderous aura. Do we still have to go against him? Everyone had the urge to cry. You can't play like this. We fought so hard to conquer the world, and now we have to give it to someone else? However, Yuanshi Tianzuan's attitude was very firm. He did not have the time to manage the world. He only needed to keep an eye on Guhai and the other great emperors. There were too many people, so how could he have the time to manage? Moreover, time was limited, and he did not want to waste time. Therefore, it was better to do it once and for all. Whoever refused to comply would die. Under Yuanshi Tianzuan's domineering gaze, the hearts of the leaders of the various forces were completely cold. Even so, they had no choice but to lower their heads. Everything that they had seen today had already exceeded their ability to bear. If they continued to be stubborn, only death would await them. Yes, everyone was helpless. This supreme overlord will give you 10 days. After 10 days, if your Sea of Providence is still there, the previous 42 forces will be your example. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Yes, everyone was helpless, turning their heads. Yuanshi Tianzuan no longer cared about them. The leaders of these forces could only stand aside and lick their wounds. Guhai and Zhao's expressions changed slightly, but they did not stop him. This was the best opportunity for the Dehan Heavenly Dynasty and the Great Yan Heavenly Dynasty to expand their territory. Jiangchen smiled slightly and did not take it seriously. Unify the world. Jiangchen had experienced this for countless years. Back then, during the War of the Shamans and Demons, the world was divided into 2 camps, and there were only these 2 camps. Only a few of you came from the netherworld. Humph, since it is impossible for you to come, then it will be the same as the Yang realm. Yuanshi Tianzuan immediately took out the primeval banner, wanting to destroy all the sects and imperial dynasties in the netherworld. Wait! Guhai suddenly shouted. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Guhai in confusion. Yuanshi Tianzuan, your time is limited, and so are our abilities. It is easy to destroy the leaders of the major forces in the netherworld, but what about next? The netherworld will become a plate of loose sand. We will not be able to control it in 2 years. Gu Hai immediately shouted. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned slightly. The forces of the netherworld cannot cross the 2 realms, so they cannot come. Why don't you use your providence to send a message to them and describe the situation today to them? I will send people to persuade them in the netherworld. If there is anyone who does not listen, you can kill them all. Gu Hai suggested. Yuanshi Tianzuan was silent for a while, then finally nodded. Okay. Chapter 1177. The Netherworld. It had been 5 days since Yuanshi Tianzuan appeared in the Sea of Energy. They had long heard about the Wanshou Taoism in the mortal world, but no one could go there since the Netherworld was separated. After 5 days of depression, they forgot about it. But who would have thought that when all the powerhouses forgot about it, the Sea of Energy surged again? All the great emperors and sect leaders were shocked. All the golden dragons of luck roared ferociously. The primeval lord of heaven's Dharma form instantly appeared beside the golden dragon of luck. He reached out and tapped the golden dragon of luck's glabella. Buzz. Everything that happened in the square of the premier palace in the mortal world, including the scene of Yuanshi Tianzuan slaughtering the major forces in the mortal world, was transmitted to the golden dragon of luck's eyebrows. The sect leaders and great emperors that corresponded to the golden dragon of luck also received the images. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the images, and they forgot to resist. After a while, all the great emperors and sect leaders came back to their senses and looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan's Dharma power above the Sea of Energy. The primordial beginning heavenly venerate said coldly, "This heavenly venerate has already said what needs to be said. In the world of the living, this heavenly venerate will give you 10 days. In the netherworld, this heavenly venerate will give you 1 month. After 1 month, aside from the 19th sect, the heavenly demon Holy Land, and the great Han heavenly dynasties, luck, this heavenly venerate will destroy the dynasty I see. I'll destroy them when I see them." Yuanshi Tianzuan's tone was bone-chilling. All the great emperors and sect leaders were shocked, especially when they saw the images. Just now, the images of the mortal world were still vivid in their minds. Did he have to be so cruel? Buzz. Yuanshi Tianzuan's Dharma power disappeared. But from then on, all the great emperors and sect leaders were in a panic. Yuanshi Tianzuan's threat was too direct. If they didn't submit to Gu Hai by Zizai and Zhao, they would die. So direct and so effective. It was not Gu Hai by Zizai or Qi who killed them, but Yuanshi Tianzuan. This made the experts want to resist, but they couldn't even express their moral integrity. Why did this happen? The underworld fell into a state of mourning. In the mortal realm, at the entrance of the palace of the origin, Yuanshi Tianzuan used the little golden dragon wrapped around his left arm to inform the leaders of the major forces in the underworld. Then he also told the news to Gu Hai and the others. Bai Zizai was stunned. Gu Hai nodded, but he was amused and did not refuse. This venerable's words will be passed on to the other empires and sections. This group of forces is too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. I'm sure it won't be difficult for you all to subdue them. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Gu Hai's group. With the cooperation of a group of imperial empires and sects, it shouldn't be difficult for those empires. Gu Hai shook his head. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded. The Sage of Six Paths will wake up 2 years later and reach the peak. This venerable will officially kill the Sage of Six Paths in 1.5 years. You all will have to work hard for 1.5 years. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the 5 of them. Gu Hai, Zhao Jiangchun by Zizai, and Zhao nodded. A year and a half seemed to be a long time, but the world was too big. It was a very large amount of work. Since everyone has agreed, next, I will have to trouble the vast freedom heavenly demon. Yuan Shi Tianzuan looked at Bai Zizai. Me. Bai Zizai showed a trace of surprise. This venerable, one wants a strand of your hair. Yuan Shi Tianzuan said solemnly. Why? Bai Zizai was puzzled. Although everyone has agreed to this venerable one's request, this venerable one can't be sure if the agreement will be fulfilled in a year and a half. A strand of hair is enough. If you betray me, I can find you immediately and use everything I have to kill you. Yuan Shi Tianzuan said calmly. Bai Zizai's expression changed. You want to prevent us from betraying you? Why you only want my hair? Among the 5 of them, I know Gu Hai, Zhao, and Jiangchun well. I believe in them. Yuan Shi Tianzuan said calmly. What about Zhao? You have a lot of contact with him. Bai Zizai's expression turned ugly. This is the first time I've seen him, but this venerable one believes in him. Yuan Shi Tianzuan said again. Bai Zizai's expression froze. You don't believe in me? Yes. Yuan Shi Tianzuan replied with certainty. Bai Zizai, the white tiger sovereign, I've long heard that you can give and take when necessary. In the battle between the witches and demons, in order to protect yourself, you can disregard the lives of hundreds of millions of demons and pretend to be dead. There's no guarantee that you won't escape in the future. If you keep your word, this venerable one will definitely be grateful to you after the matter is settled. However, I don't believe that you will keep your word, so this is the only way. Yuan Shi Tianzuan said solemnly. Bai Zizai looked at Yuan Shi Tianzuan with an ugly expression. Obviously, Bai Zizai's reputation had been bad since ancient times. What if I don't give it to you? Bai Zizai said coldly. If you don't give it to me, then only one of us can live today. Yuan Shi Tianzuan said coldly. Bai Zizai. Slap. Bai Zizai neatly plucked a strand of hair and threw it to Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Whoosh! Yuan Shi Tianzuan gently twirled and carefully kept the strand of hair. Humph! With a cold snort, Bai Zizai swung his sleeves and left with Scorpio and Wu Shang Demon in an instant. With this strand of hair, Yuan Shi Tianzuan no longer paid attention to Bai Zizai and looked at the remaining 4 people. The 4 of you, I'll have to trouble you in 1.5 years. Yuan Shi Tianzuan said solemnly. Gu Hai, you, Jiangchun, and you nodded. Turning his head, Yuan Shi Tianzuan glanced at Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner stood behind Gu Hai with some fear. Master of the Taishang bloodline, Lin Wanner. Yuan Shi Tianzuan frowned. Yes, Lin Wanner nodded. Tong Tian did things without consideration. Since you are a Taishang, you should inherit the Taishang bloodline. However, I have other uses for the Taiji diagram, so I won't give it to you for now. Yuan Shi Tianzuan said in a low voice. Okay. Lin Wanner nodded and did not fight for it. However, Gu Hai could see that Yuan Shi Tianzuan's attitude towards you and Lin Wanner seemed to be a little different. Entertain the others for me. Yuan Shi Tianzuan ordered you. Yes, sect leader. You answered. As he spoke, Yuan Shi Tianzuan slowly stepped into the premier palace. Bang! The door of the palace closed with a bang. Yuan Shi Tianzuan did not care about the others and went into seclusion again. In the square, Gu Hai, Jiangchun, you looked at each other. Obviously, they also felt that this was normal. Expecting Yuan Shi Tianzuan to arrange a banquet, that was impossible. He was not that kind of person. Not far away, the leaders of the various factions walked forward hesitantly. Leader of the Divine Seizing Palace, my sect is willing to submit to the Divine Seizing Palace and be protected by the true Lord. A sect leader said carefully. Many of the great emperors and sect leaders immediately made up their minds. Since they couldn't resist, they had no choice but to submit. Jiangchen was naturally the first choice. He was an expert from the primordial era, after all. He'd been first in line just now. No need. In the world of the living, you should look for Guhai and you. Our divine seizing palace has 2,000 cities. Jiangchen shook his head and said, Huh. The faces of the leaders froze. All right, we should go. Wait for the show in 1.5 years. Jiangchen said with a smile, Yes. Long Aoqian nodded. Whoosh. With a flourish of his sleeve, Jiangchen took Long Aoqian with him and vanished in a flash. The leaders of the forces were at a loss. They could only look at Guhai and you. Greetings to the Han and His Holiness. Greetings to the Yen and His Holiness. The leaders of the forces bowed slightly. Guhai, and you looked at each other. Although there were some people in the group who were unwilling, most of them had already thought it through. The world had entered an autumn of chaos. The imperial court and the middle sects had already been eliminated. How about this? Go back and think about it. Those who are willing to enter Dahan's heavenly empire should head to the infinite celestial capital as soon as possible. Those who are willing to enter Great Yan's heavenly empire should head to Primeval City as soon as possible. De Yen and His Holiness will not force anyone. Guhai said. You nodded at the side. The leaders of the forces found it strange. Yes, you won't force us, but Yuanshi Tianzuan is forcing us. How depressing. All right. The leaders of the forces could only return dejectedly. De Yen and His Holiness, Zhouyin sect leader, you, farewell. Guhai looked at the two of them and said, You, and you nodded. You also smiled slightly in acknowledgement. Guhai swung his sleeves and left with Lin Wanner. You was also preparing to leave when you suddenly said, De Yen and His Holiness, you've already received the Sun Heart Flames recognition, right? You paused slightly and looked at you in confusion. Finally, he nodded. That's right. It's been a long time since I came to the Yang realm. I wonder if De Yen celestial capital welcomes me as a guest. You smiled. You looked at you in surprise. Why does he want to go to Primeval City? If the Zhouyin sect leader doesn't mind, you're most welcome. You nodded. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Please. You smiled. You nodded. He waved his hand. The 9 Phoenix chariot flew over from afar. Used for subordinates took out that strange chariot again and stepped onto it. The 2 chariots quickly headed towards Primeval City. Guhai quickly returned to limitless celestial capital with Lin Wanner. At this moment, in the soaring sky palace square, the officials were waiting. The news of the 42 sects and imperial dynasties collapsing in an instant had already spread. The officials were shocked, and the 4 princes were extremely worried. Only when Guhai returned with Lin Wanner did everyone feel relieved. Father, did everything go smoothly? Guqin stepped forward and asked. It went quite smoothly. However, I owe a favor that is neither too big nor too small. Huh, Guhai said, as he looked at the distant, great, desolate city. Yang Realm, Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. Yuanshi Tianzuan transmitted his voice to various forces in the Yang Realm. Eastern Spirit Fire Sea's Sea of Clouds of Destiny also had a warning from Yuanshi Tianzuan. The 4 Yuanshi Tianzuan Dharma appearances tapped on the 4 vermilion bird Dharma appearances' foreheads. Buzz. Images were transmitted one after another. Zhu Yi, Zhu Sanson, Zhu Silly, and Zhu Wu looked at the images in silence. Yuan Shi Tianzuan killed second brother and sixth brother? Zhu Yi said with a gloomy expression. Big brother, what should we do about this? Zhu Sanson said, hatefully, what do you mean, what should we do? Do you still want to take revenge? Why don't you go? Zhu Yi said angrily, Everyone's expression froze. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's strength made the four of them tremble. He killed them with one move, with only one move. Going like this was simply courting death. Wait for Master to return. When Master returns, the entire world will bow to him. Zhu Yi said coldly. Yes. Chapter 1178. In the world of the living, Jiang Chun brought Long Outyin back to the divine, seizing palace in the west. Long Outyin was still in a state of shock. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's tyrannical and ferocious strength made him feel unreal. He didn't know if Yuan Shi Tianzuan's strength was comparable to Allah's. All right, tell the others about the situation. I'll go out first. Jiang Chun said indifferently, Allah, are you still going to Wanshou Taoism? Long Outyin asked blankly. No, I'm going to meet an old friend. Jiang Chun shook his head. Yes. Long Outyin nodded blankly. Allah's old friend. Why hadn't he heard of it before? Xianyuan City, the former capital of the Great Yellow Dynasty. With the fall of Empress Ji, the Great Yellow Dynasty was in chaos. Various forces extended their hands into the territory of the Great Yellow Dynasty. Of course, this included the Dahan, Celestial Dynasty. Bingheim was in charge of collecting the scattered territories of the Great Yellow Dynasty and Nine Li Imperial Dynasty. Shangguan Hen led a group of experts to protect her and wait for her orders. Xianyuan City was the political center of the Great Yellow Dynasty. It was like a heart. Countless connections were sent in and out from this place, reaching all the cities of the Great Yellow Dynasty. This was also the place where Bingheim and the others focused on. Bingheim was the princess of the Great Yellow Dynasty. As a lobbyist, it was much easier for her to find the family heads of the various families in Xianyuan City. In a short time, Xianyuan City was already showing signs of sorting out the situation. The power structure of the entire Xianyuan City was also changing. However, the only thing that didn't change was Tsang Jie's residence. Although Tsang Jie entered the Dahan, Celestial Dynasty, Guhai gave him the right to not do anything. Tsang Jie didn't care about the matters of the Dahan Celestial Dynasty and returned to his residence in Xianyuan City alone. The embroidered uniform guards obeyed his orders and searched for precious materials for him, helping him plan the construction of Xianyuan City. No one knew what Tsang Jie was doing, but he seemed to be enjoying it. Until just now, in the square of the Premier Palace, Yuan Shi Tianzuan had used his absolute strength to make the whole world bow down. That domineering aura was like a gale blowing in their faces, even though they were hundreds of millions of miles away. Tsang Jie sat on a high platform in the mansion. There was a teapot on the stone table in front of him. He was alone, pouring himself a cup of tea. Through the brim of his hat, he looked at the square of the Premier Palace in the distance. He watched quietly, watching as Yuan Shi Tianzuan was insufferably arrogant, watching as Yuan Shi Tianzuan suppressed the world. They waited until it was over. Tsang Jie sighed, slightly. Buzz. However, at this moment, the void behind Tsang Jie trembled, and a figure suddenly appeared behind Tsang Jie. Although Tsang Jie felt the wind behind him, he didn't turn his head. Instead, he said, "The tea isn't cold yet. Sit down." "Oh, aren't you afraid that I'll harm you?" the person behind him said, lightly. "Ha ha, I've already become a cripple. With your means, do you still need to sneak an attack from behind to deal with me, Jiang Chun?" Tsang Jie said with a faint smile. Behind Tsang Jie was Jiang Chun, who had hurried over. Jiang Chun smiled, slightly, and slowly walked in front of Songjia. He sat down comfortably, picked up the teacup beside him, and poured himself a cup of tea to drink. You're the emperor above all, emperor below all. Songjia, are you really willing to enter the Dahan, celestial dynasty? Jiang Chun said lightly. Why not? Songjia looked at Jiang Chun. Not to mention Gu Hai, even Jiang Lianshan and Matriarch Ji are not qualified to make you submit. I don't understand. Why are you willing to submit to them? You're the ancestor of literature, the sage of word creation. The world's words and literature are all created because of you. Jiang Chun looked at Songjia and said with some confusion, Ancestor of literature, that's an exaggeration. I just know how to summarize some things. I can't be the ancestor of literature. Moreover, in the world now, the 3,000 great Tao are controlled by the 6 paths, celestial. Literature has long been sealed. Songjia said lightly. He can't seal it. Literature has already become a Tao, so it can't be sealed. If the common people use your words, literature will never decline. Jiang Chun said lightly. But now, I've already become a cripple. Songjia shook his head. A cripple? What is a cripple? Fuxi created longevity cultivation, but if you want to comprehend it, it won't take much effort. Although you're not one of Fuxi's 8 meridians, you can still use the power of longevity cultivation by imitating it. Jiang Chun said lightly, but in the end, I can't compare to the real longevity master. Songjia said lightly, not long ago, the unborn man didn't use longevity cultivation to fight you. You didn't lose, right? Moreover, longevity cultivation is just a support to you. You don't care about it at all. Jiang Chun said with a smile. Shaking his head lightly, Songjia said in a low voice, You're wrong. Longevity cultivation is broad and profound. Fuxi is an unparalleled genius. My longevity cultivation is only superficial. Superficial? Even if it's superficial, your literature cultivation can accept hundreds of rivers into the sea. Isn't longevity cultivation also within your tolerance? The methods you displayed are also not something a longevity cultivator can compare to. The world is so big, and there are billions of living beings and dead spirits. Who can have your methods? With just a little bit of literature, you can find where someone is. Literature cultivation. Word creation saint. Your words encircle countless lives. Names are also words. As long as there is a name, it's within the grasp of you. The word creation saint. Can longevity cultivation compare? Jiang Chun said with a smile. It's just a trivial method. My direction is different from Fuxi's. Songjia said lightly. Ancestor of literature cultivation, if you have such methods, why do you like to submit to others? Gu Hai, Matriarch Ji, Jiang Lianshan, and those who were called before, I won't mention them all. Jiang Chun said curiously. Ancestor of literature cultivation? You're wrong. I only created words. I'm not invincible in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In chess cultivation, I can't compare to old man Guanxi. Even if I played against Gu Hai, I might not be able to win. Songjia shook his head. You represent the source, after all. Jiang Chun said in a low voice. Songjia looked at Jiang Chun. Why are you here today? I just said that I want to know why. Jiang Chun said in a low voice. I told you, I'm already a cripple. Why can't I find a king to protect me? Songjia said with a smile. No, a cripple? What happened to you did indeed cripple your cultivation. But so what if your cultivation was crippled? You're also the ancestor of literature cultivation. You're unique, unparalleled in the world. There are 5 cultivation systems in the world: longevity, fortune, divine literature, and spirits. I can't even create a system of cultivation, but you did. How can you be willing to be a subject? Jiangchen said with a frown. But the truth is that I'm willing. Song Jie shook his head and said with a smile. You lost to Gu Hai on purpose last time? Jiangchen asked with a frown. No, Gu Hai is stronger than me. I told you before. I only created words and literature cultivation. There's nothing else. Song Jie shook his head. But how could Jiangchen be willing to believe that? When you created the system of literature cultivation, you called it a king under a person above a lord. I don't believe that it's because of your name. Others say that your name comes from the word song. Jiangchen said in a low voice. Oh, don't you think so? Song Jie said with a smile. Jiangchen shook his head. You're the ancestor of literature cultivation, the sage of word creation. There's no need to be complacent because of this one word. Song Jie didn't deny it. He looked at Jiangchen and said, Is this very important to you? It's very important. You know that my enemy is 30. In front of us, there are many heroes climbing the peak, and they are indeed getting stronger and stronger, especially that primeval Lord of Heaven. This time, he will definitely be able to stir up huge waves in the world. However, I know how powerful 30 is, and he will be back soon. The Vermilion Bird Supreme should be in contact with 30, Jiangchen said in a low voice. Just like 800,000 years ago, Song Jie said in a low voice. Yes, 800,000 years ago, Fuxi cut off 30's path to return. This time, 30 found the Vermilion Bird Supreme. Through the Vermilion Bird Supreme, he should be able to return soon. Jiangchen said in a low voice. If you don't want him to return so soon, why don't you learn from Fuxi and cut off the Vermilion Bird Supreme? Song Jie said indifferently. You think I haven't thought about it, but you also know 30's ability. He exposed the Vermilion Bird Supreme in front of everyone. Do you really think that once the Vermilion Bird Supreme dies, his path will be cut off? No, he must have been secretly plotting something. He's just using the Vermilion Bird Supreme to paralyze us. Otherwise, the Vermilion Bird Supreme wouldn't be able to roam the world. The same move against 30 can't be used twice, Jiangchen said in a low voice. So, you didn't touch the Vermilion Bird Supreme because you wanted to follow the vine to find the melon and find 30's other chess pieces? Song Jie said indifferently. You can say that. Unfortunately, it's very difficult. 30's ability, Jiangchen revealed a cold smile. Song Jie drank a mouthful of tea and fell silent. Song Jie, you and I have known each other for many years. Can't you reveal a little to me? Jiangchen said in a low voice. Reveal? I don't know anything. How can I reveal anything? Song Jie said with a bitter smile. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. At least, tell me what you mean by a sovereign under a person, a sovereign above a person. Don't use the word, Song, to brush me off. Jiangchen said, solemnly. Song Jie looked at Jiangchen through the brim of his hat. There was a moment of silence. The path of a literary cultivator is not about taking the lead, but supporting. If a literary cultivator wants to go further, it is impossible for me to do so. I can only support one person and help them break through the wall of my literary cultivator. A sovereign under a person, I will support a sovereign king. It was only with my assistance that the sovereign king was able to break through to the level above me. I can't reach the pinnacle, but I can create a pinnacle. Song Jie finally explained. You want to create a pinnacle. You are willing to be a subject. You created the literary cultivator. Jiangchen said with a frown. You forgot. So, what if it's a literary cultivator? So, what if it's one of the 5 cultivators? Aren't they all supporting tools? The 5 cultivators can never become the main character. The main character of the common people will always be humans. There is a saying in the mortal world that is actually very true. Learn the arts of literature and martial arts and sell them to the emperor. This is actually the truth. A literary cultivator can enlighten the common people, but the common people need a leader more. Sangjie said indifferently. A leader? Jiangchen frowned. A leader. The heavens are the leaders. 30 is the leader. The 6 paths are the leaders. They lead the common people and influence them. A literary cultivator is a tool for a leader. So is a longevity cultivator, a fate cultivator, a divine cultivator, and a spirit cultivator. It's just how to use these supporting tools to make the common people happier. Sangjie explained. Jiangchen was silent. Chapter 1179. Jiangchen looked at Sangjie and remained silent. Sangjie's thoughts were extremely different from his own. They could even be said to be 2 extremes. However, Jiangchen also understood that Sangjie was able to create the literature cultivator lineage. His willpower was extremely firm. It was almost impossible to change Sangjie by himself. Do you think that Gu Hai is a wise ruler? Do you need a wise ruler? Jiangchen said in a low voice. Sangjie shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? I have assisted 18 rulers, but all of them failed. Who can guarantee that this Gu Hai is also right? Sangjie said with a smile. Jiangchen remained silent for a while. Why don't you assist me and help me kill 30? Apart from that, I can satisfy your attitude towards the common people. You? Sangjie looked at Jiangchen. That's right, Jiangchen said in a low voice. He shook his head lightly. I can't assist you. You should know the specifics. Jiangchen frowned slightly. He took a deep breath and finally exhaled slightly. Forget it, forget it. Since you are Xian Luo Dehan this time, I will also see your results. Jiangchen said indifferently. Xian Luo Dehan. Sangjie said indifferently. Isn't it? Look at the surroundings of your mansion. Every blade of grass and every tree is mysterious. I have never seen you put so much effort into setting up a literature Dao formation. It seems that you value this Gu Hai very much. This formation is specially made for Gu Hai? Ha ha. You must know that there is not much time left. Jiangchen said indifferently. Sangjie did not deny it. He drank a cup of tea gently. Jiangchen understood that he couldn't get any other answer from Sangjie, so he could only sigh slightly. Let's go. Jiangchen finished his tea in one gulp. Buzz. With a flash, Jiangchen vanished from where he stood. Sangjie was the only one left on the high platform, facing the gentle breeze. He gazed in the direction of the infinite celestial capital and drank by himself. Great Yen Heavenly Dynasty, prehistoric city, Yu's uninvited appearance made Yu and Jingwei particularly puzzled. Although Bai did not use force, his divine cultivation skills were beyond everyone's expectations. With a single hand, the great perfection of Heavenly Palace was rendered defenseless. With a single command, the sun cut off his connection with the vermilion bird. One had to know that the vermilion bird was blessed by the heavens when it came to the sun heart flame. However, if Bai was not certain, Zhu Lulu would not be able to obtain the recognition of the sun. Even now, Bai had not forgotten this ability. Great Desolation City. The banquet was set at noon. During the banquet, Yu was accompanied by many officials, which was considered the highest level of courtesy. After the banquet, Yu dismissed the banquet and dismissed everyone. In a pavilion in the palace, Jingwei served tea, and the two sat down to chat. May I know why the sect leader of Juin's sect has come to Great Yen? Solemnly Yu asked. Thank you for your hospitality. You waited until now to ask. Great Yan's His Holiness can be considered to be tolerant. You smiled faintly. You frowned slightly. In the past, when Great Yan's His Holiness was sealed in the Earth's core, I already noticed. Great Yan's His Holiness was indomitable and resolute, which is why he has today's achievements. Solemnly you said, sealed in the Earth's core. You noticed? 3,000 years ago, you saw me being sealed? You asked in a low voice. No, 1,000 years ago, I saw you when I was cruising the Earth's core. You laughed. Cruising the Earth's core? Do you know where the Earth's core is? Ha ha. You didn't believe him. You didn't explain, and continued. You are blessed with the gift of fire. This is the most important reason why I am here. Fire? I am a fire elemental zombie ancestor. Everyone knows that. I am not blessed. You said faintly. How much do you know about fire? You laughed. Fire? Hee hee, I have reached the pinnacle of fire. How much do you think I know? You said confidently. The pinnacle of fire? I don't think so. You shook his head. You looked at you in confusion. He was the strongest fire elementalist in the world. Who could compare to him? Even Vermilion Bird supremacy might not be as strong as him in fire elemental cultivation. How is this not the pinnacle? How is it compared to the sun? You looked at the sun in the sky. You looked at the sun that was about to set in confusion. The sun is an eternal existence. It is the core of the 3,000 great Das. It gathers the power of the 3,000 great Das. No one can compare to it. You said in a low voice, no, you are wrong. The sun is not formed by the 3,000 great Das. You shook his head. Oh, the sun is only an eye. You said in a low voice. Whose eye is so big? How can it be so powerful? You said in disbelief. It is indeed an eye. I can control it because of a special reason. That is why I can make it despise Vermilion Bird supremacy. You shook his head. Impossible. The sun is vast and boundless. It is 100 times, 1,000 times bigger than my desolation city. I went to the sun personally once, and even I couldn't stay there for long. The sun lives forever, and lives as long as the heavens. How can it be an eye? How can it be controlled by you? Hee hee, when you dealt with Jululu, it wasn't you who ordered the sun, but cursed Jululu, right? You said coldly. You don't believe me? You laughed. The elite guard beside him also had a look of disdain. What a joke. How can the sun be controlled? Do you think you are the immortal of 6 paths? You looked at the sun in the sky and said again, Sun, I will have to trouble you again. Rise from the west and prove to me that what I said is true. The elite guard at the side looked at you in shock. Is you stupid? Make the sun rise from the west? Will it listen to you if you say so? Only Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. This was because the sun that was about to set suddenly trembled slightly and shot up into the sky again. It slowly floated up into the sky and floated up again. The sun rose from the west. How? How is this possible? The elite guard exclaimed. Not only did the elite guard exclaim in shock, many powerful people in the world of the living were looking at the sky in shock. The sun rose from the west. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Didn't the sun just go down the mountain? Many people were inexplicably shocked and thought that it was the end of the world. Jiang Chun, who had just returned to the temple of God, raised his eyebrows as he looked at the sun rising slowly. Then he looked at the Dongfang eldritch city. He seemed to have sensed that the sun rose from the west, which should be caused by you. In the premier hall, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, who was sitting cross-legged on a cattail hassock, also raised his eyebrows suddenly. However, he quickly regained his composure. In the pavilion of the eldritch city, you looked at you with a serious expression. I am not lying, right? You laughed. What are you trying to say? You said in a deep voice. You waved his hand at the sun. Wang. The sun slowly set again. It was as if the sun, rising from the west, was just an illusion. Now, what do you think about your fire elementalism compared to the sun? You laughed. The power of the sun is unparalleled. It is the pinnacle of fire, the ancestor of all fire in the world, unparalleled. You solemnly said, "No, actually, you have a chance to compare with it." You laughed. You was puzzled. You are the only person in the world of the living that I think highly of. This time, I am here to give you a chance. You said with a smile. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out a scroll. What is this? You asked curiously. A chance for you to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. You said with a smile. Then, you slowly stood up. You are right. You are already the best fire elementalist in the world, but you are not the best in the world. At least, you can't deal with Yuanshi Tianzuan. This divine sun transformation technique is for you. It is up to you whether you want to read it or not. However, I hope that you are the only one who can read it. Don't leak it to anyone else. I will destroy anyone who cultivates it except you. You said coldly. You took the scroll with a puzzled look. You did not explain further. Not far away, the carriage was approaching. You stepped into the carriage. The power of the sun is boundless. In the past, it was indeed an eye. I can command it not because I can control it, but because I have an old relationship with the owner of the eye. The sun recognized my identity, so it gave me face. You said before leaving, "Let's go." Rumble. You pulled the carriage and flew quickly into the distance. As they flew, the carriage disappeared into the void. It was as if they had crossed the two realms and gone to the netherworld. You watched as you left. He was puzzled and slowly opened the scroll. Divine Fire Sun Transformation, Divine Art. You read it carefully. After reading it, Yu's expression became extremely solemn. After memorizing every word of the technique, Yu gathered a fire in his hand, and the scroll was instantly destroyed. Sister, is this technique real? Jingwei asked curiously. I am not sure, but it is indeed mysterious and powerful. After mastering it, one can transform into the sun and be as powerful as the sun. With my body, I can sense the 3,000 great Tao. You said, so exaggerated, I heard that the supreme vermilion bird was nurtured in the sun. The sun is a world of fire, the source of heat in the world. To transform into the sun, isn't it too exaggerated? Jingwei said, I am not sure. You said, Sister, why don't you try to cultivate it? Jingwei said with anticipation. You shook his head. There is no free lunch in this world. I can't see through you. I don't know why he gave me this technique. Then what should we do? We can't read it. Sister, since you have taken it, shouldn't you cultivate it? No matter what Yu's purpose is, let's deal with it as we see it. Moreover, it can make us stronger. What is there to hesitate about? Jingwei advised. Yu was silent. You felt that you must have a deeper purpose. However, from this technique, he could see that it could make him stronger. Should he cultivate it? You looked at the place where you disappeared. He came to participate in the Yuanshi Tianzuan conference. 1.5 years later, Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of 6 Paths will fight. At that time, could he only be a spectator? Could his fate be decided by Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of 6 Paths? You narrowed his eyes. All right, I will try and see if this technique is really that powerful. Sister, you will definitely be more powerful. Jingwei said with anticipation. Xing Tian, you shouted. Here, Xing Tian, who was not far away, quickly came forward. Go to the netherworld immediately and investigate the Join sect. I need all the relevant information. You said, yes. Chapter 1180, Underworld, Heavenly Demon Holy Land, Ancient Temple Entrance. Bai Zizai returned with Scorpio and Wushang Demon. Beside them were two people in black and white robes. Big brother, second brother, third brother has been cursed by Hui. His eyes are blind and his arms are broken. We can't reconnect them. Quick, take a look. Scorpio said anxiously. Bai Zizai's face was also gloomy. Obviously, Bai Zizai was in a bad mood because of the World Unification Conference. Moreover, they couldn't undo Wushang Demon's curse. The two people in black and white robes were the big brother and second brother of the 12 peak masters of Heavenly Demon Holy Land. Although they didn't go to the Yang realm this time, they knew a lot about the Yang realm. The two of them seemed to know a little about the Tao of Curses. They kept chanting as black and white lights entered Heavenly Demon Wushang's body. After a while, the two people in black and white robes were disappointed. Big brother, second brother, will I be blind forever? Wushang Demon said in fear. Bai Zizai looked at the two people and said, By Wuchang Black Impermanence, can you undo Huey's curse? The big brother and black impermanence were silent. My lord, this curse is very strange. Both of us know a little about curses, but we can't find the source. Bai Wuchang said with a frown, Yes, this curse is too strong. The broken bones are obviously reconnected, but strangely, the broken bones repel each other. It's like two magnets repelling each other. There's a strange magnetic field lingering around. We can't break it. Black Impermanence said gloomily, Then what if we let him cut off his arms and let them grow back? Bai Zizai said with a frown, No, the curse is strange because it can't be removed. It will follow Wushang like a ghost. Bai Wuchang shook his head. No, I want to try. I'm a centipede demon. I have arms and legs. If I lose one or two, it won't matter. Break. Wushang Demon shouted in fear. Boom. With a loud bang, Wushang Demon tore off his right arm. Then he quickly cast a spell, and another right arm quickly grew out from his right arm. However, the moment his right arm regrown, Kacha! At the previous position, it was strangely cut off again. Wushang Demon, That's what I said. Bai Wuchang said. Then what about me? First brother, second brother, it's fine if my arm is broken, but my eyes are blind. Although I can rely on my senses, I can't see. What about my reincarnation? Wushang Demon asked worriedly. Reincarnation is useless. If you don't believe me, you can try. Bai Wuchang said. Wushang Demon. Then, is there a way to break the curse? Bai Zizai asked in a low voice. There is a way. Black Impermanence frowned. What is it? Wushang Demon asked anxiously. First, you can go to Qi and ask for his forgiveness. Ask him to break the curse. Or you can kill Qi. His curse will automatically disappear after a while. Black Impermanence said. Kill Qi? Wushang Demon shuddered at the thought of Qi kill him. Definitely not. He was on the same level as Jiangchen. Even if his lord went, he might not be able to. What's the second way? Bai Zizai asked. Second, you can go to the underground Blood City, find the 9 cauldrons, and break the curse. Bai Wuchang explained. Underground Blood City? Bai Zizai frowned. Yes, only the two of us know about this place. It's an extremely secretive place in the world. It's the lair of the Blood Shaman branch of the Sorcerer tribe. They specialize in bloodline curses. There are 9 cauldrons in the void. Although there aren't peerless masters in there, any peerless masters could die there. That's because the art of curses is invisible. Back then, the geniuses of the Sorcerer tribe summarized all the art of curses in the world and specialized in the art of curses. Unfortunately, The art of curses was too difficult to summarize. That's why it didn't reach the level of the 5 main branches of the sorcerer tribe, Black Impermanence explained. No, you're wrong. The blood shaman's research on the art of curses has actually reached the level of the 5 main branches. That's because the divine blood replication is a branch of their research. The blood shaman's art of curses should be extremely powerful after millions of years. Bai Wuchang said. But aren't the people in the underground blood city all descendants of the sorcerer tribe? Will they reject the monster tribe? Scorpio said worriedly. The sorcerer tribe rejects us? Oh, you're wrong. After the war between the sorcerer and the demon tribe, the remaining sorcerer tribe members didn't hate the monster tribe. They hated Jiangchun. That's because the sorcerer tribe had already won the war, but Jiangchun ruined it. Black Impermanence shook his head. The sorcerer tribe doesn't hate us? Scorpio frowned. Why would the sorcerer tribe hate an opponent who lost the war? It's just that the monster tribe hates the sorcerer tribe. What they hate is the person who led the sorcerer tribe to destruction, which is Jiangchun. Bai Wuchang explained. Now, we can either go to the underground blood city and break the curse with the 9 cauldrons. Black Impermanence said. Bai Zizai was silent. Go to the underground blood city. Black Impermanence, since you've been there before, you'll take Wushang with you. Break Wushang's curse as soon as possible. Bai Zizai said in a deep voice. Yes, my lord, we may need to prepare some gifts for this trip. Black Impermanence looked at Bai Zizai. It's in my treasure vault. Take whatever you need. Bai Zizai said in a deep voice. Yes, the underworld, the eternal Eam capital, in the study room. Mo Yike frowned and said, His Holiness, our people sent news from the southern border of the underworld. There's no Juin sect. There's no Juin sect? Guhai frowned. Yes, the underworld has been asking around and sent people to look for ancient books. Until now, there's no news about the Juin sect. The Qi has never been heard of before. It's as if it appeared out of thin air. Mo Yike frowned. Gu Hai tapped the table lightly with his fingers. His eyes flashed with a dignified look. There's no Juin sect. Then who was the Qi that the main body saw in the square of the Palace of Origin not long ago? Gu Hai believed that with the Qi's means, he wouldn't bother to use a fake identity. If he was that strong, why would he need to hide? Send people to continue investigating. Don't let go of any clues. Gu Hai ordered. Yes, Mo Yike replied. His Holiness, just now, Yuanshi Tianzuan used his Dharma idol to inform all the dynasties and sections. By now, all the major forces in the world should know. Mo Yike said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Yuanshi Tianzuan is not good at ruling the world. That's why he asked for our help. Moreover, he needs time to cultivate. That's why he can do it once and for all. For our forces, this is a great opportunity. At the same time, it's also a great crisis. That's right. Once we set foot on this path, we'll be in the teeth of the storm. Next, we'll have to face the fiercest storm. Mo Yike nodded. In the world of the living, Jiangchun is unwilling to accept any more countries. That leaves only Dahan and Great Yen. We'll focus on attacking the north and west of the Divine Continent, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, what about the Netherworld? In the Netherworld, there's Shun, Qi, and Bai Zizai. Dahan will focus on conquering the north and Dongfang. Gu Hai ordered. The north is not difficult. We've already built up our momentum. With the cooperation of Patriarch Mang Shan and the rest, the north is in the bag. But Dongfang has the Eastern Spiritual Flame Sea and 4 supreme vermilion birds. Will they? Mo Yike said worriedly. There's no need to worry. The vermilion birds' primes were already frightened out of their wits after the battle at the primeval hall. They will not interfere. just circle around the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea and start deploying troops, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. In the world of the living, the whole world witnessed the sun rising from the west. The world was shocked, and Gu Hai instantly guessed that this scene must have come from Qi, who was a guest in the Great Yen dynasty. However, Gu Hai felt confused about this Ho. This was because this Ho came too mysteriously. In the study, Gu Hai sat behind the desk. Only Montez stood in front of him. His Holiness, news just came from Shenyuan City. A brocade guard saw Jiang Chen in Song Jie's mansion. Montez said respectfully, Jiang Chen. Gu Hai's pupils shrank. Yes, a baihu of the brocade guard was helping Mr. Song Jie deliver the materials. He accidentally saw the two of them sitting at the observatory and drinking tea for a while. He didn't hear what they were talking about. However, Jiang Chen was very kind to Mr. Song Jie, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Montez said respectfully. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as shock flashed in his heart. Wasn't Song Jie the longevity master? Why was he related to Jiang Chen? Old friend? Montez was also very confused. The Dahan's celestial empire had reached the peak of the world. He had seen many talents. He also had a large number of wise counselors under his command. They shouldn't be inferior to Song Jie's wisdom. His Holiness had just subdued Song Jie. This Song Jie dared to leave? What's there to be proud of? I've seen many people like you who think highly of themselves. You're just a loser. What's there to be proud of? If His Holiness didn't think highly of you, what are you? However, when his subordinates just sent the news, Montez didn't know what to say. The attitude of an old friend. That was Jiang Chen. In today's world, Jiang Chen was one of the people most valued by the Dahan. No matter what, he could be on equal footing with His Holiness. He was actually Song Jie's friend. The disdain he had in the past disappeared in an instant. Pass down the order. This matter is to be kept a secret. I don't want the news of Song Jie meeting Jiang Chen to spread. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, rest assured, His Holiness. This subject will restrain my subordinates. Montez said with a solemn expression. Also, fully cooperate with Song Jie. As long as Song Jie's request doesn't harm the Dahan's foundation, fully support it. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Montez replied. Just as Gu Hai and Montez were talking, Gu Qin's voice suddenly came from outside the upper study. Father, good news. 2 sect masters and 2 great emperors have brought letters of surrender to seek an audience with you. Gu Qin shouted from outside the hall. Oh, it's already started? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Although the experts of the netherworld knew about the situation in the premier hall, they still had a lot of wishful thinking. However, it was different in the world of the living. After experiencing it firsthand, they naturally knew that a great disaster was imminent. Some of the leaders of the domineering forces immediately came to pledge their allegiance with letters of surrender. Chapter 1181. Limitless Celestial Capital. Soaring Palace Hall. All the civil and military officials stood respectfully on both sides of the hall. Gu Hai was wearing a black dragon robe with golden threads and a flat imperial crown. He sat on the dragon throne with his hands on the armrest as he looked down at the officials. The soaring palace hall was silent. All the officials were looking at the 4 people in the center of the hall. 2 of them were wearing golden dragon robes, while the other 2 were wearing purple Taoist robes. At this moment, each of them was holding a tray. On the tray were some scrolls and a seal. The 8-Baron Imperial Dynasty is willing to join the Dahan Celestial Dynasty. We hope that His Holiness of Dahan will allow it. The Sisui Sound Sect is willing to join the Dahan Celestial Dynasty. We hope that His Holiness of Dahan will allow it. The sixth joint imperial dynasty is willing to join the Dahan celestial dynasty. We hope that His Holiness of Dahan will allow it. The precious elephant sect is willing to join the Dahan celestial dynasty. We hope that His Holiness of Dahan will allow it. The leaders of the four forces shouted and bowed respectfully to Gu Hai with the trays in their hands. This was a sacred moment. Unlike the major forces that he had subdued in the past, these four people would be a benchmark for the leaders of the major forces in the world to see. The officials were solemnly, but Gu Hai was extremely solemn. He even stood up from the dragon throne and slowly walked towards the leaders of the four forces. It is my honor to have the four of you join the Dahan celestial dynasty. Here, I thank the four of you for putting the common people first and joining the Dahan celestial dynasty early. I accept the credentials of the four of you. From now on, the four of you are the people of the Dahan. As for the four of you, I will confer you the titles of Marquis of Bahuang, Marquis of Sisui, Marquis of Liuha, and Marquis of Baoxiang. I hope that you will join hands with me to create peace and prosperity in the Dahan. Gu Hai bowed slightly to the four people. Gu Hai indeed had to thank the four of them. The four of them were the first to come, which showed their absolute sincerity. This way, conquering the territories of the four great powers would be an extremely smooth transition, and their citizens would not suffer. Moreover, the arrival of the four of them was equivalent to adding hundreds of cities to the Dahan celestial empire. Naturally, the Dahan empire would become even more prosperous. Therefore, Gu Hai gave the four leaders the title of Marquis from the very beginning. Marquises were divided into three ranks: upper, middle, and lower. The rank of Marquis was only one step away from the rank of Duke. In the Dahan celestial dynasty, there were countless matters regarding the two realms of Yin and Yang. Naturally, there were countless opportunities to make contributions. The four of them were extremely powerful, and it was only a matter of time before they were promoted to dukes. Gu Hai received the four credentials one by one. At the same time, above the Sea of Providence, a divine light flashed in the eyes of Gu Hai's statue. Roar! In the depths of the Sea of Providence, a dragon's roar spread throughout the Dahan celestial empire. At the same time, the golden dragon of Providence in the four great powers, imperial capitals, and sect headquarters suddenly let out a sorrowful cry, and then collapsed. Providence surged toward the Dahan celestial empire. Congratulations to Marquis of Bahuang, Marquis of Sisui, Marquis of Liuha, and Marquis of Baoxiang. The officials congratulated the four of them. Gu Hai immediately expressed his gratitude to the four of them for coming to the imperial court. When they came, the four of them still had some conflict in their hearts, but when they officially joined the Dahan celestial empire, that knot disappeared. It was already the best thing that Gu Hai could treat them politely, although they still felt reluctant. The situation was like this. They would either abandon their country as itinerant cultivators or be killed by Yuanshi Tianzuan. Joining the Dahan celestial empire was already the best result. Moreover, the Dahan celestial empire had a group of perfected heavenly palaces. What else did they have to be proud of? The world was no longer the world of the past. In today's world, the top group of people were no longer willing to be lonely. With so many heroes competing, who could resist them? In this chaotic world, it was a good thing to have a strong backer. After the enfeoffment, Gu Hai hosted a banquet to entertain the four marquises who had just joined the imperial court. In an extremely harmonious and solemn environment, Gu Hai communicated with the four marquises on how to take over the four great powers as soon as possible. The four marquises also cooperated fully. In less than a day, The four marquises also led a large number of Dahan officials to the four great powers to take over hundreds of cities. From this day onward, the Dahan celestial empire became busy again. Sima Changkong was even transferred over from the netherworld to work with Qin Tianshan to take over the various cities. The Dahan celestial empire celebrated. Only Chun Tianshan showed a bitter expression as he sought an audience with Gu Hai. His Holiness, what should we do? This official does not have enough people. Chun Tianshan smiled bitterly. Transferring the officials of the four great powers to each other can reduce the burden of management, Gu Hai said with a smile. I know. This subject knows, but it's still not enough. Although the officials of the four major powers can be dispersed and transferred to other places to manage the cities, we still need the trusted aids of the Great Han Dynasty. However, this subject doesn't have enough time. The Great Han Dynasty has already tried many times, but it's still too late. Our Great Han Dynasty has developed too quickly, and we haven't completely sorted out the cities we conquered before. Now it's happening again. These four factions are just the beginning. There will definitely be many more. We are running out of manpower. Qin Tianshan smiled bitterly. The Dahan is indeed developing too quickly. Gu Hai nodded. This official is incompetent. I could not recruit more talents to be loyal to the Dahan. As a result, I am running out of time for such a good opportunity. Qin Tianshan said bitterly. This cannot be blamed on you. Most of the dynasties in history were like this. They could not expand their territory in a short time. Talent reserves and loyalty are the crux. The Dahan celestial empire is developing too quickly. It is normal for it to have a lack of talent. However, I already have a solution, Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh, you have a solution? Qin Tianshan asked, feeling confused. Gu Hai flung his sleeve and disappeared with Qin Tianshan, arriving at the Immortal Dome of Ancient Lands. At a vast plaza in the Immortal Dome of Ancient Lands. At this moment, millions of people stood in front of the plaza. All of them wore Confucian robes and stood respectfully. When Gu Hai appeared, the leader of the Confucian robes, who seemed to be officials, quickly came forward. Greetings, Heavenly Master. The officials said respectfully, Greetings, Heavenly Master. The million Confucian robes immediately bowed respectfully. This is, Qin Tianshan asked blankly. Considering the development of the Dahan, there will definitely be a shortage of talents. One day in the outside world is 10 years in the Immortal Dome of Ancient Lands. I have already sent people to pass down the way of management and sent people to search for talents. Those who are intelligent and loyal will be of great use. This is the first batch. There are 2 million scholars, all of whom have experience in managing cities and armies. All of them have more than 100 years of management experience. Look at these people. If they are not enough, there is a second batch and a third batch. Gu Hai said with a smile. This. Qin Tianshan burst into tears of joy. These days, in order to recruit talents, he had been so anxious that many of his hairs had turned white. It turned out that the problem that he found unsolvable was not a problem at all in front of His Holiness. His Majesty had already thought of a foolproof plan. His Holiness is wise. This official has troubled himself for nothing. Qin Tianshan immediately said with a smile. One day in the outside world is 10 years in the Dahan domain. Send people in and conduct a short training session for these 2 million scholars. Then assign them to different positions. Gu Hai instructed, Yes. This official will not let His Holiness down. Qin Tianshan said excitedly. On the plaza, the 2 million scholars were also excited. Clearly, they still yearned for the so-called immortal world. Their world was the Heavenly Master's world. Outside their small world, there was the immortal world. The Heavenly Master still had a huge foundation in the immortal world. Now, he was going to select talents to ascend to the immortal world. All of them had lofty aspirations and wanted to perform well later. Chen Tianshan went out and quickly summoned a large group of officials to help sort through the 2 million scholars. After that, the ancient immortal dome of ancient lands was sent to various places in the world. The news that the 8 Desolate Emperor dynasty, the 6 Unity Emperor dynasty, the Sisui Sound sect, and the Precious Elephant sect had joined the Dahan Heavenly dynasty spread to the ears of the various factions in the Divine Continent. It was not just these 4 factions. 5 other factions had joined the great Yen Heavenly dynasty. Immediately, the leaders of countless factions revealed angry expressions. A bunch of spineless people. What is there to be afraid of? They are all emperors of imperial dynasties. If an emperor does not have the ambition to create a new world, what kind of emperor is he? How can I hand over my foundation to others? Even if I die, I will not let others take advantage of me. All sorts of opposing voices rang out in the world. There was even a trend against the Wancho Taoism. Of course, these were just words. No one dared to challenge the Wancho Taoism, no matter what the voices of the world were. After a few factions took the lead, more factions were willing to join the Dahan Heavenly dynasty and the Great Yen Heavenly dynasty. 10 days was not a very long time. Once 10 days were up, Yuanshi Tianzuan would start a massacre. Now that they had joined the 2 dynasties, they would receive the most rewards. Guhai and Ho did not force them. If they were willing, they could come. If they were not, then so be it. That was because there were factions submitting one after another. They did not have enough time to accept them. How would they have the time to care about those factions that opposed them? The Dahan Heavenly dynasty was providing refuge and saving them. If they did not know what was good for them, then they could only blame themselves. The Great Yen Heavenly dynasty had the foundation of the Dayan dynasty. Although it was a little difficult to accept the factions, it was still acceptable. However, the Dahan Heavenly dynasty was something that countless factions did not understand. After all, the Dahan Heavenly dynasty had only been established for a few decades. It had only been a few decades since the Han dynasty and the Heavenly dynasty had just been established. Where did Guhai find so many management talents? It was really strange. Moreover, all of them were very skilled and at ease. The leaders of the imperial dynasties and middle sects joined one after another. Although some of the leaders of the imperial dynasties and lower sects did not participate in the World Unification Conference, they knew that this was true. Yuanshi Tianzuan had already sent a message to all the leaders of the factions. Did they still have to defend? Those imperial dynasties and middle sects had already submitted. Their own imperial dynasties and lower sects could not defend at all. They did not even have the qualifications to participate in the World Unification Conference. The various imperial dynasties and lower sects had the Dahan's embroidered uniform guards near them. The embroidered uniform guards only came to ask questions. Many small factions had already chosen to join the Dahan Heavenly dynasty. The Dahan Heavenly dynasty and the Great Yen Heavenly dynasty were very humane. Those factions that submitted to them would never fight for their wealth. This was also an important condition for the various factions to submit to them. In 10 days, the entire Divine Continent was undergoing earth-shaking changes. Other than a few factions that were still resisting stubbornly, most of them had already found someone to be loyal to. Fate surged towards the primeval desolate city and the limitless celestial capital. Chapter 1182. It was an extremely secluded place. The sky was dark and gloomy. It was glowing with a strange red light. There was a huge city below, and the words Underground Blood City were written on the entrance of the city. There were no walls in the city, only a single tower. It looked like it was trying to break out of an encirclement. It was surrounded by rolling fog. The fog was of a peculiar color, as if it was 7 colors. It surrounded the entire city. Black Impermanence and Wushang Demon stopped at the entrance of the Underground Blood City. They seemed to be hesitating, not knowing if they should go in. Second brother, have we arrived? I can feel a strange aura, and it's making my hair stand on end. Wushang said with a pale face, Yes, the Underground Blood City is right in front of us. Black Impermanence said with a frown, Is there someone more powerful than us in there? Why is my heart beating so fast? Wushang Demon asked worriedly. Black Impermanence shook his head. More powerful than us? Not necessarily, but the curse of the Blood Wizard clan may cause us trouble, so we have to be careful. All right, I'll listen to you. However, isn't this place a little too quiet? Heavenly Demon, Wushang said silently. There was no one at the entrance of the city, and the chilly wind was blowing. He, who said that there's no one? The Underground Blood City hasn't had an outsider for many years. It seems that only old friends can come to the Underground Blood City. Who are you? A ghostly old voice was heard. A hunchback elder with messy hair suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Underground Blood City. The hunchback elder was holding a snake-headed walking stick. The top of the walking stick was curved, and there was a lantern hanging from the mouth of the snake-headed walking stick. The hunchbacked old man had an extremely ugly appearance, but at the same time, he had a cunning and evil smile. You two have come from afar. Can you tell me your names? The hunchback elder said with a creepy smile. My name is... Wushang Demon was about to speak. Shut up, Black Impermanence shouted. Huh. Wushang Demon was confused. You can't simply reveal your name, especially in the Blood City. If you reveal your name, they will start to curse you. Black Impermanence explained in a low voice. Wushang Demon's expression changed as a wave of fear washed over him. If it was in the past, Wushang Demon would not have cared about the art of curses. However, ever since he suffered a great loss at the hands of Bai, he no longer dared to underestimate the art of curses. I am Hei, and this is Wu. Are you the guiding oracle of the Underground Blood City? Solemnly, Black Impermanence asked. Oh, looks like the two of you know the rules here, the hunchbacked old man said with a smile. Black Impermanence threw a storage bracelet over. There are 1 million high-grade spirit stones in here. You can count it as a guide fee. The hunchbacked old man took it, weighed it in his hand, and his eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. 1 million high-grade spirit stones as a guide. That's really something. Who do you want to meet? The hunchbacked old man became more courteous. I want to meet the leader of the Underground Blood City, the 9 Kings. Solemnly, Black Impermanence said. Oh, the 9 Kings? Hee, you sure are arrogant. Do you know the price to pay for meeting the 9 Kings? The hunchbacked old man sneered. I've prepared 100 million high-grade spirit stones for each of them, and I've also prepared countless treasures for them. Black Impermanence explained. Hee, you know quite a lot of rules. Whether the 9 Kings are willing to help or not, we can't ignore the etiquette. Why are you here in the Underground Blood City? The hunchbacked old man was surprised. The rules of the Underground Blood City are to do things with money. My brother has been cursed twice. I would like to invite the 9 Kings to use the 9 cauldrons to break the curse. Save my brother. Solemnly, Black Impermanence said. Hee, do you think it's so easy to invite the 9 Kings? You want to invite all 9 of them? Impossible. I can only recommend one of them for you. The hunchbacked old man said coldly, "I've done my research on this curse. One king might not be enough. All 9 kings must be present." Black Impermanence shook his head. "Now that you're in the underground blood city, you have to follow the rules here. Whatever I say goes. If you don't want to, then you can leave." The hunchbacked old man said coldly. Black Impermanence remained silent. Wu Shang Demon's expression changed, as if he was about to explode. Suddenly, a voice came from the lantern on the old man's crutch. "You're an important guest. Don't be rude." A young voice came from the lantern. The hunchbacked old man's expression changed, and he knelt down with a thud. "Master, please forgive me. I'm just following the rules of the underground ghost city," the hunchbacked old man said in fear. Black Impermanence, who was standing opposite him, was astonished. Even though the 9 great kings were in charge of the underground blood city back then, the position of the divine envoy wasn't low at all. He didn't need to kneel before the 9 great kings. What was going on now? Just a voice was enough to make him kneel? The rules depend on the timing. One of them is Wu Shang Demon, from the heavenly devil Holy Land, the one closest to the complete God realm. The other one is Black Impermanence, who is already in the complete God realm. Why are you trying to stop him? If he wants to kill you, he can do it with a thought. The voice came from the lantern again. I don't know. Please forgive me, Master," the hunchbacked old man said in fear. "Bring them to me. I've already informed the 9 kings to bring the 9 cauldrons here." The voice came from the lantern again. "Yes, Master," the hunchbacked old man said in fear. Black Impermanence's expression changed. "There's a new master in the underground blood city. Even the 9 kings listened to him." There was no more voice from the lantern. After a while, the hunchbacked old man dared to stand up. Looking at the 2 of them, the hunchbacked old man bowed respectfully and said, "Excuse me, please follow me." Black Impermanence was silent for a while and nodded. He led Wu Shang Demon and followed the hunchbacked old man to the city gate. Creak, the city gate opened, and the 3 of them walked in. Black Impermanence was silent when they entered the city. "Second brother, the owner of the underground blood city just now actually exposed our identities?" Heavenly Demon Wu Shang asked worriedly. "Since we're here, don't think too much," Black Impermanence said in a deep voice. Wu Shang Demon nodded. Once they entered the city, they saw a street. A large number of beggars were standing on the street. These beggars had rotten sores all over their faces and were extremely unkempt. However, there were traces of blue and green gas coming out of their bodies. Black Impermanence knew them. These people were also practitioners of curses. Moreover, they were the ones who had been cursed and did not have the money to get someone to remove the curse. They could only become beggars and beg for alms. When it came to people from the outside world, they had to give them a layer of oil. If they did not give them money, they would curse them. The last time they came, Black Impermanence had spent a lot of money to get rid of these beggars. Now, they're here again. "Sir, have some pity on me." "Sir, please give me some alms." When the beggars saw the outsiders, they rushed forward excitedly. At the same time, some cursed gas came out of their bodies and rushed toward Black Impermanence and Wu Shang Demon. "How dare you?" The hunchbacked old man hit the ground with his crutch. Boom! All the cursed gas was instantly dispersed. "They are the master's guests. Who dares to be rude?" the hunchbacked old man said in a deep voice. The group of beggars immediately moved away in fear. The 3 of them walked into the city. The other people in the city seemed to have heard the hunchbacked old man's words and moved away. Some shops even quickly closed their doors. Black Impermanence was puzzled by the frightened attitude of his subjects. Black Impermanence knew that these people were not afraid of him, but of the master of the underground blood city. Who was it? Why were these practitioners of curses so afraid? The hunchbacked old man led the way. After entering the city, they flew toward the depths of the city and arrived at the edge of a vast blood sea. The blood sea churned as if there were many monsters hibernating at the bottom of the blood sea. There was a group of palaces at the edge of the blood sea. The three of them came to the largest palace. It was called the Blood Witch Palace. In the Blood Witch Palace, there were already 9 men in dragon robes standing respectfully. They looked at Black Impermanence and Wu Shang Demon with a gloomy expression. 9 great kings? Black Impermanence was surprised. The last time he came, he did not see all 9 great kings. Now, all 9 of them were here. Each of the 9 great kings controlled a cauldron. If all 9 of them were here, wouldn't that mean all 9 cauldrons were here? His journey was too smooth, wasn't it? Master, we have brought them here. The hunchbacked old man said respectfully. There was no one else in the palace, but the hunchbacked old man was kneeling with utmost sincerity. Black Impermanence looked around carefully and finally found a creature on the roof. It was a pitch-black bat hanging upside down. The bat's eyes were glowing red as it looked at the palace. Heavenly Demon's Sanctuary, Black Impermanence, greets the master of the underground blood city. Black Impermanence said solemnly. The bat on the roof flapped its wings. Is he cursed? The master's voice came from where the bat was again. That's right. Thank you for your trouble, City Lord. The curse on Wushang Demon is extremely strange. I have tried many times to break it, but I failed. Black Impermanence said respectfully. One of you go and take a look. The City Lord said indifferently. The 9 great kings looked at each other, and one of them suddenly said, Great King, and you have traveled the world in the past few years, so you should know more about the outside world. Go and take a look. The 9 great kings nodded. One of them slowly stepped out and walked toward Wushang Demon. Great King, and thank you for your trouble. Black Impermanence said solemnly. Thank you for your trouble. Heavenly Demon Wushang said cautiously. Sit down, let me take a look. Great King, and said solemnly. Wushang Demon immediately sat down cross-legged. Wushang Demon, your cultivation is strong, and I am not as strong as you. Later, I will use a curse to investigate your body. Don't resist, otherwise I will be heavily injured if the curse backfires. Great King, and said again, Don't worry, I'll treat it as if I'm dead. Wushang Demon nodded. Great King, and closed its eyes and extended its hand. A ray of golden light entered Wushang Demon's body. Wushang Demon's entire body itched. He wanted to resist, but in the end, he endured it. Great King, and closed its eyes, as if it was sensing the power of the curse. When the power of the curse reached its severed arm, Great King, and shuddered, and beads of sweat appeared on its forehead. The surroundings were quiet, and no one dared to disturb it. When the power of the curse reached Wushang Demon's blind, another backlash occurred, and Great King, and shuddered. Pooh! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Great King, and's eyes widened. A primogenital level curse. Chapter 1183. A primogenital level curse. The 9 kings' expressions changed. Primogenital level? What's that? Black Impermanence frowned. The 9 kings' expressions darkened as they looked at Black Impermanence. Who did you offend? Why is there a primogenital level curse? No one has been able to cast such a curse since before the appearance of the witch tribe. King and frowned. I don't know either. His name is the leader of some Juin sect. I don't know anything else. Wushang Demon shook his head. The 9 kings were confused as they had never heard of it. You saw through the curse just now. Can you lift it? Black Impermanence asked again. King Bai and looked at the two of them solemnly, then looked at the bat, hanging upside down on the beam above them. Primogenital level? That's rare. Even during the ancient times, it was rare. This is a powerful opponent. A deep shout came from the bat. Can you lift it? Black Impermanence frowned. We can lift it because the 9 cauldrons are also primogenital level. However, the price for lifting it is not small. Moreover, breaking Bai's curse may cause us to become enemies with Bai, but the bat said, just say it. How much do you want to lift Wushang's curse? Black Impermanence said. The hall fell into silence. The bat did not speak, and the 9 kings did not dare to interrupt. After a while, the bat said, 300 billion upper-grade spiritual stones, a wisp of white tiger divine wind, and a set of molted shells of the 12 peak masters of the heavenly demon, Holy Land. 300 billion high-grade spirit stones, right off the bat. Even the 9 kings were shocked. That was too big of an appetite. However, no one dared to interrupt when their master spoke. Wushang Demon was stunned. Black Impermanence was also silent. Clearly, they were shocked by the bat's price. What do you think? The bat said. Black Impermanence was silent for a while before he said, How dare you, Governor of the Crimson City? You know everything I brought. It's up to you whether you succeed or not. Bat said indifferently. All right, no matter how many treasures there are, they can't be more important than Wushang Demon. I can give them all to you, but Wushang Demon must break the curse. Black Impermanence said solemnly, throw it into the blood sea nearby. Remove the curse immediately. Bat said in a deep voice. Black Impermanence stepped out of the hall and waved his hand. Mountains of spirit stones were thrown into the sea of blood. Wallalala! The blood sea immediately surged with monstrous waves. In the blood sea, the hibernating monsters seemed to be in a commotion as they quickly devoured the huge spirit stone. Boom! With a loud boom, the blood sea suddenly emitted billions of red lights, which seemed to emit a demonic aura. On the beam of the Blood Wizard Palace, the bat suddenly emitted waves of blood energy, as if it was connected to the blood sea. How comfortable! 300 billion superior grade spirit stones. I finally regained some of my former strength. Bat moaned involuntarily. However, this subconscious remark made the expressions of Wushang Demon and Black Impermanence change. Regained some of his former strength? 300 billion superior grade spirit stones. Do you know how many tens of thousands of years it takes to collect so many spirit stones? 300 billion superior grade spirit stones. 300 billion. Aside from the 300 billion superior grade spirit stones, there was also a wisp of the white tiger divine wind and a set of molted shells of the 12 peak masters of the heavenly demon Holy Land. All right, I've already given you what you should. Now, remove Wushang's curse. Black Impermanence said. 9 great kings, remove the curse. That called out. Yes, the 9 great kings answered. The 9 each took out a huge bronze cauldron and immediately surrounded Wushang Demon in 9 different directions. Buzz! The 9 great kings quickly activated the cauldrons, and the 9 cauldrons seemed to emit beams of green light. They rushed to the center and gathered above Wushang Demon's head, forming the image of a huge green cauldron. Suppress! The 9 great kings shouted in unison. That huge green cauldron image suddenly descended from the sky and smashed toward Wushang Demon. Hung! There was a loud sound, and the entire Blood Shaman Palace shook. However, a golden light came out of Wushang Demon's body and blocked the huge green cauldron. What? The 9 great kings exclaimed in shock. It didn't remove. Wushang Demon said anxiously, a primogenital level curse? It is indeed extraordinary. Even the 9 cauldrons can't remove it? Again, the 9 cauldrons are primogenitors. Use your heart blood to break it again. Bat shouted, What? Master, we will lose a lot of energy if we use heart blood. King Bai and exclaimed. The 9 great kings all showed terrified expressions. Don't you understand my words? Bat said coldly, Yes. The 9 great kings quivered and nodded. Poof, poof. The 9 great kings immediately vomited blood and fell into the 9 huge cauldrons. However, they saw 9 monster images slowly appear on the 9 huge cauldrons. They were Bai and Chunyo, Pishio, Taotai, Yazi, Bai and Baien, and Chi, and 9 ferocious beasts, 9 dragon cauldrons. Black Impermanence watched from the side. The 9 ferocious beasts appeared from the huge cauldrons, and they seemed to be alive. Roar. Another deafening roar sounded. The mouths of the cauldrons each spat out a mouthful of blood-colored aura, which gathered in the center and formed a huge blood-colored cauldron. Hong! The huge blood-colored cauldron smashed down, and the golden light on Wushang Demon's body exploded. Bam! 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 The 9 cauldrons fell to the ground, and the 9 great kings immediately sat on the ground with pale faces. They were panting heavily. Clearly, they had used too much energy just now. I can see now. My arm bone has been reconnected. Second brother, my curse is gone. Now, ouch, it still hurts. Wushang Demon shouted. Although he could see now, his eyes and arm still hurt. It's normal to feel pain. The curse on your body has been removed, but there is still some remnant aura of the curse. This is nothing to worry about. You can stay in the underground blood city for a while. The 9 great kings will help you get rid of it. The bat said indifferently. All right, thank you. Wushang Demon smiled. The 9 great kings put away their huge cauldrons and sat down cross-legged to regulate their breathing. Clearly, they had used too much energy just now, and their faces were still pale. Thank you, City Master. Black Impermanence said solemnly. Although they had paid a huge price this time, they had finally removed the curse. The art of curse can take lives from millions of miles away. It is very powerful. We have offended by removing the curse. I wonder how he will take revenge. Therefore, you don't have to feel bad about what you did just now. The bat said indifferently. Of course. Black Impermanence nodded. Speaking of which, he didn't want to kill Wushang Demon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just lost an arm. The bat said, Oh, you're saying that Bai can kill Wushang with the curse? Black Impermanence asked in surprise. Do you know how powerful a primogenital level curse is? Anyone below the great circle of the gods can't stand it. If he wants you to live, you will live. If he wants you to die, you will die. That's why you came to us. No one in the world can remove the curse. We only dared to accept it because he didn't want to kill Wushang Demon. Otherwise, we wouldn't want to provoke a primogenital level curse. The bat said, Wait, you just said that the art of curse can take lives from millions of miles away, and that anyone below the great circle of the gods can't stand it. Black Impermanence's eyes lit up. What do you mean? The bat asked. You take people's money and solve their problems. What if I want you to help me kill someone? Black Impermanence asked. Kill someone? The price for killing someone is not small. Who do you want to kill? The bat asked. Dahan's heavenly dynasty, Gu Hai. Can you curse him to death? Black Impermanence asked expectantly. Gu Hai? The bat suddenly said in a deep voice. Oh, your tone seems like you know him? Black Impermanence said doubtfully. The bat said, It's none of your business whether I know him or not. Curse Gu Hai? You can, but the price will be much higher. Can you really curse him? Black Impermanence asked in surprise. Most of the 12 peak lords of the heavenly demon Holy Land had died because of Gu-Hai. As the second in command, Black Impermanence's hatred for Gu-Hai was as deep as the ocean. 9 Kings. By activating the 9 Cauldrons curse, you can also cast a primogenitor level curse. It will cost a lot. The bat said, Primogenitor level curse? That's great. You can help me curse Gu-Hai, no matter the price. Black Impermanence's eyes lit up. Master, we can't do that. We just used our heart's blood. If we cast a primogenitor level curse, we might die. One of the kings exclaimed. Yes, Master, don't. The 9 kings shouted at the same time. Shut up. The bat shouted. The 9 kings froze, but Black Impermanence's eyes lit up. From the bat's tone, it seemed like he had a grudge with Gu-Hai. Blood City's city lord, what price do you want? Just say it, Black Impermanence said expectantly. This time, we're going to empty out the reserves of the 9 great kings. The bat said coolly. The vital energy of the 9 great kings has just been severely damaged. First of all, we need to replenish them. Secondly, we need to pay 10 times the price. What? 3 trillion high-grade spirit stones. How can there be so much? Black Impermanence exclaimed. Humph, if not for Gu-Hai, I wouldn't have asked for so little. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can use spiritual treasures to make up for it. You can discuss it with Bai Zizai. If he's willing, then come. If he's not, then forget it. The bat said, I will report to the Lord. But how effective is your curse? Black Impermanence frowned. Go tell Bai Zizai about the 9 Cauldrons soul-stealing curse. He knows how effective it is. The bat said, 9 Cauldrons soul-stealing curse? Back then, the Azure Dragon Sovereign had died because of this curse. Deity snatching? I thought he died in the hands of the deity snatching Temple Master Jiangchun. So it was this curse. Black Impermanence shuddered. If not for the grudge between me and Gu-Hai, your reward is not enough to cast the 9 Cauldrons soul-stealing curse. You go and tell Bai Zizai. Heavenly Demon Wushang will stay here to recuperate and wait for your news. The bat said lightly. Okay. Black Impermanence nodded. At the entrance of the shop, the hunchbacked elder respectfully sent Black Impermanence out. In the main hall, the 9 kings watched Black Impermanence leave. When they heard the bat say that they should heal themselves first, they sighed in relief. That was better. Only Great King Hessian frowned deeply, his eyes flickering. This was because Great King Hessian knew Gu-Hai. Furthermore, before Hessian was conferred his conferment, he had received a favor from Gu-Hai. King Bai and said nothing. From now on, seal off the underground Blood City. No one is allowed to go out. I mean, no one. The bat said coldly. Yes, the 9 kings answered. Chapter 1184. 10 days. Earth-shattering changes happened in the Yang realm. Once the 10 days were up, Yuanshi Tianzuan was about to carry out a great purge. Countless powerhouses in the world were waiting for the time to come. The limitless celestial capital square was already filled with emperors and sect masters from various forces in the Yang realm. However, they had now become marquises of the Dahan celestial empire. Apart from the earliest 4 upper marquises, the rest were below middle marquis. In front of everyone was a Guqin figurine, listening to the reports from all over the world. The statue of Gu-Hai even used fate to form a large light screen, condensing the scene in the direction of the primeval hall for everyone to see. Gu-Hai stood in the square of the soaring sky hall, accompanied by civil and military officials. The leaders of various forces in the Yang realm stared at him. On the other side, there was also a group of forces from the Yang realm. The forces of the Yang realm did not participate in the World Unification Conference after all, so they did not feel that strongly and even had a skeptical attitude. However, the Dahan Celestial Empire sent envoys quickly to invite them to be guests and bring them to the Yang realm. This also gave the various forces in the Yang realm a way to understand the Yang realm. A few leaders were willing to go personally, and most of them sent their important officials. Stepping into the Yang realm from the Eternaline capital, they were all shocked by the structure of the Dahan Celestial Empire. The Guqin figurine's message also made the various forces in the Yang realm realize that they were too far behind. The Guqin figurine's communication could reach the world. Those who came early even sent some people to other places to inquire about the news. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the primeval hall to make a move. His Holiness, apart from the two major forces of the Wanshou Taoism and the God-seizing temple, 60% of the remaining territories have already joined the Dahan Celestial Empire and the Great Yen Empire, explained Sima Chongkong. 60%? Then there's still 40%, asked Gu Hai with a frown. Yes, most of the emperors are arrogant. Not all of them are willing to submit. Some of the leaders are still holding on, waiting for Yuanshi Tianzuan's judgment. Some of them would rather disband their countries and sects than submit to anyone. Sima Chongkong explained, the founders did indeed have the ambition to create a new world, but unfortunately, the situation was stronger than them. They did not manage to reach the peak quickly, and have already lost the right to create a new world. We have already done what we can do. Whether they are willing or not, it is up to them. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Sima Chongkong nodded. However, at that moment, in the image condensed by Gu Hai's divine statue using the power of providence, the door of the primordial hall opened with a bang. Quang! The door opened, and Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped out of the premier palace. A golden dragon coiled around his left arm, and his expression was still as cold as ever. Many of the netherworldly forces felt a chill run down their spines. Yuanshi Tianzuan stood in the square of the premier palace and slowly scanned the world. Although most of the fate had flowed to the Great Yen dynasty and the Great Han dynasty, there were still countless forces guarding the fate lands. There were imperial dynasties, lower-tier sects, imperial dynasties, and mid-tier sections. They were all hoping for a miracle to happen. Leave the providence in the capital and hide the emperors? The sect masters are hiding in the dark. That's all. Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. His sneer instantly spread to all the forces participating in the Sea of Providence. It also reached the ears of countless sect masters and emperors who were hiding. It's useless. As long as the Providence exists, it will have a connection with you. Coincidentally, I can also find this connection. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes turned cold. As he spoke, the premier banner flew out again. Rumble! A large amount of chaotic sword chi flew out of the premier banner. When Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the world, it was as if he had locked on to every corner of the world. Go! Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted coldly. Boom! The huge group of chaotic sword chi instantly broke through the clouds and fog and entered the world like a tide. The emperors and sect masters of the infinite celestial capital felt a chill in their hearts. This was because they had seen this scene 10 days ago. 42 forces had been destroyed like this. They saw a group of chaotic sword chi scatter to the places where the Sea of Providence still existed. Boom! The palaces in those places were instantly crushed into pieces. All the main halls of the sects were destroyed. The chaotic sword chi seemed to have sensed the connection between the emperors and sect masters through the Sea of Providence. Whoosh! Whoosh! They came out of the Sea of Providence and shot in all directions. There were mountains, forests, deserts, rivers, lakes, and seas. Ah, ah, ah! Suddenly, screams of terror could be heard from everywhere. Boom! All the emperors and sect masters who had been hiding were killed one by one. Rumble! All the Sea of Providence collapsed and disappeared, massacring the world in one move. In an instant, there were only 4 Sea of Providence left in the Yang realm. The Great Yen Celestial Empire, the Wanshou Taoism, the Divine Seizing Temple, and the Dahan Celestial Empire. As for the others, no matter whether they were royal dynasties, imperial dynasties, lower sects, or middle sects, they all collapsed. None of them were left. They were all massacred by Yuanshi Tianzuan. At the entrance of the Soaring Temple, the Qin warriors in front of the leaders of the Yang realm kept reporting about the death of certain sect masters and the destruction of certain Sea of Providence. After summarizing, everyone understood that those stubborn forces had all been massacred. The leaders of the Yang realm's forces all gasped. At the same time, they looked at Gu Hai with gratitude. Although they were forced to join the Dahan Celestial Empire, they did not blame Gu Hai because Gu Hai had provided a refuge for everyone. Although they were no longer emperors or sect masters, the power in their hands did not decrease by much. Gu Hai knew how to use people and dared to use them. As long as one was capable, he would give a lot of power to those who surrendered. There was also plenty of room for improvement. The one who really forced them to abandon their countries and sects was Yuanshi Tianzuan. The leaders of the Yang realm's forces were now officials and nobles of the Dahan Celestial Empire. The forces of the Yang realm witnessed everything with their own eyes and gasped. They were stunned by Yuanshi Tianzuan's ruthlessness. Of course, the forces of the Yang realm still had to investigate the authenticity of everything. However, from the constant news from the Qin warriors at the side, they could already hear the general idea. This matter could not be wrong. In the image, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked around the world. His eyes were still cold. Suddenly, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the limitless celestial capital and eldritch city. Gu Hai, in 20 days, I will destroy the forces of the Yang realm that do not submit. You all should quickly collect the forces of the Yang realm. If there are any who resist or cannot be subdued in a short time, mark them and hand them to me. I will destroy them all. Yuanshi Tianzuan said solemnly. Yuanshi Tianzuan also understood that Gu Hai and Bai were helping him, so his tone was still polite. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Similarly, at the entrance of Eldritch City and Flame God Temple, Bai also nodded, okay. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the world of the Yang realm with satisfaction. He turned his head and slowly walked toward the primeval hall. Bang! The door of the primeval hall closed with a bang. Everything was over. Gu Hai also removed the image. However, the waves in the hearts of the countless experts around could not calm down for a long time, especially the forces of the Yang realm. Many of them suddenly felt lost. You can't play like this. We worked so hard to build our foundation, and we are giving it up just like that. My beloved subjects. Gu Hai looked at the various major forces that had surrendered in the Yang realm. His Holiness, the leaders of the various forces, said respectfully, during this period, Gu Hai will be in charge of dispatching the various officials. I hope that everyone will cooperate fully. Gu Hai said solemnly, yes, rest assured, His Holiness. We will definitely cooperate fully. Everyone immediately shouted. Secondly, Sima Chongkong will be in charge of subduing the ownerless factions. He will mobilize troops from all of you to participate in the war. He will even consider all of your former identities. I would like to invite all of you to be my lobbyists. I hope that all of you will cooperate. Definitely. We will definitely cooperate. Everyone immediately shouted. In the Yang realm, the next step was to wrap things up. There was still a large number of scattered forces that were not that easy to collect. In fact, they might not even be able to collect half of them after 1.5 years. However, the Dahan heavenly dynasty was still organizing in an orderly manner. In the end, they would take as much territory as they could. This was a busy period. Aside from some strategic areas where they would forcibly send troops, most of them did not need to use force. After all, the Dahan heavenly dynasty did not have time to control the sudden increase in territory. They did not have the energy to be busy with other things. The loyalty of the world's factions also caused the Dahan heavenly dynasty's providence sea to overflow. The surging providence sea made Gu Hai and the 100 official statues grow even bigger. Dragon roars seemed to be coming from within the Providence Sea, as if more small golden dragons of Providence were about to be born. Gu Hai asked Long Wanyu what was going on. Long Wanyu did not know either. Friends from the Yang realm, you have understood the situation in the Yang realm. Yin Yang Valley will be open to everyone for 5 days. In these 5 days, you can enter and leave as you please. If you don't want to go back, you can ask the embroidered uniform guards to bring a message for you. You can also go back on your own. I won't be accompanying you. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Yes, thank you Dahan for his holiness. Thank you Dahan for his holiness. The people from the Yang realm's factions bowed. Previously, when Gu Hai sent people to invite them, everyone thought that Gu Hai was going to use some kind of method to snatch their factions. But now, they realized that Gu Hai did not need to use force at all. Whether they came or not was up to them. For a moment, the leaders of the Yang realm's factions revealed bitter expressions. Chapter 1185. The people of the major forces who were invited by Gu Hai to the Yang realm returned to the Yang realm one after another. The news they brought back to the Yang realm was so despairing. Yuanshi Tianzuan's ruthlessness was even more terrifying than everyone imagined. The Dahan celestial dynasty did not urge any of the forces, but the forces were more anxious than ever because there was a knife hanging above their heads, and it would fall in 10 days. This time, the Dahan not only showed the Yuanshi Tianzuan's cruelty to the forces, but also let the forces of the Yang realm see the Dahan celestial dynasty's generous policy. The masters of the major forces who surrendered in the Yang realm were the best examples. The introduction of the Qin figurines also allowed the major forces of the Yang realm to quickly communicate. The conclusions they obtained were always so despairing. In just 5 days, the first batch of masters of the forces who surrendered arrived at the Eternaline capital. Like the Yang realm, the masters of the 5 major forces immediately expressed their loyalty. Immediately, they received the courtesy of the skeleton Gu Hai. They were conferred the title of Upper Marquis. With these 5 leaders, everything else was much easier. Although the heavenly demon Holy Land was the most tyrannical in the Yang realm in the past with the Qin figurines, after gathering all kinds of information, they found that the Dahan celestial dynasty was not inferior to the heavenly demon Holy Land. This was because the Dahan celestial dynasty had a large number of perfected heavenly palaces. Secondly, it was said that more than half of the peak masters of the heavenly demon Holy Land had died at the hands of the Dahan celestial dynasty. Even if the 8 peak masters of the heavenly demon Holy Land had fallen and were killed by Gu Hai, the heavenly demon Holy Land still did not dare to take revenge. Once they made the decision to submit, the forces of the Yang realm also analyzed which one to submit to. The Jiuyin sect could not be found at all, so they could only choose from these 2 major forces. The north of the Yang realm was already under Gu Hai's control. In the Dongfang of the Yang realm, the Vermilion Bird Supreme also withdrew its destiny and did not compete for the world's forces at this time. After analysis, the major forces of Dongfang mostly chose to join the Dahan celestial dynasty. Originally, All of this was within Bai Zizai's expectations. However, Bai Zizai's expression turned ugly when he saw the changes in the south of the netherworld. This was because although only a third of the forces in the southern underworld had surrendered, most of them had chosen Gu Hai over the heavenly demon, Holy Land. Yinshan Palace. Bai Zizai angrily slammed his palm on the armrest of the throne. My lord, other than the West, all of the other places have chosen to submit to our heavenly demon, Holy Land. We did not accept many from the other places. Scorpio said with an ugly expression, Gu Hai is going to make a killing this time. Black Impermanence said with an ugly expression, My lord, no one will know about the curse of the underground blood city. Moreover, my lord can also use this opportunity to test the infinite celestial capital and see if Long Zhanghua is really still alive. As long as we curse him, everything will naturally be revealed. We won't have to worry about the Long Zhanghua every day. Bai Wuchang advised. Bai Zizai was silent for a while before he finally said in a deep voice, All right, Black Impermanence, go and tell the underground blood city that I have agreed to their request. After 15 days, Yuanshi Tianzun will once again massacre the netherworld. Yuanshi Tianzun should enter deep seclusion and not care about the affairs of the world. When that time comes, start cursing Gu Hai. Yes, Black Impermanence replied. Although many forces of the netherworld had been invited to the netherworld to observe the ceremony, who would so easily give away their authority? The Dahan Celestial Empire now had influence in the north, but there was also some influence in Dongfang. 60% of the forces in Dongfang had submitted to the Dahan Celestial Empire. Although there were also forces in the south that submitted to the Dahan Celestial Empire. At most, only 30% of the forces. Even so, the Dahan Celestial Empire was still struggling to cope. They were extremely busy. Surging fate energy surged towards the eternal Yin capital. Large batches of people were deployed everywhere to take over one city after another. Gu Hai didn't force anyone because it was already too late to take over these forces. So how could he force them? A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. Among the countless forces of the netherworld waiting, there was disbelief, fear, and anticipation. Everyone's emotions were mixed as they waited until noon. A thunderous roar resounded through all the seas of fate. Time is up. I have given you the greatest tolerance in a month's time. Time is up. All of you can be destroyed. A loud roar sounded. Boom. Endless chaotic sword chi appeared out of thin air and rushed towards all the seas of fate. Boom. Crack. Countless palaces exploded, and countless sects were instantly destroyed. As for the stubborn emperors and sect masters, they were all destroyed. Not a single one was left. It was a clean and neat end. After the great destruction, the news was quickly transmitted to the masters of the forces that had chosen to surrender through the Guqin figurines. Everyone gasped. Similarly, all the forces were eliminated from the great wave of fighting for the world. Everything was too cruel. Gu Hai, Bai Zizai, in the next year, hurry up and subdue the various forces. I want to enter seclusion for a few days to adjust to my strong estate. When I come out, I will kill the 6 paths. A soft roar sounded in the ears of the three. Gu Hai, and Bai Zizai's eyes narrowed. Finally, the bloodbath in the netherworld was over. Next, it was time to sort out the forces of the netherworld. The heavenly demon's sacred ground had existed for millions of years, so they had some foundation after all. They quickly sorted out the western part of the netherworld, the north of the netherworld, Dongfang, and the south. Even though Gu Hai had countless talents in the immortal dome of the ancients, he was still a little stretched. In the mortal realm, Gu Hai asked Chen Tianshan, Sima Changkong, Guqin, Gu Han, Gu Tang, and Gu Ming to sort out the situation. In the netherworld, Mo Yike was the leader while Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God Ing were cooperating with all their might. As for subduing the world, Gu Hai only gave some pointers. In the mortal realm, Gu Hai's main body began to enter seclusion in the immortal dome of the ancients after dealing with these trivial matters. Gu Hai understood that there would be the most tragic battle in 1.5 years. If Yuanshi Tianzun lost, he would have to face the wrath of the immortal of the six paths. Even if Yuanshi Tianzun won, he would not be able to rest easy. He did not want to live by Yuanshi Tianzun's face. He had to rely on himself. Time was short. Gu Hai's greatest reliance now was Panga's axe. Panga's axe played a huge role in defeating Zhu Lulu last time. However, Gu Hai could only use this much now. Gu Hai held Panga's axe in his hand and slightly activated it. Wong wong wong. Panga's axe trembled slightly, and the void trembled. No, I don't have enough power. Panga's axe contains a lot of power, but I can only use less than 1% of it. If I want to use more, my cultivation has to be 1 level higher. Gu Hai frowned. Gu Hai did not need a break in time for Panga's axe. It was like a familiar partner. Panga's axe also recognized Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai's strength could not be used too much. 8th level of Heavenly Palace. It seemed to be extremely powerful, but Gu Hai knew that there was still a lot to be done. Only God Perfection could fully unleash the power of Panga's axe. He could only use less than 1% of it now, and it was Panga's axe that gave it to him. But how could he improve his current cultivation? 1.5 years, there was not much time left. Great compassion, poem of heaven and earth. How could it be so easy to cultivate? Gu Hai absorbed all kinds of qi, and the amount he needed was huge. He could not understand it at the moment. Dual cultivation. Gu Hai could only say helplessly. Under dual cultivation, he could still see the growth of his cultivation. Other than dual cultivation, there was no other way for now. Hence, Gu Hai found Chen Xian, Long Wanqing, and Lin Wan to help him cultivate. 1 day in the outside world was 10 years in the ancient immortal dome. 10 days later, Gu Hai brought the 3 women back to the infinite celestial capital's imperial palace. The 3 women's expressions were glowing. Their cultivation had improved by quite a bit. However, Gu Hai's cultivation improvement was limited. It was only slightly better than not dual cultivation. With a trace of anxiety, Gu Hai sighed, slightly. Husband, why don't we ask Sister Bingheim to come back and try? Chen Xian frowned. The 3 women were also anxious for Gu Hai. Husband, what do you plan to do with Wan Yu? Why don't we? Long Wanqing said with a trace of expectation, you don't have to worry about me. I'll think of something. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Gu Hai knew his own situation. Ever since he started cultivating the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, cultivation sometimes required great opportunities. Husband, why don't we go to the ancient immortal dome again? Lin Wan said with a red face. The 2 women smiled slightly, just as they were about to persuade Gu Hai. Gu Hai's body suddenly swayed. Husband, what's wrong? Long Wanqing asked in confusion. Why is my husband swaying? That's not right. Husband, are you okay? Chen Xian's expression changed. Plop. However, he saw Gu Hai suddenly fall to the ground and lose consciousness. What? Husband, what's wrong? Lin Wanner exclaimed. Chen Xian rushed over and helped Gu Hai up. With a panicked expression, she asked, Husband, are you okay? What happened to you? Chen Xian kept shaking Gu Hai, but Gu Hai was still unconscious. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Wan Yu. Long Wanqing anxiously wanted to rush out. Wait. Chen Xian shouted. Sister, is husband awake? Long Wanqing immediately turned her head. No, We can't let anyone know that he's unconscious. You secretly ask Long Wanyu to come over. Don't let anyone know. Qin Xian said anxiously. Oh, okay. Long Wanqing immediately walked out anxiously. Sister Wan, go to the underworld immediately and see how husband's clone is doing. Pay attention to your expression. Don't show such a sad face. Husband will definitely be fine. Qin Xian instructed again. Okay, Sister Chun. Lin Wan rushed out in a hurry. Husband, what's wrong with you? Your breathing is normal and your body is normal. Why? Why did you suddenly faint? Husband, you will definitely be fine. Qin Xian held Gu Hai and checked while anxiously muttering to herself. Chapter 1186. Underground Blood City. Black Impermanence came to the Blood Shaman Hall again. Wu Shang Demon was now 80% healed, but there were still some remnants of the curse on him, which could be cleaned up soon. The bat was still hanging upside down on the roof beam, looking at Black Impermanence with bloodshot eyes. Bai Zizai agreed. The bat asked calmly, Yes, but we have to wait 20 days until everything in the netherworld is sorted out before we can start cursing. Black Impermanence said solemnly. Sure, where are the items? The bat asked again. There are too many things. I'm worried that you... Black Impermanence said worriedly. Bai Zizai has a little immortal Qiong that made a batch of replicas for you. I know you have a lot of space, but my blood sea is not as simple as you think. Just throw everything into the blood sea. The bat said calmly. Okay, Black Impermanence answered. He waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rolling spirit stones poured into the blood sea like the collapse of a heavenly river. At the bottom of the blood sea, there seemed to be monsters swimming quickly, swallowing the rolling spirit stones. A large whirlpool appeared in the blood sea, swallowing all the spirit stones that came in. 3 trillion? How big was that? Even Black Impermanence's eyelids twitched. That was the heavenly demon, Holy Land's millions of years of savings, and 99% of it was gone in an instant. The blood sea emitted a bloody mist that enveloped the entire underground blood city. Everyone who practiced curses suddenly shivered, as if a great nourishment had entered their bodies. Excitement flashed in their eyes. Thank you, Master. Countless curses respectfully bowed in the direction of the blood sea. In the city, there were 9 halls in 9 directions. The 9 kings looked at the blood sea in the distance with complicated expressions and also said respectfully, Thank you, Master. Black Impermanence's expression was solemn. This was because Black Impermanence could also sense a soul-nourishing substance flowing into his body from the blood chi. Blood City's governor, I would like to know, what effect does the 9 cauldrons God-stealing curse have? Black Impermanence asked. The 9 cauldrons God-stealing spell can bring all of Gu Hai's consciousness and his god to us. The bat on the beam said calmly, Gu Hai's god. Black Impermanence frowned. God is the 7th soul, hidden in the space between the eyebrows. The art of cursing is the Tao of God cultivators. It's not like you don't know, the bat said coolly. But Gu Hai hasn't reached the peak of the celestial palace yet. He might not have a god. Maybe he hasn't condensed the 7th fragment yet. Black Impermanence frowned. If he hasn't condensed the 7th fragment, then he will only bring all of Gu Hai's consciousness here. It will be easier to destroy him. The bat said calmly, Bring Gu Hai's consciousness to the underground blood city? Then what about Gu Hai's body and 3 souls? Black Impermanence was puzzled. Of course, he will faint there. As for the 3 souls, Gu Hai's 3 souls are fine. It's just that he will lose his consciousness. It's as if he has turned into an idiot. Forcing Gu Hai to wake up will cause him irreparable damage. He will be like a walking corpse without any consciousness. The bat said, "That's what happened to the Azure Dragon Sovereign. So it was this curse that caused him to faint and become an idiot, but I can't find the root of the problem. Divine path, as expected, of a primogenitor level curse." Black Impermanence narrowed his eyes. "Oh, right. Will you curse both of Guhai's doppelgangers?" Black Impermanence suddenly asked. "That's right. 2 doppelgangers? I was almost fooled by him last time." "Humph." The bat suddenly sank. "What do you think?" Black Impermanence asked. "As long as he is in this world, drinking the water of heaven and earth and inhaling the chi of heaven and earth, he will be under the curse of a god. He won't be able to escape. Don't worry." The bat said, "All right, I hope nothing will happen to you." Black Impermanence nodded. Black Impermanence returned and reported to Bai Zazai. "In the ancient temple, 9 cauldrons soul-stealing curse. If that's the case, then it's enough. Black Impermanence, stay in the underground blood city and witness Guhai's consciousness being completely destroyed. Make sure he becomes an idiot. You must make sure that Guhai's soul vanishes." Bai Zazai said, "Don't worry, my lord. I will bear witness to everything. If they dare to lie in the underground blood city, I will destroy them all and kill them all." Black Impermanence said coldly, "Okay." Bai Zazai nodded. Everything was ready. 10 days after Yuanshi Tianzuan's bloodbath in the underworld, the underground blood city finally started to cast a primogenitor level curse. All the witches in the city were chanting, as if they were accumulating the energy of the curse. Black Impermanence and Wushang Demon witnessed everything with their own eyes. They looked at the blood fog that filled the underground blood city. Countless purplish energy of the curse gathered in 9 directions. Slowly, 9 gigantic cauldrons formed in the air. Each of the 9 kings controlled a giant cauldron. Each of them sat at the mouth of the cauldron and started chanting. The sound of the curse spread throughout the entire underground blood city. At this moment, a blood-red aura suddenly rose from the blood sea and soared into the sky. Slowly, it formed a row of huge blood words in the air. His Holiness in Dahan Guhai. A total of 8 words confirmed Guhai's identity. The ancestors of the 9 heavens illuminate the world. The 9 cauldrons are the bones, suppressing the world. Qionyeo Yazi, Tao Tai, Paixio, Bai Wu, Basya, Bai Wu, Chiwen, the 9 cauldrons suppressing the world, seizing the world's demon gods. Suppress. A loud shout came from the sea of blood. Wang. The 9 cauldrons in 9 different directions shuddered violently. Poof, poof, poof. The 9 great kings were in 9 different directions. Immediately, they each spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood into the giant cauldron. The 9 cauldrons immediately let out a dragon's roar, and 9 monsters with different appearances appeared. Hung! The 9 cauldrons suddenly shook the earth, causing the earth to tremble. In the void, the words Dahan's celestial dynasty, His Holiness Guhai, suddenly exploded. Then, the entire sky turned dark, followed by waves of ripples. Countless firefly-like light spots descended from the sky. Guhai's god has arrived. All witches, be careful. If you see Guhai's god, report immediately. Those who capture him will be heavily rewarded. A loud voice came from the sea of blood. Yes, master. Many witches immediately pounced excitedly toward the firefly-like light spots. Squeak, 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 squeak. In the sea of blood, countless bats rushed into the sky and flew in all directions, pouncing toward the endless firefly-like light spots, searching for Guhai's god. Black Impermanence's eyes flashed with anticipation. 9 cauldrons god-seizing curse. The power of an ancestor-level curse was vast. At the moment it was cast, Guhai's original body in the world of the living suddenly fell to the ground, causing the group of empresses to be inexplicably terrified. The skeleton of the netherworld, Gu Hai, was originally reading through memorials. Suddenly, a cold wind blew over his body. Whoosh! Gu Hai's entire body trembled. This cold wind seemed to want to sweep away Gu Hai's consciousness. However, within Gu Hai's body, the power of nothingness swept past and immediately disintegrated the cold wind. As long as one was in this world, they would not be able to escape the ancestor-level curse. However, skeleton Gu Hai's power came from nothingness and was not the power of this world at all. Naturally, he quickly broke free from the curse. What's going on? Skeleton Gu Hai's face darkened. The next moment, whoosh! Skeleton Gu Hai stood up, and his expression suddenly changed. Because at this moment, skeleton Gu Hai could no longer feel the consciousness of his main body. Originally, Gu Hai's main body and skeleton clone's consciousness were the same, but at this moment it was suddenly cut off, just like when his main body entered the hungry ghost Dao reincarnation secret realm not long ago. Now it was gone. Something happened again. An anxious expression appeared on skeleton Gu Hai's face as he disappeared from the upper study, instantly arriving at the Yin-Yang Valley. When he arrived at the Yin-Yang Valley, he met Lin Wan-Er, who was rushing over. Lin Wan-Er's eyes were red. When she raised her head, she suddenly saw skeleton Gu Hai. "Husband, your clone is fine, but your main body has fainted." Lin Wan-Er immediately said with fear, "Fainted?" Skeleton Gu Hai's expression changed. Didn't he enter the reincarnation secret realm and faint? How could this be? "Husband, quickly go back and take a look." Lin Wan-Er said anxiously. Skeleton Gu Hai pulled Lin Wan-Er and stepped into the world of the living. In a few flashes, they arrived at the harem of the world of the living. His main body was unconscious there. Chen Xian-Er was holding his main body. Long Wanqing had an anxious expression, and Long Wanyu was rushing over beside her. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong?" Long Wanyu asked with an anxious expression. Chen Xian-Er had been calm until she saw skeleton Gu Hai coming over. She couldn't help but reveal a panicked expression. "I'm not sure. He just suddenly fainted for no reason." Chen Xian-Er said anxiously. Skeleton Gu Hai first grabbed his main body, and a wave of power entered his body. After all, he was a person, and he was most familiar with himself. Skeleton Gu Hai's power was not resisted. "Brother-in-law, how is it? What's wrong with your body? Is it because you've been doing it with sister for too long? Can't your body take it?" Long Wanyu immediately said anxiously, "Damn girl, what are you talking about?" Long Wanqing suddenly stared. After all, skeleton Gu Hai was still there, so Long Wanqing also relaxed a lot. Skeleton Gu Hai checked his body, then gently activated his main body's palm. A small bubble-like ball of the celestial dome of the ancients appeared. He stepped into it and quickly stepped out. "How is it?" The girls were worried. "Everything is fine. The 3 souls and 6 spirits are all in a deep sleep. Only the 7th spirit is missing. The god is gone." Skeleton Gu Hai said with a frown, "Brother-in-law, you've cultivated the 7th spirit." Long Wanyu said in surprise. The main body did have the 7th spirit, but the 7th spirit was only half finished. It was a chess spirit, and there were 4 of them. Only when the 4 chess spirits merged into one could the complete 7th spirit be formed. It can only be said that the 7th spirit is half finished. But other than that, the 3 souls and 6 spirits are all guarding the palaces. Oh, right, just now, it seemed like a cold wind blew past this avatar of mine, but it was swept away by my power. Skeleton Gu Hai said with a frown, "Why don't we stimulate it a little and see if we can wake our husband's main body?" Chen Xian-Er said with a frown, "Don't." Long Wanyu suddenly cried out, "What's wrong?" The girls were puzzled. "Cold wind." The seventh spirit, the god disappeared. The consciousness disappeared. I understand. I understand. This is a curse. That's how the Azure Dragon's sovereign died back then. Long Wanyu's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 1187. Curse. Everyone paused and looked at Long Wanyu. In an instant, Gu Hai thought of the several powerful curses that Qi had cast in the square of the primeval hall that day. Even the perfect stage gods had been affected. Qi, if I'm not wrong, it should be the 9 cauldrons god-stealing curse of the sorcerer tribe. Back then, the Azure Dragon sovereign was affected by this, and in the end, the sorcerer tribe suffered a crushing defeat. Long Wanyu said worriedly, 9 cauldrons god-stealing curse? Wanyu, explain it clearly. Gu Hai asked again. The 9 cauldrons soul-stealing curse is a curse that takes brother-in-law's consciousness and spirit away from his body and transmits them to the caster. Once the caster destroys brother-in-law's spirit and consciousness, brother-in-law's main body will no longer have any consciousness. He will become muddle-headed and become an idiot. Long Wanyu said with a frown, who could be so vicious? Chun Xiener's face was filled with hatred. Brother-in-law's body fainting is actually a kind of self-protection to protect his 3 souls and 6 spirits from dissipating. Don't wake him up. Once brother-in-law's body is forcefully awakened, his 3 souls and 6 spirits will be severely injured without the guidance of his consciousness. Brother-in-law's vitality will also be greatly damaged in an instant. Long Wanyu explained. The girls immediately became cautious. 9 cauldrons god-stealing curse. Does it have anything to do with the divine seizing temple? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Jiang Chun? Everyone was surprised. The 9 cauldrons god-stealing curse was actually not cast by Jiang Chun, but by the blood sorcerer tribe. Moreover, it requires the 9 cauldrons of the blood sorcerer tribe to gather and consume a huge amount of spiritual stones, at least 2 trillion high-grade spiritual stones. Long Wanyu explained. 2 trillion? Not many people in the world can take out such a huge amount of spiritual stones. Long Wanyu said with a frown. The blood sorcerer's curse? Blood sorcerer? Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Back when Ingo was unsealed in the Yellow Springs Sea, the blood shaman grand elder was the one guarding Ingo. At that time, Gu Hai had a grudge with the blood shaman grand elder. The blood shaman great elder's god escaped and finally possessed Changming's body. It disappeared with Changming. Only the blood shaman grand elder had a grudge against him in the blood shaman clan. Then how do we undo the curse? Wan Er asked anxiously. Bring back brother-in-law's spirit and let the spirit return to its original position, and the curse will be broken. Long Wanyu explained. But where is God? Skeleton Gu Hai frowned. The main altar of the blood wizards is a place called the Underground Blood City. The Underground Blood City is a cursed city. Once you enter it, you will lose all connection with the outside world. Brother-in-law, you can't sense where your real body is, right? Long Wanyu recalled. That's right, the connection was cut off. Underground Blood City? Where is it? Skeleton Gu Hai's expression changed. I don't know. After the war of the shamans and demons, the Underground Blood City changed places frequently. I don't know where it is now. Long Wanyu shook her head. What do we do now? The girls looked at Skeleton Gu Hai. Fortunately, only his real body had fallen. There was still a skeleton doppelganger, so they were not at a loss. To use the 9 cauldrons god-stealing curse would consume so much energy. The remaining blood shaman clan can't do it. Other than them, there must be someone supporting them. The person supporting them must have accumulated a large amount of spiritual stones. Gu Hai said in a low voice, the heavenly demon Holy Land. Chun Xian Er's eyes widened. We can't rule out anyone else, but the heavenly demon Holy Land is the most suspicious, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Then, calm down first. Announce that I'm cultivating in seclusion to lure the fish. Secondly, I'll send someone to ask Mr. Tsang Jia if he knows. Skeleton, Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes, brother-in-law. You should ask Tsang Jia. I have a feeling that he might be alone. Long Wan Yu said with a frown. Who? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Tsang Jia. Long Wan Yu recalled. Gu Hai? In ancient times, there was also a Tsang Jia. He was the ancestor of the literature cultivators. He created the literature cultivators. The word creator sage, Tsang Jia, was known as one emperor. Long Wan Yu recalled. Oh, same name? Gu Hai said with a frown. I don't know. I thought it was the same name. After all, one is a literature cultivator, and the other is a longevity cultivator. I can't say for sure, but sigh, I can't say for sure. Brother-in-law, you can guess for yourself. I'm not familiar with Tsang Jia. Long Wan Yu shook her head. Gu Hai nodded. Now was not the time to investigate Tsang Jia's identity. Saving the consciousness of the original body was the most important thing. With Gu Hai as the backbone, everyone quickly arranged things in an orderly manner. The girls were responsible for the safety of Gu Hai's original body. At the same time, they kept the news of the coma a secret. Gu Hai secretly arranged for the embroidered uniform guards to investigate the underground blood city. At the same time, he asked Kong Xian, Shanghai Guanhen, Unborn Man, and other Dahan powerhouses to see if anyone knew the location of this place. At the same time, Gu Hai personally went to Tsang Jia's mansion in Xianyuan City to inquire about the location of the underground blood city. However, when Gu Hai arrived, the gate of Tsang Jia's mansion was tightly shut. His Holiness, 3 days ago, Mr. Tsang Jia said that he was going to cultivate in seclusion, and no one was to disturb him. He said that he was going to set up a formation. If anyone disturbed him, he would be severely injured. He asked us to protect him. A chiliarch of the embroidered uniform guards said respectfully. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. In the end, he sighed slightly. Fine. If that's the case, then no one is to disturb Mr. Tsang Jia. Yes. Gu Hai did not force his way into Tsang Jia's mansion. He stepped back and thought of a solution himself. Gu Hai did not become impatient. When the original body's consciousness and spirit disappeared, they took an item with them, the world illumination lamp. Gu Hai had once asked Long Wan Yu alone. The flame on the world illumination lamp was the candle flame that Torch Dragon spoke of. Although it was only a small flame, it could break most curses in the world. It did not alarm the officials. Only a few people knew that Gu Hai was cursed. The officials were still subduing the world. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. It was as if Gu Hai was not cursed at all. However, both Gu Hais announced that they were going into seclusion. Gu Hai no longer dealt with government affairs. Instead, he waited quietly. Originally, he thought that he would have to wait for a long time. Unexpectedly, the other party could not sit still the next day. Late at night the next day, an uninvited guest came to the eternal Indu. Whoosh! With a flash, he entered the depths of the palace. A white-robed figure appeared at the entrance of the Earth Suppression Hall. It was Bai Wuchang of the heavenly demon, Holy Land. The eternal Indu doesn't have a defensive formation? Bai Wuchang said in surprise. That's right. The gates of the underground blood city are suddenly closed. The city is hazy. They must have succeeded. Gu Hai must have fainted. Now that the Dahan is not in chaos, they must have blocked the news. Humph! With a two-pronged attack, when I steal Gu Hai's body, Gu Hai will never have a chance to make a comeback. Bai Wuchang clenched his fists and looked around very carefully. This time, he was ordered to steal Gu Hai's body. On the other hand, he was to investigate Long Zhangguo's situation. Long Zhangguo's existence was like a bone in his throat. Bai Zizai did not want to waste a moment. Just as Bai Wuchang was about to continue investigating, a voice suddenly came from the depths of the Earth Suppression Hall. Bai Zizai's people are all thieves. A cold voice came from the depths of the hall. Who is it? Bai Wuchang's expression changed. Quam. The doors of the hall opened with a bang. The skeleton Gu Hai was wearing a dragon robe and sitting on the dragon throne. Below him stood Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon Goding. Seeing Gu Hai, Bai Wuchang suddenly trembled. Gu Hai, you're fine? Bai Wuchang asked in disbelief. Wasn't the gates of the underground blood city already closed? Impudent white impermanence. You dare to trespass into the Yindu of eternity? Why haven't you surrendered yet? Kong Xian shouted and flew out. Impossible, you must be fake. You're not the real Gu Hai. Bai Wuchang exclaimed. Boom. Kong Xian threw out a beam of 6-colored divine light, which collided with Bai Wuchang's palm. The void trembled, but it couldn't do anything to Bai Wuchang. Kong Xian, back off. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Yes. Kong Xian retreated with wide eyes. Meanwhile, skeleton Gu Hai stepped out of the Earth Suppression Hall and looked at the bewildered white impermanence hovering in midair. Bai Wuchang's eyes kept changing, as if he was trying to determine whether Gu Hai was real or fake. That's impossible. Didn't the curse succeed? Why is Gu Hai unscathed? Gu Hai reached out and took out the Life Slayer saber. Shing! A blood-red light suddenly lit up the entire place. I don't believe it. Gu Hai, you must be a fake. Bai Wuchang said with a ferocious expression. Bai Wuchang was at the perfected God stage. Although he was much weaker than Empress Ji, he was still at the perfected God stage. Even if he couldn't win, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. Just as Bai Wuchang was about to test whether Gu Hai was real or not, a voice came from the west. Bai Wuchang, come back. He's the real Gu Hai. Bai Zizai's voice suddenly sounded. Huh. Bai Wuchang's expression changed. He looked up and saw the Sea of Providence churning. It seemed that Gu Hai was preparing to mobilize the power of Providence in the sky. 10 cycles. Gu Hai slashed down with his saber. Buzz. Endless blood-red light pierced through heaven and earth. He didn't mobilize the power of the dynasty. The powerful saber energy, along with a murderous illusion, collided with Bai Wuchang. Under the murderous illusion, Bai Wuchang was dazed for a moment. He hurriedly threw a punch. Hong! With a loud bang, Bai Wuchang was instantly sent flying by the life-slaying saber. Although he wasn't injured, his right fist was numb. He had already confirmed that Gu Hai was real. Bai Wuchang's expression changed. He turned around and shot toward the sky. Stop! Don't run! Mosquito Daoran and the others were shocked and angry. They wanted to pounce on him. Don't chase! Gu Hai shouted coldly. Yes! Gu Hai turned his head to the west and looked in the direction of the heavenly devil Holy Land's Yin God Temple. Bai Zizai stood at the entrance of the Yin God Temple and looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Did the curse fail? Bai Zizai? What do you mean? Before Yuanshi, Tianzuan defied the heavens. You want to start an all-out war? There's no need to send Bai Wuchang. Wouldn't it be better for you to come here personally? Gu Hai said with a cold expression. Ha, Gu Hai, you're not my match. Bai Zizai said coldly. You can try. Gu Hai said coldly. Bai Zizai narrowed his eyes. However, he was extremely depressed. He couldn't find out Gu Hai's background. Previously, he couldn't defeat Zhu Lulu with a single finger. Now, the Dahan had the largest territory in the world, and the power of providence it could mobilize was also the strongest. As time passed, Gu Hai's power of providence would become stronger. If this continued, he wouldn't be afraid of Long Zhanghua. Even Gu Hai couldn't do anything to him. This was also why Bai Zizai would rather make a move now and risk offending Yuanshi Tianzuan than let Gu Hai grow stronger. Chapter 1188. It was Gu Hai's original body. After coming out of the immortal vault of antiquity, Gu Hai was discussing with the girls how to increase his cultivation when suddenly a gust of cold wind seemed to come out of nowhere and blew into his body. Gu Hai's physical body should be invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire, let alone a gust of cold wind. However, this gust of cold wind was strange. It penetrated his body like a soul and entered Gu Hai's limbs and bones. This gust of cold wind brought about an extremely shocking result. The scattered consciousness in his body was strangely expelled to one place and rushed to the space between his eyebrows. At that moment, the 6 souls immediately lost their consciousness and fell into a self-protective deep sleep. They could not move their hands and feet, and they could not control their heads, mouths, and noses. This consciousness was like the power in the nerves of the human body. All of a sudden, the nerves had no power to guide them, and they could not move at all. Gu Hai wanted to shout, but he could not open his mouth at all. This short moment was more than 10,000 years for Gu Hai. Even the 3 souls were suddenly stripped of their consciousness under this gust of cold wind and rushed to the space between his eyebrows. In a hurry, Gu Hai sensed all the Dharma treasures in his body. Without the guidance of consciousness, all the Dharma treasures seemed to be unable to sense anything. The only thing he could sense was the strange, world-illuminating lamp. When the past Buddha's Dharma treasure, even the Panguax could not sense it, the world-illuminating lamp seemed to have entered his consciousness. All of Gu Hai's consciousness surged into the 7th soul between his eyebrows. In the space between Gu Hai's eyebrows, the heaven-suppressing divine seal floated in the air above, suppressing everything. Below, it were 4 small chessboards. On the small chessboards, there were 4 chess souls that were condensed from chess power. However, they had not completely condensed into souls and were only half-formed souls. All of his consciousness surged into the 4 chess souls. A gust of cold wind swept past. Whoosh! The 4 chess souls disappeared in a flash, and the world-illuminating lamp disappeared along with them. Gu Hai's fleshy body immediately fell to the ground, startling all the women. The 4 chess souls seemed to have traveled through time and space. In the next moment, they were dragged to a strange place by the gust of cold wind. Buzz, 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 buzz. The 4 chess souls were sealed in 4 raindrops that shone like fireflies and fell from the sky. Other than the light spots where the 4 chess souls were located, there were also countless light spots descending from the sky. What's going on? Where is this? The expressions of the 4 chess souls changed. The 4 chess souls all carried Gu Hai's consciousness. Although their connection with the skeleton, Gu Hai, had been severed, they could sense each other and see each other in this place. Suddenly, countless voices resounded in all directions. Gu Hai's god has arrived. All shamans, be careful. If you see Gu Hai's god, report it immediately. Those who capture him will be heavily rewarded. Yes, master. Zhi. Hearing the roars from all directions, Gu Hai suddenly quivered. Looking down, he saw strange streams of light shooting up into the sky, rushing towards the light spots of the fireflies. There were also countless bats flying up into the sky, pouncing towards the countless light spots. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Gu Hai roughly guessed that he had fallen for the trap. Blood, shaman, great elder? Gu Hai's expression changed drastically. They definitely wanted to harm him, so he had to escape from this place. The 4 chess souls tried their best to attack the barrier of light spots, but they were sealed inside and could not break out. They had no strength left. A chess soul? The chess soul had not been completed, so how much strength could it have? Right now, Gu-hai was like a child trapped in an iron cage. No matter what, he could not tear it open. This won't do. Once we're caught, we won't be able to resist at all. One of the chess souls said anxiously, "Don't panic. Calm down, calm down." Another chess soul forced itself to calm down. The 4 chess souls were the condensation of chess power, the condensation of Gu-hai's wisdom. However, they could not think of a solution. That's not right. I have a treasure here. The eyes of one of the chess souls lit up. Within the barrier of light spots, that chess soul suddenly took out the world-illuminating azure lamp. Then, it gently tried to activate it with weak strength. The chess soul's strength was extremely weak, and the flame it activated was pitifully small, so small that no one could see it. However, this pitifully small flame immediately activated the barrier of light spots. Poof! The barrier of light spots instantly exploded. That chess soul immediately came out with the world-illuminating azure lamp in its hand. After it came out, it could escape. More bats appeared in the distance. Some people with strange expressions rushed into the sky. Fortunately, the sky was still covered in a bloody mist, making it blurry. They could not see where Gu-hai was. The chess soul was very small. It had just come out of the barrier of light spots and was slowly growing larger. However, the other 3 chess souls were more important at this moment. Fortunately, the 4 chess souls could sense each other. They instantly found each other. Furthermore, they were not far away. The chess soul, holding the world-illuminating azure lamp, immediately used the small flame to touch the other 3 barriers. Poof! 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 The 3 barriers immediately exploded. The 3 chess souls also came out, holding the world-illuminating azure lamp together. "Quickly leave this place," the 4 chess souls said anxiously. They did not scatter. Instead, they stayed together and drifted into the distance. However, the 4 chess souls did not have much strength at this moment. They were too weak, and they drifted too slowly. "Ha ha 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 ha! Found him!" A voice suddenly rang out. The expressions of the 4 chess souls immediately changed. They tightly gripped the world-illuminating azure lamp, hoping to resist. However, the chess souls were too weak at this moment. How could they resist? Whoosh! A magic treasure that resembled a glass ball immediately enveloped the 4 ghost souls, leaving the 4 Gu-hais with nowhere to run. The expressions of the 4 chess souls changed. They turned their heads and saw a bearded man wearing dragon robes. At this moment, he showed an excited expression, looking like he was about to shout. Boom! Suddenly, a huge fist came from behind and smashed him into the ground. Huh! The expressions of the 4 chess souls changed. What's going on? The 4 chess souls saw that the one who sneak attacked the bearded man was also a man wearing dragon robes. That man flung his sleeve and collected the glass ball treasure that encased the 4 chess souls. Then he disappeared with a flash. Gu-hai is here! A furious roar suddenly came from below. The bearded man from earlier had been sneak attacked and immediately charged up again. However, when he returned, the glass ball treasure disappeared. Where is he? Where is he? Who sneak attacked this great me? The bearded man said with a hateful expression. Squeak! 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 Perhaps the bearded man's voice was too loud, but a large number of bats immediately swarmed over. Great King Cheonyo, what did you shout earlier? Did you find Gu-hai? Where is Gu-hai? One of the bats immediately asked excitedly. Who? 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 In addition to the bats, more and more people rushed over. All 9 great kings had gathered. Even Wushang Demon and Black Impermanence rushed over quickly. I saw it earlier. Guhai had 4 deities. He actually had 4 deities. Furthermore, he escaped the cursed seal. I managed to capture him. However, someone sneak attacked me, causing me to fall down. When I came back up, Guhai's 4 deities were already gone. King Chionyo said with a depressed expression, 4 gods? How can he have 4 gods? Great King Bai, and asked in disbelief. Cursed seal? He can't escape the cursed seal. He is just a god. How can he escape? Another great king said in a deep voice. Sneak attacked you? How is that possible? How can there be Guhai's men in the underground blood city? Another great king said in disbelief. The bats looked at great King Chionyo coldly. It's true. Master, it's true. I really caught Guhai just now. His god is still growing. He must have escaped the cursed seal not long ago, Great King Chionyo said, anxiously. You were sneak attacked and lost Guhai's god. Black Impermanence asked in a deep voice. Yes, after using the 9 cauldrons god-stealing curse, all 9 of us great kings are very weak. I didn't expect that someone would sneak attack me. I am only as weak as the Yuanying state. It must be the witch tribe of the Yuanying state in the city that sneak attacked me. Great King Chionyo said gloomily. They were about to catch Guhai, but he escaped. The bats looked at Great King Chionyo coldly. They couldn't be sure if he was telling the truth. 4 gods? Who would be so bored as to cultivate 4 gods? The essence of a god was not the quantity. Too much would disperse the god's power. Secondly, although the cursed enchantment was not very strong to outsiders, it was terrifyingly strong to a god. How could Guhai break it? Furthermore, sneak attack? How could someone sneak attack Great King Chionyo? Was there a spy? That was impossible. Master, you must believe me. Great King Chionyo said gloomily. This was because the gazes of the people around him were actually filled with disbelief. Everyone continued to look for Guhai's god. The bats shouted again. Yes. Everyone answered. Master, I'm telling the truth. Great King Chionyo said gloomily. I know. I didn't say that you were lying. I'm just taking precautions. The bats said coldly. Yes. Great King Chionyo said gloomily. Since Great King Chionyo said that you have seen Guhai's god, it means that the curse has taken effect. Whether Guhai's god escaped the cursed seal or not, it is now in the underground blood city. From now on, close the underground blood city. No one is allowed to enter or leave. The bats said again. Yes. Seal the city gates. Great King Chionyo shouted. Boom. A loud sound suddenly came from the distance, but the city gate was completely sealed. Black Impermanence and Wushang Demon looked at each other with worry in their eyes. Blood City Castellan by Wu Chang is waiting for news outside the city. Is it? Black Impermanence said with a frown. If they closed the city gates without saying anything, would Bai Wu Chang misunderstand? One of the bats looked at Black Impermanence and said, now the most important thing is to find Guhai's god and destroy it, right? Although we can't contact Bai Wu Chang for now, what if Guhai's god escapes when we contact Bai Wu Chang? Are you willing to do that? Black Impermanence's eyes narrowed. Okay, we will listen to you. As long as Guhai's god is destroyed, everything will be worth it. We must find Guhai's god and destroy it. Yes. The bats nodded. Continue to search. If you find Guhai's god, you will be rewarded. Great King Chionyo shouted. Boom. All the sorcerer tribe members and countless bats started to search quickly again. Chapter 1189. Underground Blood City. With a loud bang, the gate was shut tight. Blood fog filled the city, and they started to search everywhere. Although King Chionyo's words had many doubts, It was clear that Gu Hai's spirit had entered the city. Countless firefly-like spots of light were checked. However, there was no trace of Gu Hai. Gone? Gone. A bat said with a ferocious expression. Black Impermanence, Wushang Demon, and the rest were also furious. Originally, it was a very simple matter. They just had to find Gu Hai's spirit and kill it. Then, Gu Hai would become a complete idiot. How could such a simple matter be messed up? King Qiunyou, are you sure you saw it? The bat looked at King Qiunyou coldly. Absolutely. I really saw Gu Hai. He must have been hidden by a spy. King Qiunyou immediately swore. The other 8 kings also had complicated expressions. They did not expect such a strange thing to happen. Ha, 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 ha. The bat suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Master, the 9 kings were shocked. Good, good, good. Very good. There is a traitor in the city? 9 kings. This is your duty. The bat's red eyes shone with a cold light. Master, please forgive us. The 9 kings said with an ugly expression, Forgive us? Ha ha. I will give you 3 days to search all the sorcerer tribe members under your command and find Gu Hai. Otherwise, I will question all of you. After 3 days, I will start the bone-devouring curse. The bat said coldly, Master, no, don't start the bone-devouring curse. We will do our best. King Qiunyou said in fear, Master, please forgive us. We will do our best. The kings immediately knelt down. The bat said coldly, Are you scared now? Then hurry up and find him. My patience is limited. Yes. The 9 kings nodded in despair. Bang! The rolling bats immediately flew into the blood sea. Wushang Demon and Black Impermanence frowned slightly and followed the bat back to the Blood Wizard Palace. Master of Blood City, aren't all the people in your city the descendants of the witch tribe? How could there be a spy? Black Impermanence frowned. Don't worry, Gu Hai won't be able to escape. The underground Blood City is now completely sealed. No one can get out. Even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we'll be able to find him. Gu Hai no longer has any cultivation base. What are you afraid of? The bat said coldly. But we're still worried. What if? Wushang Demon said worriedly. Don't worry. Very soon, I will be able to curse Gu Hai's god again. He can't run away. Bet said coldly. All right. The 2 nodded. Gu Hai's escaped through the city into chaos. There were countless witch practitioners in the underground Blood City, but there were differences in their abilities. Not all witch practitioners had the ability to find Gu Hai. Many of them had limited abilities and were even reduced to beggars. King Qiunyou first checked the witch practitioners with abilities above the Yuanying state. However, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Who would say that he had ambushed him? Moreover, he did not know where Gu Hai was. Perhaps he had escaped to the residences of other ordinary witch practitioners. The entire city was locked down, and a manhunt was conducted. The 9 kings had used the curse and were exhausted. After arranging the manhunt, they quickly returned to their residences to rest. In King Tao En's residence, King Tao unbriefed his subordinates and entered the training room to treat his injuries. Bang! The door of the training room slammed shut, and King Tao activated the barrier. He then carefully took out the glass ball from his sleeve. In the glass ball were the 4 Gu Hai chess spirits that had witnessed everything. Pa! King Tao reached out and took out the glass ball, releasing the 4 Gu Hai chess spirits. At this moment, Gu Hai's chess spirits were as small as an ordinary person's. Thank you for saving me. The 4 Gu Hai chess spirits bowed to King Tao, and he had heard the conversation clearly. It was the person in front of him who had saved him. Mr. Good, have you forgotten me? King Tao and smiled bitterly. You are... Gu Hai's expression changed slightly as he tried to recall. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Gu Hai's mind as he recalled something. It's you, King Tao, and... Gu Hai said in surprise. That's right. Back then, when Tao was released, we were looking for treasures in the city. I forced Mr. Good to lead the way and finally found Ziwei and Changsheng. A painting of Changsheng made all of us pregnant. At that time, Mr. Good could have killed all of us to avenge his humiliation. However, Mr. Good repaid evil with kindness. Not only did he not hurt me, he even guided me to perform a cesarean section to get out of this predicament. I've always remembered that. Unfortunately, Mr. Good is a dragon among men, and I never had the chance to repay him. King Tao, and smiled bitterly. King Tao, and if it weren't for you, I would have died here. Thank you. Gu Hai bowed again. Back then, he had only done it casually, but King Tao and had always remembered it. This time, he was even willing to risk offending the Blood Wizard Grand Elder to save him. Mr. Good, you're too kind. Unfortunately, I can only save you here and can't send you out for the time being. The situation was pressing just now, so I didn't dare to reveal any emotion of knowing you. King Tao, and smiled bitterly. It's already a great help to give me a chance to breathe. King Tao, and don't worry. As long as I get out of here, I'll definitely repay your kindness today. Gu Hai promised solemnly. King Tao, and smiled bitterly, but he didn't know if Gu Hai could get out. King Tao, and can you tell me what's going on? Why am I here? Who wants to deal with me? Gu Hai asked. King Tao, and didn't hide anything. He started from Wushang Demon's request for help to today's situation. 9 Cauldrons God-stealing curse. Gu Hai's expression darkened. Yes, I had no choice but to use this curse because I didn't dare to disobey my master's orders. Mr. Good, please forgive me. King Tao, and smiled bitterly. It's not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's that Blood Wizard Grand Elder. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Mr. Good, you know him? King Tao, and asked in surprise. That's right. He suffered a great loss at my hands in the past. I didn't expect him to still be brooding over it. He even possessed my subject. Gu Hai explained. No wonder. King Tao, and nodded. By the way, I heard your conversation earlier. It seems that although the 9 kings recognized him as your master, they seem to be very afraid of him. Gu Hai asked curiously. The underground blood city has been passed down for countless years. It was ruled by 9 kings, and each of them ruled a cauldron. In my generation, everything was peaceful until the master suddenly came. When he just came back, he was very familiar with this place. He even displayed his powerful art of curse and gave us, the 9 kings, some pointers in our cultivation. We were very grateful to him, but we didn't expect him to set up a banquet for us. During the banquet, the wine was poisoned, and all of us fell for it. He even placed a curse on our god that can control our life and death. He controlled the 9 kings. After that, he became the master of the underground blood city. King Tao, and smiled bitterly. The 9 kings are under his control. Gu Hai frowned. His curse techniques are simply too powerful. He is even able to control the cursed blood sea. Although it has improved our abilities, he has also taken control of our god. We will forever be his slaves. Later, we found out that he is the great elder of the ancient blood witches. King Tao, and smiled bitterly. Your god is cursed. Can it be undone? Gu Hai asked curiously. He is the great elder of the ancient blood witches. He was the great elder of the ancient witches during their most glorious days. He even participated in the creation of the 9 Cauldron God-stealing curse, a primogenitor level curse. However, the curse on our god is subprimogenital level curse. How can we undo it? King Tao, and smiled bitterly. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. He looked at King Tao and finally said solemnly, "Can you let me see your curse?" "You?" King Tao, and was surprised. Just as he was wondering why Gu Hai mentioned the curse, King Tao An's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that Gu Hai had used some unknown method to break the curse enchantment. After a long silence, King Tao and hesitated. After a while, King Tao and nodded. "I'll open the space between my eyebrows. Mr. Good's God can enter." Gu Hai did not know that the space between the eyebrows was the greatest taboo for those who cultivated their god. No one was allowed to set foot in it. On the one hand, King Tao and was grateful to Gu Hai. On the other hand, he longed for freedom too much. A suction force appeared between King Tao and's eyebrows. Gu Hai's chest soul stepped in. Whoosh! In an instant, Gu Hai entered the space between King Tao and's eyebrows. It was a chaotic small space, much smaller than Gu Hai's. A ferocious beast was circling in the space between the eyebrows. It was a god that looked like Tao, and the surface of the swami ferocious beast's body was entwined with blood-red threads, as if it was binding it. Gu Hai's chest soul approached, and Tao, and opened his eyes. "Mr. Good, this red thread that binds me is Master's curse." As soon as Gu Hai approached, he immediately felt an evil aura surging from the red thread. "I don't know if I can succeed, but I'll give it a try," Gu Hai said. "Mr. Good, please." Tao nodded. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out the world-illuminating lamp. Immediately, he activated a very small flame. Mr. Good's God can carry a Dharma treasure?" Tao and said in surprise. The small flame burned on the red thread. "Pa!" The red thread broke instantly. "What?" "It broke." Tao and was pleasantly surprised. The small flame kept burning the other red threads. Smack, smack, smack. Under a series of burns, the red threads broke one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the red threads binding Tao and God were broken. "Don't burn, don't burn." "Ha ha, Mr. Good. Thank you, Mr. Good." Tao and God cried out in joy. The remaining red threads quickly curled into a small blood-red ball and fell on Tao and God's claws. A suction force surged toward Gu Hai. Whoosh! Gu Hai's chest soul suddenly appeared outside Tao and's body with the world-illuminating lamp in hand. Tao and checked its body in surprise. It was really broken. Gu Hai looked at Tao and's excitement and smiled slightly. Gu Hai didn't hide the world-illuminating lamp, nor was he worried that Tao and would steal it. If it weren't for Tao and's help, he might have been obliterated by now. Exposing the world-illuminating lamp was not a big deal. As long as he could get out, what harm was there in giving it to Tao? And, "Thank you, Mr. Good." Tao and bowed to Gu Hai excitedly. Chapter 1190. Outside, the underground Blood City. Bai Wuchang was going to enter the city with black impermanence, but Bai Zizai requested that only one person enter at a time, considering the strangeness of the underground Blood City. Outside the city, Bai Wuchang was waiting for news through the gate. He saw the blood fog inside and heard shouts. Bai Wuchang listened attentively. Suddenly, King Chonyo's shout came. "Gu Hai is here." The shout was like a celestial voice, and Bai Wuchang's eyes lit up. Then, a large number of strong men inside swarmed out. It was noisy, and Bai Wuchang couldn't hear clearly for a while. He could vaguely hear that Gu Hai's spirit was inside. Did he lose track of it? Quang. But at this moment, the city gate was closed. Obviously, the whole city was locked down to prevent Gu Hai's spirit from escaping. Bai Wuchang clenched his fists and showed a satisfied expression. Gu Hai's spirit? There was no way he could escape inside. He should be able to kill him soon. However, there was no news for a long time. Bai Wuchang's face darkened. Why hadn't he found him yet? The underground blood city was isolated from the outside world by the cursed air. Bai Wuchang couldn't find out what was going on inside, let alone destroy the underground blood city in case Gu Hai escaped. After waiting for a while, Bai Wuchang thought about it and went back. Black Impermanence was in charge here, so there shouldn't be any big problems. After reporting to Bai Zizai, he waited for a few more days, but the underground blood city still didn't open. Bai Zizai couldn't wait any longer, so he sent Bai Wuchang to steal Gu Hai's body and find out about Long Zhanghua. As a result, he met the skeleton Gu Hai in the Eternal Indu. Bai Zizai was shocked and immediately ordered Bai Wuchang to leave. He looked at Gu Hai in the Eternal Indu across an infinite distance. At this moment, the skeleton Gu Hai was only at the peak of the heavenly palace. However, the Great Han heavenly dynasty's luck was heaven-defying. No one in the entire world could compare to its luck. Even Bai Zizai couldn't do anything to it. This was why Bai Zizai was so anxious. Bai Zizai, the time of Heavenly Lord Yuanshir's defiance of the heavens is approaching. Instead of conquering the world and gathering the destiny of the world, you sent Bai Wuchang to ambush me? What's the meaning of this? Did the Immortal of the Six Paths order you to destroy the primeval Lord of Heaven's plan? Bai Wuchang Tianzai's expression changed Bai Wuchang. If Yuanshi Tianzuan believed him, he would definitely not let him go. Gu Hai, don't slander me. Bai Zizai glared. Slander? Then why is Bai Wuchang here? Humph, the heavenly demon, Holy Land, has been collecting luck, and it's not even a third of the Dahan heavenly dynasty. Instead of trying to gather the people quickly, you want to destroy the Dahan heavenly dynasty's plan for the world. If it's not Immortal Six Paths order, then what's your intention? Kong Xian. Gu Hai shouted, Yes, your majesty. Kong Xian replied, Go to the primeval palace in the world of the living immediately and ask to see Yuanshi Tianzuan. Tell him that Bai Zizai conspired with Immortal Six Paths and broke the agreement of the primeval palace. Go quickly. Gu Hai shouted, Yes. Kong Xian replied, and rushed to the Yinyang Valley. Bai Zizai's expression changed. He didn't expect Gu Hai to use this as an excuse to make a fuss. Kong Xian, stop right there. Gu Hai, don't push your luck. Bai Zizai said angrily. However, Gu Hai ignored him. Kong Xian had already stepped out of the world of the living. In just a short while, boom, the sky above the ancient temple was filled with purple clouds. In an instant, a huge crack appeared in the middle of the purple clouds, and a purple eye of heaven looked down. Yuanshi Tianzuan? Bai Zizai's expression changed. As soon as the purple eye of heaven opened, a terrifying aura rushed toward Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai, you conspired with Immortal Six Paths. A cold voice came from the purple eye of heaven. No, it's all a misunderstanding. Bai Zizai said with a wry smile. Misunderstanding? Passively taking over the world is a misunderstanding? Or is it a misunderstanding to assassinate this emperor who is actively taking over the world? Gu Hai said coldly. The purple eye of heaven stared at Bai Zizai. Although Bai Zizai wasn't afraid of Yuanshi Tianzuan, now that Gu Hai was using this as an excuse to make a fuss, if Yuanshi Tianzuan were to deal with him as well, he would suffer great losses. Yuanshi Tianzuan, I said it was a misunderstanding. Previously, I sent Bai Wuchang to the Eternal Yin capital to steal a treasure. I will naturally do what I promised you in the past. Bai Zizai said solemnly. The purple eye of heaven stared at Bai Zizai. Originally, Yuanshi Tianzuan didn't trust Bai Zizai very much. Now that Kong Xian suddenly came to complain, Yuanshi Tianzuan felt even more uncomfortable with Bai Zizai. He was in the final stages of his seclusion, and you actually came to make trouble at this time? Although Yuan Shi Tianzuan was angry, it was not convenient for him to come out of seclusion at this time. What do you have to promise me? Yuan Shi Tianzuan said coldly. In the distance, Gu Hai's eyes lit up, and he said, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, previously by Wu Chang, sneaked into the Eternal Yin capital. Why don't you detain Bai Wu Chang in my place, and I'll release him when you come out of seclusion a year later. This can restrain Bai Zizai and also prevent them from continuing to cause trouble. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's voice had a hint of contemplation. No. Bai Zizai's eyes widened, and he said in shock and anger, if Bai Wu Chang was detained by Gu Hai, then wouldn't the secret to deal with Gu Hai be exposed? Bai Wu Chang, who had just returned, had a change in expression. This Gu Hai is so vicious. Using Yuan Shi Tianzuan to capture me, he obviously wants to use torture to extort a confession. He wants to interrogate me for information about the underground blood city. The purple eye of heaven stared at Bai Wu Chang. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Yuan Shi Tianzuan. If you insist on siding with Gu Hai, then I won't be able to keep my promise to you. Bai Zizai said coldly. Buzz. Suddenly, the eye of heaven shot down a purple light screen, drowning Bai Wu Chang in an instant. Don't. Bai Zizai's expression changed, and he wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Bai Wu Chang was also drowned in the purple light while he was still in shock. The purple light didn't disperse, but fixed Bai Wu Chang on the square like ice. Bai Wu Chang will be sealed here for the time being. No one is allowed to touch him. I will kill whoever helps him break the seal. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's voice sounded. Bai Zizai's expression darkened as he felt Yuan Shi Tianzuan's murderous aura. This murderous aura was the anger of being woken up from his closed-door training. Originally, he wanted to be angry at Kong Xian, but he was the one who started it. In the end, the murderous aura could only fall on him. Yuan Shi Tianzuan was really angry, so Bai Zizai could only compromise. Fine. The purple eye of heaven looked in the direction of Gu Hai. It seemed to be telling Gu Hai that this was a way to neutralize the situation. Weren't you worried about Bai Wu Chang? I've helped you seal him now, so you don't have to say anything more. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. I'll repeat myself once more. During this period of time, if you fight again and disturb my seclusion, I'll kill you first. The primeval Lord of Heaven's voice was once again filled with coldness. Gu Hai and Bai Zizai both frowned and didn't say anything. Rumble! The purple eye of heaven closed, and the purple clouds slowly dissipated. In Yuan Shi Tianzuan's opinion, Bai Zizai had indeed ruined his plan, but Gu Hai was making a mountain out of a molehill. It was enough to give both sides a warning. Gu Hai didn't tell him about the 9 cauldrons god-stealing curse. After all, it wasn't good to spread the influence of this matter. Yuan Shi Tianzuan wasn't a pushover either. He had no obligation to help him find his god. Once he felt that he was useless, he wouldn't hesitate to make a move and let someone else replace him. However, it was good that Bai Wu Chang was sealed. Bai Zizai's side must have some reservations. More importantly, they had found the culprit behind all of this. From a distance, Gu Hai smiled coldly at Bai Zizai. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and walked back to the Earth Suppression Hall. At this moment, Kong Xian had also returned from the world of the living. He looked coldly at Bai Zizai in the distance, then followed Gu Hai into the Earth Suppression Hall. Quang! The hall's door closed with a loud bang. Bai Zizai's face darkened. How could this be? Gu Hai is fine. Could it be that the 9 cauldrons god-stealing curse failed? Bai Zizai had a complicated expression. He turned to look at Bai Wu Chang. Bai Zizai really wanted to ask more, but Bai Wu Chang was already sealed. Bai Zizai's expression turned ugly. Bai Zizai stepped back into the Yinshan temple and summon Scorpio. Divine Scorpion, go to the underground blood city and investigate why Guhai is fine. Bai Zazai said solemnly, but I don't know where the underground blood city is. Only boss, OL second, and ol third no. Scorpio said blankly, they gave me a map earlier. Go there according to the map. Bai Zazai took out a map and passed it to Scorpio. Yes. Scorpio nodded blankly. Eternaline Capital, Earth Suppression Hall. There were only a few important officials of the Dahan Heavenly Empire in the hall. Kong Xian, Mosquito Dowran, Dragon Godding, and Mo Yike. His Holiness, it was such a pity just now. If we could capture Bai Wuchang, we would be able to find the underground blood city. Kong Xian said regretfully, it's fine, since we can confirm that it was done by the heavenly demon Holy Land. We have a direction. Guhai said solemnly, His Holiness is right. Not everyone should know about the underground blood city. However, the most important people in the heavenly demon Holy Land might know. Bai Zazai, Black Impermanence, Wushang Demon, and Scorpio. Mo Yike's expression changed slightly. Bai Zazai and Black Bai Wuchang have the strength of a great perfection deity. We can't do anything for now. Only Wushang Demon and Scorpio are left. Find their whereabouts and think of a way to capture them. Guhai said solemnly, His Holiness, don't worry. I have already made arrangements to keep a close watch on the peak masters of the heavenly demon Holy Land. Mo Yike nodded. Kong Xian, Mosquito Dowran, and Dragon Godding, the three of you will cooperate with Mo Yike. As long as you find Wushang Demon and Scorpio, immediately follow them secretly. Only with the strength of the three of you will not lose them. Don't alert the enemy. Inform me, and I will kill them in one strike. Guhai instructed. Yes, His Holiness. The three of them answered. Underground Blood City. The curse that had been controlling King Bai and had been broken. King Bai and was excited. Mr. Good, King Baxiao is my sworn friend. Why don't you help him break the curse? King Bai and asked expectantly. King Baxia, one of Guhai's chess spirits, frowned. Mr. Good, King Baxia will definitely not tell anyone. King Bai and tried to persuade him again. 3 days later, the chess spirit said solemnly. 3 days later? Why? My apologies, King Bai, and thank you for saving me this time. However, I am very weak now. If I am not careful, I will be annihilated. Please help me escape safely. The 4 Guhai chess spirits bowed slightly. If Mr. Good helps me break the curse, I will naturally cooperate with you. However, I don't understand why we have to wait 3 days. King Bayan asked curiously. I will only completely trust King Baxia after 3 days. Guhai smiled bitterly. Chapter 1191. Underground Blood City, King Bai and's residence. 3 days later, Mr. Good, you want to wait for Master. No, for the Great Elder's curse to end? King Bai and's eyelids twitched. Yes, King Bai and is a virtuous man. That's why you saved me. What about King Baxia? Although he's your best friend, I don't know if he has the will to fight back in front of the Great Elder. What if? Guhai said in a low voice. I understand. I was thinking too much. However, King Baxia will have to suffer a little. King Bai and nodded. King Bai, and thank you for saving me this time. However, you also fell into danger because you saved me. Guhai said gratefully. Mr. Good, you don't have to say anything. I've always craved freedom. Besides, I was indebted to Mr. Good in the past. I heard about Mr. Good's abilities the last time I went out. From now on, my abilities are limited. It all depends on Mr. Good's intelligence. King Bai and laughed. looking at King, Bai, and Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai didn't say any more words of gratitude, but he would remember this favor in his heart. At Gu Hai's request, King, Bai, and brought all kinds of information about the underground blood city for Gu Hai to understand. Now that King Bai's injuries were better, Gu Hai let him go out and continue searching. At the very least, he could guarantee that he wouldn't find anything strange. The information King, Bai, and sent was very ordinary. Gu Hai couldn't study some curse techniques in depth at the moment. Gu Hai could only study the personalities of the 9 kings first. After King, Bai, and returned from searching for a while, Gu Hai asked for advice one by one. King Bai, and I don't know much about curse techniques. Do you know how Chongming was controlled by the Great Elder? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Chongming, the commander of the blood-robed guards in Dahan, the Blood Clan member possessed by the Great Elder? King Baiyan frowned. That's right. Is Chongming still alive? Is there any way to restore it? Gu Hai frowned. Chongming is being controlled because of his god. Mr. Good, do you understand why he is a god cultivator? King Baiyan asked solemnly. God, I'm not very sure, but as far as I'm concerned, my spirit is the condensation of Go power. It should be the crystallization of wisdom, right? Gu Hai said with a frown. More or less, it should be an amalgamation of consciousness. In ancient times, God cultivation was to create a physical body that stored consciousness in addition to the 3 souls. Even if the 3 souls were injured, they could be healed by the God. God is the condensation of one's consciousness. It is also where one's will lies, explained King by an will. Gu Hai frowned. It's like soul possession. One cannot control a person's body just by possessing a body. The most important thing is to destroy the other party's will and replace it with one's own, controlling the entire body. Explained King by an Chongming's will was destroyed by the Blood Shaman Grand Elder. The Blood Shaman Grand Elder's god is controlling Chongming? Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes, actually, we Blood Shaman lineage can even abandon the 3 souls at the end of our cultivation. As long as the god is around, we can live forever by continuously possessing bodies. Chongming's body is clearly a good place to reside, so the Blood Shaman Grand Elder has been using his body all this time. Explained King by an Is Chongming dead? Gu Hai frowned. No. Oh, if it was soul possession, Chongming might have died. However, the Blood Shaman Grand Elder doesn't have 3 souls. He only has a god. Therefore, Chongming's soul is still around, but Chongming's god has been suppressed, explained King Bai, and suppressed. Of course, only a primogenitor level curse, like the 9 Cauldron God-stealing curse, can completely wipe out the consciousness in your 3 souls. A primogenitor level curse also consumes a lot of energy. The Blood Shaman Grand Elder can't do it alone. Chongming's 3 souls have remnant consciousness. Only his will can control these scattered consciousnesses, which is Chongming's god. If the Grand Elder's god forcefully controlled Chongming's 3 souls, they would definitely clash. Therefore, the Grand Elder should have suppressed Chongming's god with his god. Through Chongming's god, he controlled Chongming's 3 souls and controlled everything about Chongming. Explained King by an If you want to save Chongming, you have to expel the Blood Shaman Grand Elder's god before Chongming can recover, Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes. However, the Blood Shaman Grand Elder's god is extremely powerful. With millions of years of accumulation, it's very difficult to expel it. King Bai and said with a bitter smile, The strength of a god. It's the strength of one's will, right? How do you determine the strength of one's will? Gu Hai asked in confusion. Experience is very important. The reason why the gods of the shifter race are powerful is that they have accumulated countless years of accumulation. The more they read, the higher their wisdom, and the stronger their will. However, it's hard to say for humans. Those with great wisdom can also have extremely strong wills. This might have something to do with talent. King Bayan explained. Then what do you think of my god? Guhai asked in confusion. I can't say for sure. The gods of ordinary people are only 1 inch tall, and they are faintly discernible. However, Mr. Good's 4 gods are 8 feet tall, and they're so solid. Mr. Good isn't very old, right? His experience shouldn't be that great, but King Bai and said in confusion, I'm very good at chess. Guhai explained. King Bai An's expression suddenly changed. Chess skill, I understand now. Chess skill is the condensation of wisdom. Chess skill, Mr. Good's chess skill is hard to find in the world. Is that why he's so powerful? In that case, my will is comparable to that of the Grand Elder of the Blood Witches. It should be. At the very least, our wills are definitely not as good as yours. King Bai and said, I understand. Thank you. Guhai nodded. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Guhai was hidden by King Bai, and the others naturally couldn't find him. Guhai was lost in the city, and the 9 kings couldn't absolve themselves from the blame. The city lord also started to punish the 9 kings for their incompetence at the end of the 3rd day. Painful roars could be heard from the 9 kings' residences. Master, please spare me. The 9 kings' shrill cries spread throughout the city. All the witches in the city trembled, and a chill ran down their spines. King Bai En's residence. The red ball in Bai En's hand trembled, and King Bai En pretended to cry out in pain. He even lay on the ground, cold, sweat breaking out all over his body. Although Guhai knew that King Bayan was faking it, he also deeply understood how painful the bone-devouring curse was. Using the curse to control the spirit, using the spirit to command the body, causing the body to produce a strange energy that corroded one's bones. Except for King Bai, and all the kings lay on the ground, as if their bones had melted. They let out painful cries. They rolled on the ground for a full 6 hours. To others it was 6 hours, but to those who were cursed, it was 100 years or even 1,000 years. Under the curse, the pain was worse than death. After 6 hours, all the 9 kings lay on the ground, their bodies covered in sweat. It was incomparably terrifying and painful. It was as if they never wanted to experience such a nightmare again. It's been 3 days, and you have found nothing. You should be punished. Remember the feeling just now. I'll give you 3 more days. After 3 days, if you can't find Guhai's spirit, do it again. Next time, it won't be 6 hours, but 12 hours. The city lord's voice sounded again. Yes, yes. The 9 kings lay on the ground in fear. After the 9 kings were done with the pain, they naturally imposed it on their other subjects. For a time, the torture of the curse spread from top to bottom, covering the entire underground blood city. King Bai, and your acting was really good just now. Guhai joked. It's all thanks to Mr. Good. I was just acting, but the other 8 kings were real. King Bai and smiled bitterly. Indeed, you can go and invite great King Basha over. He should hate the blood, which first elder by now, right? Guhai smiled. All right. King Bai and nodded. Soon, the limp King Basha was invited to King Bai En's residence. Brother, why are you looking for me? I don't have time now. If I can't find Guhai, I'll really die. King Basha said, anxiously, Quang. King Bai, and immediately closed the door and activated a barrier. Brother, don't say I didn't take care of you. You were the first one I thought of. King Bai and laughed. Huh. King Basha was slightly taken aback. Brother, do you want to be a slave for the rest of your life? You want to lose your freedom and become the city lord's dog? King Bai and asked. King Bashia frowned. Brother, what do you mean? I'm just asking if you want to continue being controlled by the curse. King Bai asked again. I'd be crazy to be controlled. But brother, stop dreaming. We've been cursed by that old thing. We won't be able to get rid of it for the rest of our lives. King Bashia said gloomily. No, I'm here today to help you get rid of the curse. King Bai said solemnly. Are you kidding me? How do I get rid of the curse? King Bashia was in disbelief. At that moment, one of Gu Hai's chess souls slowly walked out from a side door not far away. Gu Hai, he's here? Brother, this is great. We won't have to suffer any more in 3 days. Ha ha, you actually caught Gu Hai. King Bashia was so excited that he wanted to pounce on Gu Hai. Whoosh! King Bai and suddenly stood in front of Bashia. Brother, if you want to get rid of the curse, you have to be more polite to Mr. Good. What? King Bashia was confused. Mr. Good has already helped me get rid of the curse. Do you want to capture Mr. Good and take him to the old things so that you can continue to be his slave? Or do you want to get rid of the curse once and for all? King Bai asked. You can get rid of the curse? King Bashia's eyes flashed with excitement. King Bai nodded. King Bashia immediately understood. He immediately looked at Gu Hai more respectfully. I was rude just now. Please forgive me, Mr. Good. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Great King Bai, and's friend is my friend. Why would I care? King Chionyo's residence. King Chionyo lay limply on the bed. A few maids were carefully massaging his body. He was relieved of the pain from before. Slap. King Chionyo slapped a maid's face. Why did you use so much force? King Chionyo stared at her. Please forgive me, my king. I accidentally touched your wound on the back of your neck. Please forgive me, my king. The maid knelt on the ground and said in fear, Wound. King Chionyo raised his eyebrows. He waved his hand, and a few mirrors appeared. King Chionyo saw a palm print. This is the palm print of the person who attacked me 3 days ago. Is this the left palm? Is this strength a left-hander? King Bai is left-handed. Could it be that the person who attacked me that day was King Bai? King Chionyo's eyes narrowed. Humph, King Bai, and so you are the spy? King Chionyo's face twisted. Chapter 1192. King Bai's residence. Enter my glabella space. King Bashia raised an eyebrow. Ordinary cultivators might not understand the importance of the glabella space, but King Bashia had a thorough understanding of the divine Tao. The glabella space was a taboo place. Even though King Bai was his best friend, he couldn't compromise here. If the other party's willpower was stronger than his, the other party might control him. What if? King Bashia looked at King Bai and, Brother, you don't think my consciousness is being controlled, do you? King Bai smiled. King Bashia's eyes flickered. He wasn't sure. He was wary of King Bai and, Brother, have you forgotten the pain of the bone-devouring curse? That's worse than death. Do you think that old thing only has the bone-devouring curse? There are many more. Do you want to experience them slowly in the future? King Bai said in a low voice. King Bashia struggled. He didn't want to experience that pain again. Trust me, I won't harm you. You and I have been through life and death together. That's why I came to you first. Who is Mr. Good? Didn't you go to the divine continent not long ago? Once Mr. Good escapes, I'll make sure that old thing dies a horrible death. King Bai said in a low voice. King Bashia's eyes flickered. He looked at King Bai and then at Gu Hai, as if he couldn't make a decision. Perhaps this is a gamble for you. Gu Hai suddenly said with a smile. King Bashia looked at Gu Hai. It's normal for you to doubt me. After all, the glabella space is definitely a taboo. However, you can gamble now. If you send me to the Blood Shaman Grand Elder, you'll be his slave forever. If he's unhappy, he'll vent his anger on you. Or you can choose to trust me and King It might seem dangerous, but it might be true, Gu Hai said solemnly. King Basha looked at King Bai and finally said, "All right, I owe my life to you. What's there to worry about? Mr. Good, please." Gu Hai and King Bai exchanged a glance. King Bai nodded. Gu Hai slowly walked in front of Great King Basha. The chess soul's body gently touched Great King Basha's glabella. Buzz. Gu Hai's chess soul entered and saw Basha God bound by countless red strings. Basha God didn't say anything either. It was as if he was waiting for his fate to decide. Gu Hai took out the world-illuminating lamp and gently burned it. Buzz. Pa! The first red thread broke. Really? Basha God asked excitedly. Smack! 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 A series of red lines burned away one after another before converging on God Basha's palm. "Thank you so much, Mr. Good. Thank you so much, Mr. Good," Basha God said excitedly. Just now, he had indeed doubted Gu Hai. Unexpectedly, Gu Hai really did it. "Let me out." Gu Hai laughed. Buzz. Gu Hai stepped out of Basha God's forehead. "How is it? Are you still afraid?" King Basha God laughed. "Thank you so much, Mr. Good." King Basha bowed to Gu Hai gratefully. Previously, he had indeed doubted Gu Hai's words. However, the bone-devouring curse was too painful, so he made this decision. He didn't expect everything to be true. At this moment, King Basha was extremely grateful to Gu Hai. "You're welcome, King Basha. However, I'll have to trouble you to help me break free," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Of course. Mr. Good, I'll do as you say. Why don't I call the other kings over and release them all?" King Basha said excitedly. Gu Hai shook his head. Sovereign King Basha trusted Gu Hai because of his deep friendship with Sovereign King Heshen. However, it was hard to predict a person's heart. How could the others agree so easily? At King Basha's residence, King Basha was invited into King Basha's main hall, Basha Hall. Not long after, King Chonyo suddenly arrived. "King Chonyo, please wait a moment. Our king is receiving a guest. Please wait a moment while I report." An official immediately stepped forward. "Get lost. King Basha was the one who came. Don't think I don't know. If King Basha can receive him, why can't I?" King Chonyo said angrily. "I really can't. Our king has instructed that no one is to disturb him. Please wait a moment. Please wait a moment," the official said anxiously. Bam! With a kick, that official was kicked away by King Chonyo. "Humph, do I need you to teach me how to do things? King Basha owes me this kick. Get lost. Otherwise, I won't go easy on you," King Chonyo said angrily. "No. Guards, stop King Chonyo." Immediately, a large number of guards rushed over. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Humph! King Chonyo extended his palm. Rumble! Instantly, a large number of officials were sent flying. King Chonyo rushed towards Basha Hall. "Stop! Don't disturb our king. Release the arrows! Release the arrows!" "Stop him!" Chaos broke out in King Basha Hall. King Chonyo's strength was outstanding. He extended his palm and pushed everyone away. Then, he pushed open the door of Basha Hall. Boom! The moment the door opened, King Chonyo rushed in. There were 3 people standing in the hall. They were one of Gu Hai's soul bodies, King Basha and King Basha. The 3 of them were discussing what to do next. Suddenly, King Chonyo barged in. The 3 of them were shocked. "Kwang, King Basha waved his hand and closed the hall again. Wait outside. Don't come near. King Basha's voice sounded. Yes. The officials outside answered respectfully. King Basha set up a soundproof barrier again. The three of them didn't expect King Chionyo to barge in at this moment. Guhai is here, so it was really you who ambushed me that day. King Basha, King Chionyo stared. King Chionyo, King Basha shouted. King Basha, are you a spy too? Did you forget the punishment given by the master? King Chionyo stared. Calm down, King Chionyo. I'm here to settle this matter. King Basha said. Settle this matter? King Chionyo frowned. Mr. Good can help you break the curse. King Basha said immediately. Huh, break the curse? Him. King Chionyo looked at Guhai. That's right. Our curses have been broken. If you are willing, you can ask Mr. Good to break the curse for you. King Basha explained. How? King Chionyo asked. King Basha explained the process of breaking the curse. King Chionyo remained silent for a while. Then he sneered. Do you think I will believe you? King Chionyo, this is the truth. We have no reason to lie to you. Besides, King Basha said anxiously. Stop talking. Humph. I wonder what kind of magic potion Guhai fed the two of you to open the space between your eyebrows. Dream on. You want a rebel against Master? You are really courting death. Master put the curse because he was worried that you would betray him. It turns out that you have already betrayed him. Good, good, good. If that's the case, then don't blame me. I'm going to tell Master that the two of you are hiding Guhai. King Chionyo sneered. Are you crazy? King Chionyo, don't you want to break the curse? Do you want to be a slave for the rest of your life? King Basha stared at him. Humph. Why should I break the curse? Master is the founder of the blood witchcraft. We have inherited his legacy. If we follow Master, we can restore the ancient glory of the blood witchcraft. The two of you don't deserve to practice witchcraft. I'm going to tell Master that none of you can escape. King Chionyo stared at them. As he spoke, King Chionyo was about to charge out of the bai and hall. Oh no, King Chionyo is loyal to Master. King Basha's expression changed as he pounced forward. Boom! Their fists collided, and a shockwave of energy rippled out. The entire bai and hall was about to be destroyed. Everything was about to be exposed. A ripple of energy suddenly appeared in the side hall of the bai and hall. Wong! A thick fog suddenly appeared in the surroundings and became extremely spacious. The shockwave from earlier was actually dissipated by the fog. Is this a formation? King Basha, you are actually setting up a formation here? What kind of formation is this? King Chionyo stared at him. Chess formation. Guhai said indifferently. Ever since King Basha fully supported him, Guhai had started setting up a formation. In the past 3 days, he had used all of King Basha's spiritual stones and spiritual treasures to set up some chess formations. The chess formations set up with spiritual stones were naturally not very powerful. They might not be able to deal with black impermanence and the others. However, it was not difficult to trap King Chionyo. The moment the chess formations were set up, the bai and hall expanded countless times and turned into a world of fog, trapping King Chionyo. Don't let him escape. Guhai shouted. Okay. King Basha and King Basha immediately pounced on King Chionyo. Boom, boom, boom. The three fought intensely, giving off loud explosions. It is a pity that King Basha has too few spiritual stones and spiritual treasures. He can only set up the weakest chess formations. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat King Chionyo with a cloud beast. Guhai sighed softly. However, it was fortunate that King Basha and King Basha gradually suppressed King Chionyo with their powerful strength. Bastards! You colluded with outsiders and betrayed your master. You will not have a good ending. Do you think that I have no other choice? Ha 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 ha. It is useless. Did you forget that I have the Chunyo cauldron? King Chunyo laughed loudly. Oh no. King Basha and King Basha's expressions changed. However, everything happened too quickly. It was already too late. King Chunyo immediately took out a huge cauldron and activated it. The huge cauldron shook violently. Kings, listen up. We have found Guhai. He is in the Bayan Hall. Come quickly. Come quickly. He is in the Bayan Hall. King Chunyo shouted. Buzz. Buzz. King Basha and King Basha shook their waists, and each took out a huge cauldron. Kings, listen up. We have found Guhai. He is in the Bayan Hall. Come quickly. Come quickly. He is in the Bayan Hall. Kings, listen up. We have found Guhai. He is in the Bayan Hall. Come quickly. Come quickly. He is in the Bayan Hall. The huge cauldrons of the two gave off loud sounds. The 9 cauldrons resonated. The 9 kings all heard King Chunyo's voice. King Basha's expression changed. Chapter 1193, Underground Blood City. As the 9 cauldrons resonated, King Chunyo's voice was heard by the other 8 cauldrons. The other 6 kings' expressions changed, and they rushed toward Bai and Palace without hesitation. At Bai and Palace, as heavenly demon Wushang still had some remaining curse energy in his body, the 9 great kings were in charge of slowly expelling it. Although Great King Bai and had just been hurt by the Great Elder's bone-devouring curse, he still tried his best to help heavenly demon Wushang get rid of the curse energy. Heavenly demon Wushang, that's all for today. In a dozen more days, the curse in your body should be completely removed. King Bai and said with a smile, Yes. Wushang demon nodded. 10 days is nothing. After all, Guhai's spirit has not been found yet. While King Bai and nodded, his waist suddenly shook. King Bai and immediately took out the giant cauldron. Kings, listen up. Guhai has been found. He is in Bayan Palace. Come, 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 in Bayan Palace. A loud noise came from the giant cauldron. Guhai, you found him. King Bai and's eyes lit up. Where is Bayan Palace? Let's go. Wushang demon said anxiously. Whoosh. The 2 of them rushed out of the palace at almost the same time. The 6 kings had suffered a lot under the bone-devouring curse. Now that they could find Guhai, they were naturally excited. This meant that they would not have to suffer twice the pain in 3 days. In a short while, the 6 kings arrived at Bai and Palace. King Pisho, why are you here? The king is entertaining King Basha and King Chunyo. King Pisho, please be patient. King Bai and the king said that you are not allowed to enter. King Izzy, please wait. King Tao Tai, why are you here? The king said that you are not allowed to enter. King Chiwen, wait. The sudden arrival of the 6th king made everyone in King Bai's residence widen their eyes. Why did the 9 kings come together today? At first, the great kings had to consider King Bai's reputation and didn't force their way in. However, as more and more great kings arrived, everyone's impatience seemed to infect each other. They couldn't wait any longer. Scram! Don't block my way. King Yazzie was the first to charge forward. Stop him! The guards of King Bai's residence cried out in alarm. Boom! With a loud bang, everyone was forced to their knees by the aura of heavenly demon Wushang. How could this group of people compare to the aura of Heavenly Palace Great Perfection? Even the 6th king felt a chill in his heart. Bayan Palace? Wushang demon's eyes turned cold as he instantly moved to the front. He took a step forward and slammed his foot on the door. Boom! The door burst open with a loud bang. The sixth king and Wushang demon swarmed into the main hall. The hall was in a complete mess, as if a great battle had just taken place. King Baxia and King Bai and stared coldly at King Qiunyou. King Qiunyou's body trembled slightly the moment the door was kicked open. The redness in his eyes disappeared and returned to normal. His body also trembled and returned to normal. King Qiunyou, where is Gu Hai? King Bai, and was the first to call out. Whoosh! Wushang demon waved his hand, and a gust of poisonous gas swept through the entire Baiyan palace. However, he didn't find any trace of Gu Hai. Everyone looked at King Qiunyou. Why did you all come together? King Qiunyou is crazy. Did you all really believe him? King Bai and shouted gloomily. Crazy? Everyone looked at King Qiunyou. King Qiunyou looked at King Bai and ferociously and said, Crazy? Humph, King Bai, and why aren't you handing over Gu Hai? I don't see Gu Hai. How can I hand him over? King Bai, and glared at King Qiunyou. King Qiunyou, what's going on? Where is the Gu Hai you were talking about? Where is he? King Bai shouted, Humph, you all came at the right time. Look at the palm print on the back of my neck. Whose palm print is it? King Qiunyou shouted. All the kings looked over. The palm print was still there. However, there seemed to be a few more palm prints beside it. How can we tell? Can we tell from a single palm print? This is a left-handed palm print. King Bai and is left-handed. All the kings were slightly stunned. That's right. Who could sneak attack me that day? Who dares to sneak attack me? It must be King Bai, and you saved Gu Hai, right? Quickly hand over Gu Hai. King Qiunyou glared and shouted. King Qiunyou, are you crazy? A left-handed person? Am I the only one? Moreover, would someone deliberately frame me? I don't have Gu Hai here. Don't slander me. King Bai and was shocked and furious. All the kings had ugly expressions. It turned out that King Qiunyou was just guessing. He didn't really see Gu Hai. Why are you shouting when you don't see Gu Hai? Wushang demon shouted gloomily. What do you mean by shouting blindly? Gu Hai is definitely with King Bai, and he is definitely hiding somewhere. He is definitely here. King Qiunyou said firmly, and Wushang demon looked at King Bai, and with a dark expression. Ha ha, King Qiunyou, you have no evidence. It's all guesswork. What's the point of me hiding Gu Hai? King Bai and sneered. That's right. King Bai and even invited me here to find Gu Hai. If he is hiding Gu Hai, why would he ask me here? King Baxia frowned. Humph, he is definitely here. If you don't believe me, search. King Qiunyou said gloomily. Search? What qualifications do you have to search my residence? King Baiyan glared. If he doesn't have the qualifications, I should. Wushang demon said coldly. Wushang demon, what are you doing? You are a guest in the underground blood city. This is not your heavenly demon, holy land. King Baiyan's expression changed as he tried to stop Xiao Chun. Humph! Wushang demon snorted. Boom! A powerful aura pressed down, and the 9 kings were immediately immobilized. Wushang demon waved his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless centipedes appeared out of nowhere and started searching through the walls and the ground. The 9 kings were completely immobilized. The centipedes even burrowed into King Bai and King Baxia and King Qiunyou's clothes to search. Ha ha! Wushang demon, we went through so much trouble to help you find God Gu Hai. Is this how you treat us? Are we your slaves or your enemies? King Bai and shouted with a glare. All the kings had ugly expressions on their faces. They were extremely dissatisfied with Wushang demon. No matter what, the 9 great kings were the masters of the underground blood city, even though they had the great elder of the blood witches as their master now. They were being trampled on in their own home. Instantly, all the great kings felt a strong sense of disgust towards Demon Wushang. Boom. Crack. 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 However, after searching, they could not find any trace of Gu Hai. Wushang Demon was frustrated. He glared at King Qionyou and said, "Next time, don't make a ruckus if you don't see Gu Hai." Humph. Snorting coldly, heavenly demon Wushang left. The 9 great kings were left paralyzed on the ground, gasping for breath. Hee, when my witch race is flourishing, you, a centipede demon, are nothing. King Taotai said with a hateful expression, "It's all your fault, King Qionyou. Why are you shouting?" King Paishio shouted. Although all the kings complained about King Qionyou, they were even more disgusted with Wushang Demon. Humph, if not for that old thing's curse, why would we have to pretend to be weak? Why would we be punished everywhere? I am also anxious to find Gu Hai. King Qionyou said gloomily. Old thing? When the kings heard King Qionyou's address, their expressions changed. Lower your voice. You want to die? King Bai and glared. King Qionyou is right. Damn it. If not for the curse, I would have left the underground blood city long ago. King Yazi said with a glare, "Don't say such things in the future. We can only live like this for the rest of our lives." King Qi Wen sighed. So what if King Qionyou said a few words? "I can't take it anymore. There is no end to these days. I used to be a king, one of the 9 kings of the underground blood city. I am the ruler of this place." King Taotai said, angrily, "Master is the ancient blood wizard grand elder. Is following Master bearing us? Didn't our cultivations increase? We will be comrades in the future. Master will not mistreat us." King Paishio said in a deep voice. All the kings looked at King Paishio with complicated expressions. They lowered their heads and stopped complaining. It was obvious that King Paishio was very loyal to the Blood Wizard Grand Elder. The other kings were furious at the Blood Wizard Grand Elder. After a brief discussion, the kings dispersed one after another. Only King Bai and King Baxia and King Qionyou were left. Now that King Baian's residence was destroyed, the 3 of them went to King Baxia's residence. In King Baxia's palace, King Baxia set up a barrier and looked at King Qionyou. "Mr. Good, your willpower suppressed King Qionyou and controlled his willpower?" King Baxia looked at King Qionyou in shock. "Isn't that obvious? Mr. Good must have done it. Otherwise, why would King Qionyou put on a show with us?" King Bai and laughed. "I just felt that it was too fast. Mr. Good suppressed King Qionyou's willpower in an instant. This requires Mr. Good's willpower to be many times stronger than King Qionyou's willpower. It was so close." King Baxia laughed. King Qionyou nodded. "It was indeed close. Luckily, the 2 of you suppressed King Qionyou at the cost of your injuries. I took the opportunity to enter his glabella space. I have suppressed him." In King Qionyou's glabella space, King Qionyou was in a daze. One of Gu Hai's chest soles was sitting cross-legged on his head. The 5 fingers of the right hand were all inserted into King Qionyou's head. Gu Hai controlled King Qionyou's actions with his willpower. The other 3 Gu Hai's chest soles were standing at the side. They were hidden in King Qionyou's glabella. Gu Hai controlled King Qionyou with one of his chest soles. Gu Hai said in a deep voice, "I purposely scolded the blood shaman, Grand Elder, just now. It seems that other than King Paishio, all the other kings are against him. This is great. Let's start from the beginning and try to convince them to stand on our side. If it doesn't work, let's do what we did to King Cheonyo. Okay, King Baxia said solemnly. Chapter 1194. King Bai and King Baxia and King Cheonyo discussed for a while before heading to King Taoye's residence. According to Gu Hai's research on the personalities of the kings, although King Taotai was usually very tasty, his personality was extremely strong and free, unwilling to be under others. Earlier on, King Taotai was indeed very resistant to Grand Elder Blood, which the sudden arrival of the three surprised King Taotai. But after some persuasion, King Taotai was immediately overjoyed. He immediately agreed. In the blink of an eye, King Taotai was added to Gu Hai's camp. The 5th, King Bai, and the 6th, King Bai, and the 7th, King Chi-Wan, the 8th, King Yazi. Although everyone's attitude was different at first, under the persuasion of Gu Hai and the other kings, they all agreed. Gu Hai promised that after leaving the underground Blood City, he would compensate them tenfold for their losses. Not to mention that everyone wanted to resist. Gu Hai's huge reward naturally aroused everyone's fighting spirit. The 9th, the one Gu Hai was most worried about, was King Pai Xiu. Invited by King Bai, and King Pai Xiu quickly arrived at Bai and Hall. Quang. The door was closed, and the array was activated. King Bai and Gu Hai stood in Bai and Chess Soul. Great, Gu Hai, so he's here? King Pai Xiu said in surprise. King Pai Xiu, I've called you here today to talk about Mr. Good. King Bai and said solemnly, what's there to talk about? Have you forgotten Master's orders? Quickly capture Gu Hai. King Pai Xiu said with a glare, don't you want to break the curse in your body? King Bai and said, curse? That's right, Mr. Good can help you break the curse. Are you willing? King Bai and said, impossible. King Pai Xiu sneered. Nothing is impossible. We've broken it all. As long as you're willing. Mr. Good can undo it for you, but you have to come with us and help Mr. Good leave the underground Blood City. King Bai and said solemnly, ha, ha, ha. So what King Cheonyo said was true. King Bai, Xiu, you really are a spy. Humph, King Cheonyo might not understand, but I understand. None of you can escape. King Pai, Xiu sneered. As he sneered, he extended his hand and waved the Pishio cauldron. Everyone, listen up. Gu Hai is in Bai and Hall. Quickly report to Master and come over together. Capture Gu Hai and claim the credit. Great King Pishio laughed loudly. Buzz. The 9 cauldrons connected and immediately transmitted Great King Pishio's voice to the other 8 great kings. Once the Master arrived, King Bai and King Bai and would not be able to hide from him no matter how powerful they were. Great King Pai Xiu laughed loudly. He thought that he had succeeded. However, Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, King Bai and I've listened to your opinions. I've already given King Pishio a chance. I'm sorry this time. King Bai and smiled bitterly and said, forget it, Mr. Good can deal with it himself. It's just that it's a pity for King Pishio. I have a good relationship with him. He didn't listen to you at all and didn't think for you. Once the blood which Grand Elder comes, you'll definitely be blamed. However, don't worry. When I'm free, I'll definitely set him free. This is my promise to you, King Bai, and Gu Hai said solemnly. Thank you, Mr. Good. King Bai and said gratefully. King Bai, and to think that I used to be on good terms with you. I didn't expect you to betray Master. Humph, when Master arrives, don't ask for mercy from me. King Pai Xiu sneered. Buzz. However, at this moment, a large amount of fog suddenly floated in the hall as if a formation had been activated. Formation? It's useless. Master will be here soon. The other great kings will be here soon. No one can escape. King Pai Xiu sneered. You're the one who can't escape. A roar came from the side hall. It was King Taotai who stepped out. King Taotai, why are you here? And you, King Chunyo, King Yazi, you're all here? Why are you all here? I understand. I understand. All of you betrayed Master. All of you betrayed him. King Pai Shio was shocked and furious. However, there was a chess formation around, and 8 great kings were pouncing on him at the same time. No matter how powerful King Pai Shio was, he couldn't escape at all. Pai Shio, we gave you a chance, damn it. So, you're just a slave. You don't want great freedom, and you want to be tortured. King Taotai shouted gloomily. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of battles, King Pai Shio was suppressed. Guhai's second chess soul walked closer and pointed at King Pai Shio's glabella. Buzz. The second chess soul moved and entered King Pai Shio's glabella. Don't, King Pai Shio trembled in fear. As he trembled, his eyes glowed with red light. All the great kings understood that this was Guhai taking over King Pai Shio's body and controlling his will. No one knew how long it would take, but in the next moment, buzz, King Pai Shio trembled and returned to normal. The red light in his eyes also suddenly converged and returned to normal. Okay, let go, King Chunyo said. So fast, King Taotai said in surprise. King Pai Shio shook his body and stood up. Thank you for your help. King Pai Shio bowed to all the great kings. All the great kings widened their eyes. Mr. Good, how powerful is your God? In this instant, it suppressed King Pai Shio. Although our 9 great kings don't have high cultivation, our God has been passed down for a long time, King Taotai said in surprise. It's just luck. Thank you for your help. King Pai Shio said gratefully. All the great kings nodded, but there was more excitement in their eyes. The stronger Guhai was, the higher their chances of success. At this moment, 2 more Guhai chess souls walked out from the side hall. Mr. Good, now that the 9 great kings are united, what should we do next? Do we need someone to open the city gate and inform them? King Pai Shio asked. One of the Guhai chess souls shook his head. Logically speaking, the city gate of the underground blood city is connected to the cursed blood sea in the center. Once the gate is opened, the blood witch Grand Elder will immediately discover it. Even if we create a diversion, it won't be enough. The strength of Black Impermanence and Wushang Demon is not something we can compare to. Yes, everyone was worried. As long as Mr. Good leaves the city, even if it's for a moment, won't you be able to contact another clone in the outside world? Dehan can send many people to save him, King Pai Shio said in confusion. The underground blood city isolated the chess souls from the skeleton Guhai, but as long as they left the city, they would be able to contact each other. There's no time, and it's too dangerous. Let's go with the safest method, Guhai said in a low voice. Mr. Good, tell us. I remember that Wushang Demon's curse hasn't been completely removed yet, so all of you can take turns to remove it. Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, then we'll put a curse on him. I want to control Wushang Demon. Guhai said in a low voice. Control Wushang Demon. Everyone's eyes lit up. Mr. Good is right, King Taotai said. The 9 great kings can't cast a primogenital level curse, but as long as we interact with Wushang Demon for 9 days, we can cast the 9 Cauldron Slumber curse, which is also a primogenital level curse. But what if they see through it? King Pai Shio said, worriedly. Don't worry, I'll appear in front of everyone for the next 9 days. With your cooperation, I can hide in between your eyebrows at any time. No one can catch me. During the 9 days, the Black Impermanence and the Blood Shaman Grand Elder won't have time to check on Wushang Demon. Guhai said in a low voice. Okay, everyone answered. With Guhai's strategic plan, Everyone suddenly saw hope. As long as Gu Hai controlled Wushang demon, the whole situation would be different. Just as the 9 great kings were feeling good about the future, a cold wind suddenly blew toward Gu Hai. Whoosh! Almost instantly, Gu Hai's 2 chest souls were frozen in solid ice. The solid ice was rapidly growing in size. It wasn't just the 2 chest souls. At that moment, King Chunyo and King Pishio were also covered in a layer of frost. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed. Oh no, it's a sub-ancestor level curse. The old thing cast a spell. King Pishio exclaimed. Glacier God-destroying curse. King Taochie's expression darkened. The glacier god-destroying curse. Ordinary gods will be killed immediately. The stronger the god, the stronger the curse. The ice that Mr. Good is in will become bigger and bigger. It might even turn into an iceberg with nowhere to hide. It might even become bigger and turn into a glacier. King Pishio exclaimed. What should we do? The old thing is willing to sacrifice his life to curse Mr. Good. Under this curse, we can't touch him. If we break the ice, we might even hurt Mr. Good's spirit. King Taotai said worriedly. The 9 great kings were experts in curses, but at that moment, they didn't know what to do in the face of this curse. This curse was too special. It hurt 1,000 enemies and 800 of them. It was extremely vicious. If they tried to break it, both sides would suffer. Just as the 9 great kings were at a loss, a lamp that illuminated the world suddenly appeared in King Pishio's hand. He activated it slightly. Boom! Rolling green flames instantly engulfed the entire hall. The solid ice outside Gu Hai's body exploded almost instantly. Crash! All the solid ice shattered into pieces and disappeared. Ah, bastard! Who is it? Who saved Gu Hai? Uffed. The blood shaman great elder's piercing scream suddenly rang out from the underground blood city. The sound of him vomiting blood reverberated through the world. At the same time, the cursed sea of blood raised a monstrous tsunami. The entire city was shrouded in a terrifying aura. You broke it? King Taotai looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Mr. Good, you broke the old thing's curse? This flame again. Is this the illuminating world lamp? How can it be so powerful? Is it so easy to break the curse? King Pishio exclaimed. Phew! Gu Hai exhaled deeply. That was close. Luckily, I have this illuminating world lamp. Come, let's go out immediately. Don't give us away. Gu Hai shouted. Okay. The 9 great kings immediately rushed out of the hall. Chapter 1195. Eternaline Capital, Upper Study Room. His Holiness has already investigated clearly. Black Impermanence and Wushang Demon are not in the Heavenly Demon, Holy Land. They are definitely in the underground Blood City. However, they have not returned for several days. It seems that His Holiness is also very safe now. Mo Yike said solemnly, What about Scorpio? Skeleton, Gu Hai put down the brush he was using to write memorials and asked. Scorpio left the Heavenly Demon, Holy Land, not long ago. Mosquito, Dowrin secretly followed him. However, this Scorpio is extremely careful. He might have even discovered that someone was following him. Therefore, he brought the mosquito Dowrin in circles. Mo Yike said with an ugly expression, Scorpio is the 4th brother of the Heavenly Demon, Holy Land. It is not strange that he can sense that he is being followed. However, according to what you said, he only felt that he was being followed and is not sure? Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. Yes, if he was sure that he was being followed, he would have definitely turned back to the Heavenly Demon, Holy Land. Mo Yike nodded. Where is he now? Gu Hai asked solemnly. In the netherworld, he is circling everywhere, but should we catch him? Mo Yike asked solemnly. No, if he is circling the netherworld, it means that he has a way to protect himself. Or he is confident that he can contact Bai Zazai in an instant. In the netherworld, Bai Zazai can arrive in an instant. If we can't kill him in one strike, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Gu Hai said, after analyzing. Then we are just following him now. Let Mosquito Daoran continue to follow us. Black Impermanence and Wushang Demon haven't appeared yet, which means that their main bodies are fine. Scorpio might have a sixth sense and feel that someone is following him, but as long as Mosquito Daoran doesn't reveal himself, he won't be able to find out. After a long time, he will definitely doubt his sixth sense. Gu Hai said in a low voice, Scorpio is going around in circles. Does that mean he's definitely going to the underground Blood City? Mo Yike's eyes brightened. It shouldn't be wrong. As long as we follow Scorpio, we will definitely find him. Definitely. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't just be anxious. The more anxious he was, the more cautious he had to be. This was because this was the only way to save the original consciousness. Underground Blood City. Pishio Palace. King Pai Shio brought out a bowl of black tea and handed it to Wushang Demon. Drink it. This will dispel the curse faster. King Pai Shio said. There wasn't this before. What is this? Wushang Demon frowned. At this stage, you have to drink this curse-dispelling water. It will be done very soon. I won't harm you. Master is still watching, King Pai Shio said with a trace of impatience. Obviously, not long ago in Bayan Palace, Wushang Demon suppressed the 9 kings with his aura, which made them feel uncomfortable. Wushang Demon's face sank slightly, but he still picked it up and looked at the bowl of black liquid with some hesitation. You think I will poison you? Humph, I'll drink it for you to see. King Pai Shio was about to snatch it and drink it. No need, you wouldn't dare. If you poison me, will the other 8 kings accompany you? Wushang Demon immediately drank the black tea in one gulp. The moment he drank it, his whole body felt comfortable. So good, Wushang Demon said comfortably. This needs to be drunk for 9 days, King Pai Shio said. You still need to drink for 9 days? Oh, you think too much. Do you know how many treasures I used to drink this bowl of water? You should find the other 8 kings. King Pai Shio said with a look of reluctance. Your master promised me, no matter how good the treasure is, he will give it to me to drink. Ha ha ha, I will go and see how second brother is doing. Wushang Demon laughed and stepped out of Pishio Palace. Great King Pai Shio looked at the empty bowl and revealed a satisfied smile. Blood Witch Palace. Black Impermanence looked at the bat on the beam. You said you want to curse Gu Hai? How can it fail? You are not lying to me, right? Lie to you? Humph, I still want to ask you. Why is there a person who knows how to curse beside Gu Hai? He broke my curse and caused my lifespan to decrease by countless times. The bat said coldly. You suspect me? Ha ha, this is the underground Blood City, the base camp of curse cultivation. Why not suspect the 9 kings? Suspect me? Black Impermanence said coldly. The 9 kings don't have that ability. Naturally, the others in this city don't have that ability either. However, you also know some unorthodox curses. The bat said in a low voice. You suspect me? Are you crazy? I asked you to deal with Gu Hai. We spent so many spiritual stones on you. Why should I protect Gu Hai? Black Impermanence said with a look of disdain. The bat was silent. Second brother, what are you arguing about? Wushang Demon rushed into the main hall. Nothing. You are quite fast today. Black Impermanence frowned. Of course, today. Wushang Demon was about to say black tea. Gu Hai is here. Catch him. Suddenly, a roar came from outside. Gu Hai? Black Impermanence and Wushang Demon's expressions changed. Whoosh! The two rushed out at almost the same time. In the sea of cursed blood, countless bats rushed into the sky and flew toward the source of the roar. It was a street in the city. When they arrived, King Bai and was still on the street. "Where is Gu Hai?" Black Impermanence shouted. "I was a step too late. He disappeared when I reached this place," King Bai said anxiously. "What?" Black Impermanence looked at King Bai and with a gloomy face. "It's true. I saw that Gu Hai just now. He is just like in the portrait. That Gu Hai is so fast." Suddenly, a commoner said, "I saw him too, but he was gone in the blink of an eye. He is so fast. I wonder what he is doing here. The willow grass I used to practice curses is gone. My black dog King Blood is gone too. Is Gu Hai here to steal curses? Does he know the art of curses too?" Discussions broke out on the street. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless bats shrouded the area. The 9 kings came one after another and sealed off the area. The commoners kept confirming that Gu Hai was really here, and he was gone right under their noses. "Find him. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find him." Countless bats scattered and roared. Yes, everyone was busy again. Just a little more. Gu Hai escaped again. Wushang Demon and Black Impermanence did their best. However, where was Gu Hai's trace? The next day, Wushang Demon went to King Taoye's place. He drank another bowl of the same black tea. At this time, Wushang Demon was no longer suspicious. If one king lied to him, would all 9 of them lie to him? The bats spread out in all directions. The Black Impermanence and Heavenly Demon Wushang did not stop for even a moment. This was because on the 3rd day, Gu Hai appeared again in a small village in the city. Everyone in the village saw him. When King Qianyo arrived, Gu Hai was gone again. Wushang Demon, Black Impermanence, and the Grand Elder of the Blood Shamans were enraged. In this chaos, no one had the time to care about the curse energy inside Heavenly Demon Wushang. The 4th day, the 5th day, Wushang Demon took turns drinking the black tea with the other kings. On the 9th day, he drank the last cup of black tea in Baxia Palace. King Baxia, do you need to close the door to remove the curse for me? Is there anyone else in your side palace? Heavenly Demon Wushang frowned slightly and asked. Not only was the door closed, but the entire Baxia Palace was shrouded in a faint white fog. No one outside knew that this was a super go formation laid by Gu Hai. He took out all the treasures of the 9 kings to lay the formation. This vast amount of treasures boosted Gu Hai's confidence. He could guarantee that nothing would go wrong today. Whether they could leave or not would depend on this. Just as Wushang Demon was feeling confused, he saw King Baxia suddenly take out the Baxia cauldron. Wushang Demon's expression changed. He sensed that something was wrong. Deity of Baxia, heed my call. Treat it as day, turn it into night. Hypnotize the 9 cauldrons, silence all things. King Baxia shouted. It was not just King Baxia. The other 8 kings in the side palace also shouted at the same time. Boom! The 9 cauldrons of the 9 kings crashed to the ground. In an instant, they gave off a bright azure light, charging at Wushang Demon. Very well, there is indeed something wrong with you all. Die for me. Heavenly Demon Wushang shouted and slammed his palm toward King Baxia. The entire Baxia Palace exploded. However, this palm strike did not hit King Baxia. He's already in a daze. He can't hit King Baxia at all. No, even the aftermath is not something we can compare to. Fortunately, we have Mr. Good's chess formation. Sleep, sleep, sleep. As the 9 kings waited expectantly, the light of the 9 cauldrons surged into Wushang Demon's body. Immediately, The black tea in Wushang Demon's body formed a huge curse, causing Wushang Demon to become dazed and wobbly. No, this is impossible. I can't see clearly. Why am I sleeping? Poison? You poison me? Wushang Demon wobbled and swayed. Mr. Good, quick! King Baxia shouted. While Wushang Demon was wobbling, Guhai shot a ghost soul at Wushang Demon's forehead. Buzz! Wushang Demon's forehead seemed to instinctively resist, but Guhai's ghost soul still entered it. Immediately, a huge centipede god appeared. Black chi swirled around the centipede god's body. It was the black tea's curse that caused it to become dazed. Guhai immediately jumped onto its shoulder and thrust his palm into its head. Roar! The centipede god immediately roared. It seemed to be resisting. Black impermanence, I am in Baxia Palace. Come and save me. The 9 kings and Guhai conspired to trick me into being cursed. Come and save me. Wushang Demon suddenly roared. Buzz! A white ripple appeared on the surface of heavenly demon Wushang's body. In a flash, it charged out of Guhai's Go Dao ritual array. Oh no! The centipede god's innate magic ability. Great King Baian exclaimed. There's no time. Hurry! Guhai's final ghost soul jumped into Wushang Demon's forehead at the same time. Boom! The 2 ghost souls worked together to suppress Wushang Demon's centipede god. Wushang Demon immediately trembled all over. Soon. Just a little while more will be enough. The 2 ghost souls muttered anxiously. Very soon. The 9 kings also felt anxious. Success or failure hinged on this move. Whether Guhai could succeed or not would depend on whether he could control heavenly demon Wushang. At the same time, in the Blood Witch Palace, Black Impermanence was discussing with the bat how to capture Guhai. Suddenly, Wushang Demon's voice strangely entered Black Impermanence's ears. What? Black Impermanence's expression changed. 9 kings? You are seeking death. Boom. Black Impermanence unleashed an overwhelming aura and instantly charged at Baxia Palace. What's wrong? The bat on the roof gave chase in shock. Chapter 1196. Crown Prince Baxia. The 2 Guhai ghost souls quickly suppressed Wushang Demon's deity within the fog. Wushang Demon's heavenly palace consummation divine might was only slightly stronger than the 9 kings. However, to be faster, Guhai used the 2 ghost souls. The violently trembling Wushang Demon's pupils constricted. Suddenly, it narrowed its eyes. Guhai succeeded in controlling it. Boom! Just at this moment, a gigantic palm descended from the sky and smashed into the Go ritual array where Crown Prince Baxia was. The gigantic palm contained vast might. Even Guhai's Go ritual array instantly shattered. Arc! 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 The 9 kings screamed miserably as they flew back while grabbing their cauldrons. The gigantic palm was too strong. However, the 9 cauldrons were strangely sturdy and managed to block the shock waves. Whoosh! High in the sky, Xiao Chun waved his sleeve, and a strong wind instantly blew away the mess, revealing the ruins below. The 9 kings hid in their cauldrons amid the ruins, looking at the sky in horror. High in the sky, Black Impermanence showed a ferocious expression as he stood in the air. Ferocious flames flared around him as if a heavenly might pressed down. A large number of bats circled around him. As the bats roared, they stared at Crown Prince Baxia's surroundings. Crown Prince Baxia was now in a miserable state. Screams rang out everywhere. The 9 kings' hair was disheveled, but they were fine. At the center of the ruins, Wushang Demon twisted his head and looked at the sky with a cold light flashing in his eyes. What's going on? The Blood Witch First Elder roared in the air. Master, be careful. He is Guhai. High King, by, and exclaimed as he pointed at Wushang Demon. What? Black Impermanence's expression changed in disbelief. It's true, my lord. It turns out that Gu Hai has been hidden by Wushang Demon all this time. No wonder we couldn't find him. Just a moment ago, when we were removing the last bit of the curse on Wushang Demon, and Wushang Demon relaxed, the god of Gu Hai hidden in his sleeve suddenly entered his forehead. He is no longer Wushang Demon. He is Gu Hai. He is Gu Hai. King Baxia shouted in shock and anger. We want to stop it, but it's too late, master. King Bai and cried out in alarm. In the sky, countless bats bared their fangs. Meanwhile, Black Impermanence stared at Wushang Demon in disbelief. Impossible. How could OL3 secretly protect Gu Hai? Black Impermanence said in disbelief. Why not? If it wasn't for him, why would I be injured that day? Our underground blood city has paid such a huge price to make Gu Hai our enemy. Do you think we should protect him as well? Even if we protect Gu Hai, he will never forgive us. King Chunyo said with a glare. That's right. Our lives belong to Master. Are you saying that we deliberately saved Gu Hai together with Master? King Bayan exclaimed. OL3 just sent me a message saying that you are conspiring with Gu Hai to harm him. Black Impermanence said coldly, Our lives belong to Master. Why should we save Gu Hai? Are you suspecting that Master is with us? King Bai and said angrily with a glare, Black Impermanence, watch your mouth. The blood shaman, Grand Elder's cold voice came from among the countless bats. Humph! Black Impermanence snorted and lowered his head to look at Wushang Demon. Heavenly Demon Wushang sneered and twisted his head. He flipped his hand and took out 10 long sabers from his storage treasure. He carefully selected a blue long saber. Wushang Demon, you are so gullible. Did you think that you can control my Dahan, celestial empire, after refining my spirit? Unfortunately, you are too smart for your own good. He only has himself to blame. Heavenly Demon Wushang said with a cold smile. Wushang Demon's words confirmed that the person in front of them was Gu Hai. Gu Hai's words also cleared the suspicion of the 9 great kings. Wushang Demon brought this upon himself. Black Impermanence, what else do you have to say now? Your heavenly demon, Holy Land, is plotting something against my underground blood city? Countless bats bared their fangs and roared. The blood shaman, Grand Elder's previous suspicion disappeared. After all, the 9 great kings were under his control. Their lives and deaths were in his hands. Who would dare to deceive him? So it was Wushang Demon who did this himself. He had been looking for him for so many days. Wouldn't it have been fine if he had killed Gu Hai earlier? Why did he cause so much trouble? Black Impermanence gradually believed Gu Hai's words. However, there was more anger in his eyes. Wushang Demon wanted to control the Dahan, celestial empire behind his back. Who did he think he was? Was the celestial empire something he could control? Humph! No matter what the reason is, it is not important now. What is important is that we have found Gu Hai, right? Black Impermanence suddenly sneered. That's right, we have found him. Countless bats' faces darkened as they looked at Wushang Demon. Yes, you have found me. However, I am no longer a pushover like before. Wushang Demon, who was possessed by Gu Hai, sneered. Oh, Gu Hai, do you think you can still escape today? You are only possessing Wushang Demon, who is at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Do you think you can escape from me? Black Impermanence sneered. I can kill you when I am at the 8th tier of Heavenly Palace. What do you think now that Wushang Demon is at the peak of Heavenly Palace? There is indeed a group of people who know how to curse in this underground blood city. However, with their cultivation, I can crush them all with one finger. Guhai sneered. You are overconfident, aren't you? Black Impermanence said coldly. Not only that, but with Wu Shang Demon's body, I can contact the entire Dahan Celestial Empire. Guhai said coldly. As he said that, he swung the blue saber in his hand down. Boom! A huge saber aura, accompanied by endless saber chi, slashed in the direction of the city gate. Bastard! Black Impermanence's expression changed. He immediately lunged at Guhai. Guhai pulled back his saber, and the saber aura returned. However, it continued to charge toward the city gate with endless saber chi. Guhai swung his saber at Black Impermanence. 10 cycles. Hung. There was a huge explosion, and the void shook violently. In an instant, countless buildings in the underground Blood City collapsed. Meanwhile, Black Impermanence paused abruptly because of Guhai's blade. Black Impermanence's eyes widened in shock and anger. He was not shocked because his attack was blocked, but because the city gate was about to be broken. Once it was broken, all his efforts would be for naught. No, Black Impermanence shouted in shock. Hung. There was another huge explosion, but the city gate did not move an inch. What's wrong? Guhai's expression darkened. The 9 great kings also widened their eyes. When did the city gate become so sturdy? Great King Tao, and said in shock, that's Guhai's attack. Even if it's just saber chi, it's still very powerful. If the saber chi entered my body, even 10 of me wouldn't be able to block it. Why is the gate not moving? Great King Tao, and said in shock, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the gate was slowly turning blood red. Hee, Guhai, you don't understand my underground blood city. Without my permission, no one can leave. The Grand Elder of the Blood Shaman's voice suddenly rang out in the city. Guhai's expression darkened. Black Impermanence also showed a hint of surprise. Don't worry and fight with him, Black Impermanence. The underground Blood City has been around for so many years, and only I know how powerful it is. Why do you think the underground Blood City can cut off all connections with the outside world? So what if you're at the complete Heaven Palace? Even a complete god won't be able to break it easily. The Grand Elder of the Blood Shaman's voice rang out again. Guhai raised his head to look at the sky. He saw that the previously foggy sky had turned blood red. The ground on the ground had turned blood red as well. In a short period of time, the entire underground Blood City had turned blood red. Everyone seemed to be in a world of blood. Black Impermanence's eyelids twitched as he looked at the bats that filled the sky. Black Impermanence realized that he had underestimated the city lord of the underground Blood City. Our goal is the same, which is Guhai. If Guhai didn't expose himself, we couldn't do anything. Now that he's exposed, what are we waiting for? You have a high cultivation base, so you should be the one to deal with him. Wu Shang Demon has only himself to blame. You should be the one to deal with this mistake. The bats said coldly, all right, I'll deal with him. Black Impermanence nodded. Black Deity turned his head and looked at Guhai, who was not far away, with a cold expression. Although they were sealed in the blood-red underground Blood City, Guhai was not afraid. Holding the long blade in his hand, he looked at Black Impermanence again. Eternal Yin Capital, Upper Study Room. His Holiness, Mosquito Dowran, sent news that Scorpio finally doubted his senses. He won't beat around the bush anymore. Mo Yike said excitedly, oh, where did he go? Guhai stood up immediately. The South Sea of the Underworld, Mosquito Dowran, Kong Xian, and Dragon Godding have all gone there. Mo Yike said, inform Empress Chun to guard the Eternal Yin Capital. I will go there personally. Guhai said coldly, yes. Mo Yike replied, phew, Skeleton Gu Hai stood up and took a step forward. With a flash, he disappeared from the upper study. When Gu Hai encountered an accident, the person who was most worried about was naturally the skeleton clone. After all, it was him. To be able to suppress this worry and deal with government affairs was already the best Gu Hai could do. Now that there was finally news, how could he wait? Almost instantly, Gu Hai arrived at the South Sea of the underworld. At this moment, a large number of black mosquitoes were floating around the South Sea. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, 10 black mosquitoes flew to Gu Hai's side. His Holiness, this is the black mosquito clone I left behind. It will lead the way for you. I have entered the depths of the sea. One of the black mosquitoes suddenly said. Gu Hai reached out and grabbed one of the black mosquitoes. His figure flashed, and he instantly rushed into the depths of the sea. With the black mosquitoes leading the way, Gu Hai quickly found Kong Xian at the bottom of the sea. Kong Xian was currently in an underground cave at the bottom of the sea. The entrance of the cave was surging with rolling heat as if there was underground magma. The nearby seawater evaporated into gas, leaving the cave unobstructed. His Holiness is inside. Scorpio just went down. Mosquito Dauren and Dragon God Ing also followed him. Kong Xian said excitedly, "Let's go." The two stepped forward and jumped into the magma. The fire surged, but the two of them were at the peak of Heavenly Palace. This temperature was nothing to them. With the black mosquitoes leading the way, the two of them quickly passed through a layer of magma and arrived at a huge hollow space. In the distance, Mosquito Dauren and Dragon God Ing had already surrounded Scorpio. So my feeling was right. You guys are really good at enduring. Scorpio was shocked and angry. However, Gu Hai was not in the mood to look at Scorpio. Instead, he looked at the strange space. In the center of the space, there was a blood mist. The blood mist was continuously sucking in the underground magma. Above the blood mist, there was a tower floating. The words, Underground Blood City, were written on the tower. However, at that moment, the city gate tower had turned blood red. Blood chi billowed out. Blood chi. Gu Hai's face darkened, and he waved his hand. Boom! A gust of wind swept past and swept away a large amount of blood mist. Under the illumination of Kong Xian's divine light, the underground blood city revealed its true appearance. A heart. A city in the shape of a heart. A huge heart. Furthermore, the heart was still beating weakly. Huff, huff. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was that really a heart? A living heart? Chapter 1197, Underground Blood City. The blood shaman, Grand Elder, sealed off the entire city. He watched as Wushang Demon, who was possessed by Gu Hai, fought Black Impermanence. Bang! Gu Hai threw away the long saber in his hand, which was already covered in cracks. The power of the 10 cycles was too great. Ordinary sabers could not withstand it. Fortunately, Wushang Demon had many in stock. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out another long saber. Ha! Gu Hai, this is not your own body after all. You can't unleash the power of Third Brother's body, right? Black Impermanence sneered. Wushang Demon only has this much power. Why can't I unleash it? However, this body is too weak. Otherwise, I could tear you apart with my bare hands. Humph. Gu Hai said coldly. Too weak? He is at the peak of the Heavenly Palace realm. Black Impermanence sneered. Black Impermanence held a bronze truncheon in his hand, which was extremely powerful. Again, Gu Hai snorted coldly as he charged forward once more. Boom, boom, boom. Although Wushang Demon had many shortcomings, he was still at the peak of the Heavenly Palace realm. Gu Hai could use the 10 cycles easily. Although there was a difference of one level in their cultivation, Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression and did not give in at all. Gu Hai's saber techniques carried the power of a chess game. As he swung his saber, Gu Hai became more familiar with his body. Black impermanence was at the peak of the god Legion realm. He was much weaker than Bai Zizai and Matriarch Ji. After a series of battles, he could not suppress Gu Hai. The two fought in the sky, hitting the blood-red barrier time and time again. Gu Hai took the opportunity to slash at the barrier. However, he could not break it. The underground blood city is indeed sturdy. Gu Hai's face darkened. That's good. That way, you won't be able to escape. Black Impermanence laughed. Black Impermanence, Gu Hai said, chuckling coldly. You've just entered the great circle of the god Legion stage, while Wushang Demon's body is the closest to the great circle of the god Legion stage. That means the two of you aren't that far apart. A single step is the difference between heaven and earth. Gu Hai, stop dreaming. Dream? Humph. You barely blocked one of my 10 heavenly cycles. Gu Hai snorted coldly. 10 cycles per cycle? Ha, you can still slash out too? Black Impermanence sneered. Wushang Demon was originally a centipede demon with 1,000 arms and legs. It was not difficult for him to elongate his body. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, a pair of arms grew out of Gu Hai's waist. At the same time, he held a long saber in his hands. Gu Hai's 4 arms held 2 long sabers. Black Impermanence's eyes widened. Another pair of arms? Centipedes have the advantage of having many arms. Since you want to see 10 heavenly cycles, I'll fulfill your wish. Gu Hai chuckled coldly. 10 heavenly cycles. Boom, boom. The 2 long sabers slashed down at the same time. 2 energy sabers shot out, causing the underground blood city to tremble violently. Some of the void was torn apart. A vast force rushed toward Black Impermanence. Black Impermanence could still block 10 heavenly cycles, but now there were 2 of them. How could he block them? 2 sabers? Isn't that the strength of a single person? Do you think you can defeat me? Break. Black Impermanence's copper jian slashed out like a heavenly pillar. Hung. With a loud bang, the underground blood city shook and Black Impermanence was sent flying. Large patches of his clothes were torn to shreds. Impossible. How can your strength be so great? Black Impermanence's hands were numb, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was bleeding. He widened his eyes in disbelief. The heavenly cycle saber technique's strength is only secondary. The main thing is the saber domain, which is also my Go Dao. The Go Dao is powerful. With a small amount of strength, one can unleash great might. That's why the 10 heavenly cycles can make things difficult for you. 10 heavenly cycles can hurt you. Tell me, what if there are more 10 heavenly cycles? Gu Hai sneered. As he sneered, he saw Gu Hai's upper body elongate. Bam, 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 bam. 6 more arms emerged from Gu Hai's ribs. 5 pairs of arms each held a long saber. They charged at Black Impermanence again. Let's see if you can block this. Gu Hai stepped forward. 5 long sabers meant 10 heavenly cycles at the same time. How could Black Impermanence withstand this? Black Impermanence immediately retreated. Third brother can't be so powerful. That's because he doesn't know how to use his own strength. You don't know how to use your own strength either. Gu Hai said coldly. With a cold voice, he pounced again. However, Black Impermanence already knew Gu Hai's strength. He immediately retreated again. Blood City Master, why can't I use the power of the Great Tao? Black Impermanence roared anxiously. Black Impermanence was a consummate god. he could use a great Tao to deal with Gu Hai. However, he couldn't use it now. The underground blood city is isolated from the outside. Hence, there are no 3,000 great Tao here. You can only use your own strength. The blood shaman Grand Elder said. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Black Impermanence said gloomily as he dodged. I thought it would be easy for a consummate god like you to deal with a consummate heavenly palace cultivator. The blood shaman Grand Elder said gloomily. Running away is the only thing you can do now. Gu Hai smiled coldly. 10 heavenly cycles. This time, there were 5 sabers. 5 huge sabers slashed out. Black Impermanence's expression changed. He dodged Gu Hai's powerful attack. However, this time, Gu Hai didn't slash at Black Impermanence. Instead, he slashed at the barrier that enveloped the underground blood city. Hung. A loud boom rang out. The underground blood city suddenly shook. However, Gu Hai's attack still couldn't break the barrier. How is this possible? Gu Hai's expression darkened. The power of these 5 slashes was so strong, but they couldn't break through the underground blood city's barrier. How is this possible? What is the barrier made of? Black Impermanence also widened his eyes as he watched this scene in disbelief. What's the underground blood city made of? Why is it so sturdy? Gu Hai said gloomily. Humph. Gu Hai, you won't be able to break the underground blood city. Don't even think about running away today. The blood shaman Grand Elder said. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the cursed blood sea in the middle. It doesn't matter. Can't break the barrier? I can kill you first. You're not a consummate god, right? Gu Hai said with a cold smile. With a cold smile, Gu Hai took a step forward and dove toward the cursed blood sea. Black Impermanence, stop him. I have a way to deal with Gu Hai. Stop him first. The blood shaman Grand Elder panicked. Black Impermanence's expression darkened. However, he went forward to stop Gu Hai. 10 cycles. Gu Hai swung his saber again. However, he didn't charge toward the cursed blood sea. Instead, he charged toward Black Impermanence. What? Your target isn't the Blood City governor, but me? Black Impermanence's expression changed. So, Gu Hai charging toward the cursed blood sea was just a facade to trick Black Impermanence into taking his attack head-on? Hung. The 5 sabers clashed with the copper Jian again. However, they didn't hit each other this time. Instead, they were pushing against each other as if they couldn't be separated. Blarg! Black Impermanence spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his eyes lit up. 10 cycles? Ha ha! The power is too strong. Once it's over, it's just an ordinary saber energy. I see. Ha ha ha! Black Impermanence laughed. He thought he had discovered Gu Hai's secret. However, 5 pairs of arms appeared from Gu Hai's waist again. Each of them grabbed a saber at the same time. 5 new sabers slashed through Black Impermanence's body. Bam! Black Impermanence was instantly cut into 6 pieces by the 5 sabers. He was sent flying. What? Black Impermanence's eyes widened in disbelief. His body was cut into pieces. Now, do you still think that I'm not familiar with Wushang Demon's body? Heh! Gu Hai smiled coldly. The 9 great lords and the countless bats widened their eyes. They didn't expect Gu Hai to cut Black Impermanence into 6 pieces in such a short time. That was the perfected gods. It happened so quickly that no one could react in time. Gu Hai turned to look at the cursed blood sea. Black Impermanence is dead. You're next. Grand Elder of the Blood Shamans, it's been a while. Gu Hai's expression was cold. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The entire cursed blood sea suddenly started boiling. At the same time, blood mist gushed out from the cursed blood sea and spread in all directions. Gu Hai waved his hand and expelled the blood mist. He slowly flew toward the cursed blood sea. Gu Hai, you're really capable. I've already cursed you to a dead end. You're only left with God, but you can still turn the tide in this desperate situation and reach this step. Good, good, very good. The Grand Elder's cold laughter came from the cursed blood sea. Humph, how long are you going to hide at the bottom of the sea? Are you going to come out yourself, or do I have to ask you to come out? Gu Hai said coldly. There were many strange monsters cruising on the bottom of the sea. Looking at the cruising monsters, Gu Hai's heart tightened. King Paishio was secretly holding the world-illuminating lamp in his hand. At this moment, the world-illuminating lamp seemed to have sensed something and was giving off a scorching warning. Are the monsters in the cursed blood sea very dangerous? However, at this moment, countless witchcraft cultivators in the city suddenly screamed in horror. Everyone turned to look. They saw that all the witchcraft cultivators had pustules on their bodies. Then, pustules grew all over their bodies. Gradually, they fell to the ground and turned into blood water. What? Oh no, there's poison in the blood mist. It's not poison, it's a curse. It's a curse. Master wants to kill everyone. The 9 great kings suddenly cried out in horror. I'm not going to kill everyone. The blood shaman lineage requires people with special numerology to be able to practice the art of curses. All of you have this special numerology, and with this numerology, your entire bodies can be transformed into the aura of curses, allowing me to recreate the curse god. Now, it's time to use all of you. The Grand Elder's cold voice came from the cursed blood sea. What? You want to kill all of us to complete the curse for you? Great king, and suddenly exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Not good. I can feel the blood in my body burning. I have been cursed. I am rotting. The Taotai king cried out in alarm. Hide in the cauldron. King Bai and shouted. All the kings quickly hid in their respective cauldrons and immediately felt much better. Everyone, avoid the blood mist. Avoid the blood mist. Great king, Bai, and shouted at the city. No, help. At this moment, screams rang out in the city. Gu Hai's eyes widened. He no longer cared about what was in the sea of blood. He extended his hand and slashed at the sea of blood. 10 cycles. Chapter 1198. Heavenly Devil Holy Land, Ancient Palace. Bai Zizai frowned as he looked at Bai Wuchang, who was frozen at the entrance of the palace. Beside him was a cloud of white mist. My lord, you don't have to worry about me. After being framed by Gu Hai, I was sealed by Yuanshi Tianzuan. However, he could only seal my body, not my consciousness. The white mist said calmly, Bai Wuchang, you've worked hard this time. Bai Zizai said calmly, My lord, you're too kind. Gu Hai was just lucky this time. The skeleton doppelganger in the netherworld was not cursed. Only Gu Hai's real body in the living world was cursed. But that's good. Gu Hai's real body is the foundation. Only his spirit is left in the underground blood city. He's dead meat. Bai Wuchang's consciousness in the white mist said in a low voice, Dead meat? How long has it been? There's still no news from there. Bai Zizai said with a gloomy face, 4th brother went to the underground blood city and hasn't returned yet. Could it be? Bai Wuchang said worriedly. He sent back a message saying that he felt that someone was following him. You guessed right. Gu Hai is such a smart person. He must have guessed something from our last attack. Now, he must have sent someone to follow him. Follow? Yes. Divine Scorpion is circling around. As soon as he goes to the underground blood city, the Dahan will be followed by many heroes. Even skeleton Gu Hai will go. Bai Zizai said in a low voice. Once skeleton Gu Hai goes, won't the Dahan's capital be empty? Haha, so what if it's empty? Gu Hai has already borrowed heavenly venerate of primordial beginnings strength. Previously, I did not understand why Gu Hai asked heavenly venerate of primordial beginning to appear. Was it just to seal you? No, I understand now. Gu Hai's purpose is to plant a seed of anger towards us in Yuanshi Tianzuan's heart. Yuanshi Tianzuan is suppressing his anger. He gave a warning again. This makes it convenient for skeleton Gu Hai to leave the capital at any time. If we destroy the Dahan's capital, what do you think Yuanshi Tianzuan will do this time? Bai Zizai said coldly, this time, Yuanshi Tianzuan will definitely think that we are sabotaging his plan again and again. He might even fight with the heavenly devil sanctuary for Gu Hai. Bai Wucheng said gloomily, you know Yuanshi Tianzuan's character. He will not rest until he kills anyone who destroys his plan. It won't be enough even if he wipes out the entire family. Bai Zizai said in a low voice, then how? It doesn't matter. The Sea of Providence in the Dahan's capital is too conspicuous. However, the underground blood city is not conspicuous. It's the best place to kill Gu Hai. No one knows. Even if we can't kill Gu Hai, we will destroy Gu Hai's consciousness. Bai Zizai said coldly, Master, are you going to let Scorpio lure Gu Hai into the underground blood city and then catch him? No, I won't do it. If I'm not wrong, Yuanshi Tianzuan has been monitoring me ever since Gu Hai planted a seed of anger in him. He has a vague feeling that his monitoring is not thorough enough. However, since he knows my approximate location, he might know Gu Hai's approximate location. If we get close, Bai Zizai frowned. Then, I won't do it, but it doesn't mean that others can't. Gu Hai has a lot of enemies. Bai Zizai sneered. Bai Zizai sneered as he looked at the eastern spirit sea of flames in the distance. Underworld, eternal Yin capital, Chun Xian, and long one you came to the underworld. Your Majesty, His Holiness has gone to the underground blood city. Please stay and guard the boundless heaven capital. Mo Yike said respectfully. He's gone. What if? Chun Xian was worried. Rest assured, Your Majesty. After His Holiness asked Yuanshi Tianzuan to come, Bai Zizai and the East Spirit Fire Sea didn't dare to come. We asked Your Majesty to come just to guard against some petty thieves. Scorpio has been going around in circles for too long. His Holiness guessed that Bai Zizai might have set up a trap to prevent Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon Godding from being in danger. So he went there personally. Mo Yike explained. Brother-in-law is so thoughtful. However, have you found the underground blood city? Long one you frowned. Buzz. Suddenly, a sound came from a Qin statue in front of everyone. Mo Yike, tell Wanyu to talk. I have something to ask her. Gu Hai's voice came. Brother-in-law, I'm here. Go ahead. Long Wanyu said to the Qin statue immediately. Wanyu, you're here? That's good. I saw something here. I don't know what it is. Can you give me some advice? Gu Hai said. Brother-in-law, go ahead. I found the underground blood city. After wiping away the blood fog, I saw the outline of the city. It's actually in the shape of a heart. It's a little smaller than the eternal Yin. At the moment, the city gate is closed. The heart-shaped city seems to be still beating. It's absorbing the fire of the underground magma. It's like a living thing, but it's so strong that even Kong Xian's six-colored holy light couldn't break it. What is it? Gu Hai's voice came. Ah, a heart. So big. Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. It doesn't matter whether you know it or not. I'm just worried that if I try to break it, I'll hurt the chess soul inside. That's why I asked. Gu Hai's voice came again. Underground blood city? Heart. Ah, I understand. No wonder the divine elementalists of the Wu tribe are so powerful. The art of curse can actually suppress the demon tribe. It turns out that they got this heart. Long Wanyu's expression changed. What do you mean? There are 5 divine elementalists in the world. The founders are Fuxi of longevity, Chang Tian of life, Xang Jia of literature, 30 of spirit, and Torch Dragon of divinity. I told you before. Long Wanyu explained. Divine elementalist, Torch Dragon? Yes, Torch Dragon is the ancestor of divine elementalists. If I'm not wrong, that heart is Torch Dragon's. Is Torch Dragon really dead? Killed by 30? But forget it, brother-in-law, I've told you before about Torch Dragon's strength. He's the #1 living creature in the world. His spirit transformed into the demon tribe. So the demon tribe's innate talent is divine elementalism. Originally, no one could compare to divine elementalists, but the Wu tribe's art of curse actually surpassed the demon tribe. It turns out that they obtained Torch Dragon's organs. The heart even contains Torch Dragon's heart blood. Brother-in-law, quickly break open the heart. If the Grand Elder of the Blood Witches controls this heart, your original body will be in extreme danger. Long Wanyu explained. I understand. Gu Hai's voice suddenly sounded resolute. Underground space. With a wave of his hand, Gu Hai exposed the underground blood city to everyone. The huge heart made Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Godding, Kong Xian, and Scorpio all widen their eyes. Heart! Scorpio exclaimed in surprise. A beating heart! It's absorbing earth fire to survive. The underground blood city is a heart. Mosquito Daoran also widened his eyes. I'll break it open. 6-colored divine light. Kong Xian waved his hand. Wang. A beam of 6-colored divine light, like a heavenly sword, slashed down. Boom. With a super loud sound, the 6-colored divine light suddenly collapsed, and the heart only trembled slightly. Impossible. Kong Xian exclaimed in surprise. Dragon God Ing also did not believe it. He immediately stepped forward and slashed with his blade. Boom. The huge heart city only trembled violently for a while, but did not break open. Is this a heart? Everyone was at a loss. Gu Hai quickly used the Guqin figurine to ask Long Wanyu. He received the news. Torch Dragon's heart. Gu Hai's eyes widened. How strong was the Torch Dragon, the #1 living creature in the world? A decaying organ that even someone at the peak of Heavenly Palace could not break open? Take down Scorpio or kill him. Leave him to me. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. The 3 of them shouted and rushed toward Scorpio. Be *starred. Scorpio's expression changed. He took out the Guqin figurine and wanted to ask for help. Boom. Dragon God immediately smashed the Guqin figurine with a punch. Be *starred. You 3 newly ascended peak of Heavenly Palace dare to go against me? Scorpio's face darkened. Swoosh. He immediately used the poisonous hitching horse stake again and threw it at the 3 of them. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 of them were also very fierce. For a moment, no one was willing to give way. They all rushed toward Scorpio. On the other side, Gu Hai stepped on the huge heart and took out the Life Slayer saber. Zhou Tian 10. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. The massive energy saber slashed at the heart. However, the heart only trembled slightly. Just like Gu Hai, it could not break through the heart's barrier. However, Gu Hai was using the Life Slayer saber, and its killing power was sharper. Eventually, it cut a piece of flesh. It was very small. It was only the size of an ant. It was not even enough to fill the gap between the teeth. Perhaps it was just the old skin of the heart that was about to fall off. Not enough to skeleton Gu Hai. It was enough to sever a single strand. Boom. Guhai's body immediately emitted rolling black gas that rushed toward the small wound. No matter how small it was still a wound. Countless skulls were gnawing on the wound in the black gas. Are the skulls too big? Then I'll split them into smaller ones. Would the smaller ones be too big? Then I'll split them 10 times smaller. The skulls grew smaller and more numerous. The rolling skulls quickly gnawed on the wound. Eat, eat, eat. The reason why it took so long to eat was because the wounds were too small. However, as the countless skulls continued to gnaw away at the heart, the wounds gradually grew larger. As the wounds grew larger, more and more skulls joined in. It was like a butterfly flapping its wings, slowly growing larger and larger until it became a tornado, which began to break down the heart at a faster and faster pace. If you can't break it, I'll eat you, Guhai said with a gloomy expression. Rumble! Along the small wound, the giant heart was quickly torn into 8 huge trenches that extended in all directions. At the same time, the 8 trenches split midway and spread out like a spider web. More and more black gas shrouded the heart. Gradually, the entire heart was shrouded in rolling black gas. Gaga-gaga-ga! Countless small skulls gnawed on the heart tirelessly. There was no need for Guhai to expend a trace of energy, because the torch dragon's heart contained endless energy. For a moment, the rolling energy surged into Guhai's body. Guhai, who was unable to break through, was stunned. Good stuff, Guhai said in surprise. Chapter 1199. Underground Blood City. The saber under Guhai's ribs chopped Black Deity into 6 pieces, which flew out and scattered in all directions. Everyone thought that Black Impermanence was dead for sure. After all, his head was chopped in half. However, Black Impermanence did not die. After some twisting, the pieces of Black Impermanence pieced back together. Black Impermanence regained its original form. After Black Impermanence pieced back together, his essence was severely injured. He did not attack rashly. Instead, he hid himself quietly. Crimson fog spread out in the surroundings, and anguished howls filled the entire city. The cultivation of the blood shaman bloodline required special divination. Those with such divination would eventually turn into curse energy. Perhaps the blood shaman bloodline had been cursed since the start of their cultivation. At this moment, no one could escape. They quickly rotted and turned into blood water. The blood water seeped into the ground and strangely flowed into the blood sea in the center. No one could escape. Only the 9 great kings, who hid in the 9 cauldrons, could survive. I understand now. The cursed blood sea in the center of the underground blood city was not this big during the ancient era. It was very small in the past and only grew to this size after several million years. The blood water in that blood sea is not real blood, but the condensation of curse energy. Great King Hoenn exclaimed. Curse energy? A sea of curse energy? How is that possible? Great King Taotai exclaimed. When a person cultivated the curse energy, they would only have a small strand of curse energy. Even when Great King Taotai used all his strength to execute the curse energy, his strand of curse energy would only be the size of a finger. How could there be a sea of curse energy? Yes, this is the accumulation of several million years. After all the blood shamans die, they cannot reincarnate. It turns out that everything about the blood shamans turns into curse energy after they die and gathers in the cursed blood sea. It took several million years to gather this sea. Great King, Hoenn exclaimed. A sea of curse energy. Great King Hoenn exclaimed in horror. The blood shaman bloodline? You have been scheming against your own people from the start. You gathered more blood shamans when you were alive and turned them into curse energy after you died. Then you turned them into blood water and poured into this cursed blood sea. Ha ha ha! We were all fooled. Great king, Hoenn exclaimed with wide eyes. The 9 kings looked at the sea of blood and shivered. What is he going to do with this sea of curse energy? King Qianyu frowned. On the other side, Wu Shang demon, who was possessed by Gu Hai, instantly slashed down with his blade. 10 cycles. The boundless might seem to have split the sea of blood apart. Screech. At that moment, there seemed to be a monster roaring at the bottom of the blood sea. Then 10 beams of 6-colored divine light shot up into the sky and collided with Zhou Tian. Hung. The void trembled as Gu Hai's blade was blocked. However, the 6-colored divine light made Gu Hai's eyes widen. Kong Xian's 6-colored divine light. Gu Hai's eyes widened. Bang! Then, a monster that had been hibernating at the bottom of the sea surfaced. Everyone's eyes widened, although they had long known that there were dormant monsters at the bottom of the sea. This was the first time they had seen one. After all, it was those monsters that had eaten an endless amount of spirit stones earlier. What kind of monster was that? A huge peacock flapped its wings and suddenly floated out of the sea. Peacock! Everyone was surprised. That's not right. Peacocks don't have claws. King Bian exclaimed. Everyone took a closer look. Sure enough, the peacock did not have claws. Instead, it had a snake tail that was strangely connected to the bottom of the sea. What kind of monster is this? The body of a peacock and the tail of a snake? King Taotai exclaimed in shock. Screech. The peacock revealed a malevolent expression. It flapped its wings and emitted an ominous aura. Clearly, the 6-colored divine light was unleashed by this peacock. Snake-tailed peacock? Bang! Another monster surfaced from the sea. Golden crow. No, this golden crow also has a snake tail. The snake tail extended to the bottom of the sea? What kind of monster is this? Bam! 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 Monsters kept emerging from the sea. They were all different. There were tigers, lions, cats, bears, and all kinds of animals. None of them were weaker than the peacock with the snake tail. However, they all had one thing in common. They all had a snake tail that was connected to the bottom of the sea. 3,000 demons? What are these? Gu Hai's expression darkened. In the distance, Black Impermanence's eyes widened as he watched this scene in confusion. He thought he could defeat the entire underground blood city. What were these monsters? Although their auras were only at the peak of Heavenly Palace, there were 3,000 of them. 10 heavenly cycles. Gu Hai swung his 10 sabers again. Roar. Screech. The 3,000 snake-tailed demons roared in unison as they charged toward Gu Hai's sabers. Hung. Countless cracks appeared in the void. The energy sabers and saber chi were shattered. However, the peacock with the snake tail was finally hit. Its snake tail was severed. It's useless, Gu Hai. You can't kill any of the curse god's divine bodies. The Grand Elder of the Blood Shaman's voice rang out from the blood sea. When the peacock's body fell, it turned into a pool of blood. Blood gushed out from the snake tail that was severed. Then, a peacock's body grew from the severed part. What's this? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. These bodies aren't made of flesh. They're formed from the curse energy. They're one of the curse god's many clones. No matter how many times you kill them, they'll be reborn. The Grand Elder of the Blood Shamans chuckled coldly. Slowly, a blood-colored flesh island appeared in the center of the blood sea. There was a throne on the blood-colored flesh island. Chang Ming was sitting on the throne. His entire body had turned blood red. Chang Ming held a small red ball in his hand. He looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile on his face. However, Gu Hai could clearly see that Chang Ming's feet were connected to the flesh island. Moreover, The other end of the tails of the 3,000 snake-tailed demons was connected to the blood-colored flesh island. The snake tail is connected to the flesh island? Doesn't that mean the 3,000 Fey gods are one monster? King Bai and exclaimed in shock. It was like a 9-headed snake. There were 3,000 snake monsters in front of them. They were a gigantic monster that sent chills down one's spine. The curse god, imitating the power of the 3,000 Fey gods. Guhai raised an eyebrow. Not imitating. All the monsters in the world came from the curse god. Guhai, we finally meet again. The blood-red Chang Ming chuckled coldly. Guhai looked at Chang Ming with a dark expression. Chang Ming was obviously being controlled by the Grand Elder of the Blood Shamans. Enemies are bound to meet. Guhai chuckled coldly. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, the heavenly demon's sacred ground wouldn't have given me so many spiritual stones. It's not easy to find such a large amount of spiritual stones. The Grand Elder sneered. You didn't use all of your spiritual stones on the 9 cauldron god-stealing curse? Guhai asked coldly. Used? However, 1/5 is enough. The rest is just enough for me to revive the curse god and rebuild his infinite body. The Grand Elder said coldly. Just these 3,000 monster heads. They can be reborn? I don't think so. I'll kill them one by one. Also, if I destroy this blood sea of yours, will you let it continue to be reborn? Guhai said coldly. The curse god is not in his perfect form now. The Grand Elder chuckled coldly. What do you mean? Guhai asked in a low voice. It's your honor to die at the hands of the curse god. Watch if you want. The Grand Elder said coldly. As they spoke, screech, screech, the snake-tailed peacock and the snake-tailed golden crow collided. Hum. Suddenly, the 2 Fey gods merged into one. Hum, hum, hum. It wasn't just the 2 Fey gods, but all 3,000 Fey gods were colliding and merging into one another, forming new monsters. However, the entire blood sea was sinking in a strange manner. The water of the blood sea is helping you merge these Fey gods. Humph! Guhai snorted coldly and stepped forward again with his sword. 10 cycles. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a large number of Fey gods were killed. Guhai's 10 cycles was full of power. The heads that were not merged were weaker and would be chopped off, but new heads would quickly grow out. However, the merged Fey gods' heads were extremely powerful. They blocked Guhai's 10 cycles again and again. As a result, Guhai's 10 cycles became useless in the later stages. After a series of merging, only 9 Fey gods were left. Guhai also recognized the appearances of the 9 Yao gods. Chunyo, Yazi, Taotai, Pishio, Taowu, Baoxia, Taowu, and Chiwen. The 9 Fey gods looked exactly the same as the 9 kings, except that they had a snake tail connected to a fleshy island. No, it was no longer a snake tail. The snake tails had merged into a dragon tail. 9 types of wyverns. Guhai's face darkened. They're not wyverns. They're the 9 sons of a dragon. They're all different. The original form of the curse god is a dragon. When the dragon splits, it becomes the 9 sons. When the 9 sons split, they become the 3,000 Fey gods. When they split again, they become the 10,000 Fey gods. Now, I'm just being reborn. The Grand Elder sneered. The 9 sons of a dragon? Guhai's face darkened. At this moment, only 10% of the blood sea was left. All the blood shamans in the city had died, turned into blood water, and were absorbed by the blood sea. At this moment, the 9 Fey gods were even more ferocious. They protected the fleshy island in the middle. Each of them could block Guhai. The cursed god is the spirit The underground city is the body, and now the 9 cauldrons are the bones. 9 kings, come here. The Grand Elder suddenly looked at the 9 kings. W.E. King Tao-Tai, who was hiding in the cauldron, exclaimed. At this moment, the 9 kings were terrified when they saw the monster. Asking them to go over, "We will give you the 9 cauldrons." King Tao-Tai was terrified and was about to throw the 9 cauldrons. "Ha ha, it's not up to you." The Grand Elder activated the red ball in his hand. Whung! The 9 cauldrons covered the 9 kings and arrived on the fleshy island in an instant. "What? Master, this has nothing to do with us." King Tao-Tai exclaimed. The underground city is guarded by the 9 kings. Each of the 9 kings has a sun god between their eyebrows. Coincidentally, the 9 Fey gods are the 9 Fey gods. I want you to merge with the Fey gods and control the 9 Fey gods with your sun gods. Then you will merge into the perfect cursed god. The Grand Elder said coldly. W.E. The 9 kings exclaimed. That's right. Only then can I become the perfect cursed god. The Grand Elder's eyes flashed with excitement. Chapter 1200. The Grand Elder held a small red ball in his hand. It seemed to be the hub of everything. He activated it gently. Ding! The 9 cauldrons seemed to have taken root on the meat island. At the same time, the 9 Fey gods connected to the meat island suddenly opened their mouths and rushed toward the 9 kings at an extremely terrifying speed. "Master, please spare us! Master, please spare us!" The kings screamed. However, how strong were the 9 Fey gods? They were not something the 9 kings could resist. Even though Gu-hai slashed down from the sky, he could not stop the devouring at this moment. Swoosh! The 9 kings were all swallowed. Good demon god swallowed good demon god. Demon god Chonyo demon god swallowed King Chonyo demon god. The devouring was extremely accurate. They each swallowed the corresponding king. Ha ha! How ruthless! All the people in the city are here for your final blood sacrifice? Gu-hai said coldly. Ha ha! The Grand Elder looked at Gu-hai with a cold smile. I created the Blood Shaman tribe. It is their honor to hand their lives to me. Humph! Gu-hai snorted coldly. The 9 kings that were swallowed immediately formed a layer of flesh cocoons. Countless poisonous thorns seemed to emerge from the flesh cocoons and pierced into the 9 kings' bodies. The 9 kings instantly went limp and seemed to have fainted. However, the 9 kings' consciousnesses did not fall asleep. Instead, they each came to a huge space. In this space, the 9 kings suddenly seemed to be able to control everything. Buzz! The 9 Fey gods suddenly trembled and narrowed their eyes. They were already controlled by the 9 kings. This is, Gudusi said in surprise. The 9 kings were now controlling the 9 Fey gods. The 9 Fey gods looked at each other in disbelief. The dragon has 9 sons. When the 9 sons merge and finally become the curse god, they will instinctively give birth to a new consciousness. This consciousness is the curse god's consciousness. I am an outsider and cannot participate in the birth of the curse god's consciousness. However, the 9 Fey gods are now controlled by you. Do you understand what I mean? The Grand Elder looked at the 9 Fey gods coldly. The 9 Fey gods' expressions darkened. The Bai and Yao gods' expression changed as he said, "Let's stabilize our consciousness. When the time comes, we'll worship the Master's consciousness together." That's right, it's good that you know. Remember, if anyone dares to play tricks at this time, I can instantly activate the curse on your body and turn you into ashes. The Great Elder said with a ferocious expression. The expressions of the 9 Yao gods changed. Yes, merge! The great elders shouted. Boom! The 9 great monster gods suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then, like the blossoming of flower buds, they merged toward the center. Buzz! The Grand Elder, the 9 demonic gods, the Flesh Island, and even the 9 cauldrons on the island suddenly began to fuse together. The dragon had 9 sons, and the 9 sons gathered together to form the dragon. During the fusion, Guhai wanted to step forward and attack again. However, the ball of light in the middle of the fusion released an extremely strange aura. With Guhai's will, of course, he was not afraid of the pressure of the aura. However, Wushang Demon's centipede god trembled as if it was about to collapse. Guhai's 2 chess souls controlled the centipede god and used the centipede god to control Wushang Demon. The centipede god was inexplicably weakened, so Guhai could not take the risk at this time. It was not only Wushang Demon. Black Impermanence, who was hiding not far away, was also terrified at this moment, because Black Impermanence's god was also terrified by this aura. It could not help but crawl down as if this aura came from the ancestor of the Fey race. The trembling from the depths of Black Impermanence's consciousness made it so that he did not dare to move at all. Guhai could not get closer, so he retreated to the place where the 9 kings were hiding because King Pishio had just thrown the world-illuminating lamp there. Whoosh! Guhai reached out and caught it. Wang! After a large amount of light, the entire blood sea had dried up and completely merged with the cursed god's body. The Meat Island, the Grand Elder, and the 9 Fey gods were all gone. At this moment, they had merged into the appearance of a giant dragon. The giant dragon was strange. Its face was a human face that was constantly changing. One moment, it looked like King Pishio, the next moment it looked like King Taotai, and then it looked like Chongming. The dragon's tail was connected to the ground, and there were bone spikes all over its body. The bone spikes not only extended all over its body, but they also penetrated the ground and rushed in all directions. The human-faced dragon that is connected to the ground. Guhai's face darkened. Ground. Ha! You still don't know what this blood underground city is, right? The human-faced dragon sneered. Thump, thump, thump. The blood-red ground suddenly jumped up and down, and the blood fog in the sky slowly dispersed. Gradually, the inner wall that was glowing red could be seen. That's not a barrier, but flesh. Guhai's face changed. The entire blood underground city was shaking as if it had turned into flesh and blood. The heart is the strongest piece of flesh of the ancient cursed god. Now, I have condensed the god of the cursed god, with the heart as the flesh and the 9 cauldrons as the bones. The perfect cursed god has been born. Do you know what the cursed god is capable of? The human-faced dragon sneered. Guhai suddenly felt a great threat approaching him. 10 pairs of arms, each holding a long sword, were ready for battle. Breath as summer, blow as winter. The human-faced dragon said coldly, in the cold voice. It suddenly blew out a breath. Shuh! When that breath blew out, it seemed to be filled with endless frost as it rushed towards Guhai. Guhai instinctively felt threatened. His body swayed, and he hid in the distance. Swoosh! Suddenly, a large amount of flesh and blood froze white. However, it was the body of the cursed god after all, and it quickly recovered. Hide. You can't hide. The space in the heart is not big, and I have frozen it all. Let's see where you can hide. The cursed god sneered. Shuh! Waves of cold air blew in all directions. 10 cycles of heavenly cycle. Guhai slashed with his 10 swords. Crack! 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 Strangely enough, the 10 astral sabers were all frozen. Bam! Guhai dodged quickly. However, the 10 manifested sabers froze into pieces, together with the 10 manifested sabers. The temperature was terrifyingly low. Ah! At this moment, a scream came from a dark corner in the distance. There's someone else. The human-faced dragon exclaimed in shock. Guhai turned around in shock. However, he saw that behind a mountain of flesh, the black impermanence was frozen. He let out a scream and was unable to move. The cold air was so strong that even black impermanence was frozen. "You're still alive!" Guhai exclaimed in shock. However, he was already frozen into an ice sculpture. Guhai instantly understood how terrifying the cold air was. Black impermanence was a perfected god. Even if he was severely injured, his cultivation base was still terrifying. However, he could not dodge the cold air. The cursed god? You're talking about the torch dragon, right? You want to replace him? Guhai's expression darkened. Guhai had heard from Long Wanyu that the torch dragon was the greatest god in the world. His breath was like summer, and his breath was like winter. Moreover, the torch dragon had a human face, a dragon's body, and a candle in his mouth. However, Guhai did not expect the torch dragon's ability to be so ridiculous. The cold air alone was enough to make black impermanence, who was at the perfected cycle of heavenly cycle, unable to stand it. Sure, the human-faced dragon's breath continued to expand. Soon, it covered almost the entire underground blood city. In other words, it covered every inch of the heart. Gradually, it forced Guhai into a corner. "You can't escape. There's nowhere to run. I've sealed the heart of the cursed god." The human-faced dragon laughed. In the last corner, the human-faced dragon suddenly blew. Sure. Endless cold air rushed toward Guhai. It seemed that Guhai was about to be completely drowned by the cold air. However, Guhai turned his hand and took out the world torch green lamp. "Torch dragon, you're a monster now. You're far inferior to the real torch dragon. You don't even have a candle flame. How do you recreate the past?" Guhai said in a deep voice. Under the activation of the world torch green lamp, rolling green flames rushed toward the cold air. Hung! With a loud bang, the rolling cold air reversed. The fire soared into the sky and actually melted all the cold air in the heart in an instant. What? The human-faced dragon was shocked. Guhai's eyes lit up. Just now, he activated the world torch green lamp to protect himself. He didn't expect the flame to be so powerful. One had to know that even black impermanence couldn't stand the cold air. In the outside world, the flames of the world torch green lamp couldn't hurt black impermanence. However, it restrained the cold air. This emperor understands. This cold energy mainly froze the spirit and consciousness. Even a god as strong as the black impermanence could be instantly frozen. This flame of mine is also used to deal with the spirit. Guhai's eyes widened. He activated the fire again. Boom! The fire instantly wrapped around the human-faced dragon. What flame? How is this possible? My god of curses! The first elder exclaimed. Activating the flame of the world torch green lamp, Guhai's expression changed slightly. It seemed that he could deprive the human-faced dragon of its divine power through the flame. Huh! Guhai followed the feeling and pulled slightly. Walala! In an instant, a strange blood chi seemed to leak out of the human-faced dragon's body and rushed toward the world torch green lamp. Really? Guhai said in surprise. No, impossible. How can you take my curse chi? The human-faced dragon exclaimed. Curse chi? Guhai's expression changed. This curse chi is mine. The god of curses condensed by the curse chi is mine. The human-faced dragon shouted in horror. In horror, it exhaled again. Whoosh! A hot wind blew toward Gu Hai. However, the flame of the world torch green lamp was immune to this hot wind. It could even absorb it. Long. Blood kept flowing out of the human-faced dragon's body and rushed toward the world torch green lamp. Gu Hai felt that the world torch green lamp seemed to have a small internal space that stored the billowing curse chi. Moreover, after being burned by the flame of the lamp, all traces of the first elder were wiped away. It was the purest curse chi. Not far away, black impermanence slowly woke up without the cold air. What he saw when he woke up made black impermanence's eyes widen. The power of the god of curses had already made black impermanence despair. How could the situation be reversed in the blink of an eye? This is impossible. Black impermanence exclaimed. Chapter 12:01. The flame of the world illuminating green lantern seemed to have the effect of commanding the chi of curses. As soon as it was activated, the chi of curses was immediately absorbed by the world illuminating green lantern. The sudden change made the black impermanence and the human-faced dragon look horrified. No, how could my cursed aura be taken away by you? Come back. The human-faced dragon shouted. Boom. The flames of the world illuminating green lamp grew even stronger, and more curse energy was forcibly absorbed. What? The human-faced dragon was shocked. The world candle lamp? I almost underestimated you. Gu Hai looked at the world candle lamp in surprise. He didn't expect the small world candle lamp to be able to turn the situation around. Gu Hai revealed an excited expression when he saw the large amounts of curse energy being purified and absorbed into the world candle lamp. The world candle lamp? Humph. Gu Hai, do you think you can defeat me with this Dharma treasure? The human-faced dragon said with a ferocious expression. Your power is all in the Tao of gods, Yang Qi said. Blowing as winter, calling as summer, they are only targeted at gods. I have the world candle lamp that can break all divine Tao attacks. Gu Hai said coldly. That's right. The form of the curse god is indeed formed by the curse energy. However, as I said, the curse god doesn't only have a divine body. It also has a physical body and bones. The human-faced dragon said coldly. Gu Hai's face fell as he sensed something was wrong. My physical body is not something you can compare to. My bones are not something you can compare to. Restrain. The human-faced dragon shouted. Boom. The entire underground blood city suddenly shrunk. The space in Gu Hai's heart suddenly squeezed towards the center. The space was instantly compressed by countless folds. At the same time, many sharp bone spikes emerged from the flesh and blood of the heart, piercing towards Gu Hai. What? The underground blood city shrank? Black Impermanence shouted. Amidst his panic, Black Impermanence took action and struck at the bone spikes and flesh mountains that were pressing towards him from all directions. Boom! A loud sound rang out. All of Black Impermanence's attacks were ineffective. In an instant, his entire body was squashed into a meat patty. Pooh! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Black Impermanence was like a pile of mud. All the bones in his body were shattered. He was so heavily injured that he couldn't move. Of course, even if he had the strength, he wouldn't be able to move. It was as if the heavens and earth were squeezing together, and there was no space for him at all. His entire body had been reduced to a pulp, and he was stuck between the heavens and earth. Gu Hai was the same. Although the candle world's green lantern could remain intact, Wu Shang demon, who was possessed by Gu Hai, was almost instantly crushed into a meat patty. Pooh! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Gu Hai could no longer move. If not for his muscles holding his body back, this pressure would have crushed Wu Shang demon into pieces. However, As the bone spikes pierced into his body, Wu Shang Demon was instantly riddled with holes. The small space between Wu Shang Demon's eyebrows also exploded in an instant. Ha 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 ha, how is it? Gu Hai, are you still alive now? The human-faced dragon laughed. The human-faced dragon was a god, so he was not affected at all in this compressed space. Gu Hai's two chest spirits were the same. However, Wu Shang Demon was turned into a meat patty sieve. The great pain stimulated the centipede god to collapse. Rumble! Wu Shang Demon was completely dead, but the candle world's green lantern was still extracting the chi of the curse. Humph, you're already dead, and you still want to extract my chi of the curse? You're really courting death. You what? Why can't I control the god of curses? How dare you, 9 great kings? Do you want to die? The human-faced dragon suddenly roared. However, at this moment, the god of 9 great kings in his body suddenly chose to betray him. In a strange small space in the human-faced dragon's body. In the small space, a huge blood-red bat was bound by countless red threads. The bat was ferocious, but it could not resist. On the bat's head sat a man in a blood-red robe. The man closed his eyes, and his feet were inserted into the bat's head. He seemed to be controlling everything outside by controlling the bat. The man was the god of the great elder of the blood witches. Everything was under control, but he did not expect that Gu Hai would have such a strange treasure like the candle world's green lantern. Fortunately, the red ball in his hand could control everything. He squeezed the huge heart from the inside and inserted the bone spur into Gu Hai's body. Wu Shang Demon, who was possessed by Gu Hai, died instantly. Everything was about to be turned into victory. Unexpectedly, the 9 red threads in the great elder's other hand suddenly trembled. What's going on? The great elder opened his eyes and stared at the 9 red threads in his hand. These 9 red lines extended out of the pocket dimension and were the 9 threads of curse power that connected to the 9 child gods of the 9 kings. With these 9 threads, the Grand Elder could control the life and death of the 9 kings, and could even torture them as he pleased. But now, these 9 threads were trembling violently and were quickly approaching him. 9 kings, do you want to die? Instead of listening to my orders in your own space, you want to break into my glabella space. The great elder's face was gloomy. Boom. Suddenly, King Bai En's god followed the red threads and instantly broke into the small space. Old thing, I broke in. So what? Bai and God glared and shouted angrily. Where are the red threads on your body? How can you break my curse? The great elder stared in shock and anger. Originally, there were countless red threads binding the Bayan god, but now they were all broken and twisted into a ball in the Bayan god's hand. Your curse, Mr. Good, has already broken it for me. Bayan god sneered. What? Broken? You dare to betray me? The great elder's face was ferocious. Boom. King Taotia's god also broke into the small space along the red threads. King Taotai, your curse has already been broken, the great elder said with a gloomy expression. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of breakthroughs, the 9 kings all entered the small space. All of you have broken the curse. You lied to me before. 9 kings, do you want to die? The great elder glared angrily. You are the one who wants to die. Blood Witch Great Elder, you are really patient. You have been patient for so long to create this curse god. Gu Hai's voice suddenly sounded. Whoosh. Then he saw the 2 Gu Hai ghost souls enter the small space. Gu Hai, how did you get in? Impossible, the great elder said in shock. Didn't we play with you for so long just for this moment? The 2 chess souls sneered. Mr. Good, the 9 kings immediately said respectfully. King Chionyo, King Pisho, are you still loyal to this Blood Witch Great Elder? Guhai looked at the two chess souls. King Cheonyo and King Pishio's expressions darkened. They had been loyal to the Great Elder in the past because they saw the hope and glorious future of the Blood Witch race. Therefore, they were willing to be cursed and controlled. However, they now realized that the Great Elder didn't do it for the glory of the Blood Witch race. Instead, he raised the Blood Witch race for his own selfish reasons. The two were instantly enraged by the deception. It turned out that all their perseverance was a joke. Mr. Good, sorry King Cheonyo said bitterly. I am so stupid. Mr. Good, thank you for waking me up. King Pishio said angrily. You two don't have to blame yourselves. I also borrowed your bodies to get here. If there is someone outside that you can't defeat, you can attack from here. Now that you have seen everything clearly, follow me to destroy this demon. The two Guhai chess souls said in a deep voice. Yes, the 9 kings replied. Without the help of the 9 kings, the Great Elder couldn't control the human-faced dragon in the outside world. He was furious when he saw Guhai and the others. Ha! Ha ha ha! I created you back then. You want to use the 9 kings to deal with me? You overestimate yourself. Guhai removed your curse? Then I'll cast another curse on you. The Great Elder glared. In the blink of an eye, the Great Elder activated the red ball in his hand. Swoosh! A red line like a long whip flew towards King Pishio. Dodge! Guhai kicked King Pishio away. Boom! The red line whipped the ground and emitted a large amount of red light. That little red ball is the key to his curse, King Taotai exclaimed, glaring. Red ball? Everyone looked at it. That's right. We were cursed because of this red ball. King Pishio's expression changed. The red ball can cast the red line of the curse. Chong Ming must have been bound by this red ball. King Pishio said in a deep voice, maybe the hearts in the outside world and the bones formed by the 9 cauldrons were all controlled by this red ball? Guhai's expression darkened. If you're right, this is the heart blood of the curse god. Back then, I obtained this drop of heart blood and started the Blood Shaman clan. Here, no one can resist the curse of the heart blood. The Great Elder snorted coldly. Swoosh! As soon as the small red ball was activated, another long whip was thrown out, and it rushed toward the crowd. Be careful! Don't touch it! Guhai glared and shouted. Pa! 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 The Great Elder's whip technique was so strong that no one could get close to him. Even Guhai couldn't get close to him. Pa! Suddenly, King Cheonyo was hit by the long whip. Countless red lines appeared where the whip touched and bound King Cheonyo. It was a curse similar to the previous one. No! King Cheonyo shouted. Charge! Guhai rushed forward. However, another red line appeared from the red ball, and a long whip flew towards the group. Pa! Immediately, the crowd was forced to move away again. Ah! King Cheonyo wailed in agony, and the 8th king's expression changed. This is the consequence of betraying me. I will make you suffer so much that you want to die. The Great Elder sneered. We can't get close to him. What should we do? King Pishio was frustrated. Hold him back. I have an idea. Just hold him back. Guhai shouted. All right. The 8th king followed Guhai and rushed towards the Great Elder. At the same time, he dodged the red line whip. The Great Elder waved the long whip and was in an invincible position. At this moment, although Wushang Demon was dead in the outside world, Guhai's other 2 chess souls stepped out. They grabbed the world candle green lamp and rushed towards the human-faced dragon. As the 9th king suddenly betrayed the Great Elder and stopped helping the Great Elder control the human-faced dragon, the human-faced dragon was unable to move. Under the fierce fire of the world candle green lamp, the huge human-faced dragon turned into a puddle of blood in a short while. It was burned by the fierce fire and absorbed into the world candle green lamp. Curse God! The flesh was the space of the heart, the bones were formed by the 9 cauldrons, and the human-faced dragon was just the divine soul. It was formed by the endless curse energy. Now that all the curse energy was absorbed by the world candle green lamp, the human-faced dragon collapsed and disappeared. Only the unconscious Chang Ming and the 9th king were left behind. Gu Hai's 2 chess souls approached and entered Chang Ming's glabella without hesitation. Wang! Instantly, the 2 chess souls arrived at the small space where the Great Elder was. Gu Hai, you really have 4 gods, the Great Elder said in surprise. Mr. Good, the 8th king's god exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Good, help! King Chonyo's god was bound by the red line and screamed in pain. Whoosh! One of the chess souls activated the world candle green lamp. Instantly, the red line binding King Chonyo's god dissipated. Thank you, Mr. Good. King Chonyo was overjoyed. The world candle green lamp again, the Great Elder exclaimed. That's right. It's the world illuminating lamp again. Let's see if the torch dragon's heart blood in your hand is stronger or if the torch dragon's flames in my hand is stronger. With the world illuminating lamp in hand, Chess soul charged towards the Grand Elder. Chapter 12:02 Underworld, South Sea, Underground Space. Kong Xian, Dragon Godding, and Mosquito Dauren. The 3 powerhouses besieged Scorpio at the same time, immediately causing Scorpio to suffer heavy injuries again and again. Bastard, if you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Scorpio spat out a mouthful of blood and said in shock and anger, Ridiculous! Kong Xian and the other 2 snorted coldly. Do you think we are stupid? At this time, even if we can defeat you one-on-one, it is impossible for us to fight you one-on-one. How can there be fairness on the battlefield? On the other side, skeleton Gu Hai stood on the huge torch dragon's heart. As the holes in the heart grew larger and larger, the black fog had completely enveloped the heart and cut off the supply of earth fire. It was gnawing crazily. The energy after the gnawing surged into skeleton Gu Hai's body. Skeleton Gu Hai's cultivation was very strange. His original body was a rib of heaven, but he strangely absorbed the power of nothingness. His cultivation was already different from others. Under the mutation of heaven's rib, it was like a container. The container was filled with the power of nothingness, resulting in the current strength of heavenly palace. However, it was extremely difficult to break through again. It was not possible to continue absorbing the power of nothingness, because this container was only so big, it could only hold so much power of nothingness. If he wanted to become stronger, but he could not absorb more power of nothingness, what was the use? Only by increasing the size of the container could he store more power of nothingness. But this container was heaven's rib. It was basically the top existence of heaven and earth. Improve. Skeleton Gu Hai used many methods to improve the quality of his body. However, what could be compared to heaven's rib? He used many methods, but they were all useless. This was the bone of the 3rd spirit of heaven and earth. It was almost impossible to improve its quality. If the amount accumulated, it might even dilute its quality. Therefore, skeleton Gu Hai had always been unable to find a way. But now, this giant heart was different. This was Torch Dragon's heart, the heart of the 1st spirit of heaven and earth. Its quality was even stronger than heaven's rib. As a result, when Gu Hai devoured the Torch Dragon's heart, he could clearly feel that his body was strengthening. In other words, the quality of the ribs that had turned into his body was increasing. It was equivalent to the vessel that contained the power of nothingness growing larger. As long as he were to head to the void and absorb the power of the void, he would definitely be able to break through once more. What a great treasure! Skeleton Guhai's face was flushed with excitement. Amidst the rolling black fog, the little skeleton was madly gnawing away. Right at this moment, the Grand Elder within the heart had completely fused with the curse god, using the 9 cauldrons as bones. Ka-ka-ka-ka! Suddenly, countless bone spikes emerged from his heart. Was this the torch dragon's bone? Good. Skeleton Guhai was overjoyed. He was formed from the rib bone of the 3rd spirit. If he were to devour the rib bone of the 1st spirit, his quality would definitely improve. It would not be as good as the improvement from the heart. Eat, eat, eat. Skeleton Guhai was excited. The surrounding black fog had more than doubled in size. It was visible to the naked eye that the heart had shrunk. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to break through the heart's barrier and rescue the main body's chest soul. Just as Skeleton Guhai was looking forward to it. Inside, the Grand Elder was controlling the heart, squeezing black impermanence and Wushang demon. Phew! The huge heart suddenly shrank, leaving only half its size. The heart shrank so much? Doesn't that mean that the entire internal space has been crushed? Did something happen inside? Skeleton Guhai's expression changed, knowing that it was bad. Eat quickly. Skeleton Guhai was anxious. Boom, boom, boom. The Life Slayer blade slashed at the shrinking heart again and again, accelerating the heart's devouring. In between Chongming's eyebrows, one of Guhai's chest souls was holding the World Torch Green Lantern, and the rolling torch dragon flames surged towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder held a red ball in his hand, the torch dragon's heart blood. With a swing, a red curse whip rushed straight towards him. Boom! The torch dragon flames instantly burned the red curse line. In an instant, the red line collapsed. The previously successful red line was now useless. Ha ha ha! This time, the torch dragon's heart blood is useless. Old thing, you made my life worse than death. See if I don't kill you. Chiao Nyo laughed loudly and pounced on the Grand Elder. Roar! The 9 kings pounced on the Grand Elder at almost the same time. With such a good opportunity, how could they not take revenge? You're courting death. The Grand Elder's expression changed, and he threw another red line at the 9 kings. Humph! Guhai snorted coldly. The torch dragon flames instantly burned the heart blood into nothingness. In an instant, the heart blood was no longer useful. The 9 kings closed in an instant, and King Chiao Nyo slapped down with his claws. He wanted to smash the Grand Elder into pieces. You guys, you're still far from it. The Grand Elder stared and slapped. Boom! King Chiao Nyo was sent flying by the slap. What? King Chiao Nyo exclaimed. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of heavy blows from the Great Elder, the 9 great kings who were pouncing at him were all sent flying. That old thing's god is too powerful. King Bai and said in horror as he flew in the air. In the blink of an eye, the 9 kings' god were sent flying by the clash of gods. Your god is stronger than ordinary people, but in front of me, it's nothing. This sovereign's god has been refined with this heart blood for millions of years. How can you compare to the strength of this sovereign's god? The first elder sneered. Just as the Grand Elder was feeling confident, one of Guhai's chest souls approached him and slapped him. Humph! Guhai, how old are you? You want to fight me head on? And you want to split it into 4? You're overestimating yourself. The Grand Elder snorted and slapped him. Boom! There was a loud sound. This time, Guhai's chest soul was not sent flying. Instead, it was in a stalemate with the Grand Elder's palm. In fact, the first elder's face suddenly revealed a look of shock. Impossible! How can your God be so powerful? The Grand Elder exclaimed, Mr. Good's God is more powerful than that old thing's. King Bai and said in surprise, Of course. When Mr. Good suppressed my God, it happened in an instant too. King Chionyo looked at the chess soul that was blocking the Grand Elder with admiration. Refined with the heart blood of a torch dragon for millions of years. Ha! It seems like your God isn't that powerful. One of Gu Hai's chess souls sneered. Impossible. How can your God be so powerful? The Grand Elder said in disbelief. One of Gu Hai's God was enough to overwhelm him. Now he had 3 more, and 3 more. Sometimes the strength of a god depends on talent. Gu Hai's chess soul said calmly. Whoosh! Suddenly, another chess soul held the world-illuminating lamp and used the torch dragon's fire to burn away all the red lines on the bat that the Grand Elder was sitting on. The bat was naturally Changming's god. Grand Elder of the Blood Shamans, that's all you've achieved after millions of years of refinement? He sneered as he slightly suppressed the Grand Elder's chess soul. Humph! I just met with some unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, the 4 of you wouldn't be my match. The Grand Elder said coldly, Oh, unforeseen circumstances? Gu Hai's chess soul said coldly, After the War of the Shamans, my god was split in half. One half hid in the world until it met Jiang Lianshan and assisted him in his rebellion. The other half hid in the corpse tomb realm. Originally, as long as the 2 halves merged into one, I would be the strongest. Unexpectedly, the other half of the corpse tomb realm fell into Changming's hands and refined it. That bastard! How can a bug like him refine my god? I have to slowly refine it and take back my divine power. Previously, when I possessed his body, he wanted to compete with me. His divine power is indeed about the same as mine. However, he doesn't have this heart blood and can only be controlled by me. If I had a few more years, I would definitely be able to recover to my former self. What are your 4 gods to me? The Grand Elder sneered. So, you used the heart blood of the candle dragon to control Changming? You only have half of your divine power. Huh, what does that have to do with me? Since you provoked me, you have to pay the price. Gu Hai said coldly. As Xiao Chun spoke coldly, the 4 chess souls struck the Grand Elder at nearly the same time. Boom, 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 boom. Even though the Grand Elder resisted with all his might, 2 fists could not fight 4 hands. How could he be a match for Gu Hai? With a loud sound, the Grand Elder was instantly sent flying and separated from the bat he was riding. That's all there is to it, the 4 Gu Hai chess souls sneered. With the World Candle Dragon's heart blood, Gu Hai was not afraid of the Candle Dragon's heart blood. Naturally, the Grand Elder was defeated. The bat shuddered and suddenly woke up. His Holiness, the bat said in pleasant surprise. Changming, you're awake? It's good that you're awake. Wait for me to destroy this blood. Which Grand Elder first? Gu Hai took a step forward and was about to continue attacking. The Grand Elder immediately showed an angry expression. Fight again. How? Gu Hai held the World Candle Dragon's lamp. The Grand Elder could not curse, and he could not beat him. Was he really going to be slowly exhausted to death? Humph! Gu Hai, don't think that you will definitely win, just because you have the World Candle Dragon's lamp. The World Candle Dragon's lamp's flame can suppress the heart blood's curse. However, my heart blood can control the hearts of the outside world. Watch as I control the curse god's heart and crush all of you. All of you, none of you can think of escaping. Changming's body as well. The Grand Elder said angrily. As he spoke, the Grand Elder's figure flashed as he stepped forward. No, The expressions of the 9 great kings' gods changed drastically as they immediately charged forward. Even Guhai's 4 chess souls knew that the situation was bad, and immediately charged forward. Whoosh! The 9 great kings' gods came out, and immediately returned to their unconscious bodies. Guhai stepped into the air. He saw the heart blood in the Grand Elder's hand. Curse God's heart, heed my command. Crush them, the 9 great kings and Changming, into meat paste. The Grand Elder roared as he pointed at Guhai. Oh no! Guhai's expression changed. That was because even Wushang demon was crushed to death in an instant. Now, the 9 great kings and Changming couldn't block it at all. It seemed that the Grand Elder's plan was about to succeed. The entire inner space was about to be crushed. Boom! However, at this moment, there was a loud bang in the sky, and a strange large hole appeared. Billowing black gas suddenly emerged from the large hole, filling the small space left in an instant. In the black gas, there were countless small skulls rapidly gnawing on the thin layer of Torch Dragon's heart. What? The Curse God's heart has been broken? The Grand Elder's expression changed. It's been broken? The 4 chess souls were also overjoyed. The skeleton Guhai had finally torn the Torch Dragon's heart at this moment. Whoosh! The skeleton Guhai's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Guhai's 4 chess souls. The 2 consciousnesses instantly resonated and synchronized, and they knew everything about each other. Ha ha ha! So there's only a layer of skin left in the Torch Dragon's heart. It's no longer a concern. The 4 chess souls sneered. The skeleton Guhai flicked his hand and took out a coffin from his sleeve. The coffin opened, and a sleeping body was lying inside. It was Guhai's original body. The 4 chess souls immediately entered the space between the eyebrows of Guhai's original body, and his consciousness instantly filled his entire body. Buzz! The eyes of Guhai's original body opened instantly, and 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes, piercing through all the black fog and reaching the sky. Ka-ka-ka! Twisting his head, Guhai's original body climbed out of the coffin, waved his hand, and put away the coffin. Guhai had returned to his original position. At this moment, Guhai was the invincible Guhai. The aura around him had already made the Grand Elder, who was not far away, reveal a look of horror. Grand Elder of the Blood Witches, you've completely lost. Guhai's original body said coldly. Chapter 12:03. There was a huge hole in Torch Dragon's heart, and it was being gnawed away by the rolling skulls. The bone spurs formed by the 4 cardinal cauldrons were the skull's favorite. Grand Elder held Torch Dragon's heart blood in his hand and stared at everything around him. This is impossible. This is impossible. No one can break the Curse God's heart. No one. Grand Elder was in despair. Even black impermanence couldn't break the Curse God's heart. He was a perfected god. But how could the scene in front of him be like this? Activating the heart blood was too much for the heart to bear, and it was difficult to activate it. Even if it was activated, it only moved a little because it was completely enveloped by the black fog, and every inch of it was being gnawed away by the skulls. Once it moved, it seemed to tear open a bigger wound, and more skulls would occupy it. Not far away, the endless skulls surged toward Guhai after devouring the energy. Guhai's aura grew stronger and stronger. Moreover, Guhai's main body slowly crawled out of the coffin beside him. When Guhai came out, he was filled with boundless rage and a ferocious and invincible aura. Guhai returned to his original position. It was as if the heavens had descended. The 9 kings also returned to their original positions. They got up one by one and looked at the huge hole in the sky in surprise. It's broken. That's great. We can go out now. King Taotai exclaimed in surprise. No, why should we go out now? That old thing is dead. He only has his god, now. Don't let his god escape. King Taotai said excitedly. Hearing King Baien's furious roar, everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at the lonely Great Elder. Grand Elder also shuddered. Escape at this time? They were in a desperate situation. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Grand Elder rushed back to Chongming's glabella. He went back again. Stop! The 9 kings cried out in shock. The 2 Guhais also narrowed their eyes. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from Chongming's glabella, as if there was a heavy blow inside. What? The Great Elder exclaimed. He saw the torch dragon's heart blood leave his hand and fly out of Chongming's glabella, floating outside of Chongming's glabella. Bastard, you dare to sneak attack me? The Great Elder between his eyebrows shouted in anger. Humph! Now that you don't have the heart blood for the curse, it's time for us to settle the score. Chongming said with a ferocious expression. Chongming! Guhai's main body frowned. His Holiness, leave this old thing to me. My god is no weaker than his. I've already refined his demigod. I can refine the remaining demigod as well. Chongming said, All right, be careful. I'll bestow upon you that heart blood. Solemnly, Guhai's original body said, Thank His Holiness. Chongming replied. The torch dragon's heart blood floated in Chongming's glabella. Logically speaking, Guhai was the final winner after turning the tide. He could kill the Great Elder with a snap of his fingers. Everything here would belong to Guhai, including the torch dragon's heart blood. However, since Chongming cultivated the blood, Guhai was generous with his reward. The 9 kings looked at the red heart blood and looked at Chongming enviously. However, no one said anything. If it weren't for Guhai, the 9 kings would have died long ago. They wouldn't have the chance to stand here. Guhai didn't stop. The black fog continued to gnaw on the remaining part of the torch dragon's heart. Guhai's main body also took out the world illuminating lamp. That was because the world illuminating lamp contained the purest curse energy. Let's try it. Guhai's main body sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. The great compassion poem of heaven and earth was activated. Hung. The rolling curse energy was forcibly absorbed by Guhai. It works. Guhai's main body was delighted. Guhai, who was at the 8th level of Heavenly Palace, had tried many cultivation methods. He absorbed all kinds of energy, but not all kinds of energy could be absorbed. The curse energy, if he absorbed it normally, all the curse energy gathered by all the curse cultivating people in the world wouldn't be enough for Guhai's cultivation. However, it was different now. The curse energy in the world illuminating lamp had been accumulated for millions of years. It had been accumulated to the maximum with a purpose. The curse energy of millions of years was a great supplement for Guhai. More importantly, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth could accept this kind of energy. Boom. The rolling curse energy surged into Guhai's body. The 8th cyclone formed in the heavenly eye between Tianhun's brows. The cyclone spun slowly and crazily absorbed the curse energy. Rumble! Rumble! Guhai's main body was sure that as long as he absorbed all the curse energy, he would be able to increase by 1 level. Guhai was naturally guarding at the side. Chongming sat cross-legged in the distance, fighting the blood wizard Great Elder alone between his brows. Chongming's god was a demigod who had refined the Great Elder. He wasn't weaker than the Great Elder. Now that he was attacking with hatred, he naturally used all his strength. Although the crowd couldn't see between his brows, they could guess how intense the battle was. The 9 great kings adjusted their breathing and recovered from their injuries. As for Black Impermanence, who was hiding in the dark and had been crushed into a meat patty, he was looking at Skeleton Guhai with a terrified expression. Previously, he had been killed by Guhai and could be revived because of Black Impermanence's special ability. But now, Skeleton Guhai was here. What should he do? Black Impermanence had a chance to catch his breath. After all, he was a perfected god. His physical body slowly returned to its original form, but his injuries were extremely tragic. Not far away, Guhai's main body was in seclusion. Guhai was guarding and didn't seem to notice him. Black Impermanence didn't hesitate and instantly rushed into the sky. Escape. He had to escape immediately. He couldn't fight with Guhai anymore. He was a freak. Just the divinity alone was able to turn this place upside down. Now that the whole body was here, how could they still compete? No, never. I don't want to face Guhai ever again. Black Impermanence's fear of Guhai was already imprinted in the depths of his heart. Even if his cultivation was higher than Guhai's, fear was fear. It wasn't something that cultivation could change. Swish! Black Impermanence immediately jumped out of the hole. Skeleton Guhai's face darkened. However, Black Impermanence had already gone out. The moment he went out, he happened to see Kong Xian, Dragon God Ing, and Mosquito Darren besieging Scorpio. Scorpio was also a perfected Heavenly Palace cultivator. He was strong, so he could be ranked 4th in the Heavenly Devil Holy Land. One had to know that Gautama Heavenly Devil was ranked 7th. How strong was the 4th? He had poisoned countless experts to death with his poisonous knockout stake. His use of poison gas was even better. Except for Wu Shang Demon, no one in the Heavenly Devil Holy Land could compare. However, Chen Xian mastered the great Tao of poison and had already given all kinds of antidotes to Dahan's ministers. Scorpio's poison gas was useless. At this moment, under the encirclement of 3 fierce gods, Scorpio was battered and exhausted. Dragon God Ing even tore off his huge scorpion tail. Dragon God Ing was the ancestor of Earth zombies. Although he hadn't reached the peak, his strength was extraordinary. He tore off the scorpion tail, causing Scorpio to scream in pain. Scorpio was wounded everywhere. He was about to be killed by the 3 experts. Boom! With a loud sound, Black Impermanence rushed into the battle. He knocked away Kong Xian's 6-color divine light and protected Scorpio. What? Black Impermanence? Mosquito Dorn's expression changed. Black Impermanence? He seems to be injured. Dragon God Ying's eyes darkened. Humph. Kong Xian also snorted. Oh well, 2, you came out. That's great. Avenge me and kill them. You're in the great circle of the God Legion. Kill them. My tail was torn off. Help me kill them. Scorpio roared crazily. Go, 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 go quickly. Black Impermanence pulled Scorpio and tried to escape in fear. Go. Why? Scorpio said unwillingly. Are you not listening to me? I said go. Black Impermanence said anxiously. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to save Scorpio, Black Impermanence wouldn't have stayed a moment longer. However, Scorpio was unwilling. Kong Xian and the other 2 were even more unwilling to let him go. Just as everyone was arguing, go? Ha! Bai Zizai's subordinates are really a bunch of cowards. Suddenly, a cold laugh came from the lava area above. Huh! Everyone's expression darkened as they looked up. Then, he saw 2 red-robed men step into the magma-isolated space. Huh! As soon as the 2 red-robed men arrived, they squinted their eyes and looked around, especially at the huge heart surrounded by black energy. Zhu Sisi, Zhu Wu, Black Impermanence's eyes widened. Autarch Vermilion Bird. Scorpio's face lit up with joy. Autarch Vermilion Bird was an enemy of the Dahan, and there were two of them. Wouldn't Guhai be screwed? Black Impermanence, God Scorpio, so it's you. What's wrong? You're all injured when dealing with Guhai's subjects. One of the Autarch Vermilion Bird sneered. No, Senior Jusisi is here. We have a chance of winning. Scorpio laughed. Ha 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 ha. Jusisi laughed. Fourth brother, have you lost your mind? Why don't you listen to me? Come with me. Black Impermanence said angrily. Second brother, the two Autarch Vermilion Birds are with us. It's true, Scorpio said anxiously. Before coming here, Scorpio had received a message from Zazai saying that he would ask the Autarch Vermilion Bird to help him. Now, there were two Autarch Vermilion Bird. Wouldn't this group of people be screwed? Wouldn't it be time for him to avenge himself? You don't want to leave? Fine, you're courting death. You stay here. I'm leaving, Black Impermanence said angrily. He turned around and fled toward the outside. Stop, Kong Xian said angrily. However, Black Impermanence didn't stop and rushed out. Haha, I'm here. I won't allow you to be so presumptuous. Zhu Wuwu immediately opened his palm toward Kong Xian. The boundless Nanmingli fire rushed toward Kong Xian. Boom! Kong Xian's six-colored divine light collided with it. He paused and looked at Zhu Wuwu with a ferocious expression. Zhu Wuwu turned his head and looked at the place where Black Impermanence left. Ha! Black Impermanence? He's actually so timid. He really disappoints me. Humph. Let him go. He's already lost his courage. It's useless for him to stay. Jusisi said indifferently. Black Impermanence wasn't like this before. I don't know what happened to him. Guys, I'll go with you and kill Guhai and his group, Scorpio said excitedly. All right. Although boss didn't let us come, we still can't take this lying down. With this opportunity, I must avenge Chi-Chi and the others, Zhu Wuwu said with a glare. Zhu Wuwu's powerful aura spread out. Kong Xian and the other two's faces sank. Zhu Sisi sneered at the side. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Skeleton Guhai slowly stepped out from the heart that was shrinking in size. Zhu Sisi, Zhu Wuwu? Ha, it's you guys again? Skeleton Guhai said with a gloomy expression. His Holiness, Kong Xian and the other two shouted. Since Scorpio doesn't want to live, you three can fulfill his wish. Leave this supreme vermilion bird to me, Skeleton Guhai said coldly. Yes, the three answered. Chapter 1204. Black Impermanence tossed aside the divine scorpion sky devil and immediately soared into the sky. No matter how many supreme vermilion birds came, Black Impermanence was the same. He didn't want to fight Guhai head-on anymore. The battle in the underground Blood City showed Black Impermanence how terrifying Guhai was, because when he was summoned by the Nine Cauldrons God-stealing curse, Guhai was penniless. He had lost all his powers in the past. The Eye of Heaven, the Life Terminator Saber, and the invincible body were all gone. He only had a weak spirit. However, this spirit could turn defeat into victory in the end. His side had everything, but it was a crushing defeat. This made Black Impermanence feel a strong fear in the depths of his heart. He recalled those who died because of Guhai. Long Zhanghua, Old Man Guanxi, Matriarch Ji. At this moment, Black Impermanence deeply felt the terror of Guhai. Moreover, Guhai had returned to his original body and possessed boundless power. How could they fight again? Black Impermanence even had the thought of never fighting with Guhai again. Black Impermanence left. The two supreme vermilion birds were left behind. They led Scorpio and coldly looked at the four people in front of them. Skeleton Guhai, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God 1. there was also the Heart City that was constantly shrinking. Now, it was only 1/3 of its size. The Blood Shaman's underground Blood City? Hee, they were actually annihilated. Zhu Wuwu's eyes narrowed as he saw a signboard on the city gate tower that had fallen not far away. No, this is a heart. It's so big. Zhu Cici's expression suddenly changed. Heart? Impossible. Zhu Wuwu said in shock. It's a heart. Such a big heart. Could it be the Torch Dragon's heart? No wonder the Blood Shaman's curse is so powerful. It's because of the Torch Dragon's heart. Zhu Cici said with wide eyes. Whoosh! The 9 great kings also flew out of the ruins. Mr. Good, do you need our help? Great King, and looked worriedly at the group of experts opposite him. 9 great kings, just wait at the side. There's no need to do anything. Skeleton Guhai said. Yes. The 9 kings replied. In the ruins, Guhai's main body was still absorbing the cursed aura. Chongming had his eyes closed, and the battle blood wizard Grand Elder's spirit appeared between his eyebrows. 2/3 of Torch Dragon's heart has already been destroyed. Even if it's 1/3, it's not something you can take. Besides, Guhai, you killed Chi-Chi. There's no way to gather the destiny of a dynasty here. Hand over your life. Zhu Wuwu glared and stepped forward. As he took a step forward, the boundless earth fire seemed to be summoned and surged toward the crowd. Step. Guhai took a step forward. Rumble. Countless bone spikes suddenly appeared from all directions as though they had appeared out of thin air. In an instant, they blocked all the fire that surged toward them. After eating a large number of Torch Dragon's hearts and bones, Guhai's aura had become much stronger. Although it did not increase his strength by much, he was better at using it. This was especially true for the void energy. Zhu Wuwu did not underestimate Guhai. He even used all his strength from the start. He clawed at Guhai, and a huge scarlet claw appeared in the void. It tore through the void like a heavenly might and tore apart skeleton Guhai. Zhoutian 10. Zhu Wuwu pulled out the life-slaying saber, and a scarlet light filled his eyes. Zhu Wuwu saw an illusion of slaughter, and his eyes dimmed. The life-slaying saber took advantage of Zhu Wuwu's daze, and was about to slash him. Old Wu. Zhu Cici narrowed his eyes and pulled. Whoosh! Zhu Wuwu was pulled out of the life-slaying saber. Hum! The life-slaying saber collided with the vermilion bird's claw and canceled each other out. Zhu Wuwu trembled. Was I in an illusion? There's something wrong with that saber. Haha, Guhai? He's indeed extraordinary, Zhu Cici said with a cold expression. Humph, I was careless just now, but it doesn't matter. This kind of killing illusion can only be used on me once. It won't work again. Guhai, you won't have a chance this time, Zhu Wuwu said with a ferocious expression. This was indeed the first time Zhu Wuwu had encountered the life-slaying saber. To Zhu Wuwu, this was enough to recognize it. He would not fall for it again. Zhu Wuwu stepped forward again. Boom. However, at this moment, behind skeleton Guhai, a loud sound rang out from Guhai's body. It was as if countless copper mountains had collided, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. However, Guhai's main body suddenly took a deep breath and opened its eyes. Buzz. 2 beams of divine light shot out from Guhai's eyes. When the divine light came out, the 2 vermilion birds narrowed their eyes as if they did not dare to look at the light directly. Under the full absorption of the great compassion poem of heaven and earth, all the curse aura was absorbed in a short time. In the heavenly eye between his eyebrows, the 8th chi core was formed. Curse chi core. When a blood-red curse chi core appeared, it meant that Guhai's cultivation had reached a new height. When the cursed chi core was formed, a huge wave of energy surged out and washed over his body. Immediately, a loud sound like a mountain colliding could be heard. A huge aura was released from his body. Heavenly Palace, 9th level. Guhai's eyes lit up. Slowly, Guhai's body stood up. At this moment, his body seemed to have an inexhaustible energy that he wanted to vent. His Holiness, Kong Xian, and the others were surprised. Mr. Good, you broke through? The 9 great kings were also surprised. Guhai's body looked at the empty lamp in his hand and carefully put it away. What are you looking at? Kill, Guhai's body said coldly. Yes, Kong Xian and the others immediately pounced on Scorpio again. What? To Guhai? Guhai's consciousness has returned. Scorpio's expression changed. Guhai's body took over the position of the skeleton Guhai. He stepped forward and looked at the 2 vermilion birds. Zhu Sisi, Zhu Wu? Ha! It feels good to be used as a knife. Guhai's body said coldly. Before we came, Bai Zizai said that there was only one Guhai doppelganger, but now it seems that there is more than one doppelganger. But so what if there are 2? This place is still your grave. Zhu Wu snorted and pounced again. This time, Zhu Wu was more careful with the slaughter illusion. He punched out, and the void shattered into countless pieces. Guhai's body was cold. There was no fear in his eyes. At this moment, he didn't even take out the life-extinguishing saber. Instead, he stretched out a finger. The finger seemed to carry the will to split the heavens and earth. An indomitable and invincible aura surged toward Zhu Wu. The move that defeated Old Sixth in the Premier Palace? Not good, such a powerful aura. Old Fifth, be careful. Zhu Sisi immediately pounced. At the same time, he pressed his hands against Zhu Wu's back. Waves of energy entered Zhu Wu's body. Guhai's eyes turned cold. The power of the Pangu axe surged out again. Hung! With a loud sound, Zhu Sisi and Zhu Wu flew backward. Their robes were instantly torn into pieces. Puffed, uffed. Both of them spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backward at almost the same time. No, impossible. The divine scorpion sky fiend also roared in shock. Was this a head-on clash? 2 vermilion birds were no match for Guhai? How was this possible? Guhai's finger was even stronger than the one he used in the Premier Palace. This was because Guhai's cultivation had made another breakthrough. With this breakthrough, he could use the Pangu axe better, and his power was stronger. He had defeated the 2 vermilion birds with a single strike, and the 2 vermilion birds were instantly struck with fear. Using this power is really comfortable. Again, Guhai's body said coldly. The 2 vermilion birds' faces changed. Again, do you think I'm stupid? Go! Zhu Sisi roared. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, the 2 vermilion birds turned into 2 streams of light and fled. In the blink of an eye, they rushed through the magma area and disappeared. Guhai's body. Skeleton, Guhai? Scorpio. At this moment, the most dumbfounded one was Scorpio. Supreme Vermilion Bird. Ran away? What did you 2 come here for? Didn't you want revenge? What happened to the promised revenge? You ran away just like that. If you ran away, take me with you. Why did you leave me here alone? Where is the basic trust between monsters? Scorpio wanted to cry, but had no tears. He thought he had found 2 great backers, but now he found that they seemed to be made of paper. Black impermanence asked him to leave. So why didn't he leave? Now he couldn't leave. In front of him were Kong Xian, the mosquito Taoist, and Dragon Goding, who had just beaten him up miserably. There was also Skeleton Guhai, who he couldn't afford to provoke, and even Guhai's main body, who the 2 vermilion bird supremes couldn't afford to provoke. What should he do? The two great Gu Hai immediately looked at Scorpio. His Holiness, I surrender. I surrender. Please let me go. I was wrong. Scorpio said with a sad face. The two great Gu Hai's faces were gloomy. Kong Xian and the other two. His Holiness, I was blinded by hatred. His Holiness, spare me, spare me. Scorpio immediately gave up resisting. At this moment, he couldn't resist even if he wanted to. Obviously, he was seriously injured, and Kong Xian and the other two could kill him. If Gu Hai attacked, he would die without a doubt. Revenge for the other peak masters of the heavenly demon, Holy Land. Go F***CK yourself. Take your revenge. Take your revenge. I don't care anymore. Otherwise, I'll die with those peak masters. Scorpio looked at Gu Hai in horror. He didn't know what decision Gu Hai would make. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai said, Kong Xian, seal his cultivation. Okay, I will cooperate with you. Scorpio was overjoyed. Kong Xian flew closer with a straight face and said reluctantly, What a coward, you surrendered before the fight. What kind of great ancient demon are you? Bullshit. Kong Xian mocked and ridiculed, hoping that Scorpio couldn't stand it and resist violently. However, Kong Xian's plans had already been seen through by the divine scorpion sky fiend. Lord Kong is right. A wise man submits to circumstances. I am just an errand boy, Scorpio said with a smile. Kong Xian, was this still the vicious divine, scorpion, heavenly demon of the past? Kong Xian was depressed by his bowing. Kong Xian was still hoping to have a good meal at the end of the fight. Even if he shared it with Mosquito Daoran, he would still be at the peak of Heavenly Palace. But now he could only watch and sigh. Humph! Kong Xian waved his hand and sealed all the divine scorpion heavenly devils. The divine scorpion heavenly demon cooperated as well, as the divine scorpion heavenly demon had a certain understanding of Gu Hai's character. As long as Gu Hai accepted those who surrendered, they would not die. 9 great kings, follow me, we have to return to the court immediately. Gu Hai said, Okay. 9 great kings answered. Kong Xian, take Scorpio and return to the court with me. Mosquito Daoran, Dragon Godding, you two stay and accompany my doppelganger. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Everyone answered. Whoosh. Gu Hai, 9 great kings, Kong Xian, and Scorpio immediately rushed out of the magma layer, out of the South Sea of the Netherworld, and towards the eternal Yin capital. Dragon Godding and Mosquito Daoran accompanied skeleton Gu Hai and Changming. Chapter 12:05. Gu Hai's main body took Kong Xian, Scorpio, and the 9 kings and left first. Although the imperial capital had its own meticulous arrangements to balance all forces, it was inevitable that there would be other forces. Therefore, when Gu Hai escaped, the first thing he thought of was to stabilize the imperial capital. After all, the imperial capital was his foundation. The departure of Gu Hai's main body was clearly seen by the 2 supreme vermilion birds hiding in the dark. Zhu Sisi and Zhu Wuwu had just been defeated and fled. They didn't go back, but lurked on a distant island and watched. Damn that Bai Zizai. He said that there was only one Gu Hai's doppelganger. Why are there 2 Gu Hai's here? Yes, the strength of that Gu Hai's main body is really powerful. No wonder Old Six was defeated by him with 1 finger. What a powerful force. It seems to be the heaven-splitting axe intent. The 2 were depressed. Look, Gu Hai's main body left with Kong Xian and the others? Zhu Wu said in surprise. Left? Why? Why didn't the skeleton doppelganger leave? Zhu Sisi narrowed his eyes. Is it because of the torch dragon's heart? The 2 suddenly looked at each other. 4th brother, now there is no Gu Hai's main body, only the skeleton doppelganger. Should we? Zhu Wuwu's eyes flashed with expectation. No, once you go back, Gu Hai's main body will also go back. Zhu Cece shook his head. But, are we just going to let it go? Also, that torch dragon's heart, Zhu Wuwu said, unwillingly. Zhu Cece was silent for a moment and finally shook his head. Forget it, Gu Hai has already become powerful. Even Bai Zizai doesn't dare to make a move. If you and I go, it's simply. Bai Zizai is a coward. It's not like you don't know. He was so scared during the battle of the shamans and beasts that he went into hiding, Zhu Wuwu said unwillingly. Moreover, you also saw the battle just now. The powerful one is Gu Hai's main body. Gu Hai's skeleton doppelganger isn't that powerful. Last time when Bai Wuchang went to the Eternal Yin capital, skeleton Gu Hai could only fight to a draw with him. Zhu Wuwu still didn't dare to say. Don't go, wait for Master to come back. Zhu Cece still shook his head. Sigh, all right. Zhu Wuwu sighed. Heavenly Devil Holy Land, ancient temple. Black impermanence returned and reported everything to Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai's expression turned ugly when he heard Black Impermanence's words. Is that Gu Hai really that lucky? He can walk out of such a deadly situation? Bai Zizai said in a low voice. It's absolutely true. I'm not lying. Black Impermanence smiled bitterly. It's a pity that Scorpio doesn't know when to back down. It's even harder to take revenge for the other peak masters. Bai Wuchang sighed in the white fog. No, Master, there's still boss. I think. Black Impermanence's expression changed. Think what? The two looked at Black Impermanence. Gu Hai can't be defeated by force. Black Impermanence said bitterly. Can't be defeated by force? The two frowned. The more Gu Hai fights, the more valiant he becomes. The more he kills, the stronger he becomes. No matter who it is, anyone who wants to go against him will end up trampled over corpses. He seems to have great luck. No one can compare to this kind of luck. My heavenly demon, Holy Land, cannot continue fighting with him. Black Impermanence smiled bitterly. Second brother, are you crazy? Why are you saying such depressing things? You're a perfected god who has followed Master since ancient times. What are you afraid of? Why are you saying such cowardly things today? Bai Wuchang said in a low voice. Boss Master, I'm really scared. Black Impermanence smiled bitterly. Bai Wuchang. Bai Zizai narrowed his eyes at Black Impermanence. Black Impermanence had followed him for so many years, but he had never been afraid of anyone, not even Jiang Chun. Black Impermanence wouldn't even show fear. But today, Gu Hai seemed to have scared him out of his wits. Bai Zizai couldn't understand Black Impermanence's feelings, and Black Impermanence couldn't express his feelings either. He could only smile bitterly. Forget it. Black Impermanence, you're too tired. Rest for a few days. Bai Zizai said, yes. Black Impermanence nodded. After Black Impermanence left, Bai Zizai stared at Black Impermanence's back, unable to calm down for a long time. Master, second brother, Bai Wuchang said worriedly, wait for a while. Bai Zizai said in a deep voice, yes. Bai Wuchang sighed softly. The two turned their heads and looked at the South Sea of the Netherworld. At this moment, Gu Hai's main body left quickly with everyone. Gu Hai's main body left. Bai Zizai said in surprise, Skeleton, Gu Hai might have had a great opportunity after devouring the torch dragon's heart. What a pity. Such a good opportunity was ruined by the blood shaman Grand Elder. What a waste. Bai Zizai said coldly, what do we do now? Bai Wuchang said in a deep voice, there are still two supreme vermilion birds. They're hiding in the dark, so they must be unwilling. I hope they can. Bai Zizai said expectantly, but after waiting for a while, Zhu Sisi, and Zhu Wuwu didn't make a move. They're scared too, Bai Wuchang said in a deep voice. Bai Zizai was silent for a while. Is Gu Hai's main body really that strong? That's right. Last time, at the entrance of the Premier Palace, he defeated Zhu Lulu with a single finger. Sigh. Bai Wuchang sighed, helplessly. Gu Hai must have some secret. That finger was the sky-splitting axe intent. Only Long Zhangwa can control the sky-splitting axe, so it must be related to Long Zhangwa. What's going on? Bai Zizai fell into deep thought. Master, second brother said that third brother is dead. What about fourth brother? He was caught by Gu Hai just now. Bai Wuchang said worriedly. He doesn't know when to stop. Black Impermanence asked him to leave, but he insisted. He asked for it. Humph, let him reflect in front of Gu Hai. Bai Zizai said in a deep voice. All right. Bai Wuchang nodded. Bai Wuchang understood that Scorpio was captured, and there was nothing he could do now. At the bottom of the South Sea, in the magma interlayer space, Chong Ming sat cross-legged, and the torch dragon's heart blood floated between his eyebrows. In the space between his eyebrows, Chong Ming's spirit was fighting against the Great Elder's spirit. After a battle, boom! With a loud bang, Chong Ming's body suddenly emitted endless bloody light, and a huge aura surged out. Heavenly Palace perfection, Chong Ming can be considered to have profited from a disaster. Dragon God Ying's eyes lit up. Yes, following his holiness will always give you a chance to achieve Heavenly Palace perfection. Mosquito Darren sighed, but at this moment, a scream came from between Chong Ming's eyebrows. No, I don't believe it. My strength is stronger than yours. Why did I lose to you? I lost to you. The Great Elder's scream came from between Chong Ming's eyebrows. I forgot to tell you, my luck is very good. I used to be called the one blessed by the heavens. Chong Ming said lightly. No, just a little, just a little. Why, don't erase my consciousness, don't. The Great Elder's scream came again. This time, I won't be merciful, die. Chong Ming snorted coldly. Boom. Another loud sound came from between his eyebrows. The bloody light around Chong Ming's body became even more intense. After that, the heart blood in between his eyebrows was slowly sucked into Chong Ming's body. Buzz. Chong Ming's body trembled, as if this drop of heart blood was suddenly a great supplement for Chong Ming. Chong Ming's skin turned red. He opened his eyes. Buzz. 2 rays of bloody light came out from Chong Ming's eyes. Suddenly, a sea of blood appeared out of thin air in all directions. Chong Ming sat in the sea of blood and controlled it. Phew, what a heart blood! Old thing, you are really stupid. This heart blood is the real supplement for our god. Ha ha ha! Chong Ming showed a look of ecstasy. Buzz. The rolling sea of blood was suddenly sucked into Chong Ming's body. Getting up, Chong Ming walked to the skeleton Gu Hai and knelt on one knee. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chong Ming said gratefully. While feeling grateful, his whole body trembled with pleasure. Chong Ming, how do you feel now? The skeleton Gu Hai asked. Great, this is really great. This drop of heart blood is actually compatible with my soul. Not only has it reached the peak of the Heavenly Palace, but it also seems to be washing my human soul and earth soul, strengthening them. I feel that as long as I cultivate in seclusion for a few more days, there may be a big breakthrough. Chong Ming said in surprise. That's good. The skeleton Gu Hai nodded. Rumble. The last loud sound came from the ground not far away, but the heart and bones of the torch dragon were all eaten clean. All the little skulls were trembling in excitement. Phew! The black gas wrapped all the little skulls, and all of them entered the skeleton Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's body suddenly trembled, and he felt incomparably comfortable. Fortunately, no one dares to barge in. We should go. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. Changming and the other two answered. The three of them looked around, there was nothing else, and followed Gu Hai out of the small space, out of the Netherworld South Sea, and out of the sea. The three of you go back first. The skeleton Gu Hai ordered. His Holiness, you don't want to go back with us. Dragon God, Ing asked in surprise. I still have something to do. You guys go first. The skeleton Gu Hai looked at the starry sky. After devouring the heart and bones of the torch dragon, his whole body had undergone a qualitative change. It was like a container, and the container suddenly expanded countless times. It was the best opportunity to absorb the void energy. Yes. Changming and the other two answered, and instantly shot into the distance, disappearing in front of everyone. The skeleton Gu Hai took a step and rushed into the sky, heading towards the depths of the starry sky. The skeleton Gu Hai wanted to go into the void to absorb the void energy. At this moment, he was somewhat impatient. He felt that he could devour an endless amount of void energy at once. Phew! In the blink of an eye, he entered the starry sky. Zhu Cece and Zhu Wuwu, who were hiding in the dark, opened their eyes wide, revealing a look of surprise. Is Gu Hai crazy? Where is he going? To the depths of the starry sky. That speed didn't slow down at all. Could it be that he wants to go into the void? Zhu Cece said in surprise. The opportunity is here. Fourth brother, I want to kill him. Zhu Wu said with a stare. Old Wu, stop fooling around. Let's go to the underwater space just now to take a look, then follow me back. Zhu Cece shouted. I don't want to. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can't lose it. Zhu Wu said reluctantly. Zhu Cece's face turned ugly, but he also found that there didn't seem to be any danger. At the very least, this skeleton Gu Hai was much weaker than Gu Hai's main body. Moreover, once it entered the void, it should be able to cut off all connections. All right, you can go, but you have to promise me that once you encounter danger, you will come back immediately. Don't try to show off. Zhu Cece said in a deep voice. Okay. Zhu Wu said excitedly. Phew. Zhu Wu chased the skeleton Gu Hai straight into the starry sky, while Zhu Cece went to investigate the underwater space just now. Chapter 12:06. Above the starry sky, skeleton Gu Hai continued to move upwards without stopping for a moment. He did not notice Zhu Wu, who was tailing him. Even if he did, skeleton Gu Hai did not think much of it, because once he entered the void, it would be his home ground. There, he would not be afraid of anyone. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Hai broke through a large number of distorted star regions and entered the void. As soon as he entered the void, the rolling power of the void immediately surged over. Just now, he had become stronger after devouring the heart and bones of the torch dragon. It was as if the container to store the power of the void had suddenly expanded 100 times. 100 times the container, but only one portion was stored. How could it be enough? Rumble! A loud sound came from Gu Hai's body as he ferociously absorbed the power of the void. However, just as Gu Hai closed his eyes and was about to enjoy this sumptuous meal, the hair on his back suddenly stood on end. Boom! Gu Hai immediately dodged, but his back was still scratched by a sharp claw. When he turned his head, he immediately saw Zhu Wu looking at him with a ferocious expression. Zhu Wu, you're really haunting me. Just now, I didn't pursue you, but you actually dare to sneak attack me? Skeleton, Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, Gu Hai, your clone can't contact your main body after entering the void, right? Zhu Wu sneered. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhu Wu without a trace of worry. Only your main body is powerful. However, since you are the same person I can't find your main body to take revenge for Chi-Chi. So it's the same to find you. Zhu Wu laughed sinisterly. How ridiculous. Find me to take revenge? Do you think this body of mine is so easy to bully? Skeleton Guhai sneered. Isn't that so? At the very least, I can't see how capable you are. You're only at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Not enough. Zhu Wu sneered and pounced over again. Guhai's eyes turned cold. You can't see my ability because I haven't shown it in front of others. You want to see it? Take a look then. While speaking, Guhai suddenly stretched out his right palm. A strange white cyclone suddenly appeared in the center of his palm. It was as if a small tornado was spinning in his palm. However, this tornado had a powerful suction force. Zhu Wuwu's palm strike was immediately sucked in. Then it suddenly turned and disappeared. What? Zhu Wuwu's expression changed. Huff! The astonished Zhu Wuwu was also instantly sucked into the tornado in Guhai's palm. It seemed to have strangely shrunk as it spun rapidly within the tornado. What kind of power is this? Void power? No, the nihility energy doesn't have such a strong decomposition effect. This is the decomposition effect. It's 100 times stronger than the nihility energy. Zhu Wu shouted in horror. Who? Under Guhai's urging, the tornado in his palm sped up, becoming faster and faster. The power of decomposition is still increasing 150 times. No, it's 200 times. No, let me out. Let me out. Zhu Wu screamed in horror. However, the tornado was too powerful. Zhu Wu could not escape at all. Even if he transformed into a vermilion bird, he could not fly out of the tornado. This is the Buddhist country in a palm that I learned from Mahavairocana. I've modified it, and it's now called the void zone in a palm. Once it enters my palm, everything will turn into nothingness. Now, it's not completely perfected. It's just a tornado. Wait until I reach the great perfection of gods before I can unleash its true power. You're the first one to see it, Zhu Wu. Guhai said coldly. Boom! With a muffled sound, the vermilion bird in the tornado was instantly torn into pieces. After a miserable cry, Zhu Wu no longer made any sound. The remaining vermilion bird body was quickly decomposed into nothingness. A ray of rainbow light appeared. It was the power of 30. Unfortunately, it was in the void. In the void, the skeleton Guhai possessed endless power. That wisp of power of 30 was quickly decomposed into nothingness. After Zhu Wu had completely fallen, Guhai clenched his fist, and the tornado suddenly disappeared. Turning his head to look around, Guhai confirmed that no one was coming to ambush him. Only then did he sit cross-legged again and continue to absorb the surging power of nothingness. The skeleton, Guhai wanted to use this opportunity to break through to the great perfection of gods. In an instant, the boundless power of nothingness surged into Guhai's body. Guhai entered a state of meditation. Eternaline capital, Chenxian, Long Wanyu, and the others were waiting in anticipation. Guhai's spirit had been cursed away. This meant that Guhai was in danger of dying at any time. In the past 10 days, the girls had lost a lot of weight. They lived in fear until there was news of Guhai's clone. Chun Xian was overseeing the netherworld, but she was still restless. Long Wanyu was even more anxious as she paced back and forth. Her heart was in a mess, until a ray of light suddenly shot over from afar. His Holiness is back. Mo Yike suddenly exclaimed in joy. His Holiness is back. Chun Xian, and Long Wanyu immediately pounced overexcitedly. Guhai's main body brought Kong Xian, Scorpio, and the 9 kings to the Earth Suppression Hall's plaza. Brother-in-law. Long Wanyu was the first to rush over. Bang! She threw herself into Gu Hai's arms. When Chen Xian saw Gu Hai's return, her eyes reddened as she walked over. Husband, I thought. Chen Xian cried sadly. All right, I'm back. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Gu Hai gently hugged the two girls. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Not far away, Mo Yike and the other officials also said excitedly. In the Dahan Celestial Empire, not everyone knew that Gu Hai had fallen into a coma. Hence, many officials were stunned. Were Lord Mo and the others possessed? Wasn't His Holiness always in seclusion? Gu Hai patted Chen Xian's back and gently wiped away Chen Xian's tears. Chen Xian blushed as she separated from Gu Hai. Long Wanyu's face turned even redder. She finally realized that something was wrong. Why was she the first to pounce on him? I'll tell my sister and the others. Long Wanyu turned around and rushed towards the Yinyang Valley, heading towards the Yang realm. Her face was burning as she ran. Not long after, Long Wanqing and Lin Wan hurried over from the Yang realm. When they saw Gu Hai, they were emotional and teared up. Gu Hai comforted them one by one. Only then did the girls calm down. Husband, is this Scorpio? Chen Xian narrowed her eyes. A murderous aura flashed across her eyes. Seeing Chen Xian's murderous aura, Scorpio trembled in fear. Empress, I've already surrendered. Please spare my life. Empress. The divine, scorpion, heavenly demon cried out. However, Chen Xian was still angry. She hated the heavenly demon, Holy Land, even more. She almost couldn't see her husband again. Everyone in the heavenly demon, Holy Land, deserved to die. Forget it, Xian. It's because of him that my clone found my location. Gu Hai smiled. Hearing Gu Hai plead for mercy for her, Chen Xian suppressed the anger in her heart. Thank you for His Holiness. Scorpio let out a long sigh. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at Scorpio. His Holiness, don't worry. I'll definitely surrender and pledge my loyalty to His Holiness like Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran. Scorpio immediately promised. After all, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and the others were also subdued by Gu Hai. Now, they were also in high positions and were not inferior to him in the heavenly demon Holy Land. He was not weaker than any of them. He should be able to do well here. It was as if he had seen through Scorpio's thoughts. Gu Hai said calmly, if you had pledged your loyalty to the Dahan Heavenly Empire before the battle with Empress Ji, I would have treated you with respect. But now, you'd better set your attitude. Why? Scorpio was shocked. Gu Hai rejected my offer of loyalty right from the start. It's common to add flowers to embroidery, but it's hard to find timely help. What's there to ask for? Mo Yike said calmly. It was obvious that there was not much difference between having Scorpio and not having Scorpio in the Dahan Heavenly Empire. The world situation was already clear. The Dahan Heavenly Empire was like the sun in the sky. It was impossible for you to reach the heavens in a single step now. Gu Hai did not kill you. You're already not bad. Scorpio's expression turned ugly. In the end, he revealed a bitter smile. However, in the Dahan Heavenly Empire, honor is determined by merit. Scorpio, are you willing to cooperate in the Dahan prison, or are you willing to fight on the battlefield for the Dahan Heavenly Empire? Gu Hai said solemnly. Scorpio's eyes lit up. It was obvious that Gu Hai was giving him a sweet date after giving him a stick. He was giving him a chance. Cooperating in the prison meant that he was being imprisoned. Fighting on the battlefield? However, how much of a contribution could he make now? There were not many people in the world who could make him take action. It's all up to His Holiness. Scorpio immediately knelt. It was obvious that he did not want to be imprisoned. As long as he was not imprisoned, he might have a chance to escape and return to the heavenly demon Holy Land. Very well. We don't care if you're willing to submit to the Dahan Heavenly Empire, but we will still give you a chance, Guhai said solemnly. His Holiness, please give me your orders. Scorpio immediately said. The heavenly demon Holy Land schemed against us this time. Yuanshi Tianzuan is about to defy the heavens, so it is not convenient for us to send troops to the ancient temple. However, the heavenly demon Holy Land can forget about expanding its territory. We want you to seize all the factions that have submitted to the heavenly demon Holy Land and turn them into Dahan territory, Guhai said solemnly. Seize the heavenly demon Holy Land's fate. Scorpio's expression changed. Guhai wanted him to fall out with Bai Zizai. That's right, Kong Xian will cooperate with you. Presumably, you have been in the heavenly demon Holy Land for so many years. We need you. From now on, the heavenly demon Holy Land cannot seize a single city. Apart from the western side of the netherworld, there is no longer a trace of fate flowing to the heavenly demon Holy Land. Guhai said solemnly. This subject obeys. Kong Xian answered. Scorpio was slightly stunned. If he really did that, wouldn't he be standing on the opposite side of the heavenly demon Holy Land? And with Kong Xian watching him, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. How could he not agree? Yes, your Majesty obeys. Scorpio said with a bitter expression. Why was he so unlucky? His Holiness, then, what is this subject's official position? Scorpio looked at Guhai. You will follow Kong Xian for the time being. Kong Xian will arrange your position. Guhai said solemnly. His Holiness, this subject's army still lacks a lieutenant. Kong Xian immediately smiled. Guhai nodded. Then you will be Kong Xian's lieutenant. Your every word and action will be reported to us by Kong Xian. In the following days, if there is any disobedience, Kong Xian will directly eat you. Don't. Kong Xian already wants to eat me. What if he deliberately finds an excuse to eat me? Scorpio was inexplicably terrified. Humph, don't worry. This official won't commit the crime of deceiving the emperor. Kong Xian snorted coldly. Guhai completely ignored the divine Scorpion Skyphian's complaints. Then, Guhai looked at the 9 kings. 9 kings, thank you for your help in the underground blood city. Now that the underground blood city is gone, the world is not peaceful. If you don't mind, you can temporarily stay in the Dahan celestial dynasty. If you don't mind, you can also enter the Dahan celestial dynasty, Guhai said with a smile. When the empresses heard that the 9 kings had helped Guhai, they immediately looked at them with incomparable kindness. Thank you, His Holiness. Let us temporarily stay in the eternal Yin capital and familiarize ourselves with the world's situation. King Bai and said. The 9 kings tactfully refused to become officials, but even so, they still had to be grateful. Guhai immediately rewarded the 9 kings with large amounts of land and treasures. Guhai accepted this favor. The 9 kings didn't refuse again. Chapter 1207. Guhai's anger was the most terrifying. He directly transferred more administrators and troops from the mortal realm to various places in the netherworld, especially to attack the heavenly demon Holy Land's recruitment. As long as there were forces that had designs on the heavenly demon Holy Land, the Dahan celestial dynasty would immediately send people to split them up internally or send strong troops to suppress them. Before they surrendered to the heavenly demon Holy Land, they would take control of the capital and sect in their own hands. At the same time, with Scorpio as a spy, he revealed a lot of the heavenly demon Holy Land's secrets. He spoke about the various monster kings and monster generals of the heavenly demon Holy Land in detail. For a time, the heavenly demon Holy Land could no longer take over a city, and no trace of luck flowed to the heavenly demon Holy Land. At the same time, officials who were eloquent were constantly sent to the heavenly demon Holy Land to lobby. Suddenly, a large number of cities that were not so loyal to the heavenly demon Holy Land fell into chaos. After all, the 12 Peak Masters had controlled a large number of cities. Now that more than half of them were dead, it was almost like a plate of loose sand. Suddenly, the heavenly demon Holy Land's luck became nervous. Internal stability was already a problem, let alone external expansion. For a time, Baizazai was overwhelmed by the news from all over the place. Damn Scorpio, he actually betrayed us? Not only did he expose the secrets of the heavenly demon Holy Land, but he also cooperated with the Dahan to ruin my plans. Bastard, bastard, Bai Wuchang shouted angrily. My lord, Guhai's revenge has begun. This subordinate said that we can't fight against him. Black Impermanence said bitterly. Baizazai's face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. At this moment, Baizazai had to admit that Guhai's Dahan, celestial dynasty, had become a force. This force formed a tight force that even the heavenly demon, Holy Land, could not contend against. The Dahan had too many talents in reserve. Now, they were fighting for their own territory at all costs, and their actions were extremely ruthless. Even if Yuanshi Tianzuan heard about it, it would be useless. As long as the people joined one of the major powers, Yuanshi Tianzuan would not care whose power they joined. As for Gu Hai causing trouble within the heavenly demon Holy Land, there was no way to say that he had instigated his subordinates. That was because of his own incompetence. Which power didn't have a spy in the other power? Moreover, he was in the wrong for cursing Gu Hai. At this moment, Baizazai could only suffer the consequences of his own actions, and was at his wit's end. Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. Fourth brother, why isn't fifth brother back yet? It's already been a month. Zhu Yi said solemnly. Zhu Sisi said with an ugly expression, I don't know. I went to the underworld's South Sea to check. It was filled with magma again. There was nothing there. Fifth brother is going to hunt down Gu Hai's skeleton avatar. Humph. How many times have I told you don't show off and don't separate? Fifth brother. Zhu Yi was furious. Big brother, maybe it's okay. That skeleton Gu Hai's strength is average. Only at the Heavenly Palace great perfection. I saw it with my own eyes. Fifth brother will definitely be able to deal with him. Zhu Sisi said anxiously. Bullshit, Zhu Yi glared. Gu Hai's main body is only at the Heavenly Palace 8th layer, but sixth brother is not as good as them. A month ago, the two of you could only run away at the Heavenly Palace 9th layer. Before Gu Hai showed his strength, you didn't know anything. Do you know what he has hidden? Did you see through the heaven-splitting axe's attack beforehand? Skeleton Gu Hai's Heavenly Palace great perfection is higher than his main body. How do you know he doesn't have a backup? That day underground, you said that Gu Hai's main body took the initiative to go forward. How do you know that Gu Hai didn't want to hide the ability of his skeleton avatar? Zhu Yi glared. Zhu Sisi was horrified. Big brother, calm down. Maybe there is still a good side. Don't think of the bad. Zhu Sanson advised. Yeah, fifth brother hasn't returned yet. Everything is uncertain. Zhu Sisi whispered. Fourth brother, look, we only have 3 brothers left. If you don't reflect, we will be killed by your courting death before master returns. Zhu Yi said bitterly. Big brother, I will listen to you in the future. Zhu Sisi said bitterly. Humph. Yang Realm, Infinite Celestial Capital, Upper Study Room. Gu Hai sat in front of his desk, listening to the reports of a group of important ministers in front of him. Skeleton Guhai had not returned from the void, so Mo Yike naturally set foot in the Yang realm for the time being. His Holiness and Scorpio have done well. During this period of time, Baizazai has been under pressure. Not a trace of luck has flowed to the heavenly devil, Holy Land. Mo Yike said with a smile. Yes, continue to maintain it. At the same time, increase the acquisition of the Yang realm. If my guess is right, Yuanshi Tianzuan is in defiance of the heavens. As long as those who do not join our forces, Yuanshi Tianzuan is likely to kill them all. Gu Hai said with a solemn expression. What? It can't be. How many people are there? Mo Yike's expression changed. A year and a half was too short. How could they take over all the territories? It was already good enough to control 2/3 of the world. Would the remaining people all die? How many people would there be? Do your best, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. Mo Yike nodded solemnly. What's the great Yen Heavenly Court doing recently? Gu Hai looked at Montez, who was beside him. His Holiness and Zhao have not been in court for many days. However, there are many officials in court, so nothing major has happened. Montez said solemnly. Not in the court. Gu Hai revealed a hint of doubt. Yes, the court has stopped for a period of time. Although the acquisition of forces in Dongfang and the south has not decreased, Zhao has never shown himself. Moreover, the elite guards have also disappeared. Montez said respectfully. Gu Hai frowned and fell into deep thought. Yang realm, above the sun, boom. Rolling flames surged in the sun. The sun's primordial fire was extremely hot. Not everyone in the world could come up here. Rolling heat waves. Even those in the peak of the heavenly palace could not stay above the sun for too long. However, there was a huge creature bathed in the sun's sea of fire. It was a huge vermilion bird. Screech. The vermilion bird let out a long cry and circled the sun. The vermilion bird was none other than the elite guards. Sister, you have been in there for a long time. When are you coming out? The elite guards asked worriedly. At the edge of the sun, the elite guards absorbed the heat and calcined his body. He was also waiting for Zhao to enter the depths of the sun. This wait lasted for half a year, just as the elite guards were bored to death. Boom! In the sea of fire, there was a sudden loud sound. The elite guard's eyes brightened and looked towards the source of the loud sound. Then he saw a smaller sun slowly emerge from the waves of fire. This sun was incomparably hot. When the waves of fire emerged, it seemed to form an air current that tore through the void and rushed in all directions. Ah! The elite guards were swept away by this hot air current. The air current was extremely hot. If the elite guards were not of the vermilion bird body, they would have melted. The elite guards stabilized themselves and called out tentatively, Sister. Wong. The smaller sun trembled slightly and suddenly condensed into a Zhao in a golden robe. At this moment, Zhao was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. She seemed to be adjusting her breathing. However, when she breathed in, she inhaled the endless flames of the sun into her nostrils. When she exhaled, she spat out endless waves of fire. Her eyes suddenly opened. Wong. 2 rays of golden light shot into the distant starry sky and faced a huge star. Boom! That star seemed to be on fire and instantly turned into a huge ball of fire. In the next moment, it was burned into ashes. Sister, the divine light in your eyes is so powerful. The elite guards were surprised. Phew! Zhao took a deep breath and nodded. Sister, how is it? Did you succeed? The elite guards were looking forward to it. The divine sun transformation technique seems to be a technique that was specially made for me. Once I cultivated it, it was immediately compatible with the power of the sun. I have already cultivated the divine sun body. When I go back, I just need to use the Tao of Fire to polish it, and it will be done, Xiao said in a deep voice. Then, sister has become stronger. The elite guards were looking forward to it. Xiao nodded. Let's go, we should go back. The elite guards nodded. A year and a half passed in the blink of an eye. In the infinite celestial capital, in the upper study room, Gu Hai listened to the reports of the important officials. Reporting to His Holiness, 90% of the Yang realm's territories have been unified, Chun Tianshan said with a smile. 90%. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Yes, Jiang Chun did not participate in the godly seizing palace and is still only in charge of 2,000 cities. Regarding the Wanshou Taoism, Yuanshi Tianzuan is also not in the mood to conquer the world and is only in charge of 1,000 cities. Lady Bingheim is also in charge of the former territories of the Great Yellow Dynasty and the 9 Li Imperial Dynasty. She has also received miraculous results, and almost all of them have been incorporated into the Dahan Heavenly Empire. The north, west, central, and southwest of the Divine Continent are all part of the Dahan Heavenly Empire, Chun Tianshan said with a smile. What about the Great Yen Heavenly Empire? Gu Hai asked sullenly. As the Ho was not in the capital during the most crucial half of the year, the Great Yen Heavenly Empire managed to subdue fewer people. However, the east of the Divine Continent belongs to the Great Yen Heavenly Empire. The southeast of the Divine Continent belongs to the Great Yen Heavenly Empire. Qin Tianshan explained. There are 50,000 cities in the Divine Continent. Gu Hai looked at Qin Tianshan. Yes, of the 50,000 cities in the Yang realm, my Dahan Heavenly Empire alone gets 30,000 cities. Qin Tianshan said solemnly, 30,000 cities? None of the officials dared to think of such a number 2 years ago. Although the people in these cities had not completely submitted yet, this number was already shocking and unsettling. Looking at the boundless celestial capital's Providence Sea, the deity statues were more than 30 kilometers tall and gave off golden light. There were also a large number of small golden dragons of Providence swimming around the Providence Sea, numbering in the thousands. The Dahan Heavenly Empire's Providence was the best in the world, unparalleled. In terms of population, there were more than 100 million people in each city. Adding the scattered residents outside the city, there were 30,000 cities and 2 trillion people. Of the 50,000 cities in the Yang realm, the Dahan Heavenly Empire alone got 30,000 cities and 2 trillion people. How horrifying was this number? The Great Yen Heavenly Empire now has 12,000 cities. There are still 5,000 scattered cities in the world that we cannot collect in time. Qin Tianshan said. Gu Hai tapped his fingers on the table. Although he already had an idea, when he thought about the number of people, he was still shocked. In the Yang realm, there were 2 trillion people. If all of them lent their strength to him, how horrifying would that be? Perhaps he could even compete with the Immortal of the 6 Paths. Chapter 12:08. Compete with the Immortal of 6 Paths? Gu Hai quickly suppressed his thoughts. He looked at Mo Yike again. Reporting to His Holiness, the Jiuyin sect of the underworld has not appeared yet. There are also 50,000 cities in the underworld. The Dahan Celestial Dynasty alone has 35,000 cities. The Heavenly Demon Holy Land has 5,000 cities, and the remaining 10,000 cities are divided among various small forces. There is no time to collect them all in 1.5 years. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. The major forces of the underworld did not have a thorough understanding of the world's situation like the major forces of the Yang realm. In the end, there were still too many people who had a fluke mentality. The Dahan Celestial Dynasty had the ability to collect them one by one, but it was too late. The world was too big, leaving too little time for Gu Hai to collect the world. There were 30,000 cities in the Yang realm with a population of 20 trillion. there were 35,000 cities in the underworld, with a population of more than 20 trillion. With such a large number, although not all of them were willing to join the Dahan celestial dynasty, it was an unexpected gain for the Dahan celestial dynasty to have such a large number. Mo Yike, Chen Tianshan, and the others were overjoyed. This time, the Dahan celestial dynasty was worthy of being called the most powerful dynasty in the world. Since ancient times, there had never been a dynasty as large as the Dahan celestial dynasty. However, Gu Hai's brows were deeply furrowed, and his face was slightly gloomy. "Is there something wrong with His Holiness?" Mo Yike asked curiously. "Based on the time, the primordial beginning heavenly venerate will awaken in less than half a month. However, there are still 15,000 cities in the world that have yet to join our factions," Gu Hai said with a frown. "Yes, half a month. It's too late to do anything. Once Yuan Shi Tianzuan comes out, the first thing he will do is to kill all these people. With his heartless character, he won't leave any help for the Immortal of 6 paths." Mo Yike nodded. "His Holiness, they brought this upon themselves. We just need to take care of ourselves." Chen Tianshan laughed. However, Gu Hai shook his head. "We promise Wanyu. We can't just watch her die." Huh. The ministers were slightly startled. Indeed, these 15,000 cities did not belong to the major powers. However, that is the thought of those in power in the cities. The commoners do not have the right to decide at all. Those in power cannot let go of the power in their hands and have a fluke mentality. Their deaths are not regrettable. However, what about the majority of the commoners? Gu Hai said in a low voice. But there's less than half a month left. There's no time at all. Even if we can break through all the cities, the people are led by the local gentry. They won't immediately recognize the Dahan celestial empire. It's useless even if they don't listen, Chen Tianshan said worriedly. "I will think of a way to deal with this matter. I need you all to immediately mark out the locations of the 15,000 cities and arrange for experts to head there as soon as possible. Wait for my news." Gu Hai said solemnly. "Yes, Your Majesty," the officials replied. However, at this moment, what could he do? Half a month. It was easy to kill all of them, but it was impossible to make them change their minds. After dismissing the officials, Gu Hai immediately went to the imperial harem. In the imperial harem, Long Wanyu, accompanied by Chen Xian, Long Wanqing, Lin Wan, and Bingheim, seemed to be doing something. Countless small transparent balls were placed in front of them. "Wanyu, how's the research going?" Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. "Brother-in-law, I've researched your 2 Immortal Vault mystic realms, but I can't do it," Long Wanyu said with a bitter smile. Of these 2 Immortal Vault's mystic realms, one was found in Wushang Demon's corpse, and the other was provided by Scorpio. Bai Zizai imitated his own Immortal Vault mystic realm and created it. It can store living beings inside. Bai Zizai can make it, but you can't, Gu Hai said with a frown. The Immortal Vault mystic realm is an imitation of the Immortal Vault mystic realm. The biggest obstacle is the internal space barrier. We've studied it for a while and determined that the space barrier comes from wind. Long Wanyu said, "Wind. Yes, earth, fire, wind, and water." Bai Zizai is an expert in wind cultivation. He compressed the power of extreme wind and poured in spiritual qi to create this small space in the Immortal Vault mystic realm. However, we don't cultivate wind, and we can't condense the extreme wind. So, Long Wanyu said with a bitter smile, in other words, only Bai Zizai can imitate this Immortal Vault mystic realm. Gu Hai said in a low voice, "Husband, Bai Zizai must hate you to death now. If you ask him to mass-produce the Immortal Vault mystic realm, he will definitely not agree." Chen Xian said worriedly, "Even if he doesn't wanna, we have to try." Gu Hai sighed. It doesn't have to be by Zizai. In the past, Ho Ching could do it too. Ho Ching is the ancestor of the wind territory. He can also use the power of extreme wind. Long One, you said bitterly. But Ho Ching is already crippled. Long One, you said worriedly. No, Ho Ching is crippled, but the ancestor of the wind territory is still there. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Ah, Wan Yu, you know the specifics, right? Gu Hai looked at Long Wan Yu. Yes, I used Sister Chen's perfect Tao to refine these 20,000 Tao sealing spheres. You just need to inject the power of extreme wind into them. No, you also need to inject large amounts of spiritual qi. The power of extreme wind and spiritual qi complement each other. The more you inject, the larger the space inside. Of course, there's an upper limit. It can't exceed the size of the infinite celestial capital. Long One, you said, pointing at the transparent spheres. Okay, I understand. Gu Hai nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, he collected all the Tao sealing spheres into the immortal vault mystic realm. Brother-in-law, did I cause you trouble again? Actually, brother-in-law has already tried his best. Long One, you said guiltily. You want to save the world. How could I blame you? I just didn't have a way. If there was a way, I would want to save them too. Don't think too much. I'll try my best. Gu Hai said solemnly. Long One, you nodded guiltily. Because of her unwillingness, her brother-in-law had to go through a lot of trouble again. Whoosh! Gu Hai disappeared from where he was. Time was of the essence. So he rushed to the divine, seizing temple in the west. Outside the divine seizing temple, Jiang Chen's guards were guarding the temple. For the past 1.5 years, the guards had received all kinds of news from all over the world. They were very upset. The Dahan, Celestial Empire, was at its peak. In fact, they could have seized the temple themselves. They had the chance to do so, but Allah didn't want to. If Allah was afraid of trouble, he could have asked them to do it. Sigh. Whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind rushed toward them. Who's there? The guard stared at him and shouted angrily. A man in a black dragon robe stepped onto the square of the divine, seizing temple. Gu Hai. The guards were surprised. Gu Hai, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a large number of guards were on guard. A distinguished guest has arrived. Why don't you invite him in? Jiang Chen's voice suddenly came from the divine, seizing temple. Yes, Allah. The group of guards immediately responded. His Holiness, please. The guards immediately said politely. Gu Hai nodded. Quang. Not far away, the door of the divine, seizing temple, suddenly opened. Jiang Chun slowly walked out of the temple with a scroll in his hand. He was followed by a few subordinates, and Long Outyen was behind him. Gu Hai greets the master of the divine seizing temple. Please forgive me for disturbing you. Gu Hai bowed slightly to Jiang Chun. His Holiness has graced the divine seizing temple with your presence. How can I blame His Holiness? Jiang Chun said with a smile. A group of subordinates immediately brought in a sofa-like chair. They lit an incense burner and served fragrant tea. His Holiness, please. Jiang Chun said with a smile. Thank you. Gu Hai nodded and sat down with Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was very casual. He set up a tea banquet in the open air of the square. The Dahan, Celestial Empire, was now the most powerful force in the world. However, Jiang Chun had experienced it before. During the War of the Sorcerer and Demon Tribe, the Sorcerer Tribe had almost won a great victory, which was not worse than the current Dahan Celestial Empire. Under those circumstances, Jiang Chun did not care about the position of the Sorcerer Tribe's commander-in-chief, let alone now. Oh, His Holiness, your cultivation has improved a lot. You are one step away from the complete deity realm. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Ha, you must be joking. I have not even reached the complete heavenly palace. How can I reach the complete deity realm? I am far from it. Gu Hai shook his head and said with a smile, Far from it? I don't think so. When others reach the complete heavenly palace, they have to refine their human soul and earthly soul to reach the complete deity realm. However, your human soul and earthly soul have already reached the complete heavenly palace. Once you reach the complete heavenly palace, you will immediately reach the complete deity realm. Moreover, His Holiness, your cultivation is special. Your foundation is solid and unprecedented. No one has ever cultivated like you. Opportunity and luck are both hard to find in this world. Jiangchen sighed in admiration. You are flattering me, Palace Master Duo. Gu Hai shook his head. May I know why His Holiness is here? Jiangchen asked curiously. I am here to ask for Long Outyen's help. He owes me a promise. However, considering that he is your subordinate, I do not want to hide this from you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh. Jiang Chun showed a hint of curiosity. After all, what could Gu Hai ask of Long Outyen? Gu Hai flipped his hand, and a huge box appeared. It was filled with Dao's sealing balls. Gu Hai did not hide anything, and told him about his request for Long Outyen's help. You want a copy? The Immortal Dome. Jiang Chun was surprised. Gu Hai nodded. The common people suffer. Many are innocent. I want to help them one last time. Jiang Chun looked at Gu Hai in surprise. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chun sighed. Gu Hai, I realize that you are the same as the heavens back then. You are always too kind. Kind? Haha, you have done your best. They only have themselves to blame. Why do you have to force yourself? Although a batch of people will die, they will be born again soon. The entire environment exists. So what if a few lives die? Tragedies happen every moment. Do you want to save every one of them? Jiang Chen said with a hint of disdain. It's fine if you don't see it, but now that you see it, you can save them. How can I pretend not to see it? Gu Hai smiled. Why? Jiang Chen asked curiously. For peace of mind. Gu Hai said solemnly. Jiang Chen fell silent. Peace of mind? Hall Master Duo Shun, please grant me my wish. Gu Hai said solemnly. Jiang Chen was silent for a while. Then he looked at Gu Hai and said, Back then I asked the heavens, and the heavens said the same thing. Saving the common people for peace of mind? I did not believe it back then. Now that you are saying this, perhaps you have your reasons. You have your reasons, don't you? Chapter 1209. Although I don't agree with you, since you're here and Long Outyen owes you a favor, I have no reason to stop you. Jiang Chen nodded. Thank you, Hall Master Duo Shun. Gu Hai smiled. Jiang Chen looked at Long Outyen. Allah. Long Outyen stepped forward respectfully and took the Dao sealing orb from Gu Hai. Extreme wind energy with spiritual chi. Long Outyen looked at Gu Hai. That's right. This is Scorpio's secret realm, Immortal Dome. I've stored countless spiritual stones in it. You can take the spiritual stones and use them with your extreme wind energy to open up a small space. Gu Hai said, Let me try. Long Outyen nodded. Suddenly, he stirred the void. Whoosh! Suddenly, a spiral-shaped stream of air that emitted blue light appeared in his palm. At the same time, he took out a large number of spiritual stones and released the spiritual chi sealed in them into the Dao sealing orb. Rumble! Suddenly, the orb made a series of loud noises. After a while, it shook violently, and Long Outyen stopped, sweating profusely. Long Outyen took a deep breath and said, Ancient sage, I am fortunate to have accomplished the mission. Gu Hai took the Dao sealing orb and sensed it carefully. It was indeed a small secret realm, Immortal Dome. The space inside was about the size of the infinite celestial capital, and there was air inside. It could allow people to survive for a short period of time. That's great. Long Outyen, you can continue. Gu Hai pointed at the big box beside him. Continue? What do you mean continue? Long Outyen's expression changed. He had a bad feeling about this. You have to open up all the Tao's sealing orbs into small spaces. Gu Hai said, "How is that possible?" Long Outyen exclaimed. He was sweating profusely when he opened up one Tao sealing orb. There should be 20,000 of them in this box, right? All of them? Wouldn't he die of exhaustion? I can only open up 10 more. I can't do the rest. I'll die of exhaustion. Long Outyen shook his head. Gu Hai frowned. You, come here. Jiangchen suddenly said. Allah. Long Outyen walked over in confusion. Jiangchen gently patted Long Outyen with his right palm. Boom. It was as if there were hundreds of millions of gusts of wind in the air rushing straight into Long Ao Tian's body. This. Long Outyen widened his eyes in shock. These are 10 great Taos of wind. I'll help you guide them into your body. You can open up a small space. Jiangchen said calmly, 10 grand Taos of wind. Long Outyen was overjoyed. As the ancestor of wind zombies, he was supposed to study the grand Taos of the wind element. But now, he hadn't even studied a single one yet, and Allah had given him 10. This was a joyous occasion for him. Once he took the opportunity to comprehend, he would definitely have a huge breakthrough. Yes, I'll go right away. Long Outyen was very excited. This time, with the help of the power of the great Taos, the speed of opening up the Tao sealing orbs was much faster. Moreover, he opened up 2 Tao sealing orbs at the same time. Then, he opened up 10 Tao sealing orbs at the same time. Long Outyen continued to familiarize himself with the 10 grand Taos of wind and quickly opened up a small space. Thank you, Hallmaster Duo Shun. Gu Hai said gratefully. You don't have to thank me. Tell me why you're here. You don't just want Long Outyen to fulfill his promise to you, right? Jiangchen took a sip of tea and looked at Gu Hai. In the past, although Jiangchen found Gu Hai interesting, he didn't care about Gu Hai. However, over the years, Gu Hai's growth had exceeded Jiangchen's expectations. Now he could actually talk to him on equal footing. Of course, Jiangchen didn't care about Gu Hai's strength. Jiangchen and Gu Hai were not on equal footing because of the power of the Dahan Celestial Empire, but because of Tsangjia's submission. Tsangjia was someone who was on equal footing with him. Since he submitted to Gu Hai, was there a need for him to look down on Gu Hai? Gu Hai also felt the change in Jiangchen's attitude. At the very least, Jiangchen didn't speak to him on equal footing at the entrance of the premier hall. There is indeed one more thing, Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Oh, Jiangchen asked curiously. In a few days, Yuan Shi Tianzuan will fight with the Immortal of 6 Paths. I want to know your attitude towards the Immortal of 6 Paths. Gu Hai said, solemnly, the Immortal of 6 Paths. Jiangchen raised his eyebrows. Yes, if I'm not wrong, the Immortal of 6 Paths has something to do with you, right? Gu Hai stared at Jiangchen. Jiangchen put down his teacup and looked at Gu Hai in surprise. Why do you say that? I've read the history of 800,000 years ago. Also, I've been to 800,000 years ago and met Fushi and Rokudo Shinkuen. I've also heard about you from others. You didn't intervene in the 6 Paths War. You don't agree with the heavens, so you have an obsession with the power of the heavens. Moreover, the heavens knew that you were going to harm her, and in the end, it was Rokudo Shinkuen. After that, there was no conflict between you and Rokudo Shinkuen. Gu Hai said, solemnly. Jiangchen stared at Gu Hai for a while. After a while, he revealed a surprised smile. Huh. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect this. Guhai, you really surprised me. Guhai frowned slightly. When you obtained the rib of the heavens and refined it into a skeleton doppelganger, I suspected that you were the reincarnation of the heavens. However, in the end, I denied it and thought that you were just lucky. Now, it seems that I denied it too hastily. The heavens really came back to life. Moreover, in the Dahan celestial empire, if I'm not wrong, Long Wanyu, who the 5 divine emissaries surround every day, is the reincarnation of the heavens. Jiangchen suddenly said, solemnly. Guhai's face sank, but he didn't deny it. In the end, he nodded. That's right. No wonder. Haha, no wonder. It's not strange that you can guess it. Jiangchen sighed. Wanyu has now given up her power of the heavens. I hope you won't disturb her, Guhai said, solemnly. Don't worry. According to what you said, I just had a disagreement with her back then. Moreover, she has no power now. I don't need to kill her. Jiangchen shook his head. Guhai nodded. From Wanyu's words, I've analyzed that you have a certain relationship with the Immortal of 6 Paths. This time, the Immortal of 6 Paths is about to come out of seclusion and dominate the world. Whether it's Yuanshi, Tianzuan, or us, we may have conflicts with him. Therefore, this time, I came to inquire about it. You guessed right. Little 6 is my disciple. Jiangchen said lightly. Guhai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Little 6. That's the Immortal of 6 Paths. Disciple? The Immortal of 6 Paths is Jiangchen's disciple? Guhai had thought about many relationships before, but he never guessed that the Immortal of 6 Paths was Jiangchen's disciple. No wonder he could defy the natural order and succeed. Jiangchen must have added fuel to the fire. As if he had guessed Guhai's thoughts, Jiangchen said with a smile, I didn't help little 6 to defy the natural order. Don't think too much. Guhai frowned slightly. I trained little 6. In fact, when little 6 was young, Dragon God Ing also saw him. Jiangchen said with a smile. Dragon God Ing saw him? How is that possible? At most, he saw him 800,000 years ago. 800,000 years ago, Dragon God Ing and his brother got Jiangchen's blood. You saw Rokudo Shinkuan when he was young? Guhai frowned. You guessed right. Little 6 was chosen by me. After you returned, I sent little 6 10,000 years ago. I taught him all the skills, but I didn't teach him to defy the natural order. He was rebellious and made his own decision. Jiangchen said with a smile. Rebellious? Hee, you were happy to see it happen. Guhai said lightly. Although Guhai's tone was calm, his heart suddenly tightened. Jiangchen's words revealed that he had mastered the law of time and could reverse time, sent the Immortal of 6 Paths 10,000 years ago. Maybe the natural order is too naive. She doesn't know the disaster that will happen next. If the common people don't fight, they will be annihilated. Peace can't give birth to strong people. Only by experiencing the destruction of storms can they become tenacious lives. Jiangchen said, solemnly. So, when the monster race ruled the world, it was too peaceful. You created the witch race and let them fight and kill each other? Guhai said, solemnly. Isn't that so? You've seen the Vermilion Bird Supreme. During peacetime, there were 4 great commanders of the monster race. Among them, the Vermilion Bird was the strongest. What do you think of the Vermilion Bird Supreme's strength? Can it be compared to today? Jiangchen smiled. Guhai frowned. Although he didn't agree with Jiangchen's way of doing things, it was the truth. The people of today were much stronger than before. At the very least, the Vermilion Bird Supreme wouldn't be able to fight against Long Zhanghua. If the natural order wants peace, I want war. Endless war. You may not know my intentions now, but you will soon. Jiangchen sighed softly. 30? Gu Hai frowned. Oh, long one you told you? Jiangchen smiled. Gu Hai nodded. Yes, I won't say more. It's good that you know. If I don't break the peace, the Vermilion Bird Supreme will still stand at the peak of the world. What's the use of that? The highest point of the world is only 30's pet. It's me who is pushing the world to progress. Jiangchen said, after taking a deep breath. All right, I'm also wary of 30. However, what I want to ask today is, what do you plan to do with the Immortal of Six Paths? If Yuanshi Tianzuan fights with him, will you interfere? If the Immortal of Six Paths comes to me, will you help him? Gu Hai solemnly asked. I won't interfere. Jiangchen shook his head. Gu Hai was surprised. Isn't the Immortal of Six Paths your disciple? Don't worry, I won't interfere with any of your battles. Why didn't I go against the heavens and become an immortal? Because if I become an immortal, you will never have the chance to turn the tables. How can the strong become stronger in this world? Therefore, I won't interfere. Little Six, if you have the ability, go ahead and fight with him. I won't interfere. If Yuanshi Tianzuan fights with him, I won't interfere either. Don't worry, Jiangchen said calmly. But the Immortal of Six Paths is your disciple. If Yuanshi Tianzuan fights with him, what if the Immortal of Six Paths can't win? Gu Hai frowned. That's his fate. Just like back then, if he failed to defy the heavens, that's his fate too. Jiangchen said coldly. Fate? Gu Hai frowned. Don't think that little Sixth has feelings for me. I'm guessing that he wants nothing more than to kill me. Jiangchen laughed. Gu Hai was speechless. Chapter 12:10. The relationship between Jiangchen and the Immortal of Six Paths was complicated, but it also shocked Gu Hai. At the same time, Gu Hai had a very direct understanding of Jiangchen's strength. The Master of Six Paths, Jiangchen? Gu Hai, if you have the ability to kill the Six Paths, not only will I not be angry, I will be happy for you. Jiangchen said with a smile. Why? Gu Hai frowned slightly. I want you to become stronger and stronger, not someone to be the strongest. Jiangchen said solemnly. I heard Wanyu mention that you and 30 are not from the same era. You were born when 30 left the celestial dome of Six Paths. I don't understand. Why do you have such a deep hatred for him? Gu Hai stared at Jiangchen and asked curiously. Jiangchen smiled and shook his head. Now is not the time. You will know in the future. Jiangchen did not want to say, and Gu Hai did not want to force him. So he nodded. The two drank some tea. Then Gu Hai and Jiangchen tried to sound each other out, but in the end, it was to no avail. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The surrounding gales suddenly exploded and dispersed. Ah, I'm so tired. Huff, huff. Long Outyen collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Lord, it's done. I have opened up all the small spaces. However, I don't think these small spaces will last long. At most, they will collapse in 10 days. Long Outyen looked at the big box of Dao's sealing balls and smiled bitterly. 10 days is enough. Thank you, Hall Master Duo Shun. Gu Hai got up and bowed slightly to Jiangchen. Jiangchen nodded. Go ahead. Gu Hai nodded and waved his hand. Huff! The box of Dao's sealing balls was stored in the celestial dome of ancients. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. Gu Hai bowed to Jiangchen again. Jiangchen nodded. Gu Hai took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. As he watched Gu Hai leave, Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. He has the qualities of an ambitious and ruthless person, but it's a pity that he's too kind. Allah, I thought that Gu Hai was going to use my promise to deal with you. Who would have thought that for the sake of some ignorant commoners he would— Long Outyen was shocked to see Gu Hai leave. Everyone has their own destiny. As long as he is strong enough, everything can be discussed. Jiangchen said indifferently. True Lord, is the deity of the six paths really your disciple? Then, are you really not going to help Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths? What if? Long Outyin smiled faintly. Little Six was arranged by me. All the experts in the world were also arranged by me. It's the law of the jungle, Jiangchen said indifferently. Yes, Long Outyen's heart sank as he nodded. At this moment, Long Outyen felt extremely lucky that he was following Allah. It turned out that Allah was so powerful, the war of the witches and demons. The commander of the witch tribe, that was nothing. Even a disciple of Allah could become an immortal. How powerful was Allah? If Allah was serious, wouldn't the world belong to him? Gu Hai took the Tao sealing balls and quickly returned to the infinite celestial capital. Mo Yike was waiting. Immediately arrange for all those above the Kaitian Palace to go to various places in the world. According to the map you marked earlier, put all the commoners who have not joined the major forces into these Tao sealing balls. Put all the commoners in the 15,000 cities. Quickly, Gu Hai ordered. Yes, Mo Yike answered. In the Dahan, celestial capital, there were many experts. Just the army of gods and demons had hundreds of thousands of Kaitian Palace experts. In the past few years, they had subdued countless major forces in the world. The number of mid-level experts had already reached a shocking level. It was not difficult to capture commoners. The difficult part was how to distribute these Tao sealing balls to the various experts in the Dahan celestial capital as quickly as possible. Then, how to start capturing people as quickly as possible. Mo Yike understood the function of the Tao sealing balls and knew what Gu Hai was thinking. They did not dare to stay a moment longer. Shangguan Hen, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon Godding were all mobilized. All the emperors and sect masters that they had subdued in the past year were also all running errands. Everyone followed Mo Yike's instructions and quickly sent them to the various outposts. Then, the various outposts sent experts from the heaven palaces to capture commoners. On the same day, Mo Yike led a group of subordinates and made detailed arrangements in various places. Then, he used the Guqin figurines to quickly send messages to all corners of the world. The next day, everyone was on the move. Capture people. When Kong Xian sent a large number of Tao sealing balls to the central region of the Divine Continent, he handed them to the officials of the 300 Bureau and asked them to arrange for people to go out quickly. After that, he immediately followed Mo Yike's orders and took some Tao sealing balls to the cities of the scattered powers. The first one to arrive was called Matchless City. Everyone, be careful. We just received news that the Dahan celestial capital has invaded countless territories in the world. They are still not satisfied and want to invade our Matchless City. Everyone, listen up. Matchless City will not submit to any power. Activate the Great Formation. Do not let the Dahan celestial capital invade. Matchless City belongs to no one. It has nothing to do with the Dahan celestial capital. In Matchless City, everyone was of one mind. They activated the Great Formation to protect the city and were determined not to invade the Dahan celestial capital. City Lord residents. The city lord listened to the reports from his subordinates and sneered. Humph, Gu Hai has gathered the Dahan celestial capital's countless lackeys and sent troops everywhere again. Yes, city lord, Matchless City may be among them. An official said with a bitter smile, we must defend. We cannot let the Dahan celestial capital succeed. We must also spread the message to the commoners. We must make everyone boycott the Dahan. Let's see how they will deal with it. Hasn't the Dahan always called themselves the teacher of benevolence? Let's see if they dare to start a massacre. The city lord sneered. Yes, city lord is wise. The city lord of Matchless City sneered. Of course. Matchless City has so much tax revenue. How can I give it up for free? What if a fight really breaks out? Pick some old, weak women and children to visit their husbands, sons, and fathers in the city tower. Let these old, weak women and children die at the front line. As soon as someone dies, announce to the whole city that the Dahan celestial capital is invading, burning, looting, and killing the old, weak women and children. Let the commoners in the city resist to the death. The city lord said in a deep voice, City lord is wise. This way, the commoners can unite against a common enemy and defend the city lord's power with their lives. The subordinates said excitedly, The city lord's face darkened. No, they will defend their home with their lives. Ha ha ha, that's right. The city lord laughed. Bad news. City lord, there are people from the Dahan, celestial capital, attacking outside. A shout came from outside the hall. What? So fast? The city lord's face darkened. Immediately, the city lord led a group of subordinates to the square in front of the hall and looked up at the sky. They saw Kong Xian standing in the sky. With a wave of his hand, a huge, colorful cloud formed in the sky. The colorful cloud formed a large Han character. Who are you? The city lord of Peerless City shouted. In the sky, Kong Xian looked at the 100 million commoners in the city and took a deep breath. You are all going to die soon. Under the order of His Holiness, I am here to save you. Why don't you open the barrier in the city? Countless commoners looked up at Kong Xian in the sky. The city lord of Peerless City's eyes turned cold. He quickly shouted, Everyone listen up. Don't listen to the nonsense of the Dahan, celestial capital. He is invading, and he is acting like he is saving you. Don't listen to him. When the city lord shouted, the commoners in the city became suspicious. Kong Xian frowned. I don't want to waste my time talking to you. This is just the first stop. I still have many cities to visit. I don't have time to waste. As he spoke, Kong Xian stretched out his hand and slapped down. Look, the Dahan, celestial capital, is about to start a massacre. Commoners, protect yourselves. The city lord took the opportunity to shout. Boom! With a loud bang, the barrier shattered into pieces. Kong Xian took out a Dao sealing ball and activated it. Rumble! The entire Peerless City seemed to be trembling. A large number of cracks appeared on the ground, and the surrounding buildings collapsed. What are you doing? What are you doing? The city lord of Peerless City exclaimed. Whoosh! With a loud bang, the entire Peerless City disappeared, leaving behind a huge crater. The entire Peerless City was uprooted and sucked into Kong Xian's Dao sealing ball. Inside the Dao sealing ball, countless commoners were panicking. The city lord of Peerless City was even more dumbfounded. No matter how many countermeasures he had come up with to encourage the commoners to resist the Dahan celestial capital's army, it seemed to be useless. The other party did not even want to fight. With a wave of his hand, the entire city was taken away. How was he supposed to play this game? What happened to the battle of wits and courage? Compared to the city lord of Peerless City, Kong Xian also looked at the Dao sealing ball gloomily. Lord Mo is right. There is no need to talk nonsense with them. Just kidnap them. What a waste of time. Kong Xian shook his head. After carefully putting away the Dao sealing ball, Kong Xian took out a new one and took a step forward. Whoosh! In an instant, Kong Xian arrived at another city. This time, he did not even put up a Han Cloud sign. While everyone in the city was panicking, he smashed the barrier with a palm strike. Then, he used a new Dao sealing ball to store it and moved on to the next city. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoren, Dragon Goding, Shangguan Hen, and even Mao Tianyan and Goddess Hutu were all mobilized. Collect, collect, collect. The strong had their own collection methods, and the weak had their own collection methods. This was already the best Gu Hai could do. Every day, there was an endless stream of Dao sealing balls being sent to the infinite celestial capital. Gu Hai did not care about the complaints of the countless captured civilians. He quickly threw them all into the immortal dome of antiquity. Then, he gave the empty Dao sealing balls to Mo Yike and continued to capture civilians. In an instant, the flames of war rose everywhere. The experts of the Dahan set out with all their might to capture civilians. This huge movement was seen by Jiang Chen, Bai, and by Zizai. However, no one from the three parties came out to stop him. They were just curious. They felt that Gu Hai was too generous. What was the use of fighting so hard? Did those people appreciate his kindness? No matter what the outside world said, these 10 days were the busiest in the Yang realm and the Netherworld. Of course, it was not without benefits. During these 10 days, Mo Yike also asked the city lords of the Dahan to spread the news of the Dahan's heroic deeds to their own people and spread His Holiness' kindness. His Holiness would rather bear the name of an ignorant person to save these innocent people. In an instant, the people of the Dahan instantly recognized Gu Hai by countless times. At the very least, if His Holiness could be so kind to those outsiders, he must be even better to his own people. Being able to become a citizen of the Dahan might be a good thing. Chapter 12:11. 10 days passed quickly. All the experts of the Dahan Celestial Empire were running around. They were deployed by the peerless experts, and their speed was very fast. The 15,000 cities of the Yin and Yang realms were all put into the Dao sealing ball. The Dao sealing ball was sent to Gu Hai and stored in the immortal dome. For a time, there were complaints, but Gu Hai was unmoved. Perhaps they did not understand, but Gu Hai still had to do what had to be done. The 15,000 cities, followed by the various large towns, and the soldiers of the Dahan Celestial Empire were working hard to save them. In 10 days, 80% of the remaining people were saved. There were still 20% of the people left. Gu Hai really could not do anything. The Dao sealing ball could only be used for 10 days, and it would collapse on the 10th day. Gu Hai sent all the Dao sealing spheres into the ancient immortal dome. Strands of spatial energy immediately strengthened the ancient immortal dome's barrier. In the immortal dome, Gu Hai stood high in the sky, looking down at the densely packed people. Immortal dome of the immortal dome. All cities, seal the gates. Gu Hai shouted, "Yes." Boom. The natives of the immortal dome immediately activated the boundaries of their cities. Countless outsiders entered. Gu Hai was worried that they would hate and take revenge on the natives here, so he sent the natives to the various cities. He separated the people inside and outside. Gu Hai, what right do you have to capture us? What does it have to do with you whether we live or die? Are you putting us in jail? Let us out. Many of the captured city lords immediately began to roar. Shut up, Gu Hai shouted angrily. Boom. It was as if thunder had exploded. The entire world shook. This was Gu Hai's immortal dome, and the fury of thunder could destroy the world. Immediately, everyone fell silent. I have never thought of saving the city lords who have bewitched the people. If you continue to incite the people, I don't mind keeping you here forever. Gu Hai's eyes were cold. The 4 directions city lord's face stiffened, but he didn't dare to show his face now. He could only look at Gu Hai with red eyes. As for the other people, I know that doing this is unfair to you, and I don't want to explain anything. Just as Dahan said in the past, Yuanshi Tianzuan might massacre the world in a few days. Perhaps you all have not seen Yuanshi Tianzuan's methods, but this emperor has. He once annihilated all the living beings of an entire world with a single move. That was the flawed Immortal Dome. Annihilating everything with a single move, annihilating everything. Guhai said, solemnly, "Is that so?" Countless people's expressions changed. "It's fine for your city lord to ask you to boycott the Dahan celestial empire. But have they ever considered your safety? We won't say much about this. Let the facts speak for themselves." Guhai said, solemnly, "What facts? They still caught us." Some people still didn't recognize the facts. "I will adjust the time of the Immortal Dome to be the same as the outside world. At the same time, I will open up everything that happens in the outside world to you. In a few days, when the battle between Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths ends, I will let you all go back. I'm not joking," Guhai said, solemnly. Let us go back in a few days." Not only the people, but the rebellious city lords also fell silent. If they could go back in a few days, what was there to worry about? There are countless giant tablets in this Immortal Dome. On the tablets are countless cultivation methods that this emperor has found. If you have time, you can take a look," Guhai said. With that, Guhai stepped out of the Immortal Dome of Ancients. Countless people looked around and saw many cultivation methods. These cultivation methods were obtained from Earth in the past. Many exquisite cultivation methods amazed the people. They looked at the cultivation methods and even forgot that they were imprisoned here. At the same time, Guhai left a big hole in the sky. Looking at the sky, one could see everything in the outside world. The cultivation methods on the 4 tablets were attractive, but the scenery in the sky was even more attractive. Many people stared at the sky to see if Guhai was lying. At this moment, many people's views of Guhai gradually changed. Perhaps this Dahan and His Holiness were really saving them. The skeleton Guhai was still in the void and hadn't returned. Guhai's main body returned from the Immortal Dome. He stepped on the square of the soaring palace hall and sighed slightly. At this moment, the peerless experts from all around also came to the infinite celestial capital, especially the kings and sect masters who submitted to the Dahan. This was because in the sea of providence of the Dahan celestial capital, Guhai's statue could see the world. The scenery of the world could be seen at a glance. At that time, His Holiness would definitely let them see the battle between Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of the Six Paths. Guhai didn't stop them and let them return one by one. Guhai understood that although these former kings and sect masters submitted to the Dahan celestial capital, they still felt depressed in their hearts. Only by seeing the final result would everyone give up hope, and only then would this gloomy atmosphere dissipate. At this moment, the square of the soaring palace hall was filled with these officials. The officials from all around didn't leave. Although there were still 2 days before Yuanshi Tianzuan came out of seclusion, everyone was already waiting for the result. Mo Yaik, Kong Xian, and the others were also waiting. Guhai stepped out of the Immortal Dome of the Ancients and saw the crowd. His Holiness, there are still 2 days before Yuanshi Tianzuan comes out of seclusion, and the Immortal of the Six Paths still has half a year. This time, Yuanshi Tianzuan caught the Immortal of the Six Paths off guard. Perhaps he has a good chance of winning. Kong Xian said with a smile, "Yeah, as long as the Immortal of the Six Paths is still asleep, I hope nothing bad will happen." Guhai nodded. Just as Guhai was nodding in anticipation, boom, ka! Suddenly, a loud thunderclap came from the sky above the infinite celestial capital. The thunderclap was so loud that countless experts' expressions changed, and their eardrums hurt. What's going on? Everyone covered their ears and looked up at the sky. Rumble! Rolling dark clouds came out of nowhere and covered the sky in an instant. The infinite celestial capital and even the endless distance were shrouded in these rolling dark clouds. Just as Gu Hai's face darkened, boom, a huge wave of heaven's might rushed out, and the impact made many people's hearts tremble. A great sense of horror spread through their bodies. Oh no! Kong Xian's expression changed. This aura, it's the immortal of the six paths. He knows? He woke up early? Mo Yike's expression changed drastically. Gu Hai clenched his fists and looked around. At this moment, at the entrance of the Flame God Shrine and the Seizing God Shrine, Bai and Jiang Chun looked in the direction of the infinite celestial capital curiously, because in the entire Yang realm, only the infinite celestial capital was covered in dark clouds. Yuanshi Tianzuan's Eye of Heaven was purple clouds, but now it was black. Obviously, it was the immortal of the six paths. Someone told me that there are rebels in the world who want to defy the heavens. A thunderous voice suddenly resounded through the entire world. The immortal of the six paths voice was mixed with a monstrous fury, to the extent that the edges of the dark clouds were emitting bursts of flames. From the center of the dark clouds, a crack suddenly opened. The immortal's Eye of Heaven instantly opened. Wang, hung, the heavenly might that was 100 times more oppressive than before rushed straight down. The entire earth suddenly sank. Immediately, countless people around the infinite celestial capital knelt down in front of this heavenly might. This was the reason why they knelt down for no reason. No one could stand it. It was as if the depths of their souls were trembling under great horror and great fear. Their bodies were no longer under their control. Gu Hai released his aura, but it was only enough to protect the soaring sky palace square. Even though Gu Hai protected that aura, many former monarchs and sect masters who came to watch the battle knelt down in fear. How can this be? Isn't Yuanshi Tianzuan fighting the immortal of the six paths? Why did the immortal of the six paths come to the Dahan celestial capital? This is bad. The immortal has come out of seclusion. Who can be his opponent? The Dahan celestial capital is going to fight the immortal. What should we do? The former monarchs and sect masters who knelt down were terrified. For a moment, they were at a loss and didn't know what to do. The Eye of Heaven stared at the infinite celestial capital. Its eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. No matter who it was, they felt their scalp go numb. The immortal's accusation? Is he blaming the Dahan celestial capital? Gu Hai's face was gloomy as he looked at the Eye of Heaven warily. Luck? Gather 3/5 of the world's luck. Ha! I thought the one who wanted to defy the heavens was Yuanshi Tianzuan. Who would have thought that the one who doesn't know what's good for him is you? The immortal of the six paths shouted coldly. Wang. The Eye of Heaven immediately condensed a murderous aura and rushed toward Gu Hai, who was at the entrance of the soaring sky palace. Gu Hai's face was fierce, but he didn't give in at all. He clenched his fist and released a murderous aura. Boom! With a loud sound, the six paths' murderous aura and Gu Hai's murderous aura collided in the void, creating a torrential airflow. Gu Hai wasn't afraid in the face of the immortal's accusation. Of course, Gu Hai couldn't back down now. Gu Hai knew that if he backed down, the infinite celestial capital would immediately be destroyed by the immortal. All of his subjects would be killed without exception. If he backed down, all his efforts would be for naught. Everything he had would go up in smoke. The Dahan celestial capital would be annihilated in an instant. Therefore, Gu Hai wouldn't back down. Withstanding the torrential pressure, Gu Hai raised his head and revealed a ferocious expression. At this moment, for the people behind him, even if he had to face everyone in the world, he had to face them head-on. So what if they were immortals? Back then, Long Zhanghua could force the Eye of Heaven to not dare to look directly at the imperial capital. Why can't I, Gu Hai, do the same? Immortal of the six paths, how can you be sure that I, Gu-hai, am the one who wants to defy the heavens? Gu-hai stared at the sky and said coldly. The eye of heaven stared at Gu-hai and recognized who Gu-hai was. Long Zhongwa was killed by Gu-hai. Jiang Rulai wanted to defy the heavens, and it was also pointed out by Gu-hai. Is this the person? When I was in seclusion, someone used a great technique to disturb me. He said that the heavens were about to change and that he wanted to kill the heavens. These years have been really eventful. Everything happened at the same time. When I look at the world, I see that you have the most providence here. In such a short time, you actually gathered more than half of the providence of the heavens. If you wait another half a year, won't you be able to rule the world? How dare you? The Immortal of the Six Paths shouted, his voice echoing throughout the world. Chapter 12:12. The Immortal of the Six Paths was filled with murderous intent. His murderous aura rushed to the square of the soaring sky hall. Many experts were already kneeling on the ground, confused. Only Gu-hai was not afraid, and he could not be afraid. The Eye of Heaven. Gu-hai also had it, but it was obviously one level lower than the Immortal of the Six Paths. However, other than the Eye of Heaven, Gu-hai had other means. Do I have to kill the Immortals just because I have a lot of luck? Is this how you judge the facts when you just woke up? Or is it that the person who told you harbored evil intentions and wanted to use the Immortal to get rid of his hatred and use the Immortal's might? Even the Immortal is in the palm of his hands. Gu-hai shouted, The Eye of Heaven's pupils suddenly shrank. Gu-hai meant that the Immortal was being used as a tool. Regardless of whether Gu-hai was telling the truth or not, the Immortal of the Six Paths suppressed the anger in his heart. Someone told the Immortals that there are heaven-defying immortals in the world. Who is this informant? Can the Immortals let him out? I want the Immortals to know whether this informant is telling the truth or harboring evil intentions. Gu-hai said in a deep voice. The Eye of Heaven squinted slightly. At this moment, many experts arrived in the world of the living by Jiang Chun, Vermilion Bird Supreme by Zazai, Ingo, and the others all stared at Gu-hai from afar. They thought that Gu-hai would tremble under the heavenly might, but he was actually so tenacious. Informant? No matter who the informant was, as long as they revealed their name, they would be despised by the world. At the same time, they would also be Yuanshi Tianzuan's biggest enemy. In a mountain forest, in the world of the living, Bai Zizai and Black Impermanence looked into the distance. My lord, who do you think is the snitch? This Gu-hai wants to confront the snitch. Do you think the Immortal will reveal the snitch? Black Impermanence asked curiously. Bai Zizai didn't say anything. Cold sweat trickled down from his wide hat. Far away in the infinite celestial capital, Gu-hai was about to confront the informant. The Immortal of the Six Paths narrowed his eyes in confusion. However, after narrowing his eyes for a moment, the Eye of Heaven widened once more. A huge pressure once again washed over them. Since you are not rebelling, kneel before me to show your loyalty. The Immortal of Six Paths' voice sounded again. The Immortal of Six Paths didn't say who told him. He just looked at Gu-hai coldly and forced Gu-hai to kneel. Kneel before the Immortal of the Six Paths. The expressions of the Dahan's ministers changed as they looked at Gu-hai. Is he asking His Holiness to kneel to the heavens? The one who defied the heavens this time was Yuanshi Tianzuan. The Dahan didn't intend to do the same. Now that the Immortal had identified His Holiness, what should they do? Kong Xian and the others looked cold. However, they were more anxious. Kong Xian couldn't resist the Immortal at all. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gu-hai. At this moment, if Gu-hai knelt to the heavens, he would be obeying the heavens. It would also eliminate the Immortal of Six Paths' suspicion of Gu Hai. After all, the Immortal of Six Paths didn't believe that someone who could kneel to him would have the guts to rebel against him. However, if Gu Hai didn't kneel, there must be something wrong with Gu Hai. The ministers of the Dahan, the people of the Dahan, Jiang Chen, by Vermilion Bird Supreme, by Zazai, by, and the others all looked at Gu Hai. Under the eye of heaven, the eyes of the whole world were focused on Gu Hai, waiting for Gu Hai's decision. In the hearts of the people in the world, Gu Hai's current strength should be far inferior to that of the Immortal of Six Paths. If he resisted at this time, he would be courting death. Under the great pressure, Gu Hai looked at the eye of heaven in the sky, but he didn't kneel. Instead, his eyes became cold. What if I don't kneel? Gu Hai looked at the eye of heaven and said coldly, word by word. At this moment, Gu Hai's eyes flashed with determination. Since he started cultivating, no one in the world had ever made him kneel. Long Zhanghua once told him that, as an emperor, he could never let his courage to move forward. He could never kneel to anyone, even if he had to become the enemy of the whole world. So, what if it was the eye of heaven? So what if it was the Immortal of Six Paths? Gu Hai looked up at the sky, and a monstrous, murderous aura flashed around him. The spiritual mother deity in his body was already standing, holding the Pangu axe, waiting for Gu Hai's command. Then she would hand the Pangu axe to Gu Hai and fight against the heavens. Going against the Immortal? Many people who were kneeling trembled, and some didn't dare to look at Gu Hai. The eye of heaven stared at Gu Hai. From the moment Gu Hai refused, the murderous aura of the eye of heaven became even stronger, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Ha ha! The 9th level of the heavenly palace? You are really bold. How dare you be so arrogant and rebel with such a low cultivation level? Good, good, good. I will also give the whole world a warning. What will happen to those who rebel? The Immortal of Six Paths' voice was filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Obviously, the Immortal of Six Paths wanted to kill Gu Hai completely. He wanted to use Gu Hai's death as a warning to the whole world. However, Gu Hai waved his hand, and the life entrapment saber landed in Gu Hai's palm. He turned it gently. Rumble! Suddenly, rolling fog appeared outside the limitless celestial capital. Gu Hai had set up a formation to protect the limitless celestial capital. The formation couldn't stop the Immortal of Six Paths' attack at all, but Gu Hai didn't plan to let the formation block it. Gu Hai could only choose to take the attack head-on. The chess Dao formation only blocked the aftershock. Gu Hai turned his head. Above the sea of Providence clouds, Providence suddenly surged and became active. Gu Hai wanted to spread his voice to the whole world. He wanted to borrow the power of the whole world to fight the Immortal of Six Paths officially. Gu Hai's actions couldn't be hidden from anyone. Many of the Han Dynasty's officials showed horrified expressions. However, the Han Dynasty's old officials were like Gu Hai, showing resolute expressions. In the hearts of the old officials of the Dahan, they only respected His holiness, not the heavens. His holiness was the soul of the Dahan celestial empire. Gu Hai's aura surged. The dark clouds around the eye of heaven also accumulated, indicating that the Immortal was also angry. A great battle was about to break out. Jiangchen looked at Gu Hai in the distance, admiration flashing through his eyes. Allah, is Gu Hai's brain damaged? Yuan Shi Tianzuan is the one who wants to go against the heavens. Why is he doing it? Long Aojian was shocked. You're going to be the vanguard. This is called the strong unyielding. He's already been humiliated. Do you still want to kneel and beg? Not bad, not bad. Jiangchen said with a strange light in his eyes. But he's obviously courting death. He hasn't even reached the peak of the heavenly palace. Long Outyen didn't think highly of Gu Hai. It doesn't matter if his cultivation isn't there, but his heart isn't. That's the most terrifying thing. Jiang Chen said indifferently, heart. That's right. So what if he's at the peak of the heavenly palace? So what if he's at the peak of the gods? Without the heart of the strong, he'll always be a weakling. And a weakling with the heart of the strong can slaughter dragons and destroy the heavens. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Ah, no way, Long Aotian said in shock. At the entrance of the Flame God Temple, the Jingwei also asked Bai. There's nothing impossible. Looking at Gu Hai's life, Gu Hai mostly killed people who were stronger than him. He never cared about those who were weaker than him. This is the heart of the strong, the determination to go forward and be the enemy of the whole world. Bai explained. But that's the immortal of the six paths. The Jingwei said anxiously. In a mountain forest, Black Impermanence also told Bai Zizai his thoughts. However, Bai Zizai's eyelids twitched wildly. This Gu Hai is really ferocious, but is Yuanshi Tianzuan really just going to watch from the sidelines? The Dahan's destiny surged. Waves of feelings were already connected to the ears of all the people of the Dahan. Gu Hai was going to fight the immortals. Was he going to borrow their strength and fight against the heavens? A great battle was about to break out. The whole world fell into a solemn atmosphere. But at this moment, south, Wanshou Taoism, entrance of the primeval hall, creak, the door of the primeval hall suddenly opened. The sound of the door opening was so loud that it even rushed to the sky of the infinite celestial capital. The huge sound of the door opening immediately broke the solemn atmosphere of the confrontation between Gu Hai and the immortal of the six paths. The two were stunned and looked at the primeval hall. Yuanshi Tianzuan deliberately let the immortal of the six paths hear the sound of the door opening. At the entrance of the primeval hall, Bai led a large number of Wanshou Taoism disciples and waited respectfully until the sound of footsteps slowly came from the deep, dark hall. Dong, dong, dong. It was indeed the sound of footsteps, but it was the sound of footsteps that spread throughout the entire Yang realm. With every step, the entire Wanshou Taoism shook violently. No, the entire Yang realm responded with a muffled sound. It was as if the earth was the drum and the feet were the mallet. The sound of footsteps was like a mallet beating the drum. Countless people who heard it were shocked. The drum-like footsteps came from the primeval hall and attracted countless people's gazes. The primeval Lord of Heaven stepped out with a golden dragon coiled around his left arm, his white robes whiter than snow. Walking out of the primeval hall, the primeval Lord of Heaven looked untainted by a speck of dust. Looking at him, one would feel like looking at a vast expanse of white snow. That kind of otherworldly coldness made many people tremble. Greetings, sect leader. Bai and a group of Wanshou Taoism disciples said respectfully. Yuanshi Tianzuan ignored them and slowly walked to the square of the primeval hall. He gazed at the limitless celestial capital from afar. Immortal of the six paths, did your memory deteriorate, or are you playing dumb? The one who wants to kill you is me. What are you playing at in the north? Yuanshi Tianzuan said calmly. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan admitted that he wanted to defy the heavens. At the same time, he didn't give the immortal of the six paths any face. He was declaring war and helping Gu Hai out of this situation. The eye of heaven stared at Yuanshi Tianzuan in the distance and suddenly realized that he had found the wrong person this time. Gu Hai was ready to fight, but the immortal of the six paths couldn't do anything to him. Although the immortal of the six paths would kill Gu Hai sooner or later because of Gu Hai's provocation, the immortal of the six paths couldn't do anything now. This was because Yuanshi Tianzuan had already declared war. He directly said that he wanted to kill him. How could he pretend to be crazy and deal with an unrelated person? It was like someone slapped you in front of everyone, and now you want to slap someone else to vent your anger? Although Guhai had to be killed, there had to be a clear order. Yuanshi Tianzuan had to be killed first, followed by Guhai. This was because it was related to the heavens' prestige and his own dignity. No one could provoke or belittle him. Chapter 12:13. The eye of heaven turned in the direction of the primeval hall and stared at the white-robed Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan also stared coldly at the eye of heaven from afar. Now that the two main characters had appeared, everyone knew that the battle of the ages was about to begin. However, it was a little different from what they had expected. Yuanshi Tianzuan had planned to catch the Immortal of Six Paths off guard, but now there was a snitch which allowed the Immortal of Six Paths to be prepared. At the entrance of the soaring palace, Guhai didn't lower his guard at all as he stared at the sky. This was because the eye of heaven didn't move to the Wanshou Taoism. It was still hovering above his head. Although the officials and experts of the infinite celestial capital were relieved of a lot of pressure, they were still in a panic. In the Immortal Dome, countless people who had been captured by Guhai held their breaths as they stared at the sky in shock. That wasn't all. The divine statue of Guhai projected a screen of light at the entrance of the limitless celestial capital, so that everyone in the limitless celestial capital could see the world and see Heavenly Lord Primordial Beginning. Yuanshi Tianzuan, you want to attack me while I'm in seclusion? The Immortal of Six Paths looked coldly at Yuanshi Tianzuan in the distance. Someone snitched on you? Ha! Don't worry, I'll find out who it is. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly, do you think you still have a chance now? The Immortal of Six Paths sneered. Why not? I'm not Long Zhanghua. I'm not like you, and I have the world in my heart. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly, ha 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 ha, I just haven't killed you yet. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a pig. I control Sinyuan, and all 3,000 great Tao listen to my command. All living beings listen to my call. The Immortal of Six Paths said arrogantly, that was before. Yuanshi Tianzuan said indifferently, that's not the case when you meet me. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly, what do you mean? Immortal of Six Paths was confused. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky above the premier palace was filled with purple clouds. In the blink of an eye, a vast sea of purple clouds had accumulated. Buzz. The vast sea of purple clouds suddenly split in the middle, and in an instant, a purple eye of heaven bloomed. Yuanshi Tianzuan opened his eye of heaven. Immediately, everyone from the Wanshou Taoism, except for Bai, knelt down. Just like the Immortal of the Six Paths eye of heaven, it had a vast heavenly might. The eye of heaven. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly, Immortal of the Six Paths, I still remember that before you became an immortal, you came to Wanshou Taoism as a guest. Third brother challenged you, and lost to you in the end. After that, he held you in high esteem. In the blink of an eye, more than 800,000 years have passed. 800,000 years. Your eye of heaven has reached the second stage, and my eye of heaven has also reached the second stage. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly, so what? I don't just have the eye of heaven. Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. However, you need the eye of heaven to see the world. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Immortal of Six Paths pupils shrank. However, at this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan's face suddenly turned fierce. Boom! The purple eye of heaven rushed towards the black eye of heaven. With an extremely terrifying speed, it arrived outside the limitless celestial capital in an instant. In an instant, another wave of vast, heavenly might pressed down, instantly causing countless experts to feel a wave of shock in their hearts. Gu Hai activated the life-entrapping saber and protected the limitless celestial capital with all his strength. Rumble! The two eyes of heaven approached and shot out a beam of God-slaying light at almost the same time. The destructive God-slaying light pierced the opponent's pupils. Boom! The two beams of God-slaying light, one black and one purple, collided fiercely in the void. Instantly, the void shattered into countless pieces. The two eyes of heaven used the God-slaying light as weapons and clashed against each other. Neither of them gave way. Neither of them retreated. The second stage of the eye of heaven, Gu Hai's face darkened. No wonder it was so much more ferocious than his eye of heaven. The two eyes of heaven clashed with each other. The light of destruction seemed to be endless. Under the powerful collision, it formed a ferocious airflow that rushed in all directions. For a moment, the void in the world of the living shook. That's all you got? Immortal of Six Paths sneered. Is that so? Yuanshi Tianzuan's face was cold. Rumble! However, the purple eye of heaven suddenly dropped a little, as if it was being suppressed by the black eye of heaven. However, the purple eye of heaven immediately flew up. It seemed to have changed from their original parallel state to one above and one below. Below was the purple eye of heaven. As it released the God-slaying light, it pushed the black eye of heaven higher and higher, farther and farther away. What is Yuanshi Tianzuan doing? The elite guard at the entrance of the temple was puzzled. Lu Ming ignored him and stared intently. Rumble! Slowly, the two eyes of heaven had already reached the depths of the starry sky. Yuanshi Tianzuan, when did you become so benevolent? You want to force my eyes of heaven away from the immortal dome and fight in the void without harming the common people? Immortal of Six Paths sneered. You're thinking too much. Yuanshi Tianzuan said calmly. As they spoke, Yuanshi Tianzuan flipped his hand, and a Taiji diagram suddenly appeared in his palm. He gently activated it. On the Taiji diagram, the yin-yang fish spun faster and faster. In the distance, the others did not understand at all. At this time, why did Yuanshi Tianzuan take the Taiji diagram? Infinite celestial capital. Lin Wanner's eyes widened. Taiji is like an immortal yin and yang? This Yuanshi Tianzuan can use the ultimate meaning of the Taiji diagram. On the Taiji diagram, the yin-yang fish spun for a while. The white-yang fish and the black-yin fish almost separated. One Taiji diagram became two Taiji diagrams. One of the yang fish was completely white, and the other of the yin fish was completely black. Go! Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted. Boom! The yang fish Taiji diagram disappeared in a flash, but the yin fish Taiji diagram suddenly enlarged billions of times, covering the sky and the sun. Bigger, 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 bigger. In just a short while, the entire world darkened. It covered the sky and the sun, endless. The area above the starry sky was separated from the outside world by the yin fish Taiji diagram. The two eyes of heaven were also isolated from the outside world. The entire world of the living was covered by the yin fish Taiji diagram. It covered the entire world, everywhere. The divine continent, including the four seas, was all covered. Report to His Holiness. The sky of the netherworld is covered by a huge diagram. It's as big as a fish, and it's incomparably blazing. An official quickly rushed up from the netherworld to report to Gu Hai. The yang fish Taiji diagram covers the entire netherworld, and the yin fish Taiji diagram covers the entire world of the living. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. In the past, the Taiji diagram was not a powerful Dharma treasure, but now the ability it displayed to cover the entire world made people's hearts tremble. It was the entire world. Those who received the news held their breaths for a moment, all of them shocked. They also had an extremely terrifying understanding of Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength. No, the purpose of the Taiji diagram covering the world is to isolate the immortal of the six paths. Gu Hai's expression changed, and he said in surprise, as expected, the eyes of heaven were blocked out at this moment. Now, all living beings were surrounded by the Taiji diagram. What is Yuanshi Tianzuan doing? Countless people were surprised, using the eyes of heaven to delay the immortal of the six paths. Then using the Taiji diagram to cover the entire world, Wansho Taoism was destined to shine today. Countless people stared at the entrance of the primeval hall, wondering what Yuanshi Tianzuan was going to do. However, they saw that Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were calm, and he was not anxious because the immortal of the six paths had awakened early. Instead, he looked around carefully. You have done well in the past year and a half, but some people don't know what's good for them. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. In the distance, in a mountain forest, Bai Zizai's face darkened. I just want to defy the heavens and become an immortal, but so many people are against me. Humph, those who obey me will live, and those who defy me will die. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. As he spoke coldly, he stretched out his left arm. On his left arm, a small golden dragon was wrapped around it, swaying gently. The boundless celestial capital's sea of providence trembled. Not only the boundless celestial capital, but also the sea of providence above the flame god temple, the sea of providence above the god-seizing temple, and even the sea of providence above the eternal Yin capital and the ancient temple trembled slightly. Spirit of providence, Tong Tian, I want to see who dares to disobey my words. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Boom. All the people of the Dehans suddenly felt their hearts tremble, as if they had sensed the Dehan's sea of providence. It was not only the people of the Dehan, but also the people of the Great Yen dynasty, the Sea of Providence, and the heavenly demon Holy Land. As long as they were from a certain faction, they all felt their providence at this moment. These people were all protected by providence, and they were considered to be people who cooperated with Yuanshi Tianzuan's plan. The trembling of their hearts did not stop. Of course, there were some people who did not tremble. These people were the people who wandered outside the few factions and were not willing to submit to any faction. These were the people that Gu Hai had tried his best to capture in the first 10 days. However, in the end, he had only captured 80% of the people. The remaining 20% had avoided Gu Hai's good intentions. 20% of them was an extremely frightening number. At this moment, they were all identified by Yuanshi Tianzuan. These were the people who did not obey Yuanshi Tianzuan. Those who obey me will live, and those who oppose me will die. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes immediately emitted a cold aura. Then, with a flip of his hand, the primeval banner immediately flew into the air, and an endless amount of chaotic sword chi emerged from it. What is Yuanshi Tianzuan going to do? Many people's expressions changed. In particular, the people who had been captured in the ancient celestial dome widened their eyes in horror. Go! Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted. Boom! Trillions of sword chi instantly shot toward the two worlds of Yin and Yang, shooting in all directions. Boom! 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 It was like a carpet bombing, bombarding in all directions. Gu Hai's divine statue's eyesight exposed some of the scenes where the chaotic sword chi shot toward. Ah, that's a group of people who did not join the Dehan, celestial dynasty. Oh no, third uncle, it's my third uncle. He escaped Gu Hai's capture. Why? Was he cut in half by the sword chi? Sixth uncle. Was he killed by the sword chi? No, that's eldest uncle. Don't kill him. In the ancient celestial dome, there were continuous mournful cries. Although they were captured by Guhai, there were still relatives and friends who escaped Guhai's capture. They thought that those people were lucky, but now they found that although those people escaped Guhai's capture, they did not escape Yuanshi Tianzuan's slaughter. In comparison, being captured by Guhai was the happiest thing. Guhai was not imprisoning them. He was really saving them. At this moment, all the city lords who resisted collapsed to the ground, because they were the ones who rejected Guhai's kindness. If Guhai had not forcibly captured them, they would have all been killed like what they saw in the image. How cruel Yuanshi Tianzuan was. Chapter 1214. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eye of heaven restrained the immortal of six paths, eye of heaven. The Taiji diagram encompassed heaven and earth. The primeval banner was released, and the chaotic sword aura shot in all directions. In Yuanshi Tianzuan's cold eyes, the chaotic sword aura instantly bathed the world in blood. Those who did not join the major forces were all killed. No one was left alive. Yuanshi Tianzuan's ruthlessness was undeniable. The Soaring Palace Hall, the Seizing Palace Hall, and the Flame God Palace Hall all had large light screens recording everything. All the leaders of the forces who had joined the Dahan and Great Yin dynasties during this period of time all took a deep breath and felt chills all over their bodies. The immortal of six paths, heavenly might, was a kind of pressure and fear, but Yuanshi Tianzuan's ruthlessness was the real horror. If they had not joined the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty and Great Yin Heavenly Dynasty, they would have been dead souls under Yuanshi Tianzuan's sword aura. No, Yuanshi Tianzuan killed people. Their souls were scattered, and they were completely dead. No one was left alive. The trace of wishful thinking they had in the past was of course gone. After submitting to Guhai and Qi, the grudge and depression in their hearts disappeared in an instant. Fortunately, I made the right choice. Otherwise, it would have been their doomsday. In the square of the Soaring Palace Hall, a group of Dahan officials looked at Guhai with gratitude at this moment. Just a moment ago, when the immortal of six paths pressure came, many of them still had the thought of cutting off their relationship with Guhai. But now, how could they have such thoughts? They only looked at Guhai with gratitude. There was no trace of betrayal anymore. In the celestial dome of the ancients, all the people who had been kidnapped after a short period of sadness for their loved ones instantly trembled and felt chills all over their bodies. No one needed to say anything. They all understood that they had misunderstood Guhai. Guhai was really saving them, and they kept insulting him. They were really a good-for-nothing. For a moment, many people slapped themselves in the face. Governor of Peerless City, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. His Holiness wanted to save us. But you said that His Holiness wanted to enslave us, causing us to misunderstand His Holiness, causing my third uncle to run everywhere to avoid the Dahan's army. Now he's been killed. Governor of Peerless City, you'll die a horrible death. I'm going to kill you. Damned Wushuang City Master, give me back my sister. The city lord is beating people up. The evil thief is beating people up. Beat him to death. In a short period of time, there was an uproar in all directions. The city lords who had spoken righteously in the past were immediately beaten up. Although the various city lords were beaten up, there was still a lingering fear in their hearts, because if it wasn't for Guhai, they would have been completely dead. After a short commotion, everyone calmed down again. One by one, they looked at the tragic scene in the sky and heard Guhai's voice in the image, and all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Because in the image, Guhai was talking to Mo Yike. What a pity, these trillions of people. Guhai sighed slightly. His Holiness, we've tried our best. These trillions of people can only be fate. Mo Yike shook his head. Sigh. Guhai sighed slightly and nodded. trillions of people. In one move, all of them were killed, whether it was the people of the ancient celestial dome or the people in the square of the soaring sky hall. Their scalps went numb. Trillions of people. Kill them all just like that. Some of the former emperors and sect leaders smiled bitterly and sighed deeply. At this moment, everyone completely gave up all their fantasies. They no longer had a chance in this battle of heaven and earth. After killing trillions of people in one move, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked around again. At this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression was calm, but almost everyone who looked at him felt a chill run down their spine. This was the most terrifying person. The Han Heavenly Dynasty, Great Yin Heavenly Dynasty, Snatching Divine Hall, Heavenly Demon, Holy Land. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the world's fate seriously. Back then, those who had promised him were the leaders of the 5 great forces. Now, there was actually one less Juin sect leader. Qi, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, scanned the world. However, even after scanning the entire world, there was no trace of Ho, let alone the so-called Ninth Shade sect. Slightly activating the little golden dragon on his left arm, Yuanshi Tianzuan tried to sense the Juin sect again, but there was no Juin sect in the world, on Earth, in the netherworld, or in the world of the living. Humph! Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly. Qi's disappearance only made Yuanshi Tianzuan unhappy for a moment, but he looked at the world now. Those who should be killed had been killed. Now, were all the people left the 4 great forces. Jiang Chen, Gu Hai, Qi, and Bai Zizai, time is up. I will enter your seas of fate. Yuanshi Tianzuan said in a low voice. Okay. Gu Hai nodded. Qi also nodded, and so did Jiang Chen. Bai Zizai, who was in a forest, immediately stepped into the netherworld and returned to the ancient temple. Okay. The leaders of the 4 great forces agreed, and Yuanshi Tianzuan also nodded in satisfaction. Buzz. All of a sudden, the primeval lord of heaven's Dharma idol appeared above the providence clouds, above the soaring temple, the seizing temple, the flame temple, the premier temple, the suppressing earth temple, and the ancient temple. A total of 6 Yuanshi Tianzuan's Dharma idols touched the seas of fate. People of the heavenly demon, Holy Land. Bai Zizai shouted. It was as if to curry favor with Yuanshi Tianzuan and to mobilize the people's strength to help. I don't need you to guide me. I will do it. Just don't reject my Dharma idol. Yuanshi Tianzuan's Dharma idol above the ancient temple said. Huh, okay. Bai Zizai nodded blankly. The news from the ancient temple was quickly transmitted to Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked a little confused. Rumble. All of a sudden, all the seas of fate started to churn violently above the infinite celestial capital. The seas of fate started to churn as if a powerful force was invading the seas of fate and forcefully seizing Gu Hai's control over the seas of fate. Gu Hai's face darkened slightly as he looked at Zhuo in the distance. Zhuo was also frowning slightly. Zhuo also looked at Gu Hai. The two, His Holiness, glanced at each other unhappily. This was the seas of fate, a forbidden area for emperors. Generally speaking, no one was allowed to touch it. The two of them looked at Jiang Chen on the other side. Jiang Chen was very casual. He slowly sat on a sofa-like seat and looked at everything in front of him leisurely. Gu Hai and Zhuo looked at each other again. Since Jiang Chen didn't resist, they would let Yuanshi Tianzuan do what he wanted. After all, they had promised Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan instantly controlled all the seas of fate through the little golden dragon on his left arm. All beings of the world, you were spared because of my benevolence. Now, hand over your power to me. The heavenly lord of primordial beginning said calmly. Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice entered the ears of the people, but they didn't raise their right hands. Gu Hai and Zhuo both looked curious. Without their help, could Yuanshi Tianzuan borrow power from the people? He really didn't need to, because in the next moment, Gu Hai already saw countless people borrowing power. No, not borrowing, but forcibly taking power away. Above the infinite celestial capital, the people whose fates were connected suddenly emitted a layer of white light. Huff! The people who emitted the white light immediately fainted. Hulong! 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 One after another, they spread to the entire world in almost an instant. Oh no! Yuanshi Tianzuan forcibly took power from the people. He didn't leave any power for them and drained them completely. Long Wanyu said with a pale face. Drain them completely? Gu Hai's face darkened. Yes, almost all of their strength is drained. It's twice as much as raising your right hand to borrow power. It can make people faint in an instant. If they're not in good health, they might die from exhaustion. Long Wanyu said anxiously. It's like Long Zhangwa back then, but it was the deity of the six paths who drained all the people's power. He forcibly drained them. Guhan immediately said, "Rumble." While they were talking, the overwhelming city and countless people all fainted. The white light on the surface of their bodies was their power. It flew into the sky and gathered into white rivers in the sky. The rolling power surged towards the six seas of fate, where Yuanshi Tianzuan's Dharma form was. The six Dharma forms waved their hands. Boom! The river-like power surged towards Yuanshi Tianzuan in the primeval hall. Yuanshi Tianzuan didn't pour it into his body. Instead, he turned his hand and released the little golden dragon on his left arm. Go! Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted. Boom! The power of all the people in the world surged towards the little golden dragon. The little golden dragon shone brightly for a moment, containing billions of power. At the same time, as the rolling power surged in, the little golden dragon quickly grew bigger and bigger. Clatter, clatter, clatter! After the ordinary people fainted, the overlords in the world, from the weakest to the strongest, also fainted. At the entrance of the primeval hall, the disciples of the Wanshou Taoism had all fainted, except for Ho and his 4 disciples. Ho and his 4 disciples also collapsed at this moment. They sat cross-legged and watched everything with their eyes open. In the world, except for those above the 9th level of the heavenly palace, everyone had fainted. In just a short while, the world fell silent. Gu Hai, Ho Jiangchun, and Bai Zizai were not affected because they were the leaders of the major forces. Gu Hai wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Countless people around him had already fainted. With a wave of his hand, Gu Hai stimulated the overlords of the heavenly palace, and all of them woke up. Even so, they were all exhausted. They lay on the ground and watched everything in the sky. The power of the world was gathered by Yuanshi Tianzuan into Hichu's body. Long Wanyu was surprised. The little golden dragon at the entrance of the primeval hall had absorbed the power of all the people in the world. It had now reached 1,000,000 miles. Roar! The golden dragon roared in pain. Obviously, this power was too strong, and it was very uncomfortable. When the last bit of power entered the golden dragon's body, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Not bad. Hichu, store this power well. If anything happens, I'll take your life. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. The golden dragon trembled and nodded. Buzz. Above the sea of providence clouds, Yuanshi Tianzuan's Dharma form disappeared. At this moment, there was a loud bang in the sky. Hung! It was like a destructive thunderbolt that exploded the Yin-Fish Taiji diagram, creating a big hole, allowing the immortal of the 6 paths to feel the world again. Heavenly Lord of primordial beginning, how dare you take away the power of the common people? Steal my power. A loud roar resounded through the world. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked up at the right time with a ferocious expression. Chapter 12:15. The Immortal of the Six Paths was an immortal after all. He controlled 3,000 great Daos. The Taiji diagram enveloped heaven and earth, but the Immortal's means were not limited to that. Even though Yuanshi Tianzuan's Eye of Heaven was holding him back, he still diverted some energy and blasted a huge hole in the Yin Fish Taiji diagram. Looking at this huge hole, the hearts of the people of the ancient Immortal Dome trembled. The Immortal had returned. Yuanshi Tianzuan also looked up at the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The huge hole was just the beginning. Along the huge hole, a destructive explosion swept through heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. The Yin Fish Tai Chi diagram instantly exploded into pieces, shattering into pieces. It was not only the Yin Fish Taiji diagram in the Yang world, but also the Yang Fish Taiji diagram in the Netherworld. In just a short while, it had all exploded into pieces. In the sky, there was only the Immortal's monstrous anger. The sky cleared up. The black eye of heaven even carried a trace of blood, as if it was filled with monstrous anger, pressing down on the world. Under the huge, ferocious flames, the purple eye of heaven's aura was slightly inferior. Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand. Whoosh! The purple eye of heaven suddenly disappeared. Only the Immortal of the Six Paths' Eye of Heaven was left. It angrily scanned the world. Except for some people at the entrance of the Soaring Palace Hall, the Flame God Hall, the Seizing God Hall, and the Shadow God Hall, everyone in the world had already fainted, and all their energy had been drained. Behind Yuanshi Tianzuan, the million-mile-long golden dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, containing the endless power of life. Yuanshi Tianzuan waved his hand. Whoosh! The million-mile-long golden dragon strangely shrank and fell into Yuanshi Tianzuan's palm. Yuanshi Tianzuan flipped his hand and put it away. Yuanshi Tianzuan, how dare you steal the power of life from me? The Eye of Heaven was filled with anger as it instantly appeared above the primeval palace. A fierce aura spread out, and a superstorm swept up in the entire world, sweeping toward Yuanshi Tianzuan. This storm was like the galloping of an army of thousands of horses, like thousands of fierce dragons pouncing down. It was as if he wanted to crush Wanshou Taoism in an instant. Heaven's Eye, carrying the might of the 3,000 great Daos. Ha! You've only revealed the Eye of Heaven now. So how much power of the great Tao can you display? In the past, you were like a stray dog in front of Longzhangua. You were threatened time and time again. Now that the scars have healed, have you forgotten the pain? Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly. With a cold harumph, he flipped his hand, and the primeval banner appeared in his palm once more. Whew! The primeval banner immediately rolled up and turned into a gray longsword. With a light flick of the longsword, it seemed to pick up a gray power from the ground and soared into the sky. Roar! Roar! If the Sage of the Six Paths manipulated the 3,000 great Daos, the storm that rushed down was in the shape of thousands of ferocious dragons. Then Yuanshi Tianzuan manipulated the power of the earth, and the sandstorm that soared into the sky was thousands of fierce tigers. Fierce dragon army vs. fierce tiger army. Hung! A loud bang suddenly sounded in midair. The dragon and the tiger collided, shaking heaven and earth. The storm and the sandstorm did not give way to each other. They tore apart the void, but the two quickly filled up the void. Under the great collision, the sky above Wanshou Taoism was covered in gray. Of course, Guhai's divine statue's eyes were still very sharp. It could clearly see the two fighting inside. At the same time, it showed what it saw for everyone to see. The Dehan's officials, who had just woken up, were all shocked. As long as they stepped into the center of the storm, they would be torn apart by the aftershocks. Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength was too terrifying. No wonder he dared to clash with the Immortals. The power of the earth. Yuanshi Tianzuan wants to use the power of the earth to fight against the Sage of the Six Paths, 3,000 great Daos. He is really well prepared. Long Wanyu stared into the distance. This is just the aftershocks. Guhai suddenly raised his eyebrows. As expected, after the storm and sandstorm collided in the distance, the two fierce gods attacked again. The eye of heaven shot another beam of god-destroying light, which destroyed heaven and earth. It rushed toward Yuanshi Tianzuan, tearing apart everything around it. That's all the eye of heaven can do. Therefore, I don't want to use the eye of heaven anymore. Humph. Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly. The primeval sword transformed from the primeval banner in his hand suddenly soared into the sky. Xing! A large surge of chaotic energy rushed into the sky. It seemed to have an invincible power. The sword tore through the sky and rushed toward the beam of god-destroying light. This sword was extremely ferocious. When the sword appeared, all the long swords in the world suddenly vibrated and hummed. Hum. From Wanshou Taoism to the infinite celestial capital, all the swords in the world of the living bowed and hummed. At the entrance of the primeval palace, only 5 people were awake. They were Yu and his 4 disciples. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan's sword soaring into the sky, Yu was shocked. This sword momentum? So the sect master's sword Dao is the strongest. When the sword appears, all the other swords in the world will submit to it. What a strong sword Dao! Shimin Chueshua's expression changed. What a terrifying sword momentum! Is this a sword with the power of the earth? Dongfang Bubi, Zhang Sanfeng, and Duga Qiubai were shocked. So, even the former Tongtian sect master didn't know that the strongest sword in the world is not the 4 immortal banishing swords, but the primeval sword. Yuanshi Tianzuan's sword is the strongest sword. You said bitterly. Originally, he thought that his sword Dao was already the best sword cultivator in the world after combining the Tongtian sect leader of the 2 celestial dominions and his breakthrough in this life. But now, it seemed that the sword Dao of the heavenly Lord Yuanshi was stronger. That sword had activated the power of the earth, and even he could not resist it. Boom! The power of the origin sword soared into the sky. The god-slaying light of the heavens, I was cut in half. From the center of the god-slaying light of the heavens, it continued forward, tearing apart the light as it rushed toward the heavens, What? The eye of heaven shrank in pain. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face turned cold. Boom! The sword pierced into the eye of heaven's pupil with a loud bang. A blood-curdling scream instantly reverberated throughout the world. Was that the scream of Immortal Six Paths? Everyone who was awake shuddered. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The storm and sandstorm on the battlefield suddenly exploded and scattered. One sword to end the world. These fierce dragon storms and fierce tiger sandstorms no longer had any value. After they dispersed, they immediately exposed everything inside. The god-killing light had destroyed many areas around Wanshou Taoism. However, Immortal Six Paths suffered even more. Yuanshi Tianzuan stood at the entrance of the primeval palace. His sword stabbed into the eye of heaven. In the eye of heaven, it seemed like blood was flowing down the sword. It was like when Long Zhanghua hacked into the eye of heaven with the sky-splitting axe. It was incomparably heroic and ferocious. This was the power of a top expert, the power that shocked countless middle-level experts. Breaking the eye of heaven with one sword. At this moment, the whole world held their breaths. Everyone had a feeling that Yuanshi Tianzuan was another Long Zhanghua. At least he was as invincible as the Long Zhangguo. In fact, he was even more ferocious than the Long Zhangguo. Humph! Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. The sword turned and slashed fiercely. Hong! The vast heavens, I was actually chopped into two halves forcefully. The two halves of the eye of heaven floated in the air. Blood splattered everywhere. Immortal six paths, your eye of heaven is only SOSO. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly as he pulled back his sword. Rumble! The two halves of the eye of heaven suddenly exploded, turning into two rolling black clouds. Then, the two halves of the black clouds slowly gathered. Buzz! He opened the eye of heaven again. It was just cut in half, but now it had recovered. No, it had not fully recovered. There was still a huge sword hole and a huge crack in the new eye of heaven. It was not easy to recover from a sword hole. What's the difference between you and a blind man? Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. Yuanshi Tianzuan. Immortal Six Paths' cold voice was heard again. At this moment, Immortal Six Paths no longer had the upper hand in front of Yuanshi Tianzuan. The experts in the world were shocked. Bai Zizai came to the world of the living again and looked at the battlefield in the distance. At this moment, he was sweating profusely. He was sweating so much that it even dripped from the brim of his hat. Black Impermanence saw it clearly. My lord, it can't be. It can't be. The person who told on us is... Black Impermanence asked with a hint of worry. Bai Zizai suddenly turned to Black Impermanence and stared at Black Impermanence through the brim of his hat, forcing Black Impermanence to swallow his words. The person who told on them was indeed Bai Zizai. Bai Zizai was cautious by nature. In this heaven-defying event, it would be fine if the heavenly Lord Yuanshi won, but if he lost, the Immortal of the Six Paths would definitely massacre the world. Therefore, Bai Zizai used the method of sacrifice to inform the Immortal of the Six Paths. In this way, even if the Immortal of the Six Paths pursued the matter, he would be the hero. At first, Bai Zizai was quite happy when Immortal Six Paths went to find trouble with Gu Hai. It would be best if he killed Gu Hai, but in the end, now that the Eye of Heaven was destroyed by Yuanshi Tianzuan, it seemed that Yuanshi Tianzuan was so strong that he might win. Once he won and investigated the informant, then Bai Zizai was anxious. In the distance, Yuanshi Tianzuan held the primitive sword and had the upper hand. The Eye of Heaven was useless in front of Yuanshi Tianzuan. The Eye of Heaven is useless. Immortal Six Paths, today is the anniversary of your death. Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. As he sneered, he swung the primitive sword in the air and rushed to the northeast of the Divine Continent. That direction was the territory of Solar Divine Palace, and it was also the place where Long Zhangguo fought Immortal Six Paths. It was called the Heaven Realm. It was the place where Immortal Six Paths was sleeping and Dong Huang Tai was guarding the door. How dare you? Immortal Six Paths shouted as the god-slaying light rushed down. However, the primitive sword was too strong, and the god-slaying light could not stop it. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the primeval sword slashed into the starry sky. Immediately, a large area of the starry sky exploded. However, at the center of the explosion, there was a spherical region. This region didn't explode, but countless cracks appeared on it. That is, the Heaven Realm? Long Wanyu was surprised. So, after Long Zhangguo defied the heavens, Immortal Six Paths did not change the location of the Heaven Realm. It is still in the same place. Gu Hai was also surprised. Is that the body of Immortal Six Paths, the place where immortals sleep? Mo Yike's face darkened. Yuanshi Tianzuan wants to destroy Immortal Six Paths' body and kill him. Gu Hai nodded. Chapter 12:16. The Heavenly Realm where the immortal is hiding. Black Impermanence said in surprise, Yuanshi Tianzuan is not lying. He really knows where the body of the Sage of the Six Paths is. Bai Zizai's expression changed. Bai Zizai was extremely afraid of Yuanshi Tianzuan because of the secret. If he decided to be ruthless, he would definitely not rest until he was dead. Would it work if he told the immortal in advance? Yuanshi Tianzuan's sword was unstoppable. Not only did it cut through the starry sky, but it also found the outline of the heavenly realm and shattered it with one strike. All the powerhouses in the world held their breaths. Is that where the immortal's body is? The eye of heaven of the immortal of the Six Paths was severely damaged. Even if it was not severely damaged, it would not be able to stop Yuanshi Tianzuan at this moment. Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength was too terrifying, just like Long Zhanghua in the past. He was unstoppable. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the heavenly realm that was full of cracks. At the center of the heavenly realm, hundreds of millions of white lights suddenly appeared. The white lights were more dazzling than the sun, and many people could not open their eyes. However, Gu Hai could still see clearly that in the center of the white lights there was a man in a Taoist robe who was sleeping peacefully. The man in the Taoist robe was none other than Rokudo Shinkuan, whom Gu Hai had seen before. The Sage of the Six Paths. Almost everyone recognized him. Huh, you're finally coming out. Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. Is that the body of the immortal? The body in the Taoist robe had not awakened, so it was not very powerful. However, there seemed to be countless light beams entering its body. Gradually, the body in the Taoist robe straightened its body, closed its eyes, and looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in the distance. You still don't want to wake up? Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly, Rumble. In the sky, the eye of heaven that had a sword hole suddenly withdrew and disappeared. The dark clouds suddenly dispersed. In the next moment, a vertical crack appeared between Immortal Six Paths' eyebrows. Buzz. As soon as the crack opened, a third eye opened between his eyebrows. The immortal opened his eyes. At that moment, with the immortal of the Six Paths as the center, an enormous amount of light filled both the yin and yang realms. Immediately, the entire world was dyed with colorful light. With the celestial as the center, waves of aura spread out. This aura seemed to connect the 3,000 great Daos. Immediately, the entire world of the living trembled. This aura is so terrifying. Is it even stronger than the eye of heaven? Kong Xian exclaimed. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes at the immortal of Six Paths. The immortal's eyes were still closed, but the third eye at the center of his brows opened. Was she awake or not? Yuanshi Tianzuan? The immortal of Six Paths, who was standing at the entrance of the celestial realm, suddenly spoke. You are so conceited. Even now, you still don't want to completely wake up? Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly, This is enough for you. The immortal of Six Paths said lightly. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve. Swoosh! The entire shattered celestial realm suddenly disappeared. Whoosh! In the next moment, his figure flashed, and he arrived at the entrance of the premier palace. Others did not think much of it, but at that moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes narrowed. Even the Long Zhanghua could not force me out. Yuanshi Tianzuan, you have set up a good trap. The immortal of Six Paths said coldly. The Long Zhanghua was too conceited. He did not attack anyone in the world, so you took the power of all living beings. That was why he was defeated. If he had taken the power of all living beings from the beginning like I did, he would not have been defeated that day. Perhaps the one I want to kill today is not you, but the Long Zhanghua. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Is that so? You all think that victory is in your hands, but in my eyes, it is not worth mentioning. As long as I am an immortal, you will always be ants under my feet." The Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Shing! A long glazed sword suddenly appeared from his long sleeve. Primeval banner, chaotic sword chi. Primeval sword? Ha! It is indeed very powerful. 800,000 years ago, when I went to Wanshou Taoism, I could see that your swordsmanship is better than Tongtian's. However, you are very good at hiding and never reveal it. You don't want to hurt your third brother, right? You really care about Taishan and Tong Tian. The Immortal of Six Paths said lightly. With the primeval sword in his hand, Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were cold. He did not show any willingness. 800,000 years ago, my swordsmanship was the best in the world. 800,000 years later, Yuanshi Tianzuan's swordsmanship is the best in the world. Since you want to kill me and take my Sen Yuan, then show me what you have. The Immortal of Six Paths sneered. The Immortal of Six Paths had a strange expression. He closed his eyes, and the third eye between his eyebrows, which originally had a sword hole, was slowly recovering. The body of an immortal had a magical effect. Wearing a Taoist robe, he looked very superior. Sword fight. Everyone in the world opened their eyes wide. As the Immortal of Six Paths said, both of them were the best in swordsmanship. Who would be stronger? The four great disciples did not even blink. No one knew how the two of them would fight. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and the Immortal of Six Paths looked at each other coldly. Humph, the sacred sword? Big Brother once said that 800,000 years ago, your sacred sword was just the beginning. It was the beginning of your swordsmanship. It has been 800,000 years. I want to know how much your sacred sword has grown. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Xing. Almost at the same time, the primeval sword and the sacred sword moved at the same time. The swords cut through the void, forming strange sword chi that pierced in all directions. At the same time, the sword stabbed forward bravely. Wung. The two swords stabbed forward, creating a high-frequency sonic boom. This sonic boom immediately spread across the world. In an instant, those who were awake immediately covered their ears and revealed looks of shock. In the endless celestial capital, the experts who were awake immediately screamed in pain. Large amounts of blood oozed out of their ears, as if their eardrums were about to burst. Only the four great disciples of Six Paths looked intoxicated at this moment. Others only heard the ear-piercing sound of the swords, but the five of them heard the most beautiful swordsmanship. Clang! The primeval sword and the sacred sword collided with each other very accurately. With the two swords as the center, a huge storm of sword chi suddenly burst out in all directions. The entire southern heaven and earth was filled with endless sword chi. That sharp and ferocious aura caused everyone to be overwhelmed with shock. The primeval banner, I thought it was the powerful Dharma treasure, but it turns out that Yuanshi Tianzuan's swordsmanship is so terrifying. No wonder he could slaughter the world with sword chi in an instant. Long One, you said in shock. Throughout the ancient times, was there anyone who could compare to them in swordsmanship? Guhai said in a low voice, I don't know, but I know that I've only seen this level of swordsmanship from 30. Long One, you explained. 30 is also an expert in swordsmanship. Guhai said in surprise. Long One, you nodded. South. The sacred sword and the primeval sword collided. The sacred sword absorbed the endless power of the void, and a storm rolled up behind the Immortal of Six Paths. On the other hand, Yuanshi Tianzuan absorbed the rolling power of the earth, and a sandstorm rolled up from the ground. The two experts stood there motionless, as if they were fixed in place. The sun emitted an endless stream of light, and the two released fierce sword chi around them. At this moment, even if they didn't move, no one could get close to them, because the sword chi around them was too terrifying. No, they aren't fixed in place. Their eyes are meeting. Kong Xian's eyes lit up. Indeed, the Immortal of Six Paths' third eye had been repaired, and he was staring at Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes. Yuanshi Tianzuan was also staring at the third eye. Their eyes were extremely sharp, as if they were immersed in some kind of illusion. This is a battle of sword will. Their sword will has opened up a world of will. Although we can't see it, in this world of will, they must be displaying their strongest swordsmanship and fighting each other. Moreover, with their strength, a breath in the outside world is a year inside, Long Wanyu explained. A breath in the outside world is a year? It's been 10 breaths. Doesn't that mean that in this short period of time, they have been fighting with their swordsmanship in the world of will for 10 years? Kong Xian said in confusion. Long Wanyu nodded. No more words were said because the battle was still going on. At the entrance of the primeval hall, Bai and the 4 disciples did not retreat. At this moment, they were staring into the eyes of the two, as if they could see the 2 soaring sword wills through their eyes. In the eyes of outsiders, it was too calm, but in the eyes of Bai and the 4 disciples, it was too intense. This battle of sword wills was a great gift to the 5 of them. Endless sword chi spread in all directions, and it took a whole incense stick to burn before it slowly calmed down. Boom! With a loud sound, the swords in the hands of the 2 were suddenly knocked away. Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of Six Paths both took a step back, their bodies swaying. Separated? Who won? Kong Xian said in surprise. Ka. However, at this moment, strange cracks suddenly appeared on the Premier's sword. The cracks were densely packed and covered the entire Premier's sword. The shape of the cracks was the shape of sword chi, which was extremely ferocious and terrifying. It was obvious that the primitive sword had just been severely damaged. The Immortal of Six Paths won the battle of swordsmanship. All the experts in the world were shocked. How could the Immortal of Six Paths' swordsmanship be so terrifying? Only Bai Zizai was pleasantly surprised, because Bai Zizai was expecting the Immortal of Six Paths to win. What a sacred sword! Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes turned cold. He turned his hand and put away the broken primitive sword. This was the first time that Yuanshi Tianzuan's ferocious swordsmanship, which could kill people in the world, was shattered by the Immortal of Six Paths. What a primitive sword! The Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. The Immortal of Six Paths also turned his hand and put away the sacred sword. All the experts in the world were wondering why the Immortal of Six Paths put away his sword when he had suppressed Yuanshi Tianzuan with his swordsmanship. At this moment, some of the sharp-eyed experts noticed that there was a trace of blood on the hand that the Immortal of Six Paths used to hold the sword. Traces of blood slowly flowed down his right hand. The Immortal of Six Paths' swordsmanship had destroyed the primitive sword. However, the primitive sword's madness had hurt the Immortal of Six Paths. Who won this battle? No one knew the answer, but their hearts were filled with shock. Only Bai Zizai's face froze, and his breathing became rapid. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear. Chapter 12:17. The primeval sword was broken, but Immortal Six Paths' right hand was bleeding. No one knew who won. Yuanshi Tianzuan and Immortal Six Paths looked at each other coldly. Your sword Dao is powerful, but you can't beat me, right? Immortal Six Paths said coldly. But I hurt you. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Ignorant junior, how dare you say that? How dare you compete with the great Dao? Immortal Six Paths said coldly. As he spoke, he made a hand seal with his right hand. This time, Immortal Six Paths did not attack his opponent's strong point. Instead, He used the power of the great Tao, which was different from the eye of heaven. This time, when Immortal Six Paths waved his hand, the world suddenly trembled, and the entire void shook. Behind the Immortal, 300 towering trees suddenly appeared. No, it was 300 great Taos. Together with the Immortal's hand seal, they were exposed. As the 300 Taos trembled, countless rays of energy of various colors shot towards Immortal Six Paths' fingertips, following which Immortal Six Paths activated. Descend! Immortal of the Six Paths chanted. The endless energy suddenly gathered into a seven-colored palm of the great Tao. It fell from the sky and suppressed Yuanshi Tianzuan. The ground around the primeval hall suddenly sank under the pressure of the aura. Boom! Before the palm arrived, a huge palm print appeared on the ground. The palm print covered the entire Wansho Taoism. If not for the Wansho Taoism's array to protect the Wansho Taoism disciples, all of them would have been turned into meat paste. In the distance, Gu Hai felt a sense of familiarity. These 300 great Tao look familiar, aren't they? Gu Hai was surprised. These are the 300 great Tao that Immortal Six Paths is most familiar with. It's also called the appearance vein. Long Wanyu explained. The ancient immortal firmament devoured the great Tao of the flawed immortal firmament. These 300 great Tao are also called the appearance vein. Gu Hai was confused. The 3,000 great Tao were actually divided into 10 branches in ancient times, with each branch containing 300 great Tao. The first 9 branches were divided into Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing. The Immortal of the Six Paths was most proficient in the Pulse of Advent. Brother-in-law, you also have the Pulse of Advent. Have you forgotten? Your Immortal's Dome of the Ancients has these 300 great Taos. You can use the great Tao patterns to open the entrances to the 5 secret realms of samsara. You can also use the 300 great Taos of heaven and earth with the Advent Meridian. Brother-in-law can also use the Immortal of Six Paths move. Long Wanyu explained, using the great Tao of the ancient immortal firmament to trigger the great Tao of the outside world to display overwhelming might. Gu Hai's eyes narrowed. Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhe all move forward in formation. These are the 9 branches. What about the other branch? Gu Hai asked curiously. There's also a vein called the void vein. The void vein doesn't have any special attributes, but new attributes can be added. Just like the 4 great Taos of the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, they were very common before the Wuxia was created. However, once new attributes are added, they can command the 3,000 great Taos. The void vein doesn't have any attributes, but it's filled with infinite possibilities. Long Wanyu explained. In the distance, the pulse of Advent represented the power of the 300 great Taos. They gathered into a palm and blasted towards Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes narrowed. He mimicked the Immortal of the Six Paths and made a hand seal. With that, 300 great Taos appeared behind Yuanshi Tianzuan. Boom! The Tong Tian of the great Tao was on par with the Pulse of Advent on the other side. Lai! Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted. The 300 great Taos gathered rolling power and formed a huge rainbow palm. Following Yuanshi Tianzuan's hand seal, it shot up into the sky. Boom! At the place where the 2 great Tao palms collided, a void rupture tore open and swept out in all directions. It was as though the entire world had been sliced open by an endless distance. Pulse of Advent. Long Wanyu exclaimed in shock. If that's the case, does that mean Yuanshi Tianzuan has also mastered the 300 great Taos of Advent? Kong Xian's eyes widened. This Yuanshi Tianzuan is really crazy. Back then, Rokudo Shinkuan completed the Pulse of Advent with my help. This Yuanshi Tianzuan can complete a great Dao vein alone? Long Wanyu exclaimed. Not necessarily. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Indeed, Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke from afar. Pulse of Advent. Ha! Immortal of six paths. It's been 800,000 years, but you're still the same. Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. Humph! Pulse of Advent. This immortal finally understands why you, a Wansho Taoism legacy, can last longer than the war of witches and demons. You've been cultivating in a low profile before, but after countless generations of accumulation, you've accumulated the 300 great Daos. Immortal of six paths snarled. Same here. It seems that the pulse of Advent is only your own power. Your own power is not enough to defeat me. Why don't you use Sinuan? Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Immortal of six paths stared at Yuanshi Tianzuan for a while. Ha! This is the power of this immortal from 800,000 years ago. It's just that this immortal is unwilling to awaken now. I'm only using a strand of my consciousness to control my body. Otherwise, you would have been annihilated. Is that so? Yuanshi Tianzuan said with a ferocious expression. This immortal can see your potential. Now, this immortal will give you a chance. If you submit to this immortal will allow you to be second only to this immortal and above all others. In the heavens and earth, you can do whatever you want. Immortal of six paths said coldly. Immortal of six paths wanted to subdue Yuanshi Tianzuan. All the experts in the world frowned, but Bai Zizai felt a chill run down his spine. If this immortal of six paths agreed, he would really be dead. The immortal of six paths actually admired Yuanshi Tianzuan. Ha, then I want Sun Yuan. Are you willing to give it to me? Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. How dare you? Immortal of six paths glared. Since you don't want to give up Sun Yuan, then cut the crap. Yuanshi Tianzuan glared. Humph, since you want to die, then don't blame this immortal of six paths. Immortal of six paths glared. As he spoke, he made a hand sign to control the palm of the great Tao to be in a deadlock with Yuanshi Tianzuan's palm of the great Tao. His other hand suddenly took out a white ball of light. Wang. As soon as the white ball of light appeared, a dazzling light illuminated the entire world. Sun Yuan, Long Wanyu's face darkened. That celestial source originally belonged to her. Although Long Wanyu had let go of her obsession, seeing something that belonged to her being taken by someone else still made her feel very uncomfortable. When Sun Yuan appeared, the world shook, the void trembled, and a strong wind blew. Sun Yuan. At this moment, many people in the world widened their eyes in anticipation, including Yuanshi Tianzuan. The moment he saw Sun Yuan, Yuanshi Tianzuan was also excited. He wanted Sun Yuan, and Immortal of Six Paths finally took it out. Army! Immortal of Six Paths held Sun Yuan and shouted, "Rumble!" Suddenly, 300 great Tao appeared behind him again. In an instant, the 300 great Tao emitted rolling power and rushed towards Immortal of Six Paths' palm of the great Tao. Boom! With the power of the arrival vein and weapon vein, Immortal of Six Paths' palm strength increased tremendously. In an instant, it was about to crush Yuanshi Tianzuan's palm of the great Tao. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face twisted, but he did not retreat. Instead, he waved his other hand. Roar! Suddenly, a golden dragon flew out of his sleeve. Under the control of Yuanshi Tianzuan, the golden dragon rushed towards the palm of the great Tao. The golden dragon was none other than Hichu, who gathered the power of all living beings. What? No. Hichu was about to cry. This is asking me to fight against an immortal. This is courting death. The power of all living beings, follow my command. Hichu, release the power of all living beings. I want to kill Immortal of Six Paths. Yuan Shi Tianzuan shouted coldly. No, no, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, I don't. Hichu screamed. You want me to destroy your consciousness? Do you want to do it yourself? Yuan Shi Tianzuan said coldly. Yes. Hichu was shocked and immediately shouted. If his consciousness was destroyed by Yuan Shi Tianzuan, he would be dead. Boom. The golden dragon merged with Yuan Shi Tianzuan's palm of the great Tao, and a vast power gushed out. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's palm of the great Tao was suddenly injected with boundless power, and it suddenly enlarged countless times. Rumble! Under the impact of the two gigantic palms, the surrounding void instantly shattered into millions of pieces. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's palm of the great Tao was suppressing Immortal of Six Paths. Immortal of Six Paths' face darkened. Fighting! Immortal of Six Paths shouted. Boom! Another 300 great Tao suddenly appeared, and the power of the fighting vein rushed into Immortal of Six Paths, instantly balancing the suppressed palms. Continue! Yuan Shi Tianzuan shouted. Roar! A dragon's roar came from Yuan Shi Tianzuan's palm of the great Tao. Then, the voices of countless people could be heard. Ha! Ha! Open! Break! It was as if all living beings were shouting, and a monstrous power bloomed in Primeval's palm. The powerful power of all living beings completely erupted, and under the eruption, the two palms that had just balanced lost their balance again and pushed toward the sky. Immortal of Six Paths was shocked. The power of all living beings? Yuan Shi Tianzuan, this should have been mine. Now they are mine. Yuan Shi Tianzuan stared. Warrior! Immortal of Six Paths shouted again. Boom! Another 300 great Tao suddenly appeared. The violent power immediately suppressed the power of all living beings. At this moment, between the two palms, the black hole had swept the entire starry sky. Finally, it blocked Yuan Shi Tianzuan again. Is an Immortal of Six Paths in control of 3,000 great Tao? Why did he only use 1,200 great Tao? Kong Xian was puzzled. Immortal of Six Paths is in a deep sleep, so it's a burden on his body. Long Wanyu explained. Burden? Kong Xian was puzzled. Crack. Sure enough, a crack suddenly appeared on Immortal of Six Paths' face. It was a very thin crack, and it was this crack that made Yuan Shi Tianzuan happy. Have you finally reached your limit? Immortal of Six Paths. Yuan Shi Tianzuan showed a trace of ferocious excitement. So what? Lin Bing Do, once the 4 meridians are used, even if you have the power of all living beings, you can't hide your defeat. Immortal of Six Paths, only one eye was cold and murderous. No, I still have the power of the earth. Penetrate the earth's core. Yuan Shi Tianzuan showed a ferocious expression. Chapter 1218. The 4 meridians of the Great Tao. The destructive power instantly formed a huge wave of energy that swept through the entire Yang realm, causing the entire Yang realm to tremble. There were 3,000 Great Tao, and the 4 meridians of the Great Tao were equivalent to 1,200 Great Tao. Who could resist such a terrifying power? Even Yuan Shi Tianzuan's meridians and the force of living beings were no match for it. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's Great Tao palm was slowly being suppressed by Immortal Six Paths' Great Tao palm. However, Yuan Shi Tianzuan was not worried at all. Instead, he became even more ferocious. Yuan Shi Tianzuan suddenly raised his hand that was forming hand seals and grabbed at the sky. Boom! Yuan Shi Tianzuan's Great Tao palm seemed to synchronize with Yuan Shi Tianzuan's right hand and instantly turned into a claw. The power of the Earth's core, come out with me. Activate! The Heavenly Lord of the Origin shouted. Boom! With Yuan Shi Tianzuan as the center, The ground beneath his feet suddenly formed a huge wave that spread from the primeval palace to all directions. All of a sudden, the entire mortal realm shook violently. Roar! 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 Dragon roars came from underground. The newly born dragon veins, all over the place, let out pained roars. At the same time, a gray energy surged from the ground to Yuanshi Tianzuan and into his great Tao palm. Boom! With a loud bang, 5 holes appeared in the palm of the Immortal of the 6 Paths. The unstoppable momentum of the Immortal of the 6 Paths stopped abruptly. What? Immortal 6 Paths' face darkened. At the same time, in the infinite celestial capital, Gu Hai's face darkened. This was because Yuanshi Tianzuan's geocentric force was making his dragon meridians extremely uncomfortable. It was as if some of the dragon meridian's power was being sucked away. Roar! The dragon meridians roared in pain. Of course, it was only pain, and not fatal. The power of the Earth's core? What is it? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. I'm not sure either. Anyway, it's a kind of power that's extracted from the depths of the earth. I didn't touch it back then. Long Wanyu smiled bitterly. The power of the Earth's core is so strong. Yuanshi Tianzuan has turned the tide once again. His disadvantage is gone, and he is trying to grab the Immortal of the 6 Paths. This battle seems to be over. Kong Xian stared. At this moment, all the experts widened their eyes. The strength of Yuanshi Tianzuan and the Immortal of 6 Paths had long exceeded everyone's expectations. Now, the mysterious power of the Earth's core had suppressed the Immortal of 6 Paths. The 2 great Tao palms slowly approached Immortal 6 Paths, and Immortal 6 Paths was going to lose. The Immortal of 6 Paths was not willing to give up, but there was already a crack in his face. He was overloaded. Jia! Immortal of the 6 Paths shouted again. Under Sun Yuan's activation, another 300 great Tao appeared. The Jia Meridian shook the heavens and earth. A ferocious force poured into the great Tao palms again. Hung! Finally, it blocked Yuanshi Tianzuan's power of the Earth's core. Crack! 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 Suddenly, more and more cracks appeared on the Immortal of 6 Paths' face. It was like a spider web blooming. However, the Immortal of 6 Paths held on. He blocked all of Yuanshi Tianzuan's power with a ferocious expression. The Lai Meridian, the power of living, the power of the Earth's core. Finally, he blocked it after activating the 5 Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia Meridian. That was 1,500 great Tao. 3,000 great Tao. That was half of the great Tao. The power was so strong that the Yang realm was in chaos. There were earthquakes and tsunamis in many places. It was all because the battle strength of the 2 experts was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone held their breath, and their faces were filled with shock. Yuanshi Tianzuan's ferocious expression was replaced by bloodshot eyes. You can still use the Jia Meridian? Yuanshi Tianzuan said angrily. Yuanshi Tianzuan, ha ha, you're smarter than Long Zhanghua. You stole the power of living and destroyed my heaven realm in the beginning. Back then, Long Zhanghua was in the heaven realm, but he couldn't use the power of the Earth's core. What a great power of the Earth's core. You've really calculated everything. The Immortal of 6 Paths said with a ferocious expression. The Immortal of 6 Paths' face was full of cracks, and he looked extremely terrifying. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan's ferocious face was even more terrifying. So what if I've calculated everything? I have Sun Yuan, so I'm invincible. I'm the only one in the world. The Immortal of 6 Paths said fiercely. He slowly approached Yuanshi Tianzuan. Now, the 2's strength was almost equal, and neither was weaker than the other. The Immortal of Six Paths didn't dare to use more strength, and Yuanshi Tianzuan seemed to have used up all his strength. The two could only get closer to each other, and let the palm of the great Tao shrink to see who couldn't stand it first. Rumble! The two palms of the great Tao became smaller and smaller until they were the size of an ordinary person's palm. At this moment, the two were face to face. Their palms slowly merged with the palms of the great Tao, and they attacked each other with destructive power. The surroundings of Wansho Taoism had been razed to the ground by the shock waves of the two's power. At this moment, the two's palms were touching each other, but it represented the collision of infinite power. Yuanshi Tianzuan, I didn't expect you to force me to this point. However, you're the loser. I can still use the array vein. The Immortal of Six Paths said coldly, array vein? No, I believe you can use all 3,000 great Tao, but you don't dare. Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. The Immortal of Six Paths stared at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Your face is full of cracks, which means you've reached your limit. If you use the array vein again, you'll explode and die. In an instant you'll explode and die. Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. That's because I haven't fully awakened. You really picked a good time. In half a year, when I fully awaken, I won't be restricted by all these. I can crush you to death with just a stretch of my hand. The Immortal of Six Paths said ferociously, but you can't do it now. You're just a living dead now. Once I kill you, I'll find the informant and crush him into pieces. Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning said with a chilling expression. In the distance, Baizazai trembled and revealed a horrified expression. Yuanshi Tianzuan's ferociousness was shown in this battle. If he wanted to take revenge, he would be finished. Except for Baizazai, all the experts in the world were curious about the informant. If Yuanshi Tianzuan had caught the Immortal of Six Paths off guard, he might have succeeded. After all, the strength that Yuanshi Tianzuan displayed was too terrifying. You don't have a chance. I have Sun Yuan and 3,000 great Tao. Even if I don't use the Jia vein, you'll die for sure. Plus, it was really dangerous. You almost forced me to wake up. The Immortal of Six Paths said ferociously, you're wrong. You think I used all my strength? Yuanshi Tianzuan sneered. You didn't? The Immortal of Six Paths said coldly, of course not. I only used half of the power of the Earth's core. I can use more. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly revealed a victorious smile. When this faint smile fell into the eyes of everyone in the world, it instantly caused a look of horror to appear on their faces. The Immortal of Six Paths' face was already full of cracks. Yuanshi Tianzuan still had power left. Suddenly, the primeval Lord of Heaven revealed a ferocious expression and stomped his foot. Boom! The earth shook again. Yuanshi Tianzuan once again channeled the power of the Earth's core into his body. Arg! The dragon veins of the world let out a painful cry. Yuanshi Tianzuan's claw tore open the Immortal of Six Paths' palm. In an instant, it was going to pierce into the Immortal of Six Paths' body. That claw was going to destroy the world. No one could stop it. Even the Immortal of Six Paths was shocked and angry. The two of them were too close. At that moment, the Immortal of Six Paths' body was about to explode. Baizazai closed his eyes and did not dare to watch. He did not expect Yuanshi Tianzuan to have such a trump card. It's over. The Immortal of Six Paths is finished. How dare you? The Immortal of Six Paths suddenly shouted. Just as Yuanshi Tianzuan's destructive claw was about to tear his chest, the Immortal of Six Paths suddenly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, many people in the world were shocked. The Immortal of Six Paths can open his eyes. Many people exclaimed. When he opened his eyes, an extremely bright light burst out. Under this light, the world suddenly became bright. It was so bright that no one could open their eyes. Even Gu Hai, who was extremely far away, could not open his eyes because of the Immortal of Six Paths' bright eyes. At the last moment when Gu Hai closed his eyes, he vaguely saw Yuanshi Tianzuan's shock and disbelief. "No, I will not accept this. Die." Yuanshi Tianzuan's roar could be heard. Clang! The sound of a sword rang through the world. Boom! Then a loud sound was heard. The ground near the Wanshou Taoism was suddenly filled with countless rocks and stones. The dazzling light disappeared. Everyone opened their eyes impatiently. The battle in the distance was over. All the great paths disappeared. The Immortal of Six Paths even put away Sun Yuan and retreated to a distance. At the entrance of the primeval palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan maintained his forward-grabbing posture. The flames around his body suddenly disappeared. The battle was over. The aura of the two powerhouses disappeared. They were like two ordinary people standing face to face. The Immortal of Six Paths held the sacred sword in his hand. His face was full of cracks. He opened his eyes, but they were bleeding. There was a huge hole in his chest. It was caused by Yuanshi Tianzuan's claw. His heart was exposed and torn into several hideous pieces. On the other side, Yuanshi Tianzuan's right hand was covered in blood. Obviously, it was the blood from the Immortal of Six Paths. Hichu, next to him, was lying on the ground, dying. Yuanshi Tianzuan's body was relatively intact. However, there was a crack starting from the middle of his eyebrows. From top to bottom, Yuanshi Tianzuan was vertically split in half. The last sound of the sword was caused by the Immortal of Six Paths cutting Yuanshi Tianzuan in half. Everyone's heart was in their mouths. The crack on Yuanshi Tianzuan's body was real. Not only was there a crack on his front, but there was also a crack on his back. It seemed to prove that the sacred sword had just cut him. However, there was no blood flowing out of the crack. Yuanshi Tianzuan was not dead yet. Yuanshi Tianzuan stared at the Immortal of Six Paths. The Immortal of Six Paths also stared at Yuanshi Tianzuan. At this moment, it was a lose-lose situation. Yuanshi Tianzuan, you lost. The Immortal of Six Paths said coldly. There was no joy. The Immortal of Six Paths also suffered heavy losses. Chapter 1219. Yuanshi Tianzuan, you lost. After saying this, Immortal Six Paths did not feel happy at all. This was because Immortal Six Paths had also been forced to open his eyes. It was a great loss for the Immortal of Six Paths. His face was covered in cracks, and his right hand was holding the holy sword. His chest was torn open, and his heart was torn apart. The Immortal of Six Paths was also badly injured. But no matter how bad it was not as bad as Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan was killed by the holy sword. Lost? I didn't lose. I didn't lose. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were red. My sword has already destroyed your 3 souls and 7 spirits. Your vitality has been greatly depleted. You can't be saved. You won't be able to maintain this state for more than 10 days. The Immortal of Six Paths said coldly, just a little bit more. If no one betrayed me, you would be dead now, and Sun Yuan would be mine. Who betrayed me? Who betrayed me? Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly roared. In the forest far away, Bai Zizai suddenly shivered and looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan's murderous aura in horror. The next moment, Bai Zizai was also happy, because, according to the conversation between the two, Yuanshi Tianzuan lost. It's good that he lost. It's good that he lost. Yuanshi Tianzuan was still unwilling to admit defeat. Sun Yuan, my Sun Yuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan, with a ferocious expression, rushed toward the Immortal of Six Paths, even though his vitality was greatly depleted. Kill him! Kill him! Bai Zizai whispered in anticipation. Since the primeval Lord of Heaven had been utterly defeated, it was time to kill him. Immortal, you can kill him with a flip of your hand. Under by Zazai's expectant gaze, the Immortal did not attack again. Instead, he retreated. What? Many people were surprised. Puff! The Immortal spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Under Yuanshi Tianzuan's attack, he actually didn't dare to fight and retreated. Even the Immortals are injured. Long Outyen, who was at the entrance of the shrine, said in surprise, Little Six's cultivation method cannot be disturbed, so he has been in a deep sleep waiting to wake up and achieve a peerless body. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan's fierceness disrupted his plan, forcing Little Six to wake up early. Yuanshi Tianzuan's vital qi was greatly depleted, and Little Six also broke his cultivation in an instant. Jiang Chun said in a deep sleep, Broken? True Lord, are you saying that immortals are paper tigers now? They don't have many means to fight back. Long Outyen asked in shock. That's right. If it weren't for that informant, Yuanshi Tianzuan might have succeeded this time. Unfortunately, everything was for naught. Although Little Six has lost his cultivation, he is still an immortal. Jiang Chun said, solemnly. In the distance, under everyone's gaze, the Immortal kept retreating and fleeing. Stop. Give me Sun Yuan. Give me Sun Yuan. Without Sun Yuan, how could Big Brother and Third Brother wake up? Without Sun Yuan, what's the use of my 800,000 years of hard work? I want to use Sun Yuan to revive Big Brother, revive Third Brother, and give me back my Sun Yuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan pounced with a ferocious expression. Heavenly Lord Yuanshi's words left many people in the world dumbfounded. Yuanshi Tianzuan, isn't he fickle and heartless? Why is he so desperate to get Sun Yuan to revive Taishang and Tong Tian? Impossible, it must be fake. Kong Xian said in surprise. It should be true. Guhai sighed slightly. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan is fickle and heartless, he has his own persistence, which is to revive Taishang. That's why he can persist for 800,000 years. It seems like a contradiction, but it's very natural. Reviving Taishang and Tong Tian is his obsession. The longer and deeper the obsession, the stronger his desire to revive Taishang. Naturally, he has no feelings for others. In order to revive Taishang and Tong Tian, Yuanshi Tianzuan will do whatever it takes. This is Yuanshi, cold and hot at the same time. Guhai sighed slightly. Got Sun Yuan to reverse time and space and save Taishang? Yuanshi is really crazy. What a pity. Long Wan Yu sighed. In the distance, Yuanshi Tianzuan was still desperately rushing towards the Immortal. The Immortal opened his eyes. After his cultivation was broken, he did not dare to use Sun Yuan casually. He was seriously injured and could only escape. The Immortal knew that he could not stay any longer. Yuanshi Tianzuan, I don't have time to waste. You can only hold on for 10 days at most. Wait for your death. The Immortal of Six Paths shouted coldly. Whoosh! In an instant, the Immortal disappeared in a flash. Come back. Stop. Give me back Sun Yuan. Give me back Sun Yuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan screamed in despair. Kaboom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the sky. Listen up, all of you. This time, you have helped the Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. This Immortal will remember this. You have caused this Immortal to be severely injured. Originally, I could have regained my peak in half a year, but now I have to wait for a year. A year later, when this Immortal returns to his peak, none of you will escape. None of you will escape. This Immortal wants all of you dead. A bone-chilling voice reverberated throughout the world. When the Immortal's voice was heard, almost all the experts in the world trembled and felt a chill down their spine. At the entrance of the divine temple, the Immortal is hiding. Is he going to treat his injuries? Allah, 1 year, really? The Immortal of Six Paths can recover from all his injuries in 1 year. He can even recover from his broken cultivation. Long Outyen was shocked. Jiangchen was silent for a moment, then nodded. That's right. You were only able to open your eyes for a short period of time. With Immortal Source, you should be able to fully recover in a year. But if that's the case, then Yuanshi Tianzuan's battle was in vain. The Immortal didn't suffer any losses. Long Outyen was confused. No, he was supposed to wake up in half a year. Now that he has been delayed for a year, how can he not suffer any losses? Jiangchen smiled. Ah, Long Outyen was confused. Is this a loss? It's just half a year. What can be done in half a year? Even seclusion is more than that. There's still a year left, said Jiangchen coolly. Little Sixth woke up half a year ago. To some mediocre people, half a year is a short time, but to some geniuses, it's not a short time at all. Oh, Long Outyen nodded with a bitter smile. Come out, come out. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked for the Immortal of Six Paths everywhere. However, the Immortal of Six Paths never showed up again. Obviously, if the Immortal wanted to hide, it was difficult to find him. Yuanshi Tianzuan found him once, which was already a miracle. How could he find him a second time? Yuanshi Tianzuan looked around for a long time and shouted for a long time, but there was no response. He knew that the Immortal of Six Paths had completely disappeared. Phew! Yuanshi Tianzuan returned to the square of the Premier Palace, showing a look of unwillingness. At this moment, the Wanshou Taoism was completely destroyed. There were countless huge craters everywhere, and there was no sign of life. Only the Premier Palace, Bai, and his 4 disciples were still there. Most of the other disciples of the Wanshou Taoism were also dead. Only a small number of them were protected by Bai and his 4 disciples with a formation. Sect leader. Bai cried bitterly. Yuanshi Tianzuan ignored him and stood quietly at the entrance of the Premier Palace, looking a little lost. No one noticed. In the distant forest, Bai Zizai, who had just been overjoyed by the victory of the Immortal of Six Paths, showed a look of despair again. Yuanshi Tianzuan can live for 10 more days? The Immortal is hiding? F***CK. How could this be? How could this be? Bai Zizai felt a chill run down his spine. 10 days. 10 days is enough for Yuanshi Tianzuan to do too many things. As an informant, it is not difficult for Yuanshi Tianzuan to find out. It is really not difficult. The Eye of Heaven can look back. He can definitely find me. Once he finds out, won't I? That Yuanshi Tianzuan is a freak. Master, what's wrong with you? Black Impermanence asked curiously. You go back first. I have something to do. Bai Zizai said, okay. Black Impermanence nodded blankly. At this moment, Bai Zizai wanted to hide. He had to hide. He looked up at the sky. Yes, hide in the nothingness. 10 days. As long as I can hold on for 10 days and Yuanshi Tianzuan is dead, it will be fine. Bai Zizai rushed into the sky with a sense of horror. In the blink of an eye, he entered the starry sky and entered the nothingness. Bai Zizai was worried about Yuanshi Tianzuan's revenge. However, at this moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan was not in the mood for revenge. 800,000 years of expectation and effort were all in vain. Yuanshi Tianzuan was extremely disappointed. He was so close, but in the end, he still met with such a great disaster. Sect leader, there is still 1 year left. Let's try again. Now, let's see if we can heal your injuries. Zhao comforted him. At this moment, everyone was staring at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan's failure, they also felt pity. The Immortals said that Yuanshi Tianzuan will not live for more than 10 days. He is definitely dead. Kong Xian said regretfully, "No, there is still a chance." Gu Hai's expression turned serious. Then Gu Hai suddenly said, "Yuan Shi Tianzuan." Boom. Gu Hai's voice rang out at the entrance of Primeval Hall. Zhao looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Supreme Vermilion Bird has the Nirvana elixir. Within 2 hours, even if his body and soul are destroyed, he can be reborn. Perhaps it can heal your injuries. Gu Hai shouted. In the distance, Yuan Shi Tianzuan looked up at Gu Hai. Nirvana elixir? At this moment, in a forest somewhere in the Divine Continent, in the Eastern Spiritfire Sea, the remaining 3 Supreme Vermilion Birds quivered. That damned Gu Hai, that damned Gu Hai. What did he say? Zhu Sanson said in horror. Zhu Cixi was also flustered. Big brother, what should we do? Zhu Yi was silent for a while. Let's go. We will hide in the void for 10 days. When Yuan Shi Tianzuan is dead, we will come back. Okay. The two answered immediately. At the entrance of Primeval Hall, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's eyes lit up for a while before he shook his head. It's useless. They are too weak. The Nirvana elixir is useless to me. Although Gu Hai's words were useless, Yuan Shi Tianzuan still looked at Gu Hai with gratitude. At least, at this moment, when he was defeated, only Gu Hai, an outsider, said that he would help him. In the distant forest, even though Supreme Vermilion Bird heard Yuan Shi Tianzuan say that it was useless, he still rushed into the starry sky and fled into the void. It's useless? You gave up just like that. Sun Yuan doesn't want to fight for it. Gu Hai frowned. Let me think. Yuan Shi Tianzuan walked back to Primeval Hall dejectedly. Quang. The doors of Primeval Hall slammed shut.